In the height of summer, in a remote mountain village in Shandong City, Shaanxi Province, a young man in a faded yellowish-white shirt lay lazily on a haystack, chewing on a blade of grass. His gray pants, worn at the knees with two large patches, and his tattered cloth shoes barely holding together, completed his ragged appearance. This was Jiang Xiaobai, a 21st century university graduate. The original owner of this body had been born into an ordinary worker's family in Longsheng, the provincial capital. After finishing junior high, with his older brother graduating from high school, the family had to send one child to participate in rural labor under the year's policy. Naturally, Jiang Xiaobai, the troublemaker who spent his days brawling with other factory kids, was the one packed off to the countryside. And so, whether by possession or time travel, Jiang Xiaobai found himself here. Merged with his host's memories, he sometimes struggled to tell whether he was the 21st century Jiang Xiaobai or the one from decades past. Back in his old life, after a few drinks, he'd occasionally lament being born in the wrong era, fantasizing about the golden opportunities of the past. But as someone who had fully enjoyed the fruits of modernization, he had never actually wanted to go back. I used to call people born in the 80s uncle, and now you drop me in this era? Jiang Xiaobai stared blankly at the sky. His parents, lover, friends, classmates all gone in an instant, as if they had never existed. He'd rather believe this was all a bad dream, that he was still in the 21st century, breathing in car exhaust under neon city lights. His stomach growled. A month had passed since his arrival. Xiaobai! Xiaobai! A voice shouted in the distance. A young man came running. What's the rush? How many times do I have to tell you? Stay calm. If you're not calm, you'll end up in pain, Jiang Xiaobai said lazily. The newcomer, Wang Xiaojun, was the second son of another factory worker family. Like Jiang Xiaobai, he had been sent to the countryside when his father's job couldn't be passed down to him. Xiaobai, it's bad. Lu Feng and the others got into a fight with the villagers. Wang Xiaojun panted. Jiang Xiaobai bolted up. Lu Feng was another urban youth sent here for labor. Where? Take me there. He grabbed Wang Xiaojun and started running. What started it? Conflict between city kids and villagers were nothing new. Integrating urban youths into rural life wasn't something slogans could solve. They said the work points for this month were wrong. Lu Feng went to argue with a village accountant, Go Dan, and it turned into a shouting match, Wang Xiaojun explained. Work points, a term steeped in history. In this collective farming era, villagers worked the fields together, and cadres recorded their labor in points, which could later be exchanged for money or grain. By the time they arrived, a brawl was in full swing. A dozen urban youths were trading blows with the villagers. Though outnumbered, the city kids fought recklessly, while the villagers held back, afraid of causing serious harm. The two sides were evenly matched. Xiaobai, stop this before someone gets hurt. Huang Zhongfu, the village party secretary, shouted when he spotted Jiang Xiaobai. Among the urban youths laboring in Jianhua Brigade, Jiang Xiaobai's group from Longsheng was the largest. And before his transmigration, Jiang Xiaobai had been their de facto leader. His words still carried weight. Secretary, at this point, I doubt they'll listen to me, Jiang Xiaobai said with a wry smile. Personally, he would have preferred to lay low until the return policy kicked in. But now that his comrades had stirred things up, he had no choice but to stand with them and fight for their interests. Let's talk this out. Fighting won't solve anything, Huang Zhongfu said firmly. He'll reprimand, Go Dan later. He gave Jiang Xiaobai a hard look. At first, Head thought this fair-skinned city boy was different from the troublemakers. Now he saw the truth, this one was just as cunning. Fine. Seeing Huang Zhongfu soften, Jiang Xiaobai agreed. He snatched a white enamel basin from a gawking village woman, picked up a stone, and banged it loudly. The clanging drowned out the chaos. Enough. Stop fighting. At his voice, the urban youths backed off. Huang Zhongfu quickly stepped in to hold back the villagers. Xiaobai, they're cheating us. They shorted our work points and then cursed at us. The youths clamored indignantly. Even without a cause, they'd argue fiercely, let alone when they felt wronged. Go Dan, the village accountant, opened his mouth to defend himself, but Huang Zhongfu cut him off with a glare. Xiaobai, let's take this to the brigade office, Huang Zhongfu said. Nodding, Jiang Xiaobai led the way, followed by Wang Xiaojun, Lu Feng, and the others. Everyone disperse. Don't you have work to do? Anyone still loitering loses a work point. Huang Zhongfu bellowed at the lingering onlookers. The threat worked. The crowd scattered, though a few who had joined the fight tried to slip away unnoticed. Huang Zhongfu yanked them back. As they walked, Jiang Xiaobai checked on his group. Though no weapons had been used, some had bloody noses or split lips. Lu Feng spat out blood and wiped his nose. Xiaobai were fine, but that bastard Go Dan went too far. Some of us worked over 20 days this month, and he recorded only 13. When we confronted him, he said we barely worked and only deserved half points. And the girl, she said, they might as well not have come at all. The female youths glared furiously. If they don't fix this, we'll take it to the commune. Wang Xiaojun added. Let's see how Huang Zhongfu handles it first, Jiang Xiaobai said. Though the policy for urban youths to return home had been announced this year, implementation could drag into next. If he had to stay here longer, showing weakness now would only invite more trouble. Chapter 2. The currency of inflation on the earthen wall, painted in red, were the words vast horizons, great achievements, while a weathered wooden sign, coated in white paint, hung beside the rusted iron gate, announcing the establishment of the Shangma Commune Jianhua Brigade. A few crude earthen houses served as the brigade's headquarters. As Jiang Xiaobai pushed open the door and stepped inside, a group of individuals, without needing any invitation, gathered around as Wang Xiaojun retrieved the white porcelain jug from the brigade's office and began pouring water for everyone. Soon after, Huang Zhongfu entered with his group, and the atmosphere became tense once again. You are the most sagacious among us. You must take a stand for us, proclaimed a tall, slender youth from the urban contingent. His gaunt face framed by spectacles that, combined with his overall appearance, rendered him rather unrefined and somewhat simian in aspect. Lu Igua, you're talking nonsense. Dogdan retorted vehemently. Look, this accountant is insulting us right in front of you. Am I mistaken? Just look at the bruises they've given me. I'm black and blue all over. Lu Igua interrupted the village accountant. Indeed, look at my nose. Blood is gushing out. If you have any grievances against us, feel free to voice them. Lu Feng chimed in. Dogdan's face flushed crimson with indignation. Moreover, he discriminates against our female comrades, declared a girl with a ponytail among the urban youth, unwilling to back down. While it was true that this band of city youths could not match the village accountant in agricultural labor when it came to verbal sparring, the accountant was utterly outmatched, his head buzzing with the weight of their accusations. Yes, if we do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, we will escalate this to the leadership, shouted a dozen urban youths, their momentum formidable. Jiang Xiaobai pondered in confusion, despite everyone having gone without adequate meals in recent days. How could they muster such energy? Had they perhaps stolen a midnight feast while he was asleep? Huang Zhongfu shot a resentful glare at Dogdan, his brow furrowed in distress, casting a pleading glance toward Jiang Xiaobai. On the way here, Huang Zhongfu had gleaned a rough understanding of the situation. This matter, neither trivial nor monumental, could lead to embarrassing repercussions for him, and even harsher consequences for the village accountant if these city youths brought their grievances to the commune. Noticing Huang Zhongfu's look, Jiang Xiaobai raised his hand, and the clamor behind him fell silent. Dogdan gazed at Jiang Xiaobai with hopeful anticipation, yearning for him to speak a word of justice. The accountant is exploiting us urban youths, Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a smile, yet his words sent a chill down the spines of Huang Zhongfu and Dogdan. Though their accusations were exaggerated, the underlying contention was indeed a matter of conflict. Xiaobai, your words are rather severe. Dogdan is merely confused for the moment. I will have him apologize to you and make up for the credits you've been shortchanged, Huang Zhongfu said, then shifted his tone. However, Xiaobai, you must also understand Dogdan's situation. You are all intellectuals, and you are aware of the circumstances in the Jianhua Brigade. The village was already struggling to make ends meet, and now with the arrival of city youth, there are suddenly more mouths to feed, exacerbating the difficulties. As Huang Zhongfu spoke, the urban youth fell into silence, acknowledging the harsh reality. The Jianhua Brigade was small, with much of its land being mountainous and yielding poor harvests. The sudden influx of dozens of individuals was indeed a considerable burden. Jiang Xiaobai too remained silent. After his rebirth, though life in Longsheng was not abundant, at least he could manage to fill his stomach. However, since being assigned to the Jianhua Brigade, he had often gone hungry. It was not just the city youth who faced this plight. The villagers were equally affected. In the months of June and July, wild vegetables could still provide some sustenance. But as the villagers warned, the true hardships would arrive in March and April when resources were scarce. Many families in the village relied on 1 or 2 individuals to earn credits for a household of 5 or 6. The credits in their village had little value. Last year, 1 credit was worth merely a dime. With the arrival of 10 more individuals, each earning credits daily, collectively they would accumulate over 3,000 credits in a year, further devaluing the already meager worth of their credits. Huang Zhongfu took down the tobacco pipe hanging from his chest, lit it, and took a puff, instantly filling the room with a pungent aroma. The village's output remained unchanged, yet the credits would multiply, leading to an inevitable devaluation, essentially a form of inflation. Though such terminology had yet to be coined, the group of educated city youth, capable of grasping Huang Zhongfu's point, felt their anger and grievances dissipate. No one mentioned causing trouble at the commune anymore. The people of that time were still quite innocent, lacking the selfish mindset of as long as I am well off, I care not for others. However, Jiang Xiaobai cast a keen glance at Huang Zhongfu, recognizing the cunning of the old fox. He had been puzzled as to how the village accountant had the audacity to withhold credits from the city youth without authority, only to realize that there were indeed instigators behind the scenes. It seemed today's events were Huang Zhongfu's test of the city youth. If they remained compliant, it could potentially establish a troubling precedent. Yet, it was clear that the city youth were quite vocal, and force would not suffice. Thus, a more compassionate and reasoned approach was necessary. Jiang Xiaobai understood the situation that had unfolded, but no viable solutions presented themselves. The stark reality remained. Were the city youth in the wrong? Not at all. Was Huang Zhongfu at fault? It was difficult to say. Perhaps the true error lay within the era itself, wherein everyone was simply too impoverished. The initiative to assign urban youth to labor is partly intended to alleviate the burdens of the cities. However, the rural areas are impoverished as well, thus exacerbating their burdens. Jiang Xiaobai pondered deeply, recognizing that poverty is akin to an affliction that requires remedy. This era, he mused, is indeed one where the illness has reached a critical stage. Jiang Xiaobai muttered to himself, uttering words that others found perplexing. Chapter 3. A group of underdogs. Jiang Xiaobai was acutely aware that a nationwide college entrance examination was imminent this year. At that moment, within the dilapidated adobe structure of the Jianhua Brigade in the Shandong Commune, all were quietly awaiting Jiang Xiaobai. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xiaobai's contemplation extended far beyond the mere matter of 1 or 2 work points. After a considerable pause, Jiang Xiaobai rose from his seat and addressed the 10 or so urban youth behind him. Do you believe in me? Brother Xiaobai, we believe in you. Wang Xiaojun was the first to respond. Brother Xiaobai, if we don't believe in you, who shall we believe in? Lu Aiguo promptly added. Xiaobai, who do you intend to confront? Lu Feng remarked, rolling up his sleeves, causing the timid dog Dan to jump back in fright. Xiaobai, just tell us what to do. We will follow your lead. The urban youth echoed in unison. Huang Zhongfu frequently glanced toward the door, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Despite Jiang Xiaobai's usual composure, he was still young and prone to impulsiveness. If things escalated, it would be prudent for him to retreat with his aging limbs. Thank you all for your trust. Jiang Xiaobai, a young man himself, felt a surge of excitement at the fervent support behind him. Living in this era with his foresight, could he truly fear hunger? Yet, he had previously shied away from risks. However, life had now compelled him to embrace them. Turning to Huang Zhongfu, he posed. We can each take half a work point per day, but I have 3 conditions. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Huang Zhongfu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. You startled me. Please, go ahead. I will support you as long as it is within my capability. Dogden's expression softened, and a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes. If it weren't for the village's dire poverty, they would not have resorted to treating a group of young people in this manner. Firstly, we are 15 individuals. Is it unreasonable to consider an annual allocation of 200 work points per person? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, glancing at Huang Zhongfu. Not unreasonable, Huang Zhongfu nodded in agreement. The urban youth, being unencumbered by familial ties and with minimal responsibilities, could indeed earn approximately 250 work points in a year if they exerted themselves. Thus, half amounts to 100 work points each, totaling 1,500 work points for us 15. You must provide us with a plot of land that requires 1,500 work points for cultivation. We assure you that our yield will be no less than that of the other villagers, but as for our attendance at work, that shall be of no concern to you. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Huang Zhongfu, articulating each word with precision. The proposal he put forth was akin to a novel interpretation of the household contract responsibility system, albeit with the yields reverting to the collective rather than individual families. The contract would involve the youth from their cohort of over a dozen cities rather than households. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Xiaobai awaited Huang Zhongfu's response. Should he acquiesce, it would likely resolve any ensuing issues. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Zhongfu nodded in agreement, stating, Very well, I accept your proposal. He perceived no significant obstacle, as the land, irrespective of who cultivated it, would necessitate those work points. As long as the yield correlated with the work points, it mattered little. Notably, the harvest would still belong to the village collective. The plot by the river, approximately 7 acres, typically requires 500 work points for you to cultivate, Huang Zhongfu continued, adding, of course, we must ensure the harvest does not fall short of last year's. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and proceeded with his second stipulation. We need to exchange a portion of our work points for grain and money in advance, calculated at last year's work point rate. Agreed, Huang Zhongfu replied without hesitation. The village still has surplus grain and funds remaining from the recent sale of 2 sows. He was unperturbed by the prospect of preemptively providing for this group of urban youths. At that moment, securing food required rations, and venturing out necessitated permits, leaving little room for escape. My third demand concerns the yellow peaches on the hillside. I require those as well, Jiang Xiaobai asserted. He acknowledged that while the Jianhua Brigade might lack in certain areas, the surrounding mountains yielded an abundance of fruit during the season, particularly yellow peaches, which flourished across the landscape. Yet, the populace had yet to recognize the potential of this resource. No problem, Huang Zhongfu replied, unwavering in his consent. Although Jiang Xiaobai's requests seemed peculiar, they posed no considerable challenge. The annual income for the 15 urban youths assigned to labor at Jianhua Brigade, including Jiang Xiaobai, consisted of 800 jin of corn flour, 10 jin of white flour, and 100 yuan. Not to mention the 2 jin of pork that Jiang Xiaobai had persistently negotiated from Huang Zhongfu. Let's head home, Jiang Xiaobai said, tucking the 100 yuan into his pocket and leading the way out of the brigade's headquarters. Following him were the 14 urban youths, each bearing the corn flour and white flour. These youths hailed from across the nation, some from factory families, others from intellectual backgrounds, and a few from less favorable circumstances. They were a diverse group, comprising both males and females, the youngest among them being merely 15 or 16 years old, while the oldest were around 23 or 24. At that moment, radiant smiles illuminated their youthful faces as they trailed behind Jiang Xiaobai, oblivious to the profound significance of this step, or perhaps only partially aware of its implications. Homeward bound, the 14 urban youths exclaimed, their faces brimming with excitement. Today marked a departure from their monotonous existence. Though they remained uncertain whether this change was fortuitous or detrimental, yet they yearned for transformation, believing that, no matter how unfavorable, it could hardly worsen. Chapter 4. The Land of Yuyan, a dragon's lair amidst tigers as they journeyed. The villagers observed the grain and pork carried by Jiang Xiaobai and his companions with expressions of curiosity and envy. However, news of the mutually agreed conditions between Jiang Xiaobai and the village soon circulated, dispelling the villagers' envy. They provided grain only once, and even deducted half of the work points. Such wastrels. The children from the city simply do not know how to make ends meet. Indeed, it is best to keep the children away from them. They must not learn their bad habits, lest the entire family be swept away by the north wind. A group gathered to discuss this matter. What do you know? Those from the city come from households with urban registration. They do not rely on us. Do you think they are like us? A woman interjected, her eyes glimmering with envy. Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to the murmurs around him and led his companions back home. The residence they occupied in the Jianhua Brigade was once the courtyard of a landlord, comprising 8 or 9 rooms in total, adorned at the entrance by 2 stone lions. The dilapidated gate still bore intricate carvings and designs, whispering tales of its former grandeur. Originally serving as an office for the village, it was repurposed for the 15 city youths when Jiang Xiaobai and his group arrived. Store the grain in the eastern wing. Zhang Yanmei, prepare the meal. Today we feast. Make sure to stew the pork, Jiang Xiaobai instructed a demure-looking girl. All right, I will get started right away, she replied, turning to gather a few other girls. Meat. Several young men from the city exclaimed, their voices brimming with excitement. It had been nearly a month since they had seen any meat. Brother Xiaobai, having meat without wine feels a bit lacking, doesn't it? Since it's still early, how about I run to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a couple of bottles of erguo too? Lu Feng said, licking his lips and staring intently at Jiang Xiaobai. They had just seen him tuck away 100 yuan note. You're quite clever, but that money is earmarked for another purpose, Jiang Xiaobai replied, causing Lu Feng and the others to droop their heads in disappointment. However, Jiang Xiaobai's tone shifted. but we can still procure some wine without spending money. Turning to Wang Xiaojun, he instructed, Xiaojun, take some grain to Lao Ma's place at the eastern end of the village and exchange it for sweet potato wine. All right, brother, Wang Xiaojun exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's plan. Brother Xiaobai, I will accompany Xiaojun, Lu Igua chimed in, rushing out of the courtyard with him. Lu Feng and the others quickly regained their enthusiasm. Having wine was all that mattered. In these times, every household struggled to have enough grain. So who could afford to brew wine? Yet, Lao Ma at the eastern end of the village was known to make wine from sweet potatoes. Brother Xiaobai, you are truly remarkable. When did you find out that Lao Ma brews sweet potato wine? Lu Feng asked, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai with admiration. Lu Feng, if Xiaojun returns with the wine and you haven't managed to store the grain in the warehouse, you'll just have to watch us drink tonight. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, knowing Lu Feng had been eyeing that 100 yuan note for future endeavors. Brother, I will get to work immediately and ensure the task is completed, Lu Feng declared, standing at attention and saluting Jiang Xiaobai before calling others to help with the grain. However, that represents their sustenance for the upcoming 3 months. It cannot simply be placed upon the ground. Summer brings with it a dampness, necessitating a thick layer of wooden boards to be laid down first, followed by storing the grain in large water tanks to safeguard against thievery by rodents. A few young women from the city are busy in the kitchen, the rhythmic clattering of pots and pans resonating through the air, while a dense plume of smoke rises from the chimney, filling the room with a delightful aroma. Outside, the young men are calling out as they transport the grain into storage, their robust voices echoing with spirited chants. As the sun descends, Jiang Xiaobai stands, hands clasped behind his back, observing the vibrant scene of the rustic courtyard. The setting sun casts a warm glow upon him, imbuing him with an almost sacred presence. A new chapter of an era is about to unfold. This is merely the beginning, Jiang Xiaobai muses, reflecting on the beauty of this time, a period of great change. As a graduate of the economics department, well-versed in the direction of the future, how could he possibly face starvation? At that moment, surveying the modest Jianhua brigade, he felt a transformation within himself. This place is extraordinary, a veritable treasure trove of fortune. The ancients spoke of the land of Yuyan as a dragon coiling and a tiger crouching, with the north sheltered by Jiyong Pass, the west standing firm against the Taiying Mountains, the east reaching the mountains and seas, while the south commands the Yangtze and Huai rivers, and the north connects to the northern deserts. Behind lies a supportive mountain, to the left a green dragon, to the right a white tiger. In front, there are concealed mountains, and within, a myriad of opportunities, with winding waterways. The vast ocean can accommodate myriad horses. Such a place of auspiciousness is bound to produce great figures. It seems fitting for a rebirth such as his own. Could it be that this land of fortune is nurturing someone of great consequence, perhaps himself? Like a dormant dragon in the abyss, he awaits the day when the winds of fate stir, and he shall rise, soaring high into the heavens. A melodious voice interrupted Jiang Xiaobai's reverie. Comrade Jiang Xiaobai, called Li Siyan, her ponytail bouncing, clad in a floral short-sleeved shirt, her lustrous black hair framing her face, her expressive eyes sparkling with life, and 2 sweet dimples appearing as she smiled. She embodied the purity and grace of a flower untouched by artifice, standing before him. In his previous life, whenever Jiang Xiaobai encountered such scenes on television, he often thought the people of that era were rather unsophisticated. Yet, the dark ponytail complemented Li Siyan so beautifully that he found no trace of awkwardness. Instead, it accentuated her innocence and radiance. Is something the matter, Comrade Li Siyan? Jiang Xiaobai inquired with a smile, recognizing her as the most enchanting among the young women laboring at Jianhua Brigade. However, her demeanor was somewhat aloof, often feeling out of place among the group. While everyone else affectionately referred to him as Xiaobai or Brother Xiaobai, she alone called him Comrade Jiang Xiaobai. What's wrong? Do you look down on me? Don't I deserve respect as a time traveler? Jiang Xiaobai pondered curiously what she needed from him. Actually, she began, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. I'm not skilled at cooking, and I lack the strength to carry grain. Is there any other work that I might be able to do? Observing the expression on Li Siyan's face, Jiang Xiaobai felt a stirring within and spontaneously replied, yes. There is. Regrettably, I spoke too soon, my tongue betraying me. In this day and age, even a mere scarf can be perceived as a token of affection. If one does not formally propose to the family, there are dire consequences. It is a time when jesting with young women is fraught with peril. Jiang Xiaobai, filled with remorse, noticed Li Siyan's expression of confusion. Chapter 5. How much worse could it get? What can I do? Li Siyan asked, bewildered. Just do whatever you can, Jiang Xiaobai replied casually, diverting his gaze elsewhere. Wang Xiaojun and Lu Igua had returned with the liquor. 2.5 gin of sweet potato liquor. Brother Xiaobai, do give it a taste and tell me if it's authentic, Wang Xiaojun said, offering a bottle to Jiang Xiaobai like a prized possession. Enough, you've already tasted it. I shall pass. Go lend a hand to Lu Feng and the others, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, catching the scent of liquor wafting from Wang Xiaojun. Wang Xiaojun chuckled and, without further ado, placed the 2 bottles on the table before assisting Lu Feng. As dusk descended, the courtyard lights flickered to life for the first time since Jiang Xiaobai and company had moved in. Previously, they had relied on kerosene lamps, as rural areas could scarcely afford candles. While some areas had begun to receive electricity, the cost per kilowatt-hour remained exorbitant at 50 cents, and in some places even reaching 1 or 1.5 yuan. Moreover, power outages were common, rendering electric lights mere ornaments in the countryside until the late 1980s and early 1990s when prices normalized, allowing for basic electrification. Fortunately, on this night, the power supply remained uninterrupted. The aroma of cooking wafted through the air, causing many to surreptitiously swallow their saliva. A few young women from the city busied themselves with the final dish in the kitchen, while the young men had already gathered around the table. Soon, the meal was ready. For old octagonal tables were pushed together, relics of a bygone era, often disregarded, some even used for firewood. Heaping plates of pork stewed with vermicelli floated enticingly, along with vibrant cold wild vegetables, golden fried eggs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and cornmeal pancakes. This was a sumptuous feast, not often available even before the infamous queue-jumping days. Jiang Xiaobai, however, was an exception, though not born into wealth. He had never faced hunger in his previous life. Many gazed hungrily at the spread, their eyes fixated on the food, eagerly awaiting the signal to commence the meal. Wang Xiaojun deftly poured a cup of liquor for each person. Jiang Xiaobai rose slowly from his seat, holding his cup aloft, and addressed the 14 young city dwellers. Comrades, brothers and sisters, we gather here today from all corners of the world, and it is fate that has brought us together. Let us raise a toast. With that, Jiang Xiaobai drank deeply from his porcelain cup, and the others followed suit. Setting down his cup, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze swept over each individual. I trust you are all aware of the events that transpired today. The Jianhua Brigade is impoverished, barely able to put food on the table. Have you heard that laborers earn but a dime for their toil? In other affluent villages, a worker can earn as much as 0.5 to even 0.8 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai paused briefly before continuing. I believe we are all aware of the dire situation we currently face, food shortages. As we are in summer, we manage for now. But when next spring arrives with its scarcity, many of us may struggle to survive. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, a heavy silence fell over the group. Even the usually lively Lu Feng lowered his head in quiet contemplation. This was an undeniable truth that could not be evaded. Just a month ago, they had all endured similar hardships, and the tales from the villagers about the horrors of March and April were indeed alarming. The meal laid before them was quite appetizing. Yet the origin of today's feast was not lost on anyone present. Jiang Xiaobai posed a question. Would you rather endure hunger or feast on wine and meat? He gazed at the crowd, his voice resonating with urgency. Wine and meat. The 14 urban youths shouted in unison. Even Li Siyan's cheeks flushed with excitement. Very well. If you desire wine and meat, it is imperative that we take risks. Soon, I shall outline our next steps. Those who wish to abstain may withdraw. But should you choose to proceed, loyalty to the group is paramount. Jiang Xiaobai spoke solemnly, for in this era, any endeavor must be approached with caution. The household contract responsibility system in Shaojing village was established with blood oaths. Brother Xiaobai, just tell us how to proceed. How much worse can it possibly get? Lu Feng rose, brimming with fervor. Indeed, Brother Xiaobai, whatever you propose, we shall follow. I have had my fill of these wretched days. Wang Xiaojun slammed a porcelain jar onto the table, causing several pieces to chip off its already worn surface. Xiaobai, you direct us, we are here to listen. Lu Feng's assertion echoed in their hearts. Things had reached such a point that they could hardly worsen. We must enact change. We yearn for a life of feasting on wine and meat. Observing the fervent reactions of the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai continued. It is now late June, and the vast fields of yellow peaches on the back mountain represent our precious wealth. Therefore, my plan is to produce canned yellow peaches. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into a cacophony of discussion. While making canned peaches may seem straightforward, the question of where to procure glass jars loomed large. Indeed, obtaining glass jars necessitates sourcing them from state-owned factories. Yet how could those factories sell jars to us? Right? This is not merely a matter of money. And we find ourselves with little of that, Jiang Xiaobai noted, a smile of encouragement gracing his features. Challenges were certainly present. Yet what he feared most was that the conversation would shift from the obstacles of producing canned peaches to an unwillingness to embark on the endeavor altogether. Silence, everyone. Let us listen to Brother Xiaobai, Wang Xiaojun urged, observing Jiang Xiaobai's expression. Once the crowd settled, Jiang Xiaobai spoke again. I acknowledge the difficulties we face. It is easy to go to work and earn labor points. But does that ensure a full belly? Here is the plan. Tomorrow, Zhang Yanmei will lead a team to clear out 2 rooms in our residence to serve as the production facility for canned yellow peaches. All right, Zhang Yanmei nodded in agreement. This was a task without significant difficulty. Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua, will you accompany me to the county town tomorrow to see if we can procure some glass bottles? Certainly, Brother Xiaobai, they replied in unison. Among the urban youth, it was Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua who possessed the most eloquent tongues. Lu Feng, take the remaining individuals to the back mountain and endeavor to clear a path up the hill. All right, Xiaobai. As June draws to a close, the yellow peaches have begun to ripen. We must seize the moment, for this winter will determine whether we feast on meat and wine or endure hunger. Jiang Xiaobai solemnly addressed the group. Rest assured, Xiaobai, we shall diligently fulfill any task you assign. Indeed, Brother Xiaobai, you need not worry. The mere mention of meat and wine invigorated the spirits of the crowd. Very well, let us indulge in meat and drink. The white porcelain jars clinked together, producing a crisp sound, and the courtyard lights remained aglow until late into the night. Chapter 6. The County Glass Factory. After a night of silence, the following morning, Jiang Xiaobai set out with Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua after breakfast. To reach the county town, one must first travel to Shangma Township to catch a ride. The Jianhua Brigade is a full 30 miles from the Shangma commune, and it is not even the most distant village from the commune. The trio departed at 8 a.m., and by 10 a.m., they arrived at Shangma commune after a 2-hour trek. The small town bustled with activity, filled with individuals shouting from oxen and horse-drawn carts, their expressions brimming with pride, even more so than drivers in later years. The brightly painted supply and marketing cooperative stood as the only new establishment in the village, bustling with patrons. At that time, many aspired to work at the cooperative, a prospect so coveted that one could hardly foresee its eventual disappearance in the coming decades. As the trio approached the sign indicating the local bus stop, they found a crowd gathered, which eased their minds as they slowed their pace. The daily bus service from the village to the county consisted of 1 morning and 1 afternoon trip, with no set schedule for arrival. Missing the bus would mean waiting until the afternoon. After a short wait, an old bus, belching black smoke, rumbled into view. As the doors swung open, the crowd surged forward, each person laden with bags. For a trip to the county town was akin to a journey to a far-off land in later times. Jiang Xiaobai and his companions, however, carried nothing, prompting a curious glance from the ticket seller. Securing their seats, the bus soon jolted into motion. A pungent smell of gasoline permeated the cabin, yet apart from Jiang Xiaobai, no one else seemed to mind. In fact, many appeared to enjoy the scent. 2 cents per person. Hurry and buy your tickets, the ticket seller announced. During this time, wages were low, but prices remained affordable. As the bus navigated the bumpy road, it felt as though it could fall apart at any moment, and the passengers experienced a ride akin to a roller coaster. Madam, we are urban youth here to labor and have never visited the county town. Could you kindly offer us some introductions? Jiang Xiaobai inquired cheerfully as he approached the ticket seller after she finished selling tickets. You are a group of urban youths engaged in labor, I thought as I observed you boarding the bus empty-handed. The elderly woman's expression transformed into one of realization. Having nothing pressing to attend to, she struck up a conversation with Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai feigned earnest attentiveness, occasionally interjecting with inquiries about items he needed. Through his conversation with the woman, he discovered that there indeed existed a glass factory in the county, albeit located on the outskirts, approximately 5 miles from the county seat. Not too far, after all. After 2 hours of swaying in the bus, it finally rolled into the county town at noon. The road conditions improved somewhat, and Jiang Xiaobai turned to gaze out the window at the bustling scene outside. He spotted several bicycles, including a young man riding a Phoenix brand bicycle whose exuberance was evident, provoking envy among passers-by. At this moment, it could be said that in the county, one could indeed purchase a bicycle for a little over 100 yuan, though the number of individuals able to acquire a ticket for one was scarce. The trio, being outsiders, had only visited once before on their reporting day. This was their second visit. Upon disembarking, Jiang Xiaobai did not rush towards the glass factory. Instead, he took out the cornmeal pancakes he had brought along that morning, setting aside the funds he needed for sugar and glass bottles. He realized that even if he had the means to spend, there were no establishments willing to accept his money. If they had acquaintances, it would have been easier to find a privately operated eatery, but without any familiar faces to guide them, they were at a loss. After sharing a bite, the three rested by the roadside for a moment before inquiring about directions to the glass factory. Before they reached their destination, they caught sight of a tall chimney belching thick black smoke, confirming they were indeed on the right path. It must be noted that glass-making is not an intricate science, but it is notorious for its significant pollution, a concern that, at that time, was non-existent. Upon arriving at the factory entrance, before Jiang Xiaobai and his companions could step inside, an elderly man emerged from the gatehouse, inquiring about their purpose. "What brings you here?" he asked. "What is your surname, sir?" Jiang Xiaobai responded. "We are from the Shama commune, representing the Jianhua brigade." As he spoke, he produced a pack of acumen cigarettes he had purchased intentionally and offered it to the elder. "Surname is of no consequence. You can call me Old Wang," he replied. "Ah, you're from the Shama commune. I've heard of it. Please, come in. It's quite warm outside." Taking the cigarettes, the elder stepped aside to let them pass. Jiang Xiaobai led Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua into the gatehouse, casually discarding the remaining cigarette pack on the table. The elder's demeanor softened further, and he fetched several porcelain jars, pouring each of them a glass of water, and cheerfully asked, "What brings you to our glass factory?" "The leadership has already left for the day. They won't return until 2 o'clock this afternoon." "Old Wang, we wish to purchase some glass bottles and would like to find our sales department," Jiang Xiaobai replied, accepting the water with gratitude. "The sales department is located on the second floor of the factory office. After work begins in the afternoon, you may proceed there. For now, you may rest here with me. I must tell you that Chief Song of the sales department is quite amiable, unlike that grumpy old man in the workshop, whose demeanor is perhaps affected by his smoking habits, often speaking without reservation." Jiang Xiaobai is also keen to engage in conversation with the old man to glean some insight into the glass factory. This county's glass factory employs over 300 individuals and stands as the sole glass manufacturer in Jiangxian County, primarily dealing in glass for doors and windows. Naturally, Jiang Xiaobai has also committed to memory various pieces of gossip regarding the factory, such as the fact that the director's father was recently hospitalized, that the factory's bell is involved with the production manager, and that the most gossip-prone individual in the factory office is none other than the old man at the gate. However, Jiang Xiaobai does not believe the latter, as he considers the gatekeeper, Old Wang, to be the most gossipy of all. As the time approaches, Jiang Xiaobai interrupts Old Wang, who seems to be lingering in his thoughts, suggesting they should head inside. Old Wang agrees, noting that it is indeed time to start work. Glancing at the yellowed clock on the wall, stained by smoke, which reads 2:30 p.m. Once outside, Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua exhale deeply, while Jiang Xiaobai smiles and makes his way toward the factory office, following the direction indicated by Old Wang. Chapter 7. Insufficient funds. By this time, work has commenced, and one would expect the factory to be bustling with activity. However, the workers appear surprisingly leisurely as they come and go. In reality, state-owned enterprises have begun to decline, resembling the work patterns in rural areas. Yet, during this period, the factory is genuinely governed by its workers, even as a leader, unless faced with significant matters. It is nearly impossible to dismiss an employee. Issues such as absenteeism or tardiness do not warrant punishment. Even a mere reprimand is virtually unfeasible, and the idea of deducting wages is out of the question, as workers would fiercely resist such actions. Upon entering the factory office building, the sounds of chatter and occasional laughter resonate from various offices, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to shake his head in resignation. Many from the older generation still harbor fondness for state-owned enterprises, They were born in the factory, educated within its walls, worked there, and sought medical attention on site. Larger factories often resemble small kingdoms, where individuals' lives are intertwined with the establishment from birth to death. However, while the older generation values dedication and embodies a spirit of hard work, such ideals alone are insufficient in the face of modern developments. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Xiaobai raps on the door of the sales department head. Come in, a low voice calls from within, suggesting its owner is relatively young. Upon entering, Jiang Xiaobai sees a man clad in blue work attire seated behind a desk, engrossed in some paperwork. The man glances up briefly at Jiang Xiaobai and his companions before returning to his tasks. Comrades, do you require something? Song Weiguo inquires without lifting his head. We would like to purchase some glass jars for canning, Jiang Xiaobai replies. Upon hearing this, Song Weiguo set down his pen and lifted his gaze to Jiang Xiaobai, inquiring, Please, have a seat. Which canning factory do you represent? He then called out to the doorway, Xiaolu, please brew a pot of tea. Observing the shift in Song Weiguo's demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, waiting until the tea was prepared before responding, We are not from a canning factory. Not from a canning factory? Then what do you need glass bottles for? Who exactly are you? Song Weiguo's expression darkened slightly. We are from the Jianhua Brigade of Shanma Commune. This year, the yellow peaches on the mountain are ripe, and we intend to purchase some glass bottles to can the peaches. Jiang Xiaobai refrained from admitting that they planned to sell the canned goods. Enough. You should return home quickly. We are a glass factory. You may check at the supply and marketing cooperative for the glass cups you require. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Song Weiguo waved his hand dismissively, eager to send them away. It was ridiculous that villagers seeking canning jars would approach a glass factory. Did they expect him to produce them a few bottles individually? Did they mistake his factory for a small workshop? We require a substantial quantity. This year, the mountain has produced a great deal of yellow peaches, Jiang Xiaobai explained earnestly, understanding the implication behind Song Weiguo's words, yet he was interrupted once more. You comrades should really head back. Check at the supply and marketing cooperative, Song Weiguo said nonchalantly, returning to his desk. Jiang Xiaobai's words only reinforced Song Weiguo's disdain. How many bottles could they possibly want for their yellow peaches? Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aiguo exchanged glances, observing the indifference and condescension on Song Weiguo's face, which sparked a flicker of anger within them. However, Jiang Xiaobai silenced them with a glance, urging them to remain compliant. You do not understand the hardships we face in the countryside. We are impoverished, unlike your state-owned factories. This year, during the lean season, we have gone hungry. People in our village are on the brink of starvation. Jiang Xiaobai's voice lowered, and when he raised his head again, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He did not wish to elicit pity, but dealing with state-owned enterprises often necessitated such an appeal. What could one do when they possessed wealth but lacked the will to earn more? What are you doing, young comrade? Did I not inform you? You should check at the supply and marketing cooperative. They sell glass bottles there. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai's distress, Song Weiguo sighed, setting down the pen he had just picked up. We truly do not wish to trouble you, Jiang Xiaobai continued, but if we do not can the yellow peaches, they will not keep. Come winter, we will face difficulties once again. My dear young comrade, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, Song Weiguo replied, but our factory produces window glass. To manufacture glass bottles requires an entirely different production line and specialized molds. The quantity you need is too small for me to be of assistance. What minimum order would you require to produce canning jars? Jiang Xiaobai ceased his lamentations, realizing that further appeals would be futile. If there was a chance to negotiate, then that would suffice. At least 10,000 glass bottles are needed for production. Each bottle costs 20 cents, so that amounts to 2,000 yuan. Can you manage that? Song Weiguo casually remarked that 2,000 yuan would not be considered a significant amount in the future, but in the present context, it indeed represents a substantial sum. Hee. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly, pondering what further could be said. Could we possibly reduce the quantity, say to 8,000? Song Weiguo inquired. Would 1,000 suffice? Jiang Xiaobai cautiously probed, fully aware that the 100 yuan he possessed was only enough to purchase 500 glass jars, yet he hesitated to express such a limitation outright. Rest assured, Director Song, we will rally others from the village to can the peaches and will certainly manage to take the remaining stock off your hands. Wang Xiaojun quickly chimed in. All right, comrades, you may leave for now. I have other matters to attend to, Song Weiguo stated, picking up his bag and exiting. The remaining trio exchanged glances in the room. Brother Xiaobai, Let us head back. It seems futile, Wang Xiaojun suggested. Yes, let us depart and consider other alternatives. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement. As they exited the factory office and stepped through the glass factory's gates, old Wang poked his head out of the window, inquiring about their progress. What is the matter? Did you not succeed? Ah, Grandfather Wang. We are leaving now, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a nod. What is going on? This is unexpected. The demand for glass products in the factory is currently poor. Why would young Song turn down business? Old Wang, stepping out of the gatehouse, looked curiously at Jiang Xiaobai and the others. Let us go inside, Jiang Xiaobai suggested, his mind racing as he led them into the gatehouse. Chapter 8. A turning point inside. Jiang Xiaobai recounted his conversation with Song Weigua to old Wang, his demeanor increasingly sorrowful, evoking sympathy from listeners. Xiaobai, it's not that young Song is unwilling to assist you. The situation is indeed challenging. Our factory primarily produces window and door glass. To manufacture canning jars, we would need to create new molds. Recently, a canning factory approached us, ordering 20,000 jars as their initial batch, but our new molds failed to meet their specifications, leaving a surplus of defective jars sitting in the warehouse. A true pity, old Wang lamented. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with interest as he fixed his gaze on old Wang. Could you take us to see that batch of defective goods? Why would you want to see a pile of rejects that do not meet their standards? Old Wang started, but suddenly realized something. The keys to that warehouse are with me. Consider yourselves fortunate. If you had arrived a few days later, we might have disposed of them as scrap. Old Wang retrieved a set of keys from the drawer and led Jiang Xiaobai and his companions towards the warehouse. With a loud bang, he swung open the warehouse door, revealing neatly arranged wooden crates. He opened one of the boxes and presented a canning jar to Jiang Xiaobai and the others. Jiang Xiaobai took the bottle and examined it closely. In truth, the bottle was not flawed. It merely contained some air bubbles, a common occurrence arising from the manufacturing process of glass. Such imperfections during production are, regrettably, quite ordinary. The factory attributed the issue to the presence of bubbles. Yet whispers suggested that the actual reason was a change in design plans, prompting a switch to a different glass supplier. Others speculated that the factory had recently introduced a new production line, opting to handle the work in-house rather than outsourcing it. Old Wang, standing nearby, explained to Jiang Xiaobai. You see, for this batch of goods, we even specially produced can lids. Jiang Xiaobai nodded enthusiastically and inquired, who is responsible for this batch of defective products? And how do we intend to handle them? That would fall under the sales department. You must consult Xiao Song, old Wang replied, leading the reluctant trio out of the warehouse. All right, we shall wait at the factory office, Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, feeling exhilarated, as if he had stumbled upon a glimmer of hope after a long and fruitless search. Initially, he had perceived old Wang as merely a simpleton, but now he recognized him as a true strategist. I noticed he went out earlier. You can wait in my office. He'll return shortly, old Wang invited warmly. Jiang Xiaobai graciously accepted, following old Wang back to the office. However, after waiting from 3 to 6 in the afternoon, there was still no sign of Xiao Song. It seems you should head back for now. It appears he won't be returning today. Come back tomorrow, old Wang suggested, observing that the factory workers had already clocked out. All right, but could you tell me where he lives? I will wait for him at his doorstep tomorrow morning. Jiang Xiaobai replied, nodding. You are quite the diligent young man, old Wang chuckled, sharing Xiao Song's address with Jiang Xiaobai. After leaving the glass factory, Jiang Xiaobai, Wang Xiaojun, and Lu Igua did not depart immediately, but waited until around 8 in the evening. Realizing that Xiao Song was unlikely to return that day, they set off toward the county. Here, Xiaobai, have a corn cake, Lu Igua said, pulling a piece of cornbread from his pocket as they walked. The trio, lacking any water, managed to eat a few pieces of the cornbread, finally alleviating their hunger. On the 15th day of the lunar month, the moon hung high in the sky as Jiang Xiaobai and his companions made their way toward the county, illuminated by its gentle light. Tonight, we shall find a place in the county to rest, and tomorrow we will strive to resolve the issue with the can bottles, Jiang Xiaobai remarked as they walked. He had already informed the others before setting out that a trip to the county was no small feat, and they might not return that evening, but rather the following day. Indeed, Xiaobai, I owe a debt of gratitude to that kind gatekeeper. Otherwise, we might have returned empty-handed, Wang Xiaojun added excitedly. Absolutely, Xiaobai. If it weren't for your rapport with the gatekeeper, we would not have achieved today's progress, Lu Igua chimed in. though a hint of unease flickered in their eyes. Jiang Xiaobai, sensing their thoughts, inquired, "Do you feel that we have been wrong today?" "No, brother Xiaobai." "How could that be?" "It's of no consequence to us. We mainly feel that you are too wronged." The two hurriedly waved their hands in denial. This is the nature of business. To gain more than others, one must be willing to give more. Our humble demeanor today is an investment for a future where we need not bow low or compromise, Jiang Xiaobai declared, ceasing further conversation regardless of whether the others understood. In truth, not just Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua, but Jiang Xiaobai, as a denizen of the 21st century, had never endured such indignities. Had it not been for his rebirth in this era, he might not even have had the qualification to feel wronged. Yet, since fate had granted him rebirth in this turbulent time, he resolved to seize the opportunity to carve out a career for himself. Upon returning to the county seat, the streets were already deserted, with only the occasional passerby. After wandering for some time, Jiang Xiaobai led Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua back to the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. "Well, there are a few wooden planks left here. And this place is spacious. Let us sleep here tonight," he suggested, beginning to lay the planks on the ground. In this era, small inns were scarce. With only one guest house in the entire county, and even then, a recommendation letter was necessary to stay there. Not to mention, Jiang Xiaobai had not even thought of obtaining such a letter before his arrival, and even if he had, he could not bear to spend the little money he had. Only 100 yuan, the startup capital for 15 urban youth, every penny needing to be spent judiciously. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai already lying down, Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua voiced no complaints and laid down on the planks as well. After all, it was the height of summer, and aside from the abundance of mosquitoes, sleeping outside posed little discomfort. As Jiang Xiaobai reclined on the hard wooden planks, he gazed at the luminous moon in the sky, and memories from his past life began to flood his mind. Lost in thought, he drifted into a slumber, unable to discern whether it was a dream or reality. Chapter 9. Settling affairs. When Jiang Xiaobai awoke, the voices of passers-by discussing why the three of them were sleeping there reached his ears. Blinking his eyes open, he found that dawn was approaching, and a prickling sensation alerted him to the countless welts covering his body from mosquito bites. He quickly roused Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua and fished out a crumpled grain coupon from his pocket, handing it to Wang Xiaojun. "Go buy a few steamed buns." This grain coupon was a national coupon exchanged by his father for him prior to his joining the work team, and Jiang Xiaobai had been reluctant to use it. "All right, brother Xiaobai," Wang Xiaojun replied, taking the coupon and springing up from the hard wooden planks. After stretching his neck, he set off to the food station to exchange the coupon for buns. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua restored the wooden planks to their original position and inquired with passers-by about the location of Song Weigua's house. When Wang Xiaojun returned with the buns, the three of them devoured 2 white flour buns each, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit, hardly savoring the taste at all. Holding the remaining 2 steamed buns in a paper bag, Jiang Xiaobai was reluctant to eat them. The trio made their way towards Song Weigua's residence, which was situated in the county town, not far from the supply and marketing cooperative, a mere 10-minute stroll. They settled against the wall at the entrance of an alley, awaiting Song Weigua's emergence from work. Passers-by in the morning cast curious glances at the three, with some kind-hearted souls even offering to bring them food. By 8 in the morning, the sun had already ascended high in the sky when Song Weigua finally emerged from the alley on his bicycle. The trio rushed towards him, startling him as 3 lively figures suddenly appeared before him. Upon recognizing them, Song Weigua exhaled in relief and dismounted his bicycle, somewhat impatiently inquiring, "How did you find me here? Didn't I tell you yesterday that our factory cannot supply you? You need to purchase from the cooperative. Why are you being so stubborn? Even if you cling to me, it won't help. Director Song, have you had breakfast? Please try this steaming bun. We just bought it from the food station." Wang Xiaojun, having finally grasped the situation after yesterday's events, deftly engaged in conversation. "Come on, Director Song, let me push your bicycle while you enjoy the bun." Lu Aigua promptly took the bicycle from Song Weigua's hands. "I'm telling you not to play these games. No matter what you say, our factory cannot produce canned bottles for you." Song Weigua replied with a wry smile, refusing to accept the bun Wang Xiaojun offered. He genuinely wished to assist, but felt helpless. "We're not asking the factory to produce canned bottles for us," Jiang Xiaobai interjected. "If you're not asking the factory to produce for you, then what is this all about?" Song Weigua asked, his curiosity piqued by Jiang Xiaobai's words. "Well, I heard that our factory has a batch of unwanted defective canned bottles that need to be disposed of, Jiang Xiaobai said with a cheerful smile. Defective canned bottles? Song Weiguo repeated, his eyes lighting up. Indeed. Why didn't I think of that yesterday? I assumed you needed new molds like the canning factories in the city and overlooked that batch of bottles. Where did you get this information? Song Weiguo inquired, looking at Jiang Xiaobai with interest. That's for us to know. Just confirm whether they need to be processed, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Indeed, that is the case. I was nearly forgetting it until you mentioned it. How many are you preparing to take? Song Weiguo began to ask, but was interrupted by Jiang Xiaobai. We intend to see where the factory plans to dispose of this batch of defective items so that we can retrieve them for use. You know how we rural folks are, Jiang Xiaobai lamented, feigning ignorance. Don't start that again. You rural folks have it tough, Song Weiguo replied. Yes, we do have it tough. How about this? We can bring people to directly haul them away from the warehouse, saving you the trouble. We won't ask for wages. Just a meal will suffice. However, if you feel compelled to offer us some payment, we wouldn't decline, Jiang Xiaobai said. But before he could finish, Song Weiguo snatched the bicycle from Lu Aigua and attempted to leave, having never encountered anyone so brazen. Please, I was just joking earlier. We genuinely wish to make a purchase. Jiang Xiaobai quickly grasped the rear seat of Song Weiguo's bicycle. All right, let us converse as we walk. The corner of Song Weiguo's mouth twitched. Was that truly a jest? If I were to agree, I believe you would promptly empty the warehouse without hesitation. Well then, I will offer 3 cents for a bottle, Jiang Xiaobai replied. 15 cents. I want to sell them at the price we offer to the city canning factory. For cents. Aside from us, no one would acquire this batch of canning jars. A dime, it cannot be lower. The quality of our products is exceptional. To be candid, it's merely that the city canning factory's folks are unreliable. 5 cents. You must understand the difficulties faced by us farmers. 8 cents. That is my lowest price. If not, I shall dispose of them. 5 cents. You will still incur labor costs for disposal. After several rounds of negotiation between Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weiguo, they settled on a price of 5 cents per canning jar, which was merely a quarter of the market price. The smile on Jiang Xiaobai's face was impossible to conceal. All right, you have a way with words. How many jars do you wish to acquire? Song Weiguo said somewhat helplessly. It must be acknowledged that his willingness to agree to Jiang Xiaobai's terms was partly due to the emotional appeal of Jiang Xiaobai's plight. Otherwise, given the current nature of state-owned factories, they would rather shatter the jars than sell them for even a penny less. I will take 5,000 jars, providing you with a deposit of 1/3, 83 yuan. The remaining balance will be settled in 3 months, Jiang Xiaobai stated. Upon noticing Song Weiguo preparing to refuse, he quickly shifted to a tone of lament. Director Song, as you are aware, we in the countryside have yet to finish harvesting our grain. Song Weiguo hesitated. It is customary to pay 1/3 of the deposit when purchasing goods, and the city canning factory had indeed paid a similar deposit. Selling to Jiang Xiaobai at a quarter of the price would not result in a loss. If Jiang Xiaobai were representing another state-owned factory, Song Weiguo would have readily agreed. But now Jiang Xiaobai was representing himself. We farmers adhere to our word. Let us formalize this with a contract. Not only do I require these 5,000 jars, but I shall also take the remaining 15,000. Should I not secure the purchase before the new year, I shall pay a dime for the 5,000 jars. Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed with resolute determination. Very well, you exhibit great courage, young comrade. Once we return and finalize the contract and payment, you may arrange for the goods to be collected, Song Weiguo observed Jiang Xiaobai with a profound gaze before consenting. Chapter 10. The early bird catches the worm. Xiaojun. While time permits, take the morning bus back to the village, borrow the 3 ox carts from the production team, and gather Lu Feng and the others. Regardless of how late it gets, we must reach the county today, Jiang Xiaobai instructed, turning to Wang Xiaojun, though before he could finish, Song Weiguo interrupted. No need. Consider yourselves fortunate, as we are dispatching a batch of goods to Shangma Commune today and will conveniently deliver them to your township. Song Weiguo smiled at Jiang Xiaobai. Having returned to the county factory after graduating from university, despite the era still being one of planned economy. However, Song Weiguo could perceive the changes that had transpired this year. As the saying goes, the water warms in spring, and the ducks are the first to know. For someone like Jiang Xiaobai, he was willing to cultivate a good relationship. Thank you. I am truly grateful, Jiang Xiaobai expressed his appreciation to Song Weiguo. then turned to Xiao Jun, saying, "You all wait in the village and take out the thick clothes we brought for winter to spread on the ox cart. The journey back home is arduous. We must ensure the canned goods do not get damaged." "Understood, Xiaobai. Rest assured," Wang Xiaojun responded promptly and dashed away. Jiang Xiaobai handed Lu Igua 10 yuan, instructing him to purchase white sugar and red paint, before he and Song Weigua made their way to the glass factory. "I dare to call you brother. Dear brother, your efficiency is truly remarkable," Song Weigua complimented with a smile, perceiving Jiang Xiaobai as someone who took action. Not only did he possess the courage to act, but he also considered the finer details, such as spreading thick winter garments on the ox cart to prevent damage. "Songgu, I sincerely appreciate your assistance this time. Otherwise, the yellow peaches from our mountain would spoil. You cannot fathom the hardships of winter in the countryside," Jiang Xiaobai remarked, eliciting a light chuckle from Song Weigua. "Initially, we will require 5,000 cans, with an additional 15,000 cans sought later for winter storage to consume ourselves." "Haha, do you think I believe you?" Song Weigua did not revisit the previous topic, and the two engaged in casual conversation until they arrived at the glass factory. It appeared that old Wang had switched shifts yesterday, and another young man was on duty at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weigua together, he smiled warmly at Jiang Xiaobai. After signing the contract, Lu Igua returned, carrying a woven bag filled with 70 pounds of white sugar at 10 cents per pound, using the remaining 3 yuan to purchase 2 buckets of red paint. Upon returning, he joined Jiang Xiaobai in loading the packed glass bottles onto the liberation truck. Each box contained 100 jars, totaling 50 boxes, which perfectly filled the glass factory's truck for transport to the village. Otherwise, it would have taken an indeterminate amount of time to haul back using only the ox cart. "Director Song, thank you so much. Rest assured, I will settle the remaining payment as soon as I have the funds," Jiang Xiaobai waved as he boarded the truck. Song Weigua nodded silently in acknowledgement. By noon, they had arrived at the village, where Wang Xiaojun, Lu Feng, and others were already waiting with 3 ox carts. Jiang Xiaobai handed the 2 white steamed buns, which old Song had resolutely refused to eat, to the truck driver, and took a few bites of the cornmeal pancakes handed to him by Wang Xiaojun, preparing to unload the truck. However, the driver stopped him. "Which village are you from? I can take you part of the way. If the road becomes too difficult, we can unload the goods, saving you some effort," the truck driver said, munching on the steamed buns. "Thank you so much." Jiang Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised. The truck drove all the way to a point 3 miles from the Jianhua Brigade before stopping, as the road ahead was too narrow. Amidst expressions of gratitude, the truck driver departed, leaving behind a trail of black smoke. "Brother Xiaobai, are these all jars for canning? How many are there?" Lu Feng and the others curiously inquired as they touched the boxes. "All right, let's head back for now. The village is not too far off. One person will stay behind to guard the goods while the rest of us haul them with the ox cart and by hand. We must expedite the return," Jiang Xiaobai declared, picking up a box and setting off with a staggering gait. "Brother Xiaobai, allow me to take over. You must rest. You've worked hard these past few days, and we are capable of handling this task," Lu Feng quickly interjected. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, resolutely shouldering the box and advancing forward. 50 boxes were neatly arranged in the courtyard, and the 14 educated youth gathered closely, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Xiaobai, who stood upon the steps. "Comrades, I announce that starting tomorrow we will officially commence the production of canned yellow peaches. And our cans shall be named Educated Youth Cans," Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed. He had often felt that the term comrade was either ambiguous or somewhat foolish, but today he began to grasp its essence. The term comrade transcends mere shared ideals. "Good, good." A chorus of approval resonated from below, echoing for some time. Jiang Xiaobai raised his hands to silence the crowd, and the courtyard fell into a hushed stillness, stirring a wave of excitement within him. "Now, I will assign some tasks." "Zhang Yinmei, present." Zhang Yinmei stepped forward from the throng. "Tomorrow, you and your 4 female comrades shall be responsible for the canned yellow peaches. We shall also select 4 male comrades." "Understood." Lu Feng's voice boomed. "Present. You will begin tomorrow with 4 individuals to gather yellow peaches from the mountains." "Understood." Lu Igua, having a background in accounting. "You will be in charge of bookkeeping." Wang Xiaojun, after you familiarize yourself with the roads and layout of the nearby villages, you will oversee sales. After assigning tasks, Jiang Xiaobai had a bite to eat before retiring early to his room, utterly exhausted from the past few days. However, The other city youths in the courtyard were wide awake, eagerly surrounding the octagonal table as they listened to Wang Xiaojun and Lu Igua recount their illustrious experiences in the county town. These are 5,000 canning jars. Do you know how much they would cost at the usual price? Each jar is 2 dimes, totaling 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan, Wang Xiaojun announced, prompting gasps of astonishment from the assembled city youths. 1,000 yuan. They have never seen such a sum in their lives, they murmured in disbelief. Comrade Wang Xiaojun, please tell us how Xiaobai managed that. We've only pulled together 100 yuan, they urged, curiosity evident in their voices. Indeed, stop teasing us, just tell us already. Everyone is eager to know, Lu Feng and Jiang Xiaobai chimed in, while others joined in the clamoring. Why the rush? This is a story that requires some telling. So, we 3 arrived at the glass factory in the county town and met old Song. Explaining our needs, Wang Xiaojun began, his narrative captivating the youth as they felt transported to the scene. When they heard of Song Weigua's initial refusal, disappointment washed over them. But when they learned of their serendipitous encounter with the gatekeeper, Uncle Wang, they erupted in applause. Finally, upon hearing that Song Weigua had agreed to sell the jars to Jiang Xiaobai at 5 cents each, with 1/3 of the payment made as a deposit, the crowd erupted into joyous cheers. In the courtyard, a group of young individuals rejoiced, while the protagonist, Jiang Xiaobai, lay on the calm, peacefully asleep. Unaware of the dreams that danced through his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 11. Commencement at the break of dawn the next day. The small courtyard buzzed with activity. By the time Jiang Xiaobai awoke, Lu Feng had already returned with several baskets of yellow peaches. The atmosphere in the courtyard was vibrant and bustling. Zhang Yanmei, adorned in an apron, was busy at work when she noticed Jiang Xiaobai had risen. She approached him, saying, Xiaobai, breakfast is ready in the kitchen. Hurry and eat. We've already finished ours. How early did you all wake up? Why didn't you call me? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. You were exhausted from your trip to the county, and you looked so peaceful in your slumber that we didn't want to disturb you. Zhang Yanmei replied with a smile, her gaze toward Jiang Xiaobai, tinged with admiration. Enough about breakfast. I want to see how you are making the canned peaches. Jiang Xiaobai stated, striding toward the makeshift production area in the courtyard. Upon entering the production room, he was met with waves of heat. Large chunks of yellow peaches were placed in white porcelain basins, awaiting the moment when the water in the pot would boil so they could be cooked. Once the water boils, I plan to cook the jars first, and then the peaches, Zhang Yanmei said. And it was then that Jiang Xiaobai noticed a pile of jars stacked in a corner. How can you work in such disarray? You need to assign tasks clearly. Who will cut the peaches, who will cook, and the adjacent room will handle boiling the jars and bottling. We must avoid a communal approach. Let effort dictate reward, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, frowning. In truth, the process of making peach preserves is quite straightforward. Cut the peaches into pieces. Simmer them with sugar in boiling water, and prepare for bottling. The steps are notably simple. Also, arrange for someone to procure some cloth. Those involved in making the canned peaches must wear hairnets and masks to ensure no hair falls into the jars. I understand the heat makes it uncomfortable, but hygiene is paramount. The environment for producing canned goods is already challenging. Neglecting sanitation could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Yanmei nodded, taking note of each point. After exiting the production room, Jiang Xiaobai waved Lu Igua over, instructing him to pull one person from the production line. He and his companions then cleared out another room to serve as a storage space for the canned goods. It's just right for the boxes that will hold the jars, maximizing our resources, Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a smile. He then asked Lu Igua to find some sturdy paper and, using a brush, inscribed the words Youth Canned Goods on it, subsequently cutting out the letters. He employed the same method to create a production date. Handing the paper to Lu Igua, he directed him to arrange for someone to paint the names and production dates on the package jars with red paint. Given the circumstances, obtaining stickers for labeling the cans was out of the question. He currently possessed a mere 7 yuan, which constituted his entire budget. By the time Jiang Xiaobai had completed his tasks, the first jar of canned peaches was nearing the final stages of production. Soon, the jars would proudly display the words Youth Canned Goods along with the production date. As he gazed at the first jar produced, a smile spread across his face. He had finally taken the first step. As Jiang Xiaobai pondered, the voice of Dog Dan echoed from outside the courtyard. Jiang Xiaobai, Huang Zhongfu requests your presence at the team office. What does he want with me? Jiang Xiaobai queried as he stepped out of the courtyard, only to find no one at the gate. Why such haste? He mused, shaking his head as he made his way to the team office. Along the way, villagers cast glances at Jiang Xiaobai, whispering amongst themselves about topics such as yellow peaches and canned goods, but he paid them no mind and proceeded directly to the office. Upon pushing open the door, he found Huang Zhongfu seated on a stool, puffing on a pipe, filling the room with a pungent aroma. Next time I visit the countryside, I'll bring you some tobacco. What are you smoking? It smells like it's on fire, Jiang Xiaobai remarked while cracking the window for ventilation. Xiaobai has arrived. Take a seat, Huang Zhongfu said, cleaning his pipe and gesturing for him to sit. All right, what do you need from me? Jiang Xiaobai inquired as he settled onto the stool. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Zhongfu asked, I hear that the urban youth are producing canned yellow peaches? Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. Would you like assistance from the villagers? It's not particularly busy in the fields at this time, and canning peaches isn't too complicated. The village women have some skills, and the men could help pick the peaches from the mountains. No need. We have sufficient manpower to manage, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Very well. The work points issue has been a concern for the village regarding you. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know, Huang Zhongfu replied. Jiang Xiaobai acknowledged him with a grunt as Huang Zhongfu turned to open a drawer, retrieving a somewhat yellowed sheet of powder paper and spreading it out on the table. The origin of this powder paper was unclear. The modern Chinese dictionary defines it as a type of white paper with one glossy side, relatively broad and semi-transparent, suitable for tracing calligraphy and paintings. However, it fails to clarify why it bears such a name. It was a unique kind of high-quality paper of that era, typically unaffordable for average households, costing 4 cents per sheet, while most people used yellowed straw paper. You have been in Jianhua team for a while now. Yet I have not properly introduced you to the surrounding situation, Huang Zhongfu said, detailing the nearby villages, their populations, and the routes leading to them. Jiang Xiaobai had dispatched someone to gather information just yesterday, so Huang Zhongfu's insights were indeed beneficial. After finishing, Huang Zhongfu rolled up the map and handed it to Jiang Xiaobai, saying, I have no further use for it. Take it. It may prove useful. Dazed, Jiang Xiaobai exited the team office, puzzled by Huang Zhongfu's intentions. It was one thing for Huang Zhongfu not to interfere with their actions, but his support was perplexing. Xiaobai. A voice called from behind as he was about to leave. Turning back, he saw a vague expression on Huang Zhongfu's face. Xiaobai. I am old and carry the weight of an entire village's livelihood. I cannot afford to take risks. If you truly manage to break through, I hope you will not forget the people of Jianhua team. After finishing his words, Huang Zhongfu waved his hand and took a deep drag from his pipe, the smoke enveloping his face in a haze that obscured his features. I understand, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. His emotions somewhat complicated as he returned to the courtyard where the urban youth resided. Upon entering, excitement surged within him once more. The courtyard bustled with activity, a stark contrast to the lifelessness of the village outside. Rows of canned goods were neatly arranged in the shade, awaiting the drying of the painted labels before being packed into boxes for storage. Chapter 12. The 5 sales teams. In the brief time Jiang Xiaobai was away, dozens of jars had already been filled, a sight that was truly pleasing to behold. He wandered through the production area, noting that everyone wore caps and masks. Satisfied, he nodded and stepped outside, retrieving the map Huang Zhongfu had given him for further examination. For the moment, he decided against venturing into the countryside. Instead, he contemplated purchasing goods directly from the villages, pondering the sales strategy. The sheer volume of canned goods could not be consumed solely by the surrounding villages. Even the nearby Xiaoma township could not accommodate them, and Jiang Xiaobai had plans for even more jars, considering the possibility of turning this endeavor into an industry. By the time night fell, the courtyard was piled high with cans, resembling a small mountain. If not for Jiang Xiaobai's intervention, Zhang Yanmei and the others would have nearly worked through the night. Upon counting, they discovered that over 500 jars of peach preserves had been produced in just one day. Yanmei, gather the women and prepare a meal. Make plenty of corn cakes, Jiang Xiaobai instructed. At 22, Zhang Yanmei was among the eldest of the urban youth, and after a day of hard work, Jiang Xiaobai noticed her methodical approach to tasks. She could efficiently organize everything with just a word from him. All right, we'll get right to it, Zhang Yanmei replied, turning to lead a group of young women away. Lu Feng, have the canned goods that are ready packed for storage, and Lu Aigua, please tally the numbers. After issuing these commands, he turned to Wang Xiaojun, who had spent the day running errands, and said, come inside and share the details of today's visits to the surrounding villages. Wang Xiaojuan's report aligned closely with what Jiang Xiaobai had learned earlier from Huang Zhongfu, giving him a clear understanding. After dinner, Jiang Xiaobai gathered everyone together and presented a map he had redrawn that afternoon, assigning tasks. Tomorrow, the women will continue canning at home. I see there are still plenty of peaches picked today. They should suffice for tomorrow. The rest of you will form pairs, each taking 20 jars. Wang Xiaojun and I will head to Shidi village, while Lu Aigua and Wang Peng go to Wenjiabao, and Lu Yuan and Debao will take another route, he explained, distributing the map among them. There would be a total of 5 teams, leaving one young man to guard the house. Listen closely, everyone. The supply and marketing cooperative sells the canned goods for 1 yuan, so we will purchase them for 70 cents. If anyone lacks cash, they can exchange equivalent food stamps, meat tickets, or even eggs and grain. 7 dimes for a can, and once the contents are consumed, the glass jar can still serve as a vessel for water. I firmly believe that with collective effort, we can surely sell them, remarked Jiang Xiaobai with a smile. All right, brother Xiaobai, you can rest assured, the crowd responded in unison, as if they could already envision the bills beckoning to them. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, the courtyard of the city youth bustled with activity, albeit with little noise. Each group of 5 was tasked with distributing a case of 100 cans, neatly arranged in sets of 20. Let us set off, exclaimed Jiang Xiaobai, his excitement mirrored by the eager crowd. He and Wang Xiaojun carried 20 cans each, their spirits high as they traversed the rural path, the morning dew dampening their trousers. Though the straight-line distance from Shidi village to Jianhua village was not great, the mountainous terrain of Jin province rendered the roads winding and steep. After an hour of walking, they finally spotted a quaint little village. The essence of rural life came alive here, with winding paths and sounds of chickens and dogs filling the air. The morning smoke from cooking fires wafted gently, enveloping the village in a dreamlike aura, painting a picturesque scene of pastoral harmony. However, Jiang Xiaobai was too preoccupied with hunger to appreciate the beauty around him. As Wang Xiaojun carried the load, they approached the village, only to be halted by an elderly man in his 70s, who looked at the unfamiliar faces with curiosity. What brings you here? He inquired. At that moment, a group of 8 or 9-year-old children appeared, accompanied by 2 scruffy little dogs, their eyes wide with curiosity as they regarded Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Xiaojun. Good sir, we hail from the neighboring Jianhua village, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a friendly demeanor. What village, you say? The old man, somewhat hard of hearing, leaned in. Jianhua village, Jiang Xiaobai repeated. Jianhua village. Are you from another world? Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily speechless, while Wang Xiaojun continued to explain. After a lengthy discussion, the old man finally understood and led Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Xiaojun into the village. Once inside, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of entrepreneurial spirit, but the thought of calling out to sell made him slightly apprehensive. Noticing a group of children surrounding him, he devised a plan. In the center of the village, on a flat patch of land, he halted. He retrieved a can of yellow peach preserves from Wang Xiaojuan's stash, and the children's eyes widened as they gazed at the glistening glass jar filled with fruit. They instinctively swallowed, their gazes fixed on Jiang Xiaobai. Would you like to taste some? He inquired, a smile gracing his face as he held up the can. Yes, we want some. The children clamored in unison. All right, Jiang Xiaobai said, unscrewing the lid of the can. Wang Xiaojun hesitated, realizing they were supposed to be selling these preserves, yet here they were, giving them away to a group of children. The bright orange-yellow peaches and the sweet syrup vanished in an instant, leaving the children no time to savor the flavor, while many others were still left wanting. Although the preserves they had made were already quite affordable, the large peach chunks meant that sharing among the numerous children was insufficient, which was precisely the effect Jiang Xiaobai intended to achieve. Several children, deprived of their share, watched enviously as a few others indulged in peach preserves, their mouths watering with anticipation. The scene teetered on the brink of chaos, nearly erupting into a scuffle. Jiang Xiaobai, keenly aware of the brewing tension, swiftly interjected. Is our peach preserve delicious? Absolutely delightful, exclaimed the fortunate few, while the others, who had yet to taste the treat, vociferously echoed their enthusiasm, their cries surpassing those of the indulged. Their gazes fixated on the expressions of those who had savored the preserves, their desire intensified. Our peach preserves are not only delectable, but once you've finished, you can also use the glass jar to drink water. I shall bestow this glass jar upon the cleverest child among you, Jiang Xiaobai declared with a grin. Were there alternative means, he would not resort to such persuasion. Yet, he bore no guilt in enticing a group of children. After all, as a youth of the 21st century, such trivialities hardly weighed on his conscience. He saw himself as a dragon hidden in the depths, awaiting his moment to soar. And if these mischievous children could assist him in any way, it was merely fortuitous for them. Moreover, they had indeed tasted the preserves. Chapter 13. Jiang Xiaobai's Marketing Tactics. I am the smartest. I am the smartest. A chorus of children clamored, each vying for the coveted title. The allure of the transparent glass jar only fueling their competition. What makes you say you're the smartest? One child challenged. My mother says I'm the smartest and the most handsome. Your mother is deceiving you. Mine says I'm the smartest. Nonsense. My mother would never lie. I am the brightest child. The dispute escalated once more among the children. Very well, I shall pose a question to test your wits. Whoever answers correctly shall be deemed the smartest, Jiang Xiaobai said with a sly grin. The children fell silent, their curiosity piqued. In the supply cooperative, a jar of preserves sells for 1 yuan. I sell my youth preserves for 70 cents. How much cheaper is my preserve compared to the cooperatives? After a moment of contemplation, one child boldly proclaimed, 30 cents. 30 cents. Echoed the others in agreement. I spoke first, one child insisted. Jiang Xiaobai, not wishing to quell their enthusiasm, awarded the glass jar to the first responder, leaving the others visibly disappointed. The envious glances directed at the fortunate child with the jar were palpable as the rest dispersed, their spirits dampened. Jiang Xiaobai observed the children scattering toward their homes, a smile gracing his face. Mama, mama, the disappointed child exclaimed upon returning home. I didn't get the glass jar. Go play. A middle-aged woman replied absently as she fed the pigs, her back turned. Though the pigs were raised for the production team, tending to them counted toward work points. Mama, I want to eat preserves. I want to be the smartest child. He cried out. Eat what preserves? Go play. If you cause any more trouble, I'll have to discipline you. The middle-aged woman casually remarked that her child, who usually fled at the sound of a scuffle, did not run this time. Instead, he declared once more, I want to eat canned food. I want to be the smartest child. Very well, when your mother goes to the commune, I shall buy it for you, so you can be the smartest child. The mother, accustomed to her usual tactics, remained unperturbed and decided to adapt her strategy. Agreeing to his request for the moment, the mischievous child had initially intended to cause a commotion for a short while, but was taken aback by his mother's acquiescence. He nearly leapt with joy and excitedly tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, No need to go to the commune. Someone has come to sell canned goods right in the village center. The mother, who had been feeding the pigs, momentarily froze. You little rascal, she thought, preparing to unleash her ultimate tactic to teach him a lesson. Yet the child continued, Indeed, it's even 3 dimes cheaper than what the supply and marketing cooperative sells. How do you know the canned goods are 3 dimes cheaper? The mother, who had raised her hand in disbelief, lowered it again, perplexed. 3 dimes was not a trivial amount in those rural times, unlike the future when a yuan could fall to the ground without anyone bothering to pick it up. Truly, that young man from the city said a jar of canned peaches costs only 70 cents. They taste delightful, and the transparent glass jars are exquisite. Far prettier than our white porcelain jars. The child chattered incessantly as he led his mother toward the village center. This scenario was not isolated. Many mischievous children returned home with similar news, bringing their elders along to the village center. It was not the children's antics that attracted the adults. In those times, children were not spoiled as they are in later generations. Disobedient children could be swiftly corrected with a good spanking. What drew the villagers was the fact that Jiang Xiaobai's canned goods were 3 dimes cheaper than those at the cooperative. Observing the throngs gathering in the village, Wang Xiaojun looked at Jiang Xiaobai with a sense of admiration. Such a simple idea, why hadn't he thought of it? However, Wang Xiaojun also felt a tinge of anxiety. If it came to a fight, he would not hesitate, yet selling goods was a first for him, and he felt a mixture of hope and trepidation. Comrade, are your canned goods really only 70 cents? As the crowd grew denser, someone finally could not contain their curiosity. Yes, we are the youth from Jianhua village. We are impoverished and sell canned goods to fill our bellies. Not only do we sell them for 70 cents, but we also accept the same grains or eggs. And even food coupons, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. The villagers nodded in agreement, aware of Jianhua village's plight, where poverty had nearly rendered them unable to provide for their families, and the young women from surrounding villages showed little interest in marrying into Jianhua. These canned goods look quite appealing. Indeed, and they are 3 dimes cheaper than those at the cooperative. Yes, 3 dimes is quite a saving. The villagers from Shidi were increasingly drawn to the scene, and discussions swirled among the crowd. Many were tempted, yet no one was making a purchase. Wang Xiaojun observed the villagers repeatedly extolling the affordability and deliciousness of the youth's canned goods, speaking until their throats were parched, yet still no one bought. As the crowd continued to swell, many individuals, drawn by the commotion surrounding a gathering, hastily abandoned their household chores to investigate. In a village typically devoid of excitement, curiosity compelled them to take a look. A jar of canned goods was priced at 70 cents, with the first vendor offering them at 60 cents. Observing the animated discussions among the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai loudly declared his intent, recognizing that what people needed at this moment was a leader to guide them. "I would like 2 jars of canned goods," he announced. The first to respond was a middle-aged woman, interrupted while feeding pigs by her unruly children, who had been brought to the scene. This year, her brother was getting married, and she was uncertain about what to bring when visiting relatives during the Lunar New Year. The youth's canned goods were 3 cents cheaper than those sold at the supply cooperative, priced at 70 cents. And with the first purchase offering an additional discount of 10 cents, Jiang Xiaobai's words had hardly left his lips when she expressed her desire to buy. "All right, dear sister. Here are your cans. Will you be paying with cash or exchanging grain tickets?" Jiang Xiaobai grinned as he handed her 2 jars of canned goods. "I will pay in cash." The middle-aged woman cautiously opened her pocket, retrieving a handful of coins and meticulously counting out $1.03 to hand to Jiang Xiaobai. Upon receiving the money, Jiang Xiaobai returned 10 cents, explaining, "When purchasing 2 jars, you benefit from an additional discount, so it only costs you $1.20. The onlookers, already eager to try the canned goods after witnessing the woman lead the way, could hardly contain themselves upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words. "Give me 2 jars of canned goods. I will exchange grain tickets." "Certainly, please keep your change." Jiang Xiaobai handed over 2 jars. "I'll take 2 as well, and I'll pay." Shidi village was considerably more prosperous than Jianhua village, with a day's labor earning approximately 70 to 80 cents, and in favorable years, up to 90 cents. This meant that for families with 2 or 3 laborers, earning around $2 a day made the 70-cent canned goods affordable. "All right, that will be $1.50. Here is your 2 dimes. I want 2 jars, one with cash and one with grain tickets. I'm preparing for a matchmaking event. Bringing our youth's canned goods to a matchmaking session will surely lead to success. You'll bring home a beautiful bride." Jiang Xiaobai chimed in as he busily attended to the transactions. "Today, we have only brought 20 jars. It's first come, first served." The more Jiang Xiaobai encouraged this sentiment, the more crowded the area became. After an hour and a half of spectatorship, it took merely 20 minutes from the moment the first middle-aged woman purchased until the last jar was sold. "We truly have run out today, but we will return tomorrow." Without a doubt, Jiang Xiaobai assured the lingering crowd, reluctant to disperse after missing their chance to buy. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Jiang Xiaobai began to organize the day's earnings with an exuberant Wang Xiaojun, eagerly awaiting those who would exchange grain for canned goods. Meanwhile, at that moment, for other groups were also exploring various methods to penetrate the market. Let us tentatively refer to it as a market. Lu Aigua and Wang Peng encountered the urban youth of Wenjiazwang, subsequently facilitating the market access for the region. Upon their arrival, Lu Yuan and Debao presented a jar of canned goods to the village secretary, triggering a frenzy among the villagers for the meager offerings of 10 yuan. 1 pound of meat tickets, 5 pounds of flour, and 2 pounds of grain tickets. Wang Xiaojun exclaimed exuberantly. 20 jars of canned goods exchanged for approximately 12 yuan's worth of items. Yet, the cost of production was a mere 5 cents per jar, totaling only 1 yuan for 20 jars, yielding an astronomical profit margin. Wang Xiaojun neglected to account for labor costs and the price of peaches. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the 5,000 jars still at home. At 70 cents per jar, that amounted to an astonishing sum of 3,500 yuan. My heavens! He had never encountered, nor even heard of anyone possessing such wealth. Jiang Xiaobai maintained a nonchalant facade, though internally he reveled in the prospect. Selling all 5,000 jars to earn 3,500 yuan would not evoke such excitement. While 3,500 yuan represented a substantial sum in the present, it would merely constitute less than a month's salary for an ordinary person in future times. His exhilaration stemmed from finally making a significant stride in this era. On the return journey, Wang Xiaojun, brimming with excitement, regarded Jiang Xiaobai with admiration, envisioning a future of comfort and indulgence by following him. Jiang Xiaobai patted Wang Xiaojun on the shoulder, proclaiming, through thick and thin, "Just say the word, Brother Xiaobai." Wang Xiaojun was utterly captivated by Jiang Xiaobai's charisma. By the time they returned to Jianhua village, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Despite having only a cornmeal cake to nibble on, they felt no hunger. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang Yanmei and her companions surrounded them, their anxious glances betraying their unease. Although they uttered not a word, their trembling hands and feet spoke volumes. The livelihoods of over a dozen individuals depended on that meager sum of over 100 yuan. Now, they were all entrusting their fate to Jiang Xiaobai's canned goods. Should the sales fail, it would signify a year of hunger looming ahead. Wang Xiaojun cleared his throat, preparing to feign indifference, but Jiang Xiaobai, glancing at Zhang Yanmei and the others, nodded vigorously in affirmation. 20 jars of canned goods in exchange for 10 yuan, 1 pound of meat tickets, 5 pounds of flour, and 2 pounds of grain tickets. With a smile, Jiang Xiaobai produced 10 yuan and several grain tickets from his pocket, while Wang Xiaojun unveiled the 5 pounds of flour concealed beneath a cloth on his shoulder. "Ah!" Zhang Yanmei exclaimed, excitement flooding her face as she rushed into Jiang Xiaobai's arms, followed by 2 other young women who joyously embraced him. Only Li Siyan stood blushing in place, her hands itching to join in the embrace, yet she restrained herself. In that moment, Jiang Xiaobai found himself enveloped in warmth and admiration, feeling somewhat euphoric. "Ah!" Wang Xiaojun cried out in jealousy, "Am I not deserving of recognition?" Yet, his outburst went unnoticed, as his own excitement overshadowed any feelings of envy. After selling the canned goods in Shidi village, he was overjoyed upon tallying the accounts. Initially, he intended to share this excitement with Jiang Xiaobai, yet Jiang remained indifferent. At last, he had discovered a kindred spirit. Was it not natural to feel exhilarated after earning such a sum? Individuals like Jiang Xiaobai were anomalies. He resolved not to emulate him. Wang Xiaojun thought to himself, smirking, as he continued to celebrate and release his exuberance. Various shouts reverberated throughout the youth courtyard until, after a considerable time, the crowd finally settled down. Jiang Xiaobai handed over the grain coupons and white flour to Zhang Yanmei and dispatched someone to the Rural Supply and Marketing Cooperative to purchase meat while he retreated to his room for a rest. Rising early in the morning and returning in the afternoon after traversing such rugged paths, Jiang Xiaobai, having returned from the 21st century, lacked the fortitude of those from this era. He lay down on the Kong and swiftly fell into slumber. In his dreams, he faintly heard cheers emanating from the courtyard. Upon awakening, he discovered that night had fully descended and the courtyard lights illuminated once again. Wang Xiaojun had been waiting outside the house. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai emerge, he exclaimed, "Brother Xiaobai has awakened." The once noisy courtyard fell silent, and Lu Aigua, Wang Peng, Lu Yuan, and Dabao, among other urban youths, hurriedly gathered around. Observing the uncontainable excitement etched upon their faces and the smiles dancing at their lips, Jiang Xiaobai surmised that they must have had a bountiful day. Indeed, Lu Aigua was the first to produce money from his pocket, extending it towards Jiang Xiaobai as he spoke. 20 bottles of canned goods sold for 12 yuan, exchanged for a pound of meat coupons and several pounds of grain, which have been stored in the granary. Here is the money and meat coupons. Brother Xiaobai, we too sold all 20 bottles of canned goods, fetching 13 yuan. Lu Yuan chimed in, producing his own share. Very well, let us sit down and discuss, Jiang Xiaobai replied, his face adorned with a broad smile, pleased to see talent among the urban youths. A group of individuals gathered around the table in the courtyard, the incandescent light hanging overhead casting a warm yellow glow that attracted a flurry of moths. Chapter 15. The accountant. I shall not take any money for myself. I will entrust it all to Lu Aigua. From now on, Lu Aigua shall refrain from purchasing canned goods and serve as our accountant, responsible for maintaining the accounts. Starting today, every expense must be recorded, Jiang Xiaobai declared, intending to establish order. Otherwise, management would become increasingly arduous in the future. Agreed. It is essential to have someone to keep the accounts. If our earnings increase, we shall lose track. The others nodded in agreement. However, when Jiang Xiaobai turned to Lu Aigua, he noticed a look of distress on his face. I. Lu Aigua stammered. Speak your mind. Brother Xiaobai, I would prefer to continue purchasing canned goods rather than stay at home keeping accounts. I enjoy the thrill of buying canned goods, Lu Igua confessed in one breath. Visibly relieved. Today, surrounded by the group while buying canned goods, he felt an exhilarating satisfaction as he watched the cans leave his hands. Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of frustration. While Lu Igua was indeed quite articulate, he recognized the necessity of an accountant. Is there anyone else who can keep the accounts? Jiang Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings, finding no one responding. Just as he was about to persuade Lu Igua, a soft voice emerged. How about I give it a try? Jiang Xiaobai swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and, somewhat puzzled, followed the direction of the voice to locate its owner. The others at the table also turned their gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai. The speaker was Li Siyan, and as the attention of the group converged on her, a faint blush crept over her cheeks, rendered soft and delicate by the ambient light, lending her an air of modest charm. Are you sure you can manage? Jiang Xiaobai expressed his skepticism. I can manage a little, Li Siyan replied, though a hint of shyness colored her voice. Everyone has been quite busy these past days. And while my contributions may be minimal, we are all part of the same collective. It doesn't sit well with me to reap equal benefits without offering something in return. So I would like to seize this opportunity to contribute. Very well, then. Let us give it a shot. You can take charge of the funds, Jiang Xiaobai said casually, albeit still harboring some doubt. However, even if there are any discrepancies, it wouldn't be a significant loss. Li Siyan sensed the skepticism in his words and pouted slightly in displeasure, but chose not to comment further. She took a pen and notebook and settled at the table. Once everyone had reported their progress, it was revealed that they had completely sold out of the 100 jars of canned goods, earning a total of 55 yuan, which was exchanged for 4 kilograms of meat tickets, 5 kilograms of flour, and over 10 kilograms of additional flour. Upon tallying the profits, the group was filled with excitement. Their initial capital was merely 100 yuan, yet they had managed to generate 55 yuan in just one day, recovering more than half of their investment. Excluding the value of the meat tickets and grain. Brother Xiaobai, today we only managed to produce 200 jars of canned goods due to the low turnout. And we are running low on red paint and sugar, the person selling the cans reported. Zhang Yanmei then chimed in to share the achievements of the young women at home, indicating their diligent efforts as well. Jiang Xiaobai nodded with a smile. Wang Peng. Tomorrow you will go to the Rural Supply Cooperative to purchase red paint and sugar. Buy in abundance. If the town's cooperative is insufficient, take a trip to the county. Afterward, go up the mountain to pick yellow peaches. Rest assured, Brother Xiaobai, I will handle it impeccably, Wang Peng replied confidently. He was a northeastern man, rugged in appearance, yet not the eldest among them. He spoke with a forthrightness that was characteristic, often saying, if you need anything, just find me. I'm reliable. After addressing Wang Peng, Jiang Xiaobai turned to Lu Igua. Do you have any issues selling the canned goods tomorrow? No issues at all, Lu Igua replied promptly. Good. We will continue to divide into 5 groups to sell the cans tomorrow. I observed that among the nearby villages, Jianhua village is the poorest or perhaps the most impoverished in the Shama commune, while the purchasing power of the other villages appears to be relatively decent. Jiang Xiaobai analyzed the situation, and although the others might not fully grasp the concept of purchasing power, they understood the general implications. Meanwhile, Li Siyan, clutching the ledger, listened intently as Jiang Xiaobai articulated various professional terms, her eyes shimmering with a hint of intrigue. Tomorrow, each sales team shall bring along 50 cans, while also offering some enticing discounts, such as a slight reduction for purchasing 2 cans at once and a more substantial discount for 4. The aim is to stimulate customer consumption. After arranging the tasks for the following day, Jiang Xiaobai prepared a meal. Although a pound of pork may not suffice for everyone to indulge freely, it would certainly satisfy their cravings. As Jiang Xiaobai savored the meal with unabashed delight, he extolled Zhang Yanmei's culinary skills, stating, let us enjoy the meat and flour we have exchanged. Do not hesitate to indulge. We shall refrain from distributing the money just yet, as it will serve as our working capital. However, from now on, we must ensure that every meal includes meat. Zhang Yanmei, please prepare some scallion pancakes with the flour for the sales team's lunch, so that our comrades do not have to endure dry cornmeal cakes every day. The group at the table erupted in approval, with Wang Peng, cheeks stuffed with food, managing to give Jiang Xiaobai a thumbs up. In truth, Jiang Xiaobai was struggling. There were no milling machines available, and in the countryside, grain was ground by oxen pulling heavy stones, resulting in a product far inferior to the cornmeal porridge of later times. Consuming cornmeal porridge was already harsh on the throat, let alone the dry cornmeal cakes. Naturally, poorer families could not afford to eat freely. The laborers at home had to be fed first. The pork stew with vermicelli, made from somewhat yellowed flour, may not have appeared impressive, but Jiang Xiaobai believed that the noodles crafted from flour at that time possessed far greater resilience than those of later years. For 15 people, 5 pounds of flour yielded noodles that were completely consumed. This was the first time everyone had eaten until satisfied. Villagers passing by the youth courtyard shook their heads in resignation, lamenting, "These young people just cannot help themselves. They have no sense of frugality. If they continue spending like this, they will soon find themselves in dire straits. We shall see how they cope then." After the meal, the weary group retired early, and the next day, the 5 sales teams set out early once more. Unlike the first day, when Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Xiaojun arrived at Shidi village, there were already people waiting. The process of greeting was thus spared, and in less than 2 hours, all 50 cans were sold out, with those hurrying back to Jianhua village for lunch. Chapter 16. Dogden's eloquence. 50 cans exchange for over 30 yuan and some grain and meat tickets. With the success of the previous day, although today's earnings were triple those of yesterday, Wang Xiaojun remained notably calmer. By mid-afternoon, most of the other sales teams returned, all with bountiful rewards. Upon reporting, they revealed a total profit of 153 yuan, along with 4 pounds of meat tickets and 10 pounds of flour. Combined with yesterday's earnings, the total had surpassed 200 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai dispatched someone to the town to purchase wine and sell meat, while he inquired about the detailed sales results from each village. After a brief conversation, Jiang Xiaobai realized that although each of the nearby villages had purchased 70 jars of canned goods, many families took advantage of promotional offers and bought 2, 3, or even 4 jars at a time. The market had yet to reach saturation, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to decide to revisit these villages the following day. After 3 or 4 days, sales in these villages had dwindled, leading Jiang Xiaobai to strategize new locations for selling the canned goods. However, this time, the villages were considerably farther away, with even the nearer ones requiring a 2-hour journey. The modestly sized, well-informed canned goods factory maintained a daily production output of 300 jars, slightly exceeding the sales volume of the 5 sales teams. Over the course of more than 10 days, profits had surged to over 1,500 yuan, and a substantial amount of meat tickets, grain tickets, and grains had also been exchanged. More than half of the jars had been utilized, leaving approximately 2,000 remaining. Jiang Xiaobai was already preparing for a trip to the glass factory in the county, both to settle the previous batch's payment and to place an order for the remaining 15,000 jars. As Jiang Xiaobai was deep in thought, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Soon after, Lu Yuan and Wang Gang entered, carrying large chunks of pork in various bags, followed by several curious villagers. "My goodness, how long will this much pork last?" a middle-aged woman exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy as she gazed at the sizable piece of meat in Lu Yuan's hands. "Sister Zhang, there are 15 of us, and this is only 5 pounds of pork. It won't last long," Lu Yuan replied, cheerfully patting the meat. "Indeed, in summer, meat spoils quickly. We didn't dare to buy too much," Wang Gang chimed in, the bottles of erguo he was carrying clinking together, ensuring they caught everyone's attention. Sure enough, someone in the crowd noticed. Dogdan quietly swallowed and remarked, "Those 5 bottles of erguo can't be cheap. They must cost nearly 10 yuan each." "Yes, it's 1.8 yuan a bottle, so less than 10 yuan, Lu Yuan confirmed. "Why buy so much sugar at once? It'll melt in the summer," another villager questioned. "Don't worry. With so many people, it will be consumed quickly. If worst comes to worst, we'll just make sugar water," Lu Igua added as he emerged from the house, boasting, nearly provoking the group of aunties to retaliate. "How can you boast about making sugar water? That's a bit much," Jiang Xiaobai thought, unable to suppress a frown, followed by a bitter smile. In such a close-knit village, it was nearly impossible to keep secrets. The villagers only approached him after more than 10 days, thanks to the previous altercation that had deterred them from visiting his small courtyard. However, as time passed and news of the booming canned goods sales spread, it became increasingly difficult to conceal the truth. "Uncle Li, Aunt Zhang, is there something you need?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired slowly. "Well, Xiaobai," it's a bit awkward for Dogdan to say, but Aunt Zhang began. "You see, the fields aren't busy right now. We thought we might come to lend a hand." Aunt Zhang, known for her sharp tongue in Jianhua village, had previously made headlines by confronting a bully for 3 consecutive days in front of their home. After cursing at the relatives of the other party until they were left breathless, they only returned home after offering their apologies. Jiang Xiaobai listened with a smile as Aunt Zhang finished her words, then spoke up. Aunt Zhang, we are currently able to manage on our own, so there is no need for assistance. It is naive to think that one can take advantage of me, Jiang Xiaobai. When Jiang Xiaobai and the others were forced to account for half a work point daily, he understood the village's hardships but harbored grievances. Now that he had found prosperity, he would not allow them to reap the benefits without effort. Xiaobai, I know you have complaints about the work points, but the village truly has no other options. Just visit Aunt Lu's house at the village head. She has 7 children, and during the lean season, her family is left emaciated with hunger. This past spring, Aunt Zhang's eldest son went to the mountains to gather grass and fainted from starvation. Had the villagers not found him in time, he would have perished. Our Jianhua village is rich in mountains, but poor in land, leaving us with no alternatives. As Godan spoke, Lu Yuan, Lu Aigua, and others fell silent, their hostility towards him diminishing. In such dire circumstances, the village still promised you half a work point, didn't it? You earn work points without the burden of supporting a family. It should suffice for your living expenses. If we were to provide more, who knows how many families would face starvation next year? Jiang Xiaobai, Lu Aigua, Wang Gang, and Godan, each one of you is named. If you harbor resentment, direct it towards me. It was I who proposed the half work point arrangement, and it was I who fought with you. If it means saving a few lives next year, you may beat me to your heart's content, and I would still not regret it. After Godan finished speaking, Lu Aigua and Lu Yuan lowered their heads in shame, and the villagers around them gazed at Godan with gratitude. Jiang Xiaobai, however, was astonished. Despite the unimpressive name Godan bore, he was quite adept at persuading others. We are newcomers and initially unaware of the village's circumstances, but having heard your words, I understand now. We shall accept the half work point and strive for self-sufficiency. If it comes to that, we shall forego the work points entirely. We are young and capable, and we will not starve. Uncle Li, rest assured, we will not cause trouble for the village. If the village is overwhelmed during the busy farming season, just give us a heads up, and we, 15 city youths, will lend our assistance without hesitation. If any family in the village is in need, just say the word, and we will surely help. Jiang Xiaobai spoke with genuine emotion. Though he had returned from the 21st century, he was no stranger to the ways of the world. Aunt Lu's family has many children and faces hardships. Just mention it, and I will remember. I promise that during next spring's lean season, if we have enough to eat, Aunt Lu's family will too. If necessary, we 15 city youths will beg if it means ensuring that no one from Aunt Lu's family starves. Chapter 17. The Stubborn Old Man. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, the youth's courtyard fell silent. Godan's gaze kept shifting towards Jiang Xiaobai, unsure whether it was due to having spoken too much in one breath or from excitement. As his chest rose and fell wildly, Lu Aigua, please fetch a jar of canned goods for Aunt Zhang and her family, so they can take it back. All present today are witnesses. I, Jiang Xiaobai, speak with utmost sincerity and will never go back on my word. We, the youth of the city, shall never bring trouble to the village. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he turned and returned indoors. Following Lu Aigua's distribution of a jar of canned goods to each person, the crowd gradually dispersed. Dogdan's face shifted through shades of blue and red before he also turned to leave. Once Dogdan had departed, Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment and instructed Lu Aigua, go. Summon everyone into the house. Soon, the city youths gathered inside, filling the room with 15 individuals, yet maintaining a respectful silence, all eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaobai. Addressing them, he began, everyone witnessed today's events. With such a commotion, it is inevitable for a village to catch wind of our success. When fortunes rise and lives improve, envy is an expected response. However, we must guard the avenues to our hard-earned prosperity. We are currently enjoying the fruits of our labor, indulging in meat and wine. This comes from the risks we took, knowing full well the consequences of failure could lead us to beg for sustenance. We have only 100 yuan among us, and after paying the deposit for the canned goods, we are left with just over 10 yuan. I wonder if you recall how the villagers spoke of us back then, a bunch of wastrels, eagerly awaiting our downfall. Now that they see us thriving, they wish to join in, yet where were they when we struggled? As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the group, previously bewildered by the accountant Dogdan's words, began to grasp the situation. Ah, now I understand. That scoundrel had me fooled, Lu Yuan exclaimed bitterly. From now on, We must ensure that rascal does not enter our courtyard. Indeed, that accountant is utterly untrustworthy. I almost fell for his tricks, Zhang Yinmei added, her eyes reddening. Had there not been so many people around earlier, she would have urged Jiang Xiaobai to reconsider. Rest assured, we will not allow that old fool to deceive us again, Wang Peng declared, glaring. Well, their disturbance today is a blessing in disguise, serving as a timely reminder to stay vigilant. Some plans must be expedited, Jiang Xiaobai contemplated. Recent days had been smooth sailing, nearly causing him to forget the realities of this era. It was crucial to remain cautious. Starting tomorrow, the sales group will temporarily halt operations. Everyone will focus on canning production. If those 2 production workshops are insufficient, we shall convert 2 more rooms. The men can squeeze together. In the heat of summer, we can sleep on cool mats in the courtyard at night. Lu Igua and I will head to the county tomorrow to retrieve the remaining jars. With that, the group dispersed, taking advantage of the remaining daylight. Some began rearranging the rooms. As life improved, Jiang Xiaobai's stature grew increasingly respected. Initially, the villagers regarded Jiang Xiaobai highly due to the many youths from the Jin province launching factory among them. And the camaraderie with Wang Xiaojun and his peers further solidified their support. Now, Jiang Xiaobai has completely won everyone's hearts with his recent performance, prompting a rush among them to clear out the rooms upon his request. Early the next morning, before dawn, Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Igua set off. This time with scallion pancakes, a far more delightful choice than the corn cakes they had previously endured. Upon reaching the town, Jiang Xiaobai instructed Lu Igua to sell 2 packs of cigarettes and a few bottles of liquor before they boarded the bus to the county. This journey was slightly quicker than the last, yet they arrived in the county by noon. Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Igua hurried to the county glass factory, where they found the factory gates ajar and groups of workers streaming out, clad in drab work uniforms that would not have passed muster in later years. These workers walked with an air of pride. In that moment, the workers exuded a sense of accomplishment. It was a point of pride for any family whose child worked at the factory, and they would proudly announce their connections. All right, no more running. We have missed the morning shift. Jiang Xiaobai paused, catching his breath. Why are you 2 here? Have you eaten? It's already lunchtime, Mr. Wang, the gatekeeper noticed Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Igua as he prepared to leave for the day. He remembered Jiang Xiaobai well from their last encounter. Mr. Wang, our village is quite a distance from the county, Jiang Xiaobai replied, taking 2 bottles of liquor and cigarettes from Lu Igua's hands. With a smile, he continued. Thanks to you, we were able to resolve the matter last time, so I brought these 2 bottles of liquor to share with you. Mr. Wang's eyes widened as he looked at the bottles, involuntarily swallowing as he was a man who cherished his drink. Though he worked at the factory, his wages were modest. Just enough for him and his wife to live comfortably, and his daughters had married well, relieving him of any worries on that front. However, his youngest son, who remained unsteady in life, had yet to find a wife, necessitating some financial support from him. Thus, aside from household expenses, little remained from his earnings, and he could only indulge in a drink during festive occasions. Oh no, this is too generous, Mr. Wang protested insincerely. Mr. Wang, this is our token of respect for you. Please accept it, Jiang Xiaobai insisted, handing the gifts to Mr. Wang, not out of necessity, but from sincere gratitude. Had it not been for Mr. Wang's advice, he might still be struggling to find a canning jar, let alone sell canned goods. All right, you 2 must not have eaten yet. Come home with me for a meal. We can discuss matters in the afternoon, Mr. Wang said, taking the items and looking at Jiang Xiaobai with newfound warmth. The bonds between people often grow from such exchanges, a reciprocal relationship that deepens over time. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was about to decline, Mr. Wang interrupted him. My home is not far. A meal will not hinder your business. If you refuse, it would be an insult to me, and I shall have to return these to you, Mr. Wang exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in feigned seriousness as he prepared to hand back the gifts. Taken aback by the old man's stubbornness, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them made their way towards Mr. Wang's home. Chapter 18. Speculation and Profiteering. Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Igua followed Old Wang as they made their way toward the county, entering the bustling county town. A vast sea of gray enveloped them, occasionally interrupted by the sight of a few cyclists, their green canvas bags slung across their shoulders, eliciting envious glances from passers-by. As they walked past several factories, the sounds of revolutionary songs and broadcasts emanated from loudspeakers within, filling the air. The attire of the era was predominantly gray and green. Few dared to don bright colors, and even fewer possessed garments in vivid hues. The green building adorned with a white wooden sign declaring supply and marketing cooperative was perpetually the liveliest spot in the county. "Igua, go get a pound of pork. Make sure it's fatty," Jiang Xiaobai said, as at that time, people preferred the richness of fatty meat over lean, believing it to be more satisfying. Just as Old Wang was about to refuse, Jiang Xiaobai interjected, and ultimately, Old Wang accompanied Lu Igua into the cooperative. Without Old Wang, it would be nearly impossible to procure meat, especially the coveted fatty cuts. To obtain a generous portion of fat, one needed to be acquainted with someone at the cooperative, often having to drop hints the day before to reserve a piece for the following day. During this time, the adage "the customer is king" held little weight. Whether working at the cooperative or other state-run establishments such as restaurants and hotels, service staff were akin to dignitaries. Their business thrived on exclusivity, and staff members were on the payroll, rendering them indifferent to customers. If one was willing to wait, they could be served, but if not, it was no skin off their nose. Before long, Lu Igua and Old Wang emerged from the cooperative, with Lu Igua proudly carrying a sizable piece of pork, mostly fat, brimming with excitement. Observing the queue outside the cooperative, Jiang Xiaobai curiously inquired of Old Wang, "Do you know someone at the cooperative? You've managed to acquire meat so swiftly, and predominantly fatty cuts at that." "Indeed, my eldest daughter works there. If you ever require assistance, feel free to reach out to me," Old Wang replied, a hint of pride in his voice. After completing their shopping, the trio continued toward Old Wang's home. However, as they walked, Jiang Xiaobai felt an unsettling familiarity with the path. How could this place seem so known to him? He had only visited the county twice before, and this was his first trip to Old Wang's residence. Pondering to himself, Jiang Xiaobai found himself puzzled, a sentiment echoed by Lu Igua. "Ah, here we are. Just down this alley," Old Wang announced. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly realized this was the very place where he had brought Wang Xiaojun and Lu Igua to confront Director Song of the glass factory sales department. No wonder it felt so familiar. "Old Wang, you live next to Director Song, don't you?" "Same alley," Jiang Xiaobai casually remarked, to which Old Wang neither confirmed nor denied. "Old Wang, you're off work. Who are these fine young lads?" A voice called out. "Relatives from afar. Have you eaten yet?" "Just finished work, Old Wang. I saw your second son-in-law return. He truly is a dutiful son-in-law, like having half a son. Others are indeed honest. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted my daughter to him." Upon entering the alley, a multitude of individuals greeted Old Wang, engaging in trivial, familial matters. Curiosity arose among some regarding the identities of Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Igua, who accompanied Old Wang. The Wang family resided at the innermost part of the alley. As they stepped into the courtyard, Old Wang called out to the house, "Lao Zhang, we have guests. Please prepare a little extra food." A woman with slightly graying hair responded and emerged from the house, greeting Jiang Xiaobai. "This is Jiang Xiaobai, the one I mentioned before who bought tin cans from the factory, and this is her friend Lu Igua." Old Wang introduced them to his wife. "Come, fry up the meat. Today I intend to enjoy a few drinks with Xiaobai," he said with a hint of excitement. "Auntie, I apologize for the trouble," Jiang Xiaobai remarked. "Oh, dear, don't be so polite. Just treat it like your own home," Aunt Zhang replied, turning to head into the kitchen. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Xiaobai detected a peculiar odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. Curiosity piqued within her. During these times, families scarcely had enough to eat. How could eggs be spoiled and left uneaten? As it was her first visit, she hesitated to inquire about it. Meanwhile, Old Wang, guiding the two into the house, explained, "I apologize for the inconvenience. This is from my youngest son, who brought back eggs from the countryside to exchange for grain, but he couldn't make the trade, so they all ended up smashed in his hands. That boy has never been easy to manage." On his first day of school, the teacher awarded little red flowers to the well-behaved students. While others received them, he did not. When I asked him why, he replied, "Dad, I should have received one. I sit in the last row, and by the time it got to me, they were all gone." The next day, when he returned without a flower, I asked again, "Why didn't you get a flower, son?" Without a moment's thought, he retorted, "Dad, do you even need to ask? I was sitting in the same spot as yesterday, and when it came to me, they were already finished." Not believing him, I inquired with the teacher, who explained, "This child fights during recess and talks during class." Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Igua remained silent as Old Wang continued to recount tales of his son. Listening to his words, Jiang Xiaobai grew curious about the son she had yet to meet. The tales of childhood were one thing, but at this moment, to take a step forward in business was a rare endeavor. Essentially, anyone who could persevere and maintain a modicum of fortune could achieve prosperity. As they conversed, the three entered the main room, which held nothing more than a simple cabinet and a set of furniture that had long lost its original hue. "It's a bit messy here. Please make yourselves comfortable," Old Wang gestured, pouring water for Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua. However, both of them were captivated by a pile of bicycle parts and a half-assembled bicycle in the corner of the room. Chapter 19. Astonishment. "This is a bicycle. Old Wang, you truly are a hidden gem," exclaimed Lu Aigua, moving closer to the half-finished bicycle. Jiang Xiaobai, however, was not as exhilarated as Lu Aigua. A bicycle, although desired, was a relic from a bygone era. It was not merely a matter of lacking the funds to purchase one, even if he possessed the means. Acquiring a bicycle ticket was an insurmountable hurdle. Old Wang chuckled as he placed 2 cups of water on the table, explaining to Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua, "You see, I am quite adept at repairing bicycles. Many individuals who cannot obtain a bicycle ticket are eager to acquire a bike. So they buy the necessary parts with cash and come to me to assemble one." In the era of planned economy, numerous items could not be procured simply by having money. One needed quotas and tickets to purchase them. Yet, within this system, there always existed loopholes to exploit, showcasing the ingenuity of the common folk. While bicycle purchases required tickets, the parts for repairing a bicycle did not. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he listened. The 2-hour trek from the village to the township was an immense waste of time, especially as the sales of canned goods flourished, expanding their reach and distance. Having a few bicycles would undoubtedly save considerable effort. Just as he was about to inquire further, a man's voice resonated from the courtyard. "Dad, Mom, Zhao Zhao and I have brought the child back," announced a man as he pushed the door open. Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua were momentarily taken aback by the newcomer. The man also paused upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, but the little boy in his grasp leaped into Old Wang's arms, exclaiming, "Grandpa." Old Wang embraced the child, his expression radiating fondness. "Ah, no wonder the road felt familiar on my way here. I thought Lao Song from the sales department and Old Wang were neighbors. But it turns out he is my son-in-law." Jiang Xiaobai finally comprehended the situation. "Since we are already acquainted, no introductions are necessary. Weigua, why don't you introduce Jiao Jiao to them?" Old Wang said, contentedly cradling his grandson. Song Weigua briefly introduced his wife, Wang Jiao Jiao, to Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua, who politely greeted them before turning to assist in the kitchen. "Comrade Xiaobai, how are your canned goods coming along?" Song Weigua casually inquired as he took a seat. "Quite well. We are here to settle the remaining payment for those 5,000 cans. It was fortuitous that we arrived just as Old Wang finished work, so we decided to come by for a meal," Jiang Xiaobai explained. "Settle the remaining payment? Isn't it a bit early? Didn't we agree on 3 months? You needn't rush if you have the funds now," Song Weigua chuckled, not probing into how Jiang Xiaobai had acquired the money, considering the harvest had yet to be collected in their village. They were all astute individuals, understanding that it was unnecessary to pry too deeply, especially since conducting business during this time was still considered somewhat taboo. "In fact, we are not only here to settle the payment, but also to order the remaining cans from the factory," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. "Since we've met here, discussing matters in person often proves more effective than in the office." As Song Weigua listened to Jiang Xiaobai's words, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. The last time Jiang Xiaobai visited, he likely had no more than 100 yuan on him. Now, merely half a month later, he was not only required to settle the remaining balance, but also to place an order for an additional 15,000 cans. It is worth noting that clearing the previous balance alone demanded 167 yuan, while the deposit for the remaining 15,000 cans, amounting to 1/3 of the total, would cost another 250 yuan, bringing the total to over 400 yuan. Over 400 yuan. In the countryside, and even in the county town, his monthly salary barely exceeded 50 yuan. After covering daily expenses, he could save only a little over 100 yuan in a year. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai managed to amass such a sum in just half a month. The figure he had calculated represented merely a fraction of Jiang Xiaobai's total worth. And even that was astonishing enough. If he were to learn that this amount constituted less than a quarter of Jiang Xiaobai's profits over the last half month, he could only imagine the extent of his astonishment. "Yes, we will settle the balance and pay 1/3 of the deposit for the 15,000 cans, Jiang Xiaobai affirmed. Very well. After we finish our meal, we shall return to the factory to make arrangements. Song Weigua managed to compose himself, though his gaze remained filled with uncontainable surprise. Indeed, while it was a time of profitable business, success was not guaranteed for everyone. His brother-in-law in the countryside had collected numerous eggs, only to find himself unable to sell them, leaving him in a dire predicament, much to the chagrin of his father-in-law, old Wang. Moreover, engaging in business did not ensure that one could earn such a substantial amount in just half a month. Just as Song Weigua pondered these thoughts, a young man in his 20s pushed open the door. He wore a somewhat yellowed shirt and green trousers, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he entered. Upon spotting the unfamiliar faces of Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua, Wang Chao hesitated momentarily before glancing at his father. This is Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua, educated youth from the Jianhua Brigade of the Shama Commune. Old Wang struggled to introduce them. Wang Chao was taken aback. He initially thought they might be distant relatives, only to discover they were two urban youths from Jianhua village, hardly relevant to his family. Hello, I am Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai greeted with a smile. Genuinely intrigued by Wang Chao, few dared to venture into business at such a young age. Hello, I am Wang Chao. You are urban youths from Jianhua village? Is there a system in place for exchanging eggs for grain? You see, the rural areas are impoverished, with limited food supplies, while city dwellers consume less, making it a perfect opportunity for such exchanges, Wang Chao remarked, engaging Jiang Xiaobai in conversation with an air of familiarity. Jiang Xiaobai discreetly glanced at old Wang, noting the impressive lineage of this young man. Get out of here. I haven't lost enough money yet. You've already spent all my savings, and those rotten eggs filled my yard. Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, Wang Laotu could no longer contain his anger and shot a glare at his son. Chapter 20. The bicycle. As Jiang Xiaobai and the others separated Wang Laotu from Wang Chao, the elder's fury had not yet subsided, and he occasionally cast menacing looks at his son. Soon, Aunt Zhang and Wang Jiaojiao had prepared the meal, a simple spread of dishes that filled the air with delightful aromas, prompting Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua to praise their culinary skills. Jiang Xiaobai poured himself a full glass of wine and turned to Wang Laotu, saying, "For this first cup, I wish to toast to you, Uncle Wang. If it hadn't been for your help last time, we would have returned empty-handed. I drink to you." Before Jiang Xiaobai could finish his sentence, Wang Laotu gulped down the wine in one go, his long-forgotten thirst for alcohol rekindled. It had been quite some time since he had indulged, especially after all his savings had been squandered by Wang Chao. For the second cup, I must express my gratitude to Section Chief Song. Jiang Xiaobai was interrupted by Wang Laotu, who insisted, "Just call me Brother Song." "Yes, I am merely 2 years your senior. If you don't mind, Brother Song will suffice." Song Weigua chuckled, pleased to befriend someone like Jiang Xiaobai. "Thank you, Brother Song. I hope you will look out for me in the future. Once we finish these canned goods, we may need to order more." Jiang Xiaobai downed his drink, and Song Weigua followed suit. Meanwhile, Wang Chao listened in confusion, unsure of the unfolding situation. After finishing his drink, Song Weigua filled his glass again. "Xiaobai, since you've called me brother, I actually have a small favor to ask of you," he said, eliciting surprised glances from everyone at the table, including Jiang Xiaobai. Though puzzled, Jiang Xiaobai promptly replied, "Brother Song, speak freely. If it is within my power, I will certainly assist you. Here's the thing. My brother-in-law is currently unemployed in the county town. I would like him to help you out for a while without any pay, just for meals," Song Weigua explained. "Brother-in-law?" Wang Chao glanced at Song Weigua, ready to voice his thoughts, but was halted by a raised hand from Song Weigua. After speaking, Song Weigua turned his attention to Wang Laotu. While he could be authoritative with his son, he needed the elder's approval. Despite his harsh words, Wang Laotu cherished his son dearly, which was evident in his decision to entrust all his savings to Wang Chao for business ventures, only to have him return with a yard full of rotten eggs. Wang Chao looked at his father with pleading eyes. He only knew that Jiang Xiaobai was a city youth sent to work in the countryside, and nothing more. Following Jiang Xiaobai meant laboring in rural areas, where he had heard food was scarce, let alone the prospect of staying in the city to pursue business opportunities. Just days ago, he had heard from a friend returning from the south that there were plentiful business opportunities and the potential for profit, and he was considering a trip south in the near future. He was resolutely unwilling to cultivate the land in the countryside. However, he dared not contradict Song Weigua's words, and could only hope that his father would be reluctant to let him endure hardship in the rural areas and would refuse the proposal. Beside him, Wang Jiao cast a reproachful glance at her husband, Song Weiguo, perplexed by her normally astute husband's unusual behavior. Wondering if he truly grasped how much their father cherished his son. How could their father possibly agree to send his younger brother to the countryside? To everyone's astonishment, old Wang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, leaving those privy to the Wang family's situation utterly astonished. Yet, old Wang remained engrossed in his drinking, not uttering a word. Song Weiguo, sharp as ever, was not naive. Both were engaged in business, and while others had earned substantial profits in a mere fortnight, his son had squandered their savings, returning home with nothing but a pile of rotten eggs. Since his son was keen on entrepreneurship, it would be beneficial for him to gain experience alongside others in the field. "Dad," Wang Chao called out helplessly, believing that perhaps his recent mismanagement of the family's savings had led old Wang to resent him for not being able to enjoy his drink. "All right, I agree." Jiang Xiaobai smiled and nodded, welcoming an additional pair of hands into the mix, with no reason to feel discontented. As for an extra mouth to feed, to speak grandly, did he, Brother Xiaobai, truly lack for sustenance? Thus, the matter was settled. Except for Wang Chao, who was thoroughly disheartened, Wang Jiao and Aunt Zhang remained perplexed. While Song Weiguo and old Wang were quite pleased, they frequently raised their glasses to toast Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aiguo, urging Jiang Xiaobai to look after Wang Chao. Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aiguo refrained from excessive drinking, mindful of their responsibilities in the afternoon. Observing old Wang, who was now content with his drink, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, "Old Wang, do you know where I might procure bicycle parts? I wish to assemble a few bicycles." Upon hearing this, both the somewhat tipsy old Wang and Song Weiguo were momentarily taken aback. Just how much had this young man earned over the past fortnight? With the final payment from the last job and the deposit from this one, he had already amassed over 400 yuan. The remaining funds could actually be invested in bicycles. And he was even considering assembling several? Was he truly so extravagant? "Brother, there are no outsiders here. Just tell me the truth. How much have you earned?" Song Weiguo could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Old Wang also fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaobai, eagerly awaiting his response. With a smile, Jiang Xiaobai raised a single finger, hesitant to disclose the full amount for fear of startling them. 1,000. I earned 1,000 yuan in half a month, he revealed. "Are you robbing someone?" Song Weiguo exclaimed in disbelief. Old Wang's eyes widened, contemplating how many bottles of liquor that some could procure. "Is this true?" Wang Chao nearly leaped from his seat, incredulous at the notion of earning 1,000 yuan in just half a month. Was this young man boasting? Jiang Xiaobai merely smiled in silence, and it took old Wang a while to regain his composure. "I can help you find a way to buy them. A set of bicycle parts costs 161 yuan. I want to charge you a labor fee, but we can only manage to assemble 3 bicycles at most. Any more, and the shop will take notice." Old Wang candidly remarked that his son was learning from others, and he did not expect much. If his son could master even half of their skills, he would never have to worry about food and drink in his lifetime. However, there was an issue with the bicycles they had managed to accumulate. They lacked the necessary permits. Back then, bicycles were still considered valuable items, and one had to possess permits to purchase them, old Wang explained. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai, pulling out 500 yuan from his pocket, said, "This extra amount is not for your labor, but for your drinking. We carry it with us in the countryside and cannot frequently come to pay our respects to you." With a cheerful smile, he handed over the money, which old Wang accepted without hesitation. Chapter 21. The Move. Brother Xiaobai. "Brother Xiaobai," Wang Xiaojun called out, rushing toward Jiang Xiaobai, though his voice was quickly swallowed by the howling winds and torrential rain. Jiang Xiaobai, observing the approaching crowd, nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word, then signaled for everyone to start unloading the cart. "Are there a few ox and horse carts?" In the midst of unloading, Jiang Xiaobai seized the opportunity to converse with Wang Xiaojun. "We borrowed all the vehicles from the village. There are only 3 in total," Wang Xiaojun replied while hauling down boxes. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, his brow furrowing deeper. The last time they had moved, it was only 5,000 cans, and it took them over 2 hours. This time, being in the countryside, it would take at least 2 hours of normal walking. In the rain, carrying items. 15 people had to manage 300 boxes, totaling 15,000 cans. Each cart could carry a maximum of just over 30 boxes. Even with 2 trips, They could only transport 200 boxes, which normally required 4 hours for a round trip. Now, it might take at least 5 hours, meaning a minimum of 10 hours would be necessary for 2 trips. Moreover, there would still be 100 boxes remaining, and with 12 people managing the carts, no one could carry more than 2 boxes each, especially given the difficult terrain. The rain intensified, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, making it hard to discern whether the sound was nearby or far away. The boxes were swiftly unloaded from the carts, and under Jiang Xiaobai's instructions, the driver of the truck, emitting dark smoke, drove off, disappearing from sight. Move. The wind and rain were too fierce for conversation. Jiang Xiaobai shouted this single word and led the way. After securing the cart and assigning one person to guard the goods, he was the first to lift 2 boxes, stumbling behind the cart toward Jianhua village. Move. Wang Xiaojun bellowed, straining to carry 3 boxes as he followed Jiang Xiaobai. Move. Lu Igua lifted 3 boxes. Move. Wang Gang hoisted 3 boxes as well. Move. Zhang Yanmei, unable to manage 2 boxes, carried just 1. The shouts of move echoed as each person, bearing the heavy boxes, stepped into the ring. Wang Chao watched the collective effort, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement. This, he realized, was entrepreneurship. This was passion. He too shouted and carried 2 boxes, joining the others. 3 ox-drawn carts led the procession, followed closely by 11 urban youths and Wang Chao, with a heap of boxes yet to be moved forming a small mountain behind them, alongside other city youths inspecting the merchandise. The group remained silent, gritting their teeth as they bore the weight of their burdens, their eyes wide and focused intently on the treacherous path ahead. The relentless rain stung their faces, while the biting cold wind pierced through their clothes. Suddenly, with a slip of his foot, Jiang Xiaobai fell to the ground, instantly drawing the attention of the others. "Don't mind me. Keep going. I'm fine," Jiang Xiaobai shouted, waving his hand to encourage the group to press on. Wang Xiaojun halted, extending a hand to pull Jiang Xiaobai up from the ground. Jiang Xiaobai, enduring the pain, checked the contents of the box for any damaged canned goods, relieved to find the packaging intact. Ignoring the injury to his leg, he hoisted the box and continued onward. Thud, thud, thud. Now and then, someone would stumble, only to have hands reach out to help them back on their feet, rising to continue the journey. This was true for the young men as well as the young women. Li Siyan fell while clutching a box, and Jiang Xiaobai thought to assist her, but today, the usually shy and gentle Li Siyan, resembling a timid chick, transformed into a fierce guardian of her box, glaring at Jiang Xiaobai with red-rimmed eyes, as though anyone daring to take her box would face her wrath. Each urban youth was drenched, yet no one seemed to mind. The rain-soaked path was already treacherous and muddy, and with boxes obscuring part of their vision, it was nearly inevitable that someone would fall with every few steps. Knees, elbows, arms, and calves bore the marks of their struggles, mud splattered across their bodies. Despite the adversity, they gritted their teeth and resolutely pressed forward, with no one lamenting their plight or contemplating retreat. Together, the 15 youths formed a formidable unit, seemingly invincible against the tempestuous elements. Rain pelted their faces, blurring the line between tears and raindrops. The sky darkened ominously, with flashes of lightning illuminating the path beneath their feet, signaling that this deluge was far from over. Meanwhile, in Jianhua village, Huang Zhongfu anxiously queried Dogdan at the team headquarters. "Have the city youths returned?" "Not yet. We've lent out all the ox-drawn carts. Let us hope nothing goes awry," Dogdan replied nonchalantly. "What time is it? Why worry about the livestock? As long as the people are safe, that's what matters. These kids, I don't understand their thinking, choosing such weather for their journey. Leave them be. They are not aligned with us, not truly part of our group," Dogdan retorted, frustration evident in his tone. "Shut your mouth. Those are 15 children." Huang Zhongfu snapped, glaring at Dogdan. "Here's the plan. Arrange for a couple of folks to go and fetch them." "No, we need more people. We must search for them. It's late. And with this heavy rain, what if something happens? Hurry. Those are 15 lives, 15 children. Your name truly reflects the lack of humanity within you, akin to a mere dog, unworthy of the weight of human life that lies before you. With 15 lives at stake, you cling to past grievances as if they hold any significance. Hurry and seek assistance, or I shall break your legs. If anyone hesitates, let it be known that Huang Zhongfu has no time for your trivialities. He will not hesitate to voice his displeasure, his age nearing 60. Yet his rebukes resonate with vigor. In Jianhua village, his authority is unassailable. Even cursing him or his father commands attention. Dogdan dashed out, seeking help, muttering under his breath about the hypocrisy of advocating for democracy and collective decision-making, only to discover the emptiness of such proclamations. It was disheartening, especially after he had genuinely believed in those ideals. Moreover, he lamented the loss of civility and decorum that was once promised, feeling a deep sense of grievance. Chapter 22. The people of Jianhua village Huang Zhongfu beckoned the crowd, donning raincoats and wielding flashlights as they ventured toward the outskirts of the village. Upon exiting, they encountered Jiang Xiaobai and others returning with boxes in hand. Huang Zhongfu sighed with relief at their return, exclaiming, "Children, you've finally come back. What happened to you? You look battered and bruised." "It's nothing, thank you. We're fine," Jiang Xiaobai replied, setting down the box and wiping the rain from his face with a smile. In truth, seeing the village lights earlier had warmed his heart, stirring an inner sense of comfort. "All right, everyone, let us get to work," Huang Zhongfu stated, foregoing further pleasantries and immediately taking action. The villagers, aware of the need to assist the nearly 60-year-old man, rushed to help him carry the boxes, grateful for the support. The long trek home had left them exhausted, their hunger unaddressed, and their clothes thoroughly soaked. Yanmei organized a team to prepare a large pot of ginger soup, instructing, "Afterward, we'll eat some flatbreads as we walk." Jiang Xiaobai took a moment to catch his breath before advising Zhang Yanmei. "We've brought back over 100 boxes, with more still in the town. With the rain persisting, we must transport the remaining boxes tonight. If they're left out in the rain too long, they will deteriorate, making them even harder to manage. Dogdan, gather some people to assist Xiaobai and the others," Huang Zhongfu commanded. Though reluctant, Dogdan knew he could not refuse Huang Zhongfu's orders and begrudgingly acknowledged the request. "No need, we can manage ourselves. We're almost done," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "You sent us to Jianhua village for labor. We are part of this community. Although we may be poor, it is customary for our villagers to support one another in times of need." Huang Zhongfu's voice rang resolutely through the rainy night. Jiang Xiaobai opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately chose silence. Upon returning to the youth courtyard, Jiang Xiaobai and his companions settled the boxes, and Zhang Yanmei prepared the ginger soup. Soon, Jiang Xiaobai and the others each enjoyed a hearty bowl, just as Huang Zhongfu returned with 20 strong young men, arms laden with raincoats. In truth, what was referred to as a raincoat was merely a fertilizer bag cut open, draped over the body to provide a scant shield against the rain. Jiang Xiaobai observed that Huang Zhongfu had arrived with his men and thus refrained from further comment. With 20 villagers, alongside their 10 urban youth and Wang Chao, their numbers were sufficient. Hence, they did not enlist the urban young women, allowing Zhang Yanmei and the others to remain at home to prepare meals, cloaking themselves in the makeshift raincoats fashioned from fertilizer bags. Jiang Xiaobai led the group once more into the rainy night. Amidst the downpour, the 31 individuals consumed the scallion pancakes that Jiang Xiaobai had distributed, the 10 urban youths silent as they chewed, replenishing their strength. Occasionally, someone would stumble but would grasp the hand extended to them and rise again without uttering a word, continuing their march. Initially, when the villagers fell, they cursed loudly, yet the urban youths remained quiet, silently offering their hands. Gradually, the villagers ceased their cursing, perhaps exhausted from it, or simply acclimatizing to the ordeal. The clattering sound of carts echoed far into the rainy night. Departing from the village at 8 in the evening, it was past 11 when they finally reached the town. The urban youths left behind, tasked with guarding their goods, were moved to tears upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai and his group. In the desolate blackness, with rain pouring down and the cold gnawing at them, one felt on the verge of collapse. "Xiaobai Gu, you've returned." The voice of a young boy trembled with emotion. "Yes, Xiaojun, give him the food. And others should load the cart." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, his voice hoarse. With a larger group this time, the cart was laden, and it was deemed sufficient for each person to carry 2 boxes as they set off once more towards Jianhua village. As they journeyed halfway, Jiang Xiaobai found himself stumbling more frequently. His strength had been nearly depleted. At that moment, he was sustained solely by sheer willpower. "No need, I can carry it back." Jiang Xiaobai gritted his teeth, determined that mere intellect was insufficient to forge a successful path in this era. He had not traversed to the 21st century, where one could comfortably engage in internet entrepreneurship from an office. The successful entrepreneurs of this age were all rooted in tangible industries. If he lacked even this modicum of perseverance, it would be wiser to retreat and rest. Jiang Xiaobai trudged forward with the box, his feet slipping beneath him. With a splash, he fell into the mud once again, box and all. Xiaobai go? Wang Xiaojun looked at him with a mix of concern and admiration. The 15 urban youths from Jianhua village had managed to walk in unison to this point, and while their own efforts played a role, everyone understood that much of their success was due to Jiang Xiaobai's leadership. Numerous hands reached out to assist him as he rose from the mire. Wang Chao, carrying a box and following Jiang Xiaobai, silently observed this scene, suddenly grasping why they were destined for success. These individuals possessed a tenacity, an indomitable spirit, reminiscent of Jiang Xiaobai's first venture to the county glass factory to order canned bottles. As night fell, people were sleeping on the streets, and at first, he found it somewhat unbelievable, thinking that Jiang Xiaobai and his companions were being foolish. However, having personally experienced it now, he felt no such reservations. More than a dozen individuals united in a single resolve, undeterred by hardship or fatigue, unbreakable and unyielding. He felt a twinge of envy, but more significantly, admiration, suddenly. The burden on his shoulders seemed less weighty. He began to anticipate his future labor in the countryside, uncertain of how this life experience would alter his destiny. Time and again, he stumbled, only to rise again, and by around 3 in the morning, 30 mud workers finally returned to Jianhua village. Unbeknownst to him, the rain had lessened. Huang Zhongfu awaited them at the village entrance, illuminating their path home with the only flashlight in the village, designed for batteries. Each box was placed at the entrance of the youth courtyard, and Jiang Xiaobai bowed deeply to the helpers and Huang Zhongfu. Then, he mustered his strength to return to his room, only to succumb to exhaustion, drifting into a heavy slumber. Chapter 23. The road collapsed when Jiang Xiaobai awoke. He felt a foggy heaviness in his head and an utter lack of strength. Despite it being the summer months of July and August, he felt a chill. Water. He croaked, his throat parched. Comrade Xiaobai, you're awake, Li Siyan said, her voice thick with emotion, yet glowing with joy. Water, please, Jiang Xiaobai insisted. Struggling to sit up, only to collapse back onto the bed. Don't move, just lie still. I'll get you some water, Li Siyan said, quickly helping him sit up before stepping out to fetch a drink. After Jiang Xiaobai gulped down half a bowl of water, he felt somewhat revived and turned his gaze to the window. What time is it? How long have I slept? He asked, shaking his disoriented head. It's after 6 in the afternoon. You've been asleep for 12 hours, Li Siyan replied, her voice hoarse, lacking its usual sweetness. That long. Help me up. I want to see how everyone is. Did anyone get sick from the rain? Jiang Xiaobai said, attempting to rise from the bed, prompting Li Siyan to rush to his side for support. Everyone is fine except for you. After sleeping all morning, they all went out to work in the afternoon. She reassured him, draping a garment over his shoulders before guiding him outside. Jiang Xiaobai felt his cheeks flush at her words, so it seemed he was the only one unwell. Upon opening the door, the courtyard was lively, and as they saw Li Siyan assisting Jiang Xiaobai from the house, everyone gathered around. Brother Xiaobai, you're awake. Brother Xiaobai, how are you feeling? Brother Xiaobai, have you taken your medicine? Everyone spoke at once. Yes, I'm fine. I simmered the meat last night and opened a couple of bottles of wine. Let us invite everyone who helped last night over for a good meal, Jiang Xiaobai declared. After all, they had lent their assistance. He could not show no gratitude at all. All right, Wang Xiaojun responded with a sound, then gazed at Jiang Xiaobai, hesitating slightly before saying, there is one more matter. Observing Wang Xiaojun's expression, Jiang Xiaobai nodded and replied, all right, let's discuss it inside. Others should prepare the meal. Those who need to invite guests should do so, ensuring everyone is accounted for. If anyone declines, make a note of their names, and we shall send them a portion of the meal later. In these impoverished rural areas, it was customary for families to exchange dishes. Understood, Brother Xiaobai, Zhang Yinmei acknowledged. Then led the others to prepare the food, while Wang Xiaojun followed Jiang Xiaobai and Li Siyan back into the house. Initially, Wang Xiaojun intended to support Jiang Xiaobai, but upon noticing Li Siyan beside them, he refrained from doing so. First, take your medicine. We shall discuss matters after. Once inside, before Jiang Xiaobai could speak, Li Siyan interjected. After taking her medicine, she exited. Is something wrong? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, noticing Wang Xiaojun's somber demeanor. Yes, last night there was heavy rain, and the road to Taoshan behind the village has collapsed, Wang Xiaojun replied gravely. What happened? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, straightening his posture from where he had been resting against the bed. The only road leading to Taosan behind the village was constructed long ago, but in recent years, few have traveled it, and thus it has fallen into disrepair, Wang Xiaojun explained. Jiang Xiaobai listened intently. He had never ventured to the back mountain and only heard rumors of the path. He had not accompanied the urban youths when they went to repair the roads. Thus he was unaware of the actual conditions. He had indeed worried about landslides on his way back to the village during the heavy rain. But he had not anticipated that the road to Taosan had collapsed. Moreover, given Wang Xiaojun's serious tone, it must be a challenging repair. If it were merely a matter of leveling the road, he would not be so grave. Earlier, while he was outside, he had overheard some commotion in the courtyard regarding a road, thinking they were merely chatting. Little did he know it was about the collapse of the road to Taosan behind the village. The path from Hongtupo to Jipa was a narrow trail paved with stones, primarily worked on when they were repairing the road to Taosan. This section was already limited in width, and now a portion had been washed away, leaving only a narrow path along the mountainside passable. This Taosan is crucial for our production of canned yellow peaches. If we cannot access it, our canning industry will come to a halt. However, repairing the road will take at least a month with our limited manpower, and if it drags on for a month and a half, who knows how many issues will arise. Additionally, many ripe yellow peaches on the mountain will spoil. Can we repair the road? Do we need any equipment? Is there a significant danger involved? Jiang Xiaobai pondered before asking. For the repairs, we don't require any special equipment. We can manage it ourselves. However, if it's just us, the time required will be extensive. Wang Xiaojun paused before continuing. As for the danger, certainly, there exists a perilous stretch of road from Hongtupo to Jipa leading to Taosan, now reduced to a mere goat path. Are there no alternative routes? Inquired Jiang Xiaobai. There is no other way, only this one, replied Wang Xiaojun, who had observed the road's construction and was well aware of its conditions. Let us seize the remaining daylight. Accompany me up the mountain, Jiang Xiaobai insisted, mustering the strength to rise from his bed. Wang Xiaojun hesitated to dissuade him, recognizing the determination etched on Jiang Xiaobai's face. As the group relied on the anticipated peach preserves, I will join you, brother Xiaobai, declared Wang Chao, who, inexperienced in cooking and unfamiliar with the village, had little to occupy his time. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai emerge prompted him to hasten his steps. Brother Xiaobai, may I carry you? Lu Igua offered, noting Jiang Xiaobai's frail demeanor. No need. My body may be weak, but a bit of movement will do me good, Jiang Xiaobai replied, feeling a semblance of vitality as they proceeded. The trio made their way through the back of the village towards Taosan. While the direct distance from the mountain to the village is not great, the ascent is steep and arduous, rendering the journey particularly taxing. Meanwhile, the youth's courtyard had become lively. It was well known that urban youths enjoyed hearty meals, complete with wine and meat, at every gathering. Consequently, all 20 villagers who had assisted the previous day were present for the feast. Chapter 24. The temptation of meat and wine. As Jiang Xiaobai's exhaustion culminated in beads of sweat upon his brow, the trio finally arrived at Hongtupo. Gazing at the solitary goat path and the precipice below, Jiang Xiaobai felt a slight wave of relief. The adjacent cliff was not a sheer drop, but rather a steep incline devoid of vegetation. Appearing less daunting than anticipated, it could indeed be traversed, albeit requiring more manpower and time. Just as Jiang Xiaobai and his companions contemplated the treacherous path, Huang Zhongfu arrived at the youth's courtyard. Upon seeing Huang Zhongfu, Lu Igua hurried inside to summon Jiang Xiaobai, only to discover his absence. He then sought out Li Siyan, who was equally taken aback. Having kept vigil by Jiang Xiaobai's bedside all day, she was acutely aware of his condition. How could he have vanished so suddenly? Shall we send someone out to search for him? Huang Zhongfu suggested urgently upon learning of Jiang Xiaobai's disappearance. As dusk descended and anxiety mounted among the gathered crowd, Jiang Xiaobai, Wang Xiaojun, and Wang Chao returned, bringing relief to all. A collective sigh of relief was shared, and they exchanged pleasantries as they entered the courtyard, while only Li Siyan, with a furrowed brow, retreated to her room for much-needed rest. Having exerted herself the previous day and kept watch over Jiang Xiaobai, she was utterly fatigued. Yet, lying in bed, the clamor from the courtyard rendered sleep elusive. The name Xiao Wan frequently flitted through my mind, a name that Jiang Xiaobai had incessantly called out during his fainting spell earlier today. Surely, this must be a girl, and one who could not possibly match my own beauty. A girl as exquisite as I would never take an interest in Jiang Xiaobai. No, it bears no relevance to me. I have no affection for him. Li Siyan lay in bed, tossing and turning, lost in her thoughts when Zhang Yanmei entered the room, carrying a tray of food. Siyan, you should eat something before going back to sleep, she suggested. All right, thank you, Sister Zhang. Since sleep eluded her, Li Siyan sat up and accepted the meal. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, a feast had commenced, with Jiang Xiaobai gulping down his food voraciously. Having been famished after a day of unconsciousness, the villagers were enjoying their meal, and there was no need to interrupt them with toasts at this moment. Once the majority had eaten their fill, Jiang Xiaobai stood up, raising his wine glass. He downed 3 cups in succession, expressing his gratitude for the assistance received the previous day. As you all know, we city youths are currently engaged in selling canned goods. Upon hearing this, whispers rippled through the villagers in the courtyard. The news of Jiang Xiaobai's venture into the canned food business had spread throughout Jianhua village over the past few days, with rumors of substantial profits circulating. Although they were unaware of the exact earnings, it was evident that they were making money, as evidenced by the lavish feast laid before them that evening. This meal alone featured over 3 pounds of pork, translating to several dollars. Not to mention the 6 bottles of wine, certainly no less than 20 yuan. 20 yuan, equivalent to a labor point in Jianhua village, is a sum that requires nearly half a year of frugal living to accumulate. Yet, for these city youths, it was merely the cost of one meal. Recently, Dog Dan had attempted to rally the villagers to engage with the city youths, only to be rebuffed by Jiang Xiaobai. Now, as Jiang Xiaobai revisited this matter, the atmosphere became tense. However, with yesterday's heavy rains, the path from Taosan to Zhaipa had collapsed, leaving only a narrow trail. Ignoring the villagers' apprehensions, Jiang Xiaobai continued. Now, during this agricultural lull, we city youths, being one of Jianhua village's own, wish to enlist the help of the villagers to repair the road. It will not be without compensation, a labor point for each person per day, valued at 50 cents, with ample food and drink provided. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the crowd erupted in excitement. A labor point for 50 cents a day was nearly on par with the earnings in wealthier villages. Is this true? Can they really offer that much? Surely, they aren't just boasting? 50 cents a day? I could hardly dream of such a thing. It seemed that even in the neighboring Shidi village, a labor point was worth only 5 cents, and even then, meals were provided along with work. Are the conditions really that favorable? How many people do they need? Observing the fervor of the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai remained silent. The introduction of labor points arose from the limitations of this era. He feared that handing out cash directly might lead to complications. Although this system bore similarities to direct monetary compensation, it was often necessary to adhere to such protocols. Listen to me, Jiang Xiaobai said, his hands raised in a calming gesture, and the courtyard of young men fell silent. No one wished to squander the opportunity to earn 50 cents in a day. I only need 30 individuals. Those present, the 20 who wish to join, will be prioritized, and I will require an additional 10. Cheers erupted, and soon the lively atmosphere of the courtyard spilled into the surrounding area. In rural settings, it was common for people to linger outside late into the evening, enjoying the cool air and engaging in conversation. Today, the young men's courtyard was hosting a gathering, drawing a considerable crowd outside. As they listened to the commotion within, many entered the courtyard uninvited, and Jiang Xiaobai and his companions did not shoo them away. Instead, they arranged for seats. As more people arrived, the courtyard buzzed with excitement. When the newcomers learned of Jiang Xiaobai's announcement, another wave of enthusiasm surged through the crowd, causing a prolonged uproar before it finally settled down. I have a stipulation. Jiang Xiaobai continued. If you are to work, you must work diligently. If you intend to labor without exerting effort, I cannot afford you. I trust there are plenty willing to work. As he spoke, Huang Zhongfu, sitting nearby, felt somewhat awkward, for Jiang Xiaobai's words reflected the reality of village life, which was, indeed, a common occurrence in this era. In a system where everyone shared the same rations, it was customary for people to merely occupy their time in the fields. As long as one arrived, the amount of work put in bore little consequence, for all received the same share of credits. In this context, minimal effort sufficed. Less work meant less hunger, and one could save a bit of food for home. However, if the work was done well, once the road was completed, there would likely be further opportunities in canned food production, contingent upon everyone's earnest effort. Jiang Xiaobai assured them that with dedication, everyone would be able to afford meat and drink. At that time, few could enjoy a hearty meal, let alone afford meat. Chapter 25. The Wrong Dog. Jiang Xiaobai. I'm ready to work. I may not excel at other tasks, but I am a skilled road builder, a burly man declared as he stood. Xiaobai, I want to help with the road too. I still possess strength, another man chimed in. I'll join as well. Money isn't my concern. As long as meals are provided, another voice added. Yes, as long as there is food, I'm in. And last night, I genuinely admire you, loudly. The crowd erupted with voices, and Jiang Xiaobai's conditions were unparalleled, not just in Jianhua village, but throughout the entire Shanma commune. Those willing to work should register with Li Siyan. Jiang Xiaobai was about to assign Wang Xiaojun the responsibility when he suddenly turned and noticed Li Siyan emerging. Since the wages for these individuals would ultimately be dispersed by Li Siyan, Jiang Xiaobai directly passed the task to her. Li Siyan, unable to sleep due to the noise outside, ventured out for a glimpse. Moments ago, like everyone else, she had been captivated by the attention Jiang Xiaobai commanded. Now, in the blink of an eye, she found herself thrust into the spotlight. Staring at the throng of eager faces, Li Siyan felt bewildered. What am I to do? She pondered. Is it inappropriate for me to retreat to the house now? But turning back was no longer an option. She had already been enveloped by the crowd. In a village as impoverished as Jianhua, a meager daily wage of 50 cents, coupled with an abundance of food and drink, could undoubtedly ignite a spark of excitement among its inhabitants. The villagers may not be able to accurately count the number of households, yet they possess a rough understanding. There are likely not fewer than 400 families, amounting to nearly 3,000 souls. Earlier, Jiang Xiaobai mentioned the need for 30 individuals. After reserving 20 spots for those who assisted with the crates last night, only 10 remain. In a village with over 3,000 residents, one must account for the elderly, the infirm, and those unable to work, leaving approximately 1,000 able-bodied laborers. Thus, the competition for those 10 spots becomes a staggering ratio of 100 to 1. Jiang Xiaobai had not imposed any strict regulations. It was essentially first come, first served, leading to a frenzy at the youth courtyard. Even the 20 villagers who had helped with the crates surged forward, for who could predict the outcome if they did not act promptly? The crowd encircled Li Siyan tightly. Despite the distinction between genders, the robust men maintained a respectful distance, yet Li Siyan found it impossible to navigate through. Xiaobai, Huang Zhongfu rose from the table, his expression tinged with melancholy. I extend my gratitude on their behalf. As he bowed to Jiang Xiaobai, the latter prepared to respond, but was interrupted. These years, I have lacked the capability to prevent Jianhua from sinking deeper into poverty, leaving many families to endure hunger during the lean spring months. Every spring is a torment for me. I dread waking to hear of starvation in the village. You cannot fathom that feeling, Huang Zhongfu confessed, occasionally raising his cup to his lips, his voice heavy with emotion. Jiang Xiaobai sensed the sincerity in Huang Zhongfu's words. Such heartfelt expressions cannot be feigned. I know about the incident a couple of days ago when Godin sought you out. I neither supported nor opposed it. When I heard you declare that as long as you had a morsel to eat, the people of Jianhua would not go hungry, I was overwhelmed with excitement. I won't shy away from admitting that even in the direst moments, I could grit my teeth and endure, yet that day, tears streamed down my face. You are all good children. The village has wronged you. Please do not say that. We harbor no resentment. When you set out to find us last night, and I saw that beam of light at the village entrance, I realized I would forever belong to Jianhua, Jiang Xiaobai replied, raising his cup and taking a hearty swig. Indeed, upon arriving, the notion of assigning work credits to the city youths had left him feeling somewhat uneasy. However, when the old secretary and his team illuminated the path back to the village during the torrential rain, he truly comprehended the essence of Huang Zhongfu and recognized the stark differences between the people of this era and those of the future. When that beam of light illuminated the scene, he forgave Huang Zhongfu, the accountant Dogdan, and Jianhua village. Huang Zhongfu quickly became inebriated, requiring assistance from his family to depart, while Jiang Xiaobai returned indoors to rest, for the following morning would demand his labor on the mountain road. Left behind was Li Siyan, gazing sorrowfully at Jiang Xiaobai's retreating figure, confronting the throngs of people with a visage of helplessness. I shall repair the road. I, Zhang Baofeng, possess great strength and consume little. Allow me to undertake this task. Old Zhang merely cuts corners during work. He is unfit for it. You dog, Shipangzi. You speak nonsense. You are the one who cuts corners during work, Zhang Baofeng and Shi Pengzi soon found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. For rural disputes are often fervent affairs. Amidst their quarrel, another seemingly simple man spoke up. Comrade Li Siyan, neither of them is suitable. Employ me. For I am strong and willing to endure hardship. Get lost, you. Your farming skills are as barren as your bald head. During harvest, you'll be left with not a single hair. Indeed, Li Siyan, your vigor seems impressive when you are with Widow Lu at the village's edge. Upon hearing Li Siyan attempt to take advantage, both Zhang Baofeng and Shi Pengzi united against him, exposing even the most intimate details of Li Siyan's life. At that moment, others joined in the fray. You attack me, I'll unveil your shortcomings, as faces flushed and voices raised in the spirited quarrel. The most fortunate at that moment were those who had assisted in carrying boxes the previous night, for they did not need to compete. Any who wished to work would find a spot. Jiang Xiaobai, do not be so smug. Had Dogdan not summoned me to assist last night, you would not stand a chance today. I could defeat you with one hand. Li Siyan, observing the line of villagers eagerly awaiting registration for road repair, scornfully addressed a grinning villager nearby. The reprimanded Jiang Xiaobai remained unperturbed, responding cheerfully, "Third brother, I can repair the road. With your meager strength, you might as well repair the road with your own hands. Third brother, I can indeed repair the road. You, third brother, I can repair the road." Li Siyan, filled with envy and jealousy, resigned himself to his unfortunate fate. No, it was Dogdan's fault, he thought as he turned to look at Dogdan. The people, suddenly enlightened, directed their pent-up grievances toward Dogdan. Initially, Dogdan had hoped to secure a spot for himself to join in the road repairs, to savor some drink and meat. But faced with the ravenous stares of the crowd, he felt a profound sense of injustice. What is my fault in this? Can I possibly summon the entire village? I too am a victim here. I was present but did not partake in the box carrying. He sighed, forget it. Why should I argue with a bunch of brutes? You wouldn't understand Jiang Xiaobai's intentions. In a moment of self-preservation, amidst the predatory gazes of the crowd, Dogdan withdrew from the youth courtyard, wearing an expression that proclaimed their foolishness. As I gazed at the resplendent moonlight outside the courtyard, Dogdan spat vehemently, declaring, I have taken note of all of you. When the time comes for work, if I do not make things difficult for you, I shall not bear the surname of Dog. No, that is not right, spit. I shall not bear the surname of Kai. You believe that following the city youth will lead to a promising future, spit. The city youth can only linger in Jianhua village for a few days. Once they leave, we shall see if you remain in a daze or not. As for Huang Zhongfu, once he resigns, I shall step into the role of village chief, advancing steadily, growing stronger. Having consoled himself outside the youth courtyard, Dogdan slowly departed, forgetting his earlier reluctance to leave as he yearned to join the educated youth in road construction for monetary gain. With Dogdan gone, the others began to bicker amongst themselves. Li Siyan, having never encountered such a scene before, silently cursed Jiang Xiaobai while casting a pleading glance towards Zhang Yanmei for assistance. It was not until after 11 at night that the youth courtyard gradually quieted down. Ultimately, Li Siyan had no choice but to concede that among the 10 slots available, whoever raised the loudest ruckus would likely be chosen, as long as they appeared honest. After all, with so many willing participants, if one did not suffice, they could always replace them. As Li Siyan, weary from the day, prepared to retreat to her room for rest, she passed by Jiang Xiaobai's dwelling. The sound of his snores drifting from within incited her to curse him once more in her heart. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, the youth courtyard was already abuzz with activity. The villagers selected to participate in road construction had nearly all arrived. Upon returning home the previous night, the news had spread, igniting a lively atmosphere. All night long, they had dreamed of earning 50 cents that day, indulging in meat and wine. Many believed it improbable that they would be compensated 50 cents for a day's labor, yet they felt that even if the city youth merely provided meat and wine, or ensured a full meal, it would suffice to save on rations for a day. Indeed, it was the season of agricultural lull, and there was little to do at home. Among those present were Zhang Baofeng, Shi Pengzi, and Li Siyan. Do you really think we'll receive 50 cents for a day's work? Shi Pengzi's small eyes darted about, radiating shrewdness. I doubt it. With 30 of us, that amounts to $5 in total for the day. Adding in food and drink, it could easily exceed $10. Zhang Baofeng whispered as he calculated the figures for Jiang Xiaobai and the others, a sum they scarcely dared to imagine. As for me, I have no qualms. If they can provide for my meals, I shall accept it. If there is no money, I shan't mind. Yet, receiving some would bring joy. Despite his honest appearance, Li Siyan possessed his own shrewd calculations. With 6 or 7 children to care for and a late wife, he was solely responsible for the household. Since he was not earning significant work points at the brigade, he figured he might as well labor at home. By working with Jiang Xiaobai, he could save on food for his family, ensuring that while he ate less, his children could have more. Moreover, it would be even better if we could reduce our expenses a little. The little girl has reached school age, and the tuition fees for the older girl and son alone are already a challenge for me to manage. Currently, I have no means to cover the little girl's school fees, but if the youth from the small courtyard provide some funds, I could gather enough money for her tuition of 3 yuan. Zhang Baofeng, Shirpanzai, and Li Siyan were quietly discussing and speculating when Li Xiaoyou's voice interrupted. Brothers, I believe there's a strong possibility of receiving financial support. Li Xiaoyou's words captured their attention, and once their gazes were fixed upon him, he continued. You haven't interacted with Jiang Xiaobai, so you don't truly understand what kind of person he is. You know? You merely helped him carry a box once. Don't act as if you were intimately acquainted. Indeed, you were merely fortunate. Had you not been there that night to assist with the boxes, you probably wouldn't have been selected yesterday and would still be sleeping soundly at home. Exactly. You little rascal, you're several generations behind us. What gives you the right to instruct us? Zhang Baofeng retorted. Yet Li Xiaolu remained unfazed and continued. You are right. That one instance of helping with the boxes allowed me to gain some insight into Jiang Xiaobai. That night, as you know, it was pouring rain, and the road was treacherous. They had already struggled with the boxes once before we arrived, falling repeatedly and then rising from the mud. Honestly, Li Xiaolu, was impressed. There's something indescribable about him. I trust him when he says he can provide financial help. Li Xiaolu spoke with conviction, but Li Siyan and the others were not entirely convinced. After all, this was not a trivial sum of money. However, his words undeniably enhanced their impression of Jiang Xiaobai. They wished to continue their conversation, but suddenly the crowd fell silent. Turning their heads, they saw Jiang Xiaobai emerging. Yanmei, have someone prepare breakfast. After we eat, we will head up the mountain. Jiang Xiaobai noticed that everyone had arrived early, implying they had not yet eaten. Arriving early was beneficial. He didn't mind the breakfast. As the peaches were ripe, the sooner the road was repaired, the sooner they could produce canned peaches, which was what truly mattered to him. Without further ado, after a delightful breakfast, the villagers felt invigorated. Let us set off, Jiang Xiaobai commanded. With 30 villagers, 10 knowledgeable men, and Wang Chao, totaling 31 individuals. Armed with tools and leading 2 ox-drawn carts borrowed from the production team, they headed towards Peach Mountain. As they walked, their lively chatter shattered the morning tranquility of the small village. Chapter 27. Road repair. The section of road from Hutupo to Jaipa was originally the most arduous route to Peach Mountain. Not to mention that it had now collapsed to leave only a narrow, perilous path. A significant gap had formed in the original mountain path, and this remaining narrow trail appeared as if it could give way at any moment. Let us discuss how we should repair this road, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, gazing at the crowd. In his previous life, he lived in the 21st century, where he pursued a degree in economics, not civil engineering. Moreover, it is likely that even in the civil engineering department of the 21st century, the curriculum would mostly encompass surveying, ultimately culminating in the utilization of specialty excavators from Lu province to resolve issues. As for how to construct such narrow mountain roads, Jiang Xiaobai truly knew nothing. Xiaobai, this section of the road has collapsed severely. It requires logging and stone excavation to fill the foundation. If we merely use soil for backfilling, it will be difficult to manage, and after repairs, rain could easily lead to further collapses, Li Siyan remarked, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai. Indeed, Xiaobai, this stretch of road is the narrowest and most prone to problems on the way to Taosan. If we can successfully repair this segment, the other roads will likely pose no issues, the others chimed in. Jiang Xiaobai, however, was pondering the fact that it is well known that bridge and road construction is a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. Under different circumstances, he wouldn't mind a prolonged repair period. Yet, as it was currently the peach ripening season, failing to complete the canned peach production in time would mean the peaches would rot on the mountain. How long will it take? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. If it's a simple repair, with our 40-plus workers, we could manage it in about 3 days. However, if we need to log and excavate stone for a solid foundation, it will take at least 5 days, Li Siyan estimated. The other villagers nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed with logging and stone excavation for the road. Li Siyan, you have experience in road construction, so I entrust you with the management of everyone. I have one request. Regardless of whether it's roadwork or logging, safety must be paramount. Furthermore, if we can complete the task on time, I will award each person an additional 2 work points, equivalent to 1 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai declared loudly to the crowd. Rest assured, young brother, you need not worry. If anyone slacks off, I, Li, will be the first to object, Li Siyan responded, elated that Jiang Xiaobai had entrusted him with the task of organizing the roadwork. Although his role was merely to oversee the repairs, if the road met Jiang Xiaobai's expectations, future work opportunities would surely come his way. Brother, you are an educated man. This sort of labor is best left to us simple folk. You shouldn't involve yourself in it. If you feel uncomfortable returning home, you can find a place to rest and supervise us. I assure you, Li Siyan will come to flatter you, Li Siyan whispered, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai with a smile. No need for that. Let us swiftly arrange the work divisions, Jiang Xiaobai replied, giving Li Siyan a stern look. Increasingly understanding why leaders often require someone articulate by their side, it is indeed quite gratifying, especially when that person possesses capability. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Li Siyan did not insist further and promptly began organizing the workers. Zhang Baofeng, take 15 men to the eastern mountain to log. The trees need not be exceedingly thick, but they must be straight. Shipengzi, you take 10 men and a cart to the foot of the southern mountain to collect stones. I recall that there are many good stones among the rubble there. Li Xiaolu, you lead the remaining individuals with a cart to gather soil. Li Siyan efficiently assigned tasks, while Jiang Xiaobai did not remain idle and set off with the soil gatherers. The geological diversity of the Taiying Mountains is remarkable. It is said that in later years, a certain village took 2 decades to construct a mere 75 kilometers of road, a feat accomplished solely through human labor, painstakingly hewn from the mountains. Jiang Xiaobai, having recently recovered from a serious illness, found his physical constitution lacking. After a short while of work, he was drenched in sweat and needed to pause before resuming his efforts. His motivation was not to seek an experience of hardship, but rather the necessity of entrepreneurship at that moment. If he refrained from exerting himself, others might follow suit, leading to disarray in morale and making it difficult to maintain order within the team. With Jiang Xiaobai at the helm, the others felt compelled to contribute diligently. The group responsible for transporting soil worked tirelessly, taking breaks only when utterly exhausted, with no one shirking their responsibilities. As they transported soil across Taosan, some steep inclines required manual effort to push the carts. In July and August, the heat of summer enveloped the land, and the sun ascended rapidly, causing beads of sweat to evaporate continuously from their brows. Xiao Jun, please return home and have them prepare some mung bean soup to bring over. To prevent anyone from succumbing to heat stroke, Jiang Xiaobai instructed, wiping the perspiration from his forehead as he looked at Wang Xiaojun. Wang Xiaojun acknowledged the request and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Li Siyan was incessantly roaming between the lumber and quarry teams, ready to reprimand anyone caught slacking. Li Siyan, we also consume your family's grain. What villainy is this? One villager protested. Indeed, Li Siyan, this road construction is merely a matter of days, and you will still need to live in the village afterward, another added. Last year, when your 3rd daughter attended school, I lent you the tuition. Do not forget that. Several villagers chimed in, expressing their displeasure with Li Siyan. Li Siyan's expression darkened as he replied, yes, the wages you receive are not from me, nor are the meals you eat. Logically, I should join you in your idleness, allowing these days to pass without effort and still collect a paycheck. Exactly. That is the essence of you, Li Siyan, someone echoed. We are all from the same village. Why not turn a blind eye and let it pass? Several voices agreed. However, Li Siyan remained resolute. I refuse to accept this. Our Jianhua village has languished in poverty for many years. If you wish to continue in this state, that is your choice, but I do not. I desire more than this existence. My wife tragically passed away after a difficult childbirth, leaving me to raise our 7 children alone. Life is far from easy. During mealtimes, my children can only consume wild vegetables and cornbread, and even then, it is barely enough to stave off hunger. Though my children are understanding and say nothing, as their father, I yearn for them to be well fed and clothed warmly. As they reach school age, each time I find myself borrowing small sums for their tuition, I have scoured the village for assistance, almost exhausting every household to gather the necessary funds. As Li Siyan spoke, his eyes reddened, and the crowd surrounding him felt a pang of empathy. Everyone was aware of Li Siyan's plight. If Jianhua village were the poorest among neighboring communities, then Li Siyan's family epitomized the village's destitution. They all belonged to the same village and wished to lend a hand, yet their own circumstances were hardly prosperous, leaving them with the desire to help but lacking the means to do so. Chapter 28. Wages. In the past, we yearned to transform our lives, yet found ourselves helpless. As everyone resorted to idleness to conserve energy, I could comprehend this, and I too, unashamedly, engaged in such behavior. However, now that we possess the means to alter our circumstances through our own efforts, I ponder why there is reluctance. Is it that we have simply become habitual sluggards? Or have we succumbed to the comfort of laziness? Comrade Jiang Xiaobai remarked that once the roads are built, the canning process will also require labor. As long as one is willing to endure hardship, a better life is attainable. I fail to understand the hesitation, but I am resolute in my desire for change. I shall not elaborate further. If my supervision today feels overly stringent, I sincerely apologize. I have noted the debts of gratitude I owe each of you. And should the day come when you demand repayment with my life, I shall remain silent. Yet, in this moment, I cannot turn a blind eye. I extend my deepest bow to the crowd, and then continue. Those who wish to work diligently may stay. Those content with a life of poverty may leave. I will not impede your choice. With that, I rolled up my sleeves and seized the hammer, striking it fiercely against the stone. The collision of iron and rock sparked a cascade of brilliant sparks, and a large chunk of stone broke away, producing a thunderous sound that roused those still lost in contemplation of my words. I shall work, Zhang Baofeng exclaimed, rushing forward with a hammer. I will stay? Echoed another villager. One by one, the villagers either shouted their intentions or silently began their labor. The distinction between active and passive participation is significant, which explains our transition from communal dining to the household responsibility system. As the community shifted from merely passing time to living purposefully, the pace of quarrying increased exponentially. When fatigue struck, individuals would take moments to rest, wiping sweat from their eyes when it impaired their vision. Soon, carts laden with stones of varying sizes were being harvested. It wasn't until Wang Xiaojun arrived with mung bean soup that I organized a break. During lunch, as we gazed at the sumptuous spread before us, heaping plates of braised pork, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction in our labor. Aware that more work awaited us in the afternoon, we refrained from excessive drinking, limiting ourselves to a modest cup each. Be sure to secure your harnesses and prioritize safety. I advised several villagers fastening ropes around their waists in preparation to descend the cliff for timber. Rest assured, Xiaobai, we've done this before, they chuckled, buoyed by the prospect of receiving fair wages that day, thanks to the generous midday meal. A group of villagers cautiously descended the cliff with the timber. While it was not a sheer drop, the view was still daunting. As they carefully made their way down, trepidation gripped the hearts of onlookers, their breaths quickening, fearful that even the slightest sound could lead to a misstep. Upon successfully placing the first log and returning from the cliff's edge, cheers erupted from the crowd. Jiang Xiaobai joined in the applause, calling for an enhanced dinner that evening, proclaiming that we would celebrate until inebriation ensued. A number of wooden planks, carefully placed by the villagers at the edge of the cliff, were being further supplemented with stones. By the time twilight descended, a significant portion of the roadbed had already taken shape. Time to call it a day. Let's enclose this area and head back for dinner, called out Jiang Xiaobai, his voice hoarse from fatigue. Time to wrap up. Time to wrap up, echoed the voices of the crowd, utterly exhausted from the day's labor, yet filled with exhilaration. They could not recall the last time they had toiled so vigorously. Take the main road. Avoid the narrow paths. The main road is bustling with people, easing the burdens of life. Choose to stay at the larger inns rather than the smaller ones. The latter are rife with thieves who may cause you worry. When it comes to rest, sleep in the center. We all share the same existence on the Lust Plateau, and every soul knows a folk song or two. Typically, they lack the inclination to sing, but today was different. Despite the fatigue from a long day, spirits were high, and they felt an urge to shout. When Li Siyan heard someone singing, he joined in. You take my hand, and I shall kiss your lips, hand in hand, lips to lips. We shall wander through the famed Xinianyu. This prompted a wave of laughter among the crowd, and Jiang Xiaobai chimed in with a few lines of the song. As the sun dipped below the horizon, The laborers made their way back to the village, illuminated by the fading light. Huang Zhongfu stood at the village entrance, a smile gracing his face as he beheld a scene not witnessed in years. Recalling his youth, he thought to himself that the future belonged to the younger generation. With a smile still lingering, he turned and headed home. Li Siyan, bring the money. It's time to settle the wages. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiang Xiaobai's first order of business was to prompt Li Siyan to distribute the day's earnings. Coming, Li Siyan replied, taking the ledger and settling onto a chair, pulling out a bundle of cash. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the crowd, though somewhat prepared for the announcement, erupted into a cacophony of chatter. They're really handing out 50 cents. I thought it was just talk. Indeed, with so many of us, how much would that total? I never expected actual wages. I thought just a meal would suffice. The crowd formed an orderly line, and as each name was called, individuals stepped forward to claim their pay. Jiang Xiaobai's voice rang out clearly, silencing the ruckus. Zhang Baofeng, 50 cents. Li Siyan's voice, though soft, carried a sweet clarity that resonated with the crowd. Zhang Baofeng pressed his handprint onto the paper, clutching the 50 cents tightly in his hand, and after a moment, managed to utter, "Thank you." "What for?" "This is your rightful due," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a grin. Next, Shirpanzai. One by one, individuals pressed their handprints and received their 50 cents. Li Siyan, gazing at the scant coins in his hand, felt a swell of emotion. 50 cents for a day's labor had ignited a flicker of hope for a brighter future. In the evening, as they gathered for dinner, one by one, the villagers sought out Jiang Xiaobai for a drink. Their expressions bore no words of gratitude, yet many had reddened eyes. Chapter 29, Li Siyan. The toasts were a gesture of appreciation towards Jiang Xiaobai, who himself drank in gratitude for their efforts. He had keenly observed everyone's performance throughout the day, whether it was logging or scaling cliffs to position timber. Each person displayed unwavering diligence, with not a single soul shirking their responsibilities. Before long, under the relentless onslaught of conviviality, Jiang Xiaobai found himself quite inebriated, necessitating the support of others to return home. Once he departed, the joviality in the youth's courtyard subsided, and the villagers, having received their wages, dispersed quickly, with work awaiting them at dawn. They were determined to avoid the embarrassment of overindulgence this night. Li Siyan meandered homeward, occasionally breaking the stillness of the night with shouts that summoned a chorus of barking dogs. However, upon reaching a certain point, he ceased his singing, adopting a more cautious demeanor as he stealthily approached the eastern end of the village. Knock, knock, knock. Li Siyan gently rapped on the door in the stillness of the night. Who is it? A moment later, light flickered in the courtyard, accompanied by a wary voice from behind the door. Chui Yi, it's me, he replied, peering around while keeping his voice low. With a creak, the courtyard gate swung open as Lu Chui Yi quickly stepped aside to allow him entry, promptly closing the door behind him. What brings you here? Has the business with the city youth concluded? She inquired as she guided him inside. Yes, it's all settled. I missed you, so I came over. Li Siyan slurred slightly, emboldened by the drink. Lu Chui Yi's cheeks flushed as she led him further into the house. I heard there was a commotion on the mountain today. What were you arguing about with the neighbors? You'll still be living in the village. And those city youths won't stay long, she asked. Such is rural life. A trivial matter can swiftly become the talk of the town. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The events that transpired on the mountain earlier in the day had already become a hot topic by afternoon. The village had suffered for years, with no viable solutions in sight. However, with Jiang Xiaobai and his companions arriving and creating canned goods, it was clear they had made a profitable venture in a short span of time. Previously, they had survived on meager earnings of mere cents per work point, but it was evident that aligning with Jiang Xiaobai could transform their fortunes. Huang Zhongfu supported this notion, while others remained skeptical. Just wait and see. I'm committed to working hard with Jiang Xiaobai. Our future will undoubtedly differ, he declared. Is Jiang Xiaobai truly that remarkable? He just a young lad. Isn't he? Lu Chui Yi questioned, a hint of skepticism in her tone. A young lad? That young lad can nonchalantly spend 15 yuan without batting an eye. It's not merely the ability to earn that is impressive, it's the willingness to spend that makes one truly extraordinary. The following morning, before the clock struck 7, villagers began to trickle into the youth's courtyard in small groups, engaging in idle chatter as they awaited breakfast. By the time Jiang Xiaobai arose, the meal was freshly prepared. and everyone was already partaking in the feast. Jiang Xiaobai savored a bowl of thin rice porridge while nibbling on a white steamed bun. He cast a brief glance at the crowd, furrowing his brow slightly. The impression left by Li Siyan the previous day lingered in his mind, for he found him to be a remarkably capable individual. However, it was unexpected that Li did not show up today. Furthermore, it appeared that the number of attendees today was nearly 10 fewer than yesterday, with only about 20 villagers present. As Jiang Xiaobai pondered this, he heard voices at the entrance of the courtyard, and soon enough, Li Siyan entered, accompanied by several others carrying tools. Li Siyan, why did you arrive so late? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. Just then, Zhang Baofeng interjected, eager to assist. With a chuckle, Li Siyan responded, I rose early this morning and took some people to gather stones. Soon, we shall be able to transport a cart of stones up the mountain. After venturing out the previous evening, Li had recruited a few familiar companions, encouraging them to perform admirably. With 30 people, once we finish the road, there surely won't be so many left behind. Who remains will depend on how well they perform during this road construction. If one wishes to stay, they ought to heed my guidance. Isn't there a saying about the seasons of the year and the plans for the day? Turning to Jiang Xiaobai, he added, Xiaobai, as an urban youth with a high level of education, I, Li Siyan, may only be skilled in labor but lack eloquence. The success of the year is determined in spring, and the success of the day is determined in the morning. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Li Siyan, somewhat astonished. What a talent! Such a person is truly wasted in the countryside. Indeed, it is the cultured individuals who possess eloquence, unlike a rough fellow such as myself. Li Siyan replied with a hearty laugh. Zhang Baofeng, holding his bowl, trembled slightly, thinking to himself how adept Li was at flattering others. Despite his claim of lacking verbal finesse, how come I never considered such flattery? And to make matters worse, he acts like a fool, eagerly cooperating with Li Siyan. Yet, there is a cunning side to him. Enough with the flattery, let us eat swiftly, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, waving his hand. Yes, Li Siyan acknowledged. And upon seeing the smile on Jiang Xiaobai's face, he recognized that he had once again succeeded. Although Jiang Xiaobai often claimed that compliments were unnecessary, anyone who overlooked the smile upon his face might genuinely be deceived. After the group finished their meal, they set forth towards Taosan with great vigor. Following the events of the morning, Zhang Baofeng and others worked with renewed diligence. Timber and stones were layered methodically to gradually form the roadbed. By nightfall, the once gaping void had transformed into a grand circular shape. The wages were dispensed that very evening, and on the third morning, as breakfast was served, 30 villagers rolled up their trousers and entered with tools in hand. It was evident what they had been up to. By the time they returned home on the third evening, the road had nearly taken shape, with only the final compaction of the surface remaining. Such swift progress was undoubtedly attributable to Li Siyan, the proverbial catfish in the pond of Jianhua village. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai perceived Li Siyan as a catalyst for change. He had previously lacked opportunity, but now, with the right circumstances, he emerged as a true talent. Chapter 30. 3 bicycles on the fourth afternoon. With daylight still illuminating the sky, the road had been completed. 30 villagers stood in the young man's courtyard, receiving their wages while watching Jiang Xiaobai await the outcome. Although a total of $1.50 had been distributed today, Jiang Xiaobai generously calculated their pay for 6 days, despite the road being finished in just 4. They were not overly concerned about this. Over the span of 4 days, they had collectively earned $3, equivalent to what they would typically earn in a month of labor in the village. Under normal circumstances, one would expect jubilation. However, the villagers felt a sense of trepidation. After experiencing the sweetness of this newfound income, they yearned to alter their monotonous existence and escape their impoverished circumstances. They relished the hope-filled days they had recently experienced. Observing the eager expressions in their eyes, Jiang Xiaobai recognized the significant transformation they had undergone compared to 5 days prior. In truth, he wished to assist the villagers of Jianhua, but some individuals were simply beyond help. As long as they were willing to change their lives, he was more than willing to lend a hand. Just as he was about to speak, a melodic jingling sound echoed from outside the courtyard. Moments later, 3 brand-new bicycles, ridden by Wang Xiaojun and others, entered the courtyard. Behind them followed a throng of curious villagers. At this time, bicycles were a rarity, not only in the countryside but even in the cities, far more precious than automobiles in later years, even more so than luxury brands like Mercedes-Benz or BMW. What brand are those bicycles? I've heard that Phoenix bicycles are the best, one villager remarked. I saw someone riding a bicycle in the city last time I went. But I didn't catch the brand. Those bicycles must be expensive. I heard they cost over 200 yuan, and you need a bicycle ticket to buy one. Even if you have the money. Indeed, a relative of mine in the city wanted to buy a bicycle for his child's wedding, but even after saving enough money, he couldn't get a ticket. The villagers buzzed with excitement as Wang Xiaojun halted the bicycle, his face brimming with exhilaration. Brother Xiaobai, the bicycles are back. He had arranged with old Wang to retrieve the bicycles 5 days later, perfectly coinciding with the completion of the road, with fewer hands needed for the final stages. Jiang Xiaobai had sent Wang Chao and Wang Xiaojun to fetch them from the county seat. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, feeling no inclination to test-ride the bicycles. If a car had been brought over, he might have been tempted to take it for a spin, but not with bicycles. The 30 villagers who had aided in the road construction gazed at the 3 bicycles lined up neatly in the courtyard, their eyes ablaze with fervor. What is strength? If not this? 3 brand new bicycles parked side by side in the courtyard were akin to 3 Mercedes-Benz's standing in unison in later times. Everyone performed admirably in this road construction. I have taken note of your efforts. Therefore, I shall keep all 30 of you here for the time being. With wages calculated at 50 cents per day for the duration of the work, Jiang Xiaobai declared, unable to withstand the intensity of their eager gazes. The courtyard fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into resounding cheers. As the other villagers encircled the courtyard, their expressions betrayed a mixture of envy and jealousy directed towards the 30 individuals. Among the crowd was Dog Dan, who gazed at Jiang Xiaobai's figure, his eyes reflecting an ineffable emotion. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, 15 villagers ascended the mountain to gather yellow peaches, with 2 tasked to manage the truck transport while the remaining 13 dedicated themselves to canning. Jiang Xiaobai summoned 14 urban youths and Wang Chao to his abode. Brother Xiaobai, what is the matter? Shouldn't we be hastening to produce the cans? Lu Igua queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, Brother Xiaobai, is something amiss? Wang Xiaojun added, echoing Lu's concern. Wang Chao, you take the lead, Jiang Xiaobai suggested after a moment of contemplation, directing his gaze towards Wang Chao. Nodding in response, Wang Chao addressed the assembly. Yesterday, upon returning home, my brother-in-law, Song Weigua, mentioned that news has possibly arrived from above indicating that the college entrance examination may be reinstated this year. Didn't they just restore it last year? This should have no bearing on us. We are here due to our unfavorable backgrounds or having offended someone. I've heard we are among the final batch of urban youths dispatched. We could easily be overlooked, Lu Igua remarked with a chuckle, clearly unconcerned about the matter. However, Li Siyan, standing nearby, suddenly darkened, a flicker of bitterness crossing her features, though she quickly masked it. Indeed, Brother Xiaobai, this is common knowledge. If we had a chance to attend university, who would still be here laboring? Besides, we are merely junior high school graduates. How could we possibly qualify for university? Wang Xiaojun chimed in. Waving his hand, Jiang Xiaobai commanded silence within the room. I have received word that this time, the college entrance examination may be comprehensively reinstated, with family background no longer posing a barrier. Additionally, it seems that the authorities are extending some consideration towards us urban youths who have been dispatched for labor. Even those with only a junior high school education may have the opportunity to take the examination. Jiang Xiaobai spoke slowly, carefully choosing uncertain terms, yet deep within, he was aware of the veracity of this information. This year, the nation had indeed reinstated the college entrance examination, allowing participation regardless of family background. Although the implementation might exhibit discrepancies, nonetheless, there was a glimmer of hope for a return to the city. Jiang Xiaobai was also cognizant that some urban youths, after being dispatched, devoted themselves to self-study, and upon the restoration of the examination, successfully gained admission to universities, fundamentally altering their destinies through subsequent job placements. However, the majority of urban youths had succumbed to raising pigs. With the reinstatement of the examination a distant memory, they had long forgotten what they had learned in school, rendering them ill-prepared for university. What? Is this true? Brother Xiaobai, is it really so? Where did you acquire this information? The room erupted into excitement as the urban youths clamored, their expressions animated as they turned their eager gazes towards Jiang Xiaobai. While canning might seem lucrative at present, given a choice, everyone would undoubtedly prefer the prospect of attending university, returning to the city, awaiting job placement post-graduation. constituted perhaps the most profound aspiration of this generation of urban youths. Many young individuals from urban areas who have settled in rural regions choose not to register their marriages, all in the hope of one day returning to the city. Of course, there are also numerous urban youths who have permanently remained in the countryside. Chapter 31. Resuming examinations. Observing the excited crowd, Jiang Xiaobai felt a profound understanding of their sentiments. It was nearly certain. Jiang Xiaobai confidently asserted that had it not been for the series of events that had allowed him to establish his authority during this period, the group might have dismissed his words as mere jest. Nevertheless, even in this situation, everyone remained somewhat skeptical. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai urged everyone to seize the moment and devote themselves to studying. If the news proved true, it was likely that information would arrive shortly, and preparing in advance would make a significant difference. He spoke earnestly to the crowd, emphasizing that if they could gain admission to university, they would ultimately be able to return to the city. Therefore, for the time being, the canning project would be put on hold. He would instruct the villagers to handle it instead. Jiang Xiaobai stated this with resolute authority, solidifying the decision. Brother Xiaobai, I graduated from middle school and am not an urban youth assigned here. I cannot participate in the examinations, and I prefer to engage in business. So I suppose studying isn't necessary for me, Wang Chao cautiously inquired. Having witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's determination over the past few days, he was eager to join him in ambitious endeavors. As for the exams, he felt they were irrelevant to him. All right, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, acknowledging Wang Chao's entrepreneurial spirit. As he had previously roamed the streets conducting business out of genuine interest, he had no intention of pressuring him to pursue a university education. Brother Xiaobai, I struggled in school, and, having only completed middle school, I harbor no hope of attending university. My father constantly berates me, calling me useless, Wang Peng interjected, expressing his disinterest in higher education. Jiang Xiaobai contemplated for a moment before responding. Regarding university, consider this carefully. Those who are able to gain admission will undoubtedly have promising futures, as we all know. After years without examinations, various fields are in dire need of talent. I anticipate that as long as one graduates from university, securing a job will not pose a problem. Jiang Xiaobai spoke slowly, asserting that this was not merely a possibility but a certainty, especially in a time when a university graduate was exceedingly valuable. Of course, the prospects for business might also be quite favorable, he added thoughtfully. What about our canned goods? Are we no longer producing them? Wang Xiaojun pondered aloud. Upon hearing Wang Xiaojun's question, the others turned their attention to him. Frankly, although their time in the canning business had been brief, they had developed a strong affection for the venture. Rest assured, we will continue with the canning project. We can discuss it further at the appropriate time. And I will certainly make arrangements, Jiang Xiaobai affirmed, knowing that this was his first source of income and he would not relinquish it so easily. Starting tomorrow, those aiming for university should begin their review. If there are no study materials, I will ask Wang Chao to procure some. For those who have decided against university, continue with the canning, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. And what about you, Xiaobai? Will you be attending university? Li Siyan asked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaobai with anticipation. Yes, brother Xiaobai, will you go to university? Wang Xiaojun and the others chimed in unison. I will also take the exams. Jiang Xiaobai remarked that he certainly intended to attend university and return to the city. Firstly, in this era, a multitude of opportunities lay within urban confines. Secondly, this was a splendid chance to return to the city. And thirdly, the abundance of talented individuals at universities during this period would greatly benefit his future development. Upon hearing this, the crowd became increasingly exhilarated. If Jiang Xiaobai was determined to pursue higher education, there was no reason for them to hesitate. Early the next morning, Wang Chao and Lu Igua traveled back to the county seat to gather study materials. Among the 15 urban youths, aside from Wang Peng, who continued working in the canning factory, everyone else began preparing for the university entrance examination. By noon, an official from the town entered Jianhua village, and soon the loudspeaker of the village committee echoed with Huang Zhongfu's voice. Attention, comrades! Attention, all dispatched laborers, returning educated youth, demobilized soldiers, officials, and graduating students. Please report to the brigade office. Huang Zhongfu called out 3 times before pausing, while Jiang Xiaobai was inside reviewing the study materials sent by Li Siyan. He heard the broadcast. A smile crept across his face. He instinctively knew what the announcement entailed. Indeed, history remained unchanged, just as before. As he stepped outside, The other urban youths emerged upon hearing the broadcast. Thanks to Jiang Xiaobai's words from the previous day, they all harbored a collective anticipation. Let us go? Jiang Xiaobai urged the group of urban youths as they made their way to the brigade office, where some high school graduates from the village joined them along the way. Upon their arrival, Huang Zhongfu was engaged in conversation with a cadre from the town, while nearby, a villager named Godin was bustling about, eager to impress the town official. Xiaobai, you're here. Please, have a seat, Huang Zhongfu called out, then turned to introduce the town cadre to the group. He has great news to share with you today. Huang Zhongfu looked at Cadre Wu and said, our village's urban youths and high school graduates are all here. You may announce it. Very well, Cadre Wu replied with a smile. The college entrance examination has been reinstated, heralding a new dawn where knowledge can transform destinies across this vast nation. Many recalled that on the day this news broke, numerous individuals laughed and cried with joy. As Cadre Wu spoke, Jiang Xiaobai and the others listened intently, eager for his next words. Chapter 32. The scarcity of study materials. The restoration of the college entrance examination was a momentous occasion for the entire nation, symbolizing a renewed opportunity to alter one's fate through knowledge. It had been a considerable time since an exam of this magnitude had been held, and Cadre Wu acknowledged that many had long awaited this chance. He spoke courteously to the urban youths, recognizing that among them could be those destined for university. This examination will solely consider academic performance, and I hope everyone will study diligently to seize this opportunity, Cadre Wu declared. The atmosphere in the brigade office became electric. The prospect of participating in the college entrance examination, irrespective of family background, was indeed a reality. The registration forms are with me. Those who meet the criteria may come and collect them shortly. I will report to the county. As soon as the officer's words fell, he was surrounded by a crowd, consisting not only of urban youth, but also high school graduates from Jianhua village, many of whom were even more exhilarated than Jiang Xiaobai and his companions. The urban youth could devise ways to return to the city, yet for these graduates from Jianhua village, failing to gain admission to university meant they would remain in the countryside for the rest of their lives. Please don't push. Form an orderly line. One at a time. There will certainly be enough registration forms, the officer called out to the crowd. Before long, the forms in his hands were snatched away. Jiang Xiaobai took two, filling one out for Lu Aigua, who had gone to the city for review materials, and submitted it as well. All right, everyone, focus on your studies. The exams will be held from July 20th to July 22nd. I will notify you again then. This time, the exam questions will be uniformly set by the Ministry of Education, with provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities organizing the exams, grading, and admissions at local educational institutions. The liberal arts will test politics, mathematics, history, geography, and foreign languages, while the sciences will assess politics, Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and foreign languages. The officer announced while presenting a document regarding the admissions examination. After the exams, the list of candidates for the physical examination will be announced alongside the scores of all examinees, he continued. While announcing scores might be commonplace in later times, the degree of openness and transparency during the admissions process played a significant role and marked an important reform at that time. Officer, where can we find review materials? Someone asked. Indeed, we have no review materials at all, another voice chimed in. You will have to figure that out yourselves. It has been 10 years since the last college entrance examination, and the county's admissions office has no materials. If you want to find a way, you must do so, the officer replied. But officer, there are no review materials in the township, nor in the county. How are we supposed to study? We can't just go in unprepared. A graduate from Jianhua village remarked with a bitter smile. Enough, everyone, stop talking and think of a solution, Dogdan interjected, noticing the officer's predicament. Jiang Xiaobai had not intended to source review materials from the township either, thus remained silent. He was merely pressing the officer, who was equally unable to provide any materials. Jiang Xiaobai, don't you urban youth have bicycles? Why not give the officer a ride? As the officer prepared to take his leave, Dogdan swiftly spoke up. Jiang Xiaobai was not unwilling to lend his bicycle. However, given the critical nature of the college entrance examination, he preferred to avoid any additional complications. Fearing that local leaders might have ulterior motives regarding him and his peers, which could jeopardize their preparation for the exams. But now that Dogdan had spoken, Jiang Xiaobai acquiesced and arranged for someone to escort the officer back. When Wang Xiaojun approached with the bicycle, the officer was taken aback. astonished that someone from the impoverished Jianhua village could afford a bicycle, as even the local officials seldom possessed one. However, the military officer did not say much, while Dog Dan appeared to be lost in thought, pondering something. After bidding farewell to the officer, Jiang Xiaobai and his companions returned to the youth courtyard, dedicating themselves to their studies with renewed vigor. Later that evening, Wang Chao and Lu Igua returned. Wang Chao seemed fine, but Lu Igua wore a somewhat sullen expression. Jiang Xiaobai could tell that they had likely failed to procure any review materials from Song Weigua. This was not surprising, as few possessed such resources at this time. Brother Xiaobai, my brother-in-law, also doesn't have any review materials, Wang Chao remarked before turning to check on the progress of the canned goods produced that day. The remaining city youths in the courtyard were consumed with worry. Just as Jiang Xiaobai prepared to offer words of comfort and share the little review materials gifted to him by Li Siyan, an idea struck him. There's no need to fret, everyone. I'll head to the county tomorrow and see if I can find some review materials. If fortune smiles upon me, I might just procure some. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, relief washed over their faces. It seemed that, for reasons unknown, they had developed an inexplicable trust in him. It was as if anything Jiang Xiaobai set his mind to could be accomplished. No one considered that the county's admissions office had been unable to help. How could Jiang Xiaobai succeed where they had failed? All right, Brother Xiaobai, I'll accompany you tomorrow, Lu Igua said. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement, opting not to elaborate further, as most candidates lacked review materials at this juncture. Chapter 33. The small restaurant. The following morning, Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Igua arrived in the county town. After disembarking, Lu Igua curiously inquired, Brother Xiaobai, where shall we seek the review materials? Jiang Xiaobai was well aware of the connections he had in the county town, knowing only Song Weigua and Wang Lauer. However, since Song Weigua had already stated that there were no review materials available, and the county admissions office had echoed the same, he pondered where else they could possibly search. Let us go ask around for any recycling stations that buy scrap materials. I'll wander nearby. You can return here shortly, Jiang Xiaobai instructed. The most challenging aspect of this era for him was the absence of mobile phones. In a different time, a simple phone call would suffice. In this age, one relied on walking for travel and shouting for communication, a true reflection of the times. Since being dispatched to Jianhua village for labor, Jiang Xiaobai had not been able to contact his family. Understood, Brother Xiaobai, Lu Igua replied, turning to seek information. Jiang Xiaobai meandered nearby, recalling that by this time, there should be some small restaurants. However, they were unmarked and nestled within alleys, nearly impossible to locate without a local's guidance. Jiang Xiaobai strolled through the alleys, seeking a modest eatery to address his lunch needs, as Wang Chao was occupied with canned goods production in the village and did not return to the town. Jiang Xiaobai felt reluctant to intrude on others for a meal, yet, primarily driven by curiosity, he wished to see if there were other private restaurants and whether anyone else had undergone change besides himself. Regarding the issue of lunch, one may procure food vouchers at the food station in exchange for steamed buns or dumplings. As noon approached, the alley bustled with numerous passers-by, many of whom were returning home from work. While Jiang Xiaobai wandered aimlessly like a headless fly, a man walking beside him called out to someone named Old Zhang and entered a small establishment. With a casual glance, Jiang Xiaobai noticed that the interior contained several tables. Amused, he was about to abandon his search when he unexpectedly found what he was looking for. Following the man inside, Jiang Xiaobai pushed the door open. The man who had entered before and another man, referred to as Old Zhang, who was wearing an apron, gazed at Jiang Xiaobai in bewilderment. Old Zhang asked with some confusion, "Who are you?" "I am a young urbanite, here in the city for some matters." "Isn't it nearly noon?" "I was looking for a place to eat, and when this gentleman entered, I took a glance and it seemed like a restaurant. So I came in," Jiang Xiaobai explained. "Oh, then please take a seat. What would you like to eat?" "My little eatery is quite simple, with only a few dishes, so I apologize in advance," Old Zhang replied with a smile, inviting Jiang Xiaobai to sit at a table. He had opted to keep his restaurant discreet and unmarked, fearing potential troubles. However, he was not a recluse who refused to serve strangers. The risks he took were ultimately motivated by the pursuit of profit. Naturally, he was inclined to welcome any customers that came through the door. "Not a problem, I'm not picky. I have a companion whom I will fetch shortly. Here are 2 yuan. Please prepare something," Jiang Xiaobai said, placing the money on the table without ordering specific dishes, as he believed that those running a restaurant would only have a couple of options available anyway. All right, this morning someone delivered a wild rabbit. And I have some leftover chicken from yesterday. I will stew it with mushrooms, stir-fry some meat and shredded potatoes, and serve rice to fill you up, old Jiang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the 2 yuan. In truth, anyone dining out at this hour was generally not short on funds. So old Jiang kept some meat on hand for such occasions. Youth, which commune do you hail from? What brings you to the county? The man who had entered earlier inquired, chatting with Jiang Xiaobai from a nearby table. I am a young man from the Jianhua Brigade of the Shama commune. Since the college entrance examinations have resumed, I've come to the city to seek study materials, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Upon learning Jiang Xiaobai was in the county for study materials in preparation for university entrance exams, the man remarked, finding study materials nowadays is quite challenging. It has been many years since there has been a major examination, and much of the material has been lost. Indeed, the county admissions office has little in the way of resources. One cannot rely solely on taking the exam without preparation, Jiang Xiaobai added. Though he had participated in the college entrance examination in his previous life just 4 years ago, he recognized that the current examination format was entirely different and required his own review. The term bear exam is quite creative, the middle-aged man noted, his eyes glimmering as he looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Hee, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, aware of his tendency to inadvertently slip in modern terminology. After a brief exchange, Jiang Xiaobai excused himself to fetch Lu Igua. Brother Xiaobai, I've gathered some information. There is only one recycling station in the county, located on the eastern side of the town. Just follow this road to the end, and you will see it at the next corner, Lu Igua informed him. Lu Igua expressed his intention to take Jiang Xiaobai along, but Jiang Xiaobai promptly intervened, suggesting they should first dine before embarking on their journey. It's lunchtime, Brother Xiaobai. I'll go to the food station to exchange for steamed buns and dumplings, he remarked. Lu Igua, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered it was indeed noon and felt his stomach growl, having been preoccupied with the study materials just moments before. No need, just follow me, he insisted. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively and led Lu Igua towards a small eatery. As they walked, Lu Igua hesitated several times, contemplating whether they were headed to the residence of Old Wang. Could it be that Brother Xiaobai had relatives in the county that he had never heard of? Upon entering the establishment, Jiang Xiaobai, filled with curiosity, guided Lu Igua inside. We're back. The stir-fried shredded potatoes and meat are ready. I'll serve you rice. And the chicken stewed with mushrooms will be ready shortly, old Jiang announced from the kitchen, greeting Jiang Xiaobai with a warm smile before resuming his tasks. Is this your relative, Brother Xiaobai? Lu Igua inquired, his voice tinged with confusion. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, stating, No, old Jiang runs this small eatery. I've only just met him. A small eatery, Brother Xiaobai? How did you come across it? I can't believe someone actually runs a restaurant here. Lu Igua exclaimed in astonishment. After a hearty meal, they found the food surprisingly delightful. Post-lunch, Lu Igua brought Jiang Xiaobai to a scrap collection station located at the eastern edge of the county. This should be the place, Lu Igua remarked. Jiang Xiaobai surveyed the rundown scrap yard, which consisted of a few dilapidated earthen houses, with a wooden sign hanging above inscribed with the bold characters for Jiang Xian County Scrap Collection Station. The yard was cluttered with assorted wooden planks and worn-out porcelain basins. In truth, the available scrap was quite scarce. People wore clothes that were new for 3 years, old for 3 years, mended for another 3, let alone other items. Thus, the materials that could be sold to the scrap station were exceedingly few. Is anyone here? Jiang Xiaobai called out as they stepped into the yard. And after a prolonged wait, an unkempt old man reeking of alcohol staggered out from within. What do you want? He stammered, his voice surprisingly robust despite his age, though it was unclear if his slurring was due to intoxication or a natural speech impediment. Sir, we are urban youth seeking some books, Jiang Xiaobai replied, retrieving 2 boxes of De Qianmen cigarettes from his pocket. At that time, De Qianmen was considered a luxury brand, with few able to afford its indulgence, its prestige surpassing that of the later Zhonghua cigarettes. Upon seeing the 2 boxes in Jiang Xiaobai's hands, the old man's eyes instantly brightened. He snatched them eagerly, gesturing toward a nearby dilapidated room. There are books in there. Feel free to look around. Once you're done, just leave. I'm off to a banquet for lunch. I've had a bit too much to drink, so I'll take a nap and one tea keep you company, he said before turning back to retreat into his abode. At that time, any household hosting a wedding or funeral would typically set up several banquet tables, inviting friends, family, and neighbors to partake in the festivities. The old man likely relished the rare occasion to partake in a banquet, indulging in ample libations. Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua shared a bittersweet smile as they pushed open the door to the dilapidated house. The moment the door creaked open, a musty odor assaulted their senses, causing Jiang Xiaobai to cough. They waited a moment for the air to clear before stepping inside. Let's search for the review materials. If any place holds such resources, I believe this is the most comprehensive, Jiang Xiaobai remarked cheerfully, glancing at Lu Aigua. At that moment, Lu Aigua grasped the ingenuity of Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts, admiring his ability to conceive of a recycling station as a source for study materials. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible that if any place could have examination review materials, it would be the recycling station. Yet, in a county bustling with numerous young adults and recent graduates, it was evident from the demeanor of the elderly man managing the station that no one else had yet considered this. They were the very first to arrive. Let us hurry. We should capitalize on our head start, Jiang Xiaobai urged as he commenced his search. Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua rummaged through the recycling station, discovering an array of books. Jiang Xiaobai believed it quite likely that they would find volumes here that the county library would not possess. At that time, procuring grain required grain coupons, fabric necessitated cloth tickets, and nearly everything else demanded some form of voucher. The sole exception was the purchase of books. Gazing at the room brimming with literature, Jiang Xiaobai yearned to take them all if only he could manage it. Otherwise, left unattended, they would soon be lost or damaged. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai picked up a thick tome and gently blew off the dust, sending particles swirling into the air. He quickly turned away, spitting out a mouthful, and once the dust settled, he looked back. His heart leaped with joy as he spotted the title emblazoned on the cover, Self-Study Series in Mathematics, Physics, and Chemistry. Discovering this book felt akin to a protagonist in a drama stumbling upon a treasure after a perilous fall, a top-tier resource indeed. After a decade without college entrance examinations, the sudden reinstatement left not only the students bewildered but also the educators tasked with devising the tests. The organization of the exams was hasty, lacking any formal syllabus, let alone the structured formats seen in later years. Consequently, many questions were derived directly from the self-study series, a fact that Jiang Xiaobai had only occasionally noted in news reports from the future, having not paid it much heed until now. It felt as though destiny was guiding him. He eagerly called out to Lu Aigua, "Come quickly." "What is it, Brother Xiaobai?" Lu Aigua, engrossed in his search, responded with a hint of confusion. With a rhythmic thump, Jiang Xiaobai tapped the self-study series, sending more dust into the air. "Did you see that? Pay close attention when you search, and make sure to gather this entire series for me," Jiang Xiaobai instructed Lu Aigua earnestly. The announcement regarding the restoration of the college entrance examination was certainly not made just a couple of days ago. Rather, it was the remoteness of Shaanxi province that caused a delay in the spread of this news. Other provinces may have already been informed and prepared for some time, while the examinees in Shaanxi were only just becoming aware and beginning their preparations. There is an adage that states, in the past, horse-drawn carriages moved slowly. Letters took time to arrive, and one could only love a single person in a lifetime. At this moment, it is not just the pace of travel that is slow. Even the dissemination of information lags behind, placing Shaanxi's candidates at a considerable disadvantage compared to their peers in other provinces. Now that they are aware of the recommended textbooks for the science examinations, this knowledge gives them a significant edge over other candidates. Reflecting on this, Jiang Xiaobai began to appreciate that being placed in Shaanxi was not necessarily a misfortune. Armed with this knowledge, he could compete against those who were uninformed, thus gaining a substantial advantage. Were he situated in regions such as Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where everyone was privy to the same information, he would find himself with no distinct advantage. "All right, Brother Xiaobai," Lu Aigua nodded, having briefly perused the self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, deeming it a commendable resource for exam preparation. However, Lu Aigua could scarcely foresee the significant role this collection would ultimately play in their pursuit of academic success in the upcoming college entrance examination. With a clear objective, the two of them hastened to gather the necessary books. By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua emerged from the waste recycling station, arms laden with numerous books, bidding farewell to the elderly man managing the station. Casting a glance at the duo and their burdens, the man exhibited no interest whatsoever, dismissively waving his hand to urge them to depart promptly. Chapter 35. arts or sciences. Once outside the recycling station, Jiang Xiaobai exhaled a long sigh of relief. Among the collection of books they had acquired, there were 5 sets of the self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, not to mention other revision materials. Typically, a single set of this series would cost around 20 yuan, amounting to 100 yuan for 5 sets, and with the additional materials, their expenditure could easily surpass 200 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai was not one to flaunt wealth. 200 yuan was merely the price of a bicycle, which he could afford. The crux of the matter was that some of these books were simply unavailable for purchase, even with money in hand. Naturally, those who could afford to spend 200 yuan on books were not merely seeking to be discreet. Their financial capacity dictated otherwise. The two then purchased a woven bag from the supply and marketing cooperative to carry their books, and they hurriedly made their way to catch the bus back to Shanma Township. Once aboard the bus, Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Aigua released a collective sigh of relief. There were only 2 buses each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Should they miss their connection, they would be forced to sleep on the streets. Although summer nights were not excessively cold, a rainy night would have been disastrous. As the sun began to set, the pair returned to the town, retrieved their bicycles from the commune courtyard, and securely fastened the woven bag to the rear of their bikes. With the setting sun before them, they pedaled slowly towards Jianhua village. As the bicycle journey progressed, a series of cheerful jingles resonated through the air, predominantly caused by Lu Aigua's incessant ringing, as if he were eager for everyone to know of his cycling presence. This, of course, attracted numerous envious glances, had it not been for Jiang Xiaobai's warning gaze, which seemed to suggest impending action should the ringing continue. Lu Aigua might have joyfully announced his arrival from the countryside to the village. Aigua, this is not the time for ostentation. Subtlety in action is the true virtue. One day, when the atmosphere is entirely clear, you may flaunt as you wish. Jiang Xiaobai advised while pedaling alongside him. Rest assured, brother Xiaobai, I will maintain a low profile and refrain from unnecessary chatter, Lu Aigua casually replied, interspersing his speech with a few northeastern dialect expressions. It is often said that in a dormitory devoid of northeasterners, conversations may traverse various accents and dialects. However, the moment a single northeastern individual enters, the entire discourse inevitably shifts to their vernacular. Jiang Xiaobai discerned from Lu Aigua's demeanor that his words had not truly registered. Although Lu Aigua and his peers could generally heed his counsel, they were, after all, young adults with their own perspectives. It was impractical, if not unwise, for him to address every matter in detail, especially given the opportunity to pursue higher education now presented itself. He hoped that all would successfully gain admission to university, thus liberating themselves from the mundane task of canning. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaobai pondered whether accompanying them in such endeavors would ultimately be a blessing or a curse. Brother Xiaobai, you're back. How did it go? Did you find the study materials? A group of urban youths erupted from the courtyard upon hearing the sound of the bicycle, each bombarding Jiang Xiaobai with questions. Is there anything you can accomplish? Upon securing the study materials, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of happiness and jestingly responded before heading into the courtyard with the crowd. As he entered, he inadvertently let his bicycle slip from his grasp, only to find it snatched by Li Siyan. Xiaobai, after a long day in the county, allow me to park your bike. You should take a moment to rest. I've brewed some tea. It just needs to cool a bit, Li Siyan said with a concerned smile. In recent days, Jiang Xiaobai had been preoccupied with his studies in preparation for the college entrance examination, leaving little room for the production of canned goods. This had hindered Li Siyan's attempts to bond with him, but seizing the opportunity now, he lavished praise upon Jiang Xiaobai. Surprisingly, the flattery felt rather pleasant, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to nod in appreciation. Among the crowd, Zhang Baofeng observed Li Siyan's series of actions and words, thinking to himself that one day, he too would reach such heights. Conversely, Li Siyan regarded Li Siyan with disdain. Before the upheaval in her family, countless individuals like him had sought her company. Yet after the incident, they had swiftly distanced themselves. Thus, she found such individuals particularly irksome. Xiaobai, have some tea while you converse. After dinner, I have some matters to report, Li Siyan naturally offered, handing a teacup to Jiang Xiaobai and casually adjusting the teapot's position on the table to better serve him. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and then sat down with the urban youth at the dining table in the courtyard. Aigua, please fetch the books, Jiang Xiaobai instructed, emptying the contents of the snakeskin bag onto the table. The review materials were found, Yet it was evident that there were not enough sets for everyone. Let us first tally how many intend to apply for the humanities, how many for the sciences, and those for foreign language institutions, Jiang Xiaobai added. Upon hearing this, Lu Igwa took a piece of paper and began the counting process. Wang Ming decided against participating in the college entrance examination, leaving 14 urban youths, among whom 6 were preparing for the humanities. For males, Zhang Yanmei and another female. 6, including Jiang Xiaobai, were set to apply for the sciences. Li Siyan, Jiang Xiaobai, Lu Igwa, Wang Xiaojun, and 2 others. The remaining male and female were aiming for foreign language schools. The girl, like Wang Ming, hailed from the northeast and had studied Russian since childhood, feeling confident enough to attempt admission to a foreign language college. Chapter 36. An omen accompanied my birth. From the statistical results, the number of candidates for the humanities and sciences was nearly equal. It need not be mentioned that, even in later generations, humanities were generally perceived as slightly more straightforward than sciences. Although Jiang Xiaobai believed that possessing the self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry would be of greater assistance for those pursuing sciences, he felt it inappropriate to voice such thoughts. Some individuals are simply not suited for scientific study. Even with a complete set of reference books, they might struggle to retain information. Science often requires an innate talent. And what surprised Jiang Xiaobai was that Li Siyan had also chosen the sciences. Nonetheless, he refrained from interfering with their choices. Such a significant decision as university applications, he felt, must be made after considerable reflection. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai respected their decisions. Now here are the review materials for the humanities. Please distribute them, Jiang Xiaobai said, pushing the humanities materials toward Lu Yuan, who had opted for that field. As for the 6 of us applying for the sciences, I recommend that we diligently review the self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. I find this set of books quite beneficial, as it contains many classic problems that could easily serve as exam questions, Jiang Xiaobai stated, half jokingly yet earnestly. He could only say so much, as ultimately, when the exams arrived, it would be a matter of luck. With 5 books for 6 individuals, each of you shall take one. Just as Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Igwa were about to suggest sharing a book, Li Siyan interjected, "How about I share one with you? I have some review materials from home, so I can minimize the time spent with this set." "Oh," Jiang Xiaobai nodded, "that sounds good. However, while having review materials is beneficial, you should still take the time to study this book thoroughly," Jiang Xiaobai emphasized, giving Li Siyan an encouraging nod. Li Siyan, though compliant, inwardly murmured, "If it weren't for the fear that you might not do well and fail to get into university, I wouldn't need to share a book with you at all. You foolish person, you know nothing." "Well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Yang Li and Yo Tegan, you 2 are preparing to apply to the foreign language school. Here is the information I have gathered for you. I have some knowledge of English and can assist you in your review," Jiang Xiaobai said, eliciting surprised glances from everyone at the table. "Among urban youth sent to labor, why are you so exceptional? Xiaobai, is this true? I've never heard of you possessing such a skill." Wang Xiaojun, a childhood friend of Jiang Xiaobai, expressed his astonishment, as did Li Siyan, who wore an equally surprised expression. Jiang Xiaobai fluently recited a passage, jokingly noting that it was quite normal for someone who had graduated from university in the future to have some knowledge. While this level of proficiency may be considered average in the future, it was still commendable in the present context. "Brother Xiaobai, can you tell me if there's anything you can't do?" Lu Igwa gazed at Jiang Xiaobai with an expression of disbelief. "Brother Xiaobai, how is your mind constructed?" Zhang Yanmei asked with admiration. "This story begins with my birth. On the day I was born, radiant light filled the horizon, and a rainbow lingered in the sky. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted, and a purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky." Jiang Xiaobai began, mimicking the opening of an internet novel from the future, intending to conclude. However, upon turning around, he discovered that everyone was utterly engrossed. Moreover, the varying expressions on Lu Igwa and others' faces suggested they were deep in contemplation. "You can't possibly believe this, can you? I was merely speaking casually, a typical opening used by any author of a web novel in the future," he remarked. "Well, what happens next?" Lu Igwa inquired with curiosity. "Next, where was I?" Jiang Xiaobai pondered, feeling somewhat lost. "The sky, what appeared in the sky?" Zhang Yanmei prompted. "Oh, a mythical beast emerged in the sky. It was one of the 4 divine beasts, the Qilin. After my birth, the storm, thunder, and lightning vanished as if they had never existed. Jiang Xiaobai continued to fabricate the tale, finally concluding and hastily making his exit. The courtyard lights should remain on for anyone studying. Do not worry about the electricity bill. Our primary focus must be on the college entrance examination, Jiang Xiaobai declared as he strode towards his room, hearing the discussions among the urban youths about the extraordinary phenomena surrounding his birth. Among them, Wang Xiaojun, the foolish one, was still fervently asserting that he seemed to recall adults mentioning it during their childhood. Jiang Xiaobai felt uncertain about whether to reveal the truth to them, pondering if they would turn against him when they eventually learned it. As Jiang Xiaobai returned to his room, Li Siyan, Wang Chao, and Wang Ming followed him inside. Xiaobai, let me report on the results of our canning production over the past 2 days. In that time, our 30 villagers produced a total of 500 jars of canned goods, averaging over 700 jars per day. Good, let us continue our production. We must exert our utmost effort to produce our cans before the peach harvest concludes, Jiang Xiaobai responded, pausing to reflect before adding, of course. Merely producing without sales is not sufficient. In this manner, Li Siyan, Wang Chao, and Wang Ming, you three shall embark on a cycling expedition to a more distant village tomorrow, to wander about and seek individuals willing to assist us in selling canned goods. For each jar sold, we can offer a commission of 10 cents, and it is essential to find one such person in each village. Once we saturate the nearby villages, our sales market will undoubtedly expand even further. Solely relying on our own efforts for sales will yield minimal returns, no matter how hard we toil. We must establish our sales channels in every village. The more Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the more fervent he became, articulating that the future lies in the mastery of terminals and channels. Those who control the terminals and channels shall dominate the market. After rambling for quite some time, Jiang Xiaobai realized he had digressed, as Li Siyan and the others looked on in confusion. Shaking his head, he simplified his explanation to the trio, clarifying the necessity of identifying a sales representative in each village and the rationale behind recruiting others to sell on our behalf. When Li Siyan and the others set out, they were invigorated, embodying the adage that a single conversation with a wise person is worth a decade of study. Over the past few days, Jiang Xiaobai had been engrossed in his studies, and they had assumed he was indifferent to the canned goods industry. It was only that evening they discovered he was indeed well prepared, contemplating far beyond their understanding. Chapter 37. A resounding call. The night had deepened, yet the lights in the youth courtyard remained aglow, prompting occasional murmurs of discontent from those who ventured out during the night. While it was acceptable to use electric lights at night, it was perplexing that they remained lit continuously. Did electricity cost nothing? Amidst their quiet grievances, groups of young people gathered around tables in the courtyard, diligently studying. The summer heat rendered the indoors stifling, thus the urban youth congregated outside, engaging in discussions and learning in small clusters. Jiang Xiaobai was also hunched over a table, intently poring over the self-study series of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. While he could casually skim through other books, this particular one was different. It might even feature exam questions verbatim. To echo the words of modern educators, these were essential questions, guaranteed to appear on the test, a certainty that one could either embrace or disregard. Of course, the predictions of educators are often a matter of luck, but this time was different. Jiang Xiaobai possessed foresight regarding future events, making these truly indispensable questions. The sounds of discussion and recitation frequently echoed in the youth courtyard, accompanied by the cicadas heralding summer and the croaking of frogs by the lotus pond. At dawn the following day, Li Siyan, Wang Ming, and Wang Chao set out on their bicycles, equipped with scallion pancakes and provisions, their spirits buoyed by dreams of the future. In the courtyard, 2 canning workshops and a warehouse buzzed with the activity of 30 villagers, each laboring diligently with a glimmer of hope for the future. Within the rooms of the 14 urban youths, they too were earnestly striving to transform their destinies through dedicated study. This was a pivotal year in history, as each individual labored fervently for their lives, their futures, and their dreams. Although Jiang Xiaobai had experienced the rigors of university entrance examinations in his past life, the knowledge acquired during his 4 university years had nearly faded from memory. In later generations, some have jested that if an individual claims to be a university student yet struggles to answer questions from elementary or middle school, one might find it hard to believe in their academic status. Although this statement is somewhat exaggerated, It accurately reflects the current plight of certain university students following the expansion of admissions. While Jiang Xiaobai does engage in some learning at university, to assert that his academic performance is commendable would indeed be a stretch. Furthermore, the disparity between the current college entrance examination questions and those of the past necessitates a serious approach from Jiang Xiaobai. Nevertheless, he has not forgotten the canning production in the courtyard. Whenever fatigue from studying sets in, he visits the canning workshop to assess the situation. Currently, 30 villagers are engaged in canning, and they dare not slack off, earning 50 cents for each work point daily. Many in the village covet their employment, watching them closely, eagerly awaiting any mistakes that might allow them a chance to secure a position. Presently, the daily production of cans has reached over 700 bottles, and at this rate, they will complete the production of 15,000 cans in less than a month. This implies that within this short span, the 15,000 glass jars recently acquired by Jiang Xiaobai will be depleted. Consequently, should he wish to maintain production, he must settle the remaining 500 yuan for this batch of jars and place an order for the next batch. To order jars from the county glass factory, a minimum of 10,000 units is required, and the price per jar certainly cannot be based on the rate for the current batch. According to the pricing mentioned by Song Weihua, each jar costs 20 cents, amounting to at least 2,000 yuan for 10,000 jars, with a deposit of at least a third of that sum, approximately 700 yuan. Thus, with a deposit of 700 yuan plus the outstanding balance for the jars, Jiang Xiaobai needs a total of 1,200 yuan. Recently, he had earned 1,500 yuan, but the last trip to the county for settling balances and placing orders consumed 400 yuan, and 3 bicycles cost another 483 yuan. This brings his expenditures close to 900 yuan. The monthly wages for the 30 villagers are roughly 450 yuan, in addition to the daily expenses for meals. Thus, the recently earned over 1,500 yuan barely covers these costs. Consequently, Jiang Xiaobai must secure 1,200 yuan, or even more, within the month to sustain canning production. Of course, while money flows out like water, it has not been without reward. The warehouse is now brimming with over 4,000 cans, a tangible yield. According to Jiang Xiaobai's plans for the coming month, they should be able to produce at least 15,000 more cans. Combined with the previous stock of over 2,500, totaling more than 17,000 cans. If all are sold at 70 cents per can, that would yield over 12,000 yuan, an amount that nearly matches the annual per capita output of Jianhua Village. In Jianhua Village, home to over 300 individuals, the annual gross production value barely surpasses 10,000, a reflection of both its sparse population and economic hardships. Larger and more affluent villages undoubtedly boast a production value exceeding this sum. However, the notion of a 10,000 household has yet to emerge at this time. Selling the amassed stock of over 10,000 cans proves to be quite a challenge. Jiang Xiaobai gazes at the piled cans in the warehouse, muttering to himself. He wonders about the progress made by Li Siyan and his companions in seeking out agents from various villages. In a later era, Jiang Xiaobai would not have fretted. However, during this period, many individuals do not venture into entrepreneurship unless compelled by dire circumstances. The thriving commercial atmosphere in Wenzhou arises from its densely populated, yet arable scarce landscape, leaving the populace with little choice but to engage in trade. Consequently, Wenzhou has become one of the earliest and most commercially vibrant regions in the country. In truth, Li Siyan, Wang Chao, and Wang Ming constitute an optimal team. Li Siyan, a farmer himself, possesses profound insights into the mindset of his peers and is exceptionally articulate. He adeptly resolved issues of laziness among villagers during road construction. Wang Chao, who had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey prior to his arrival in Jianhua Village, remains undeterred by losses, displaying both courage and resilience. Wang Ming, hailing from the northeast, is characterized by his straightforward demeanor and loyalty, making him a favored conversationalist among the villagers. His robust physique assures that he can protect both Wang Chao and Li Siyan in times of crisis. Should their endeavors falter, Jiang Xiaobai would have to personally seek agents and establish channels. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai returned indoors to continue his studies, intent on assessing the situation upon their return. Chapter 38. Changes occurring around us. As dusk descended, the sound of bicycle bells resonated from outside the small courtyard. The crisp, melodious chimes greeted Jiang Xiaobai as he stretched and emerged from the house. A smile graced his lips, suggesting that their day had unfolded favorably. Otherwise, Such excitement would be unwarranted. In Jianhua village, aside from a few children chasing bicycles, the villagers had long since acclimated to the sound, no longer rushing to witness the commotion. Xiaobai gu, Xiaobai gu. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Chao and the others called out loudly, rushing toward Jiang Xiaobai before their bicycles had even come to a halt. What's the matter? Come inside, have some water, and speak slowly. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Once inside, Li Siyan, Wang Chao, and Wang Ming eagerly gulped down half a jar of water before sharing their news. Xiaobai gu. Today the three of us visited 6 villages, and there are people willing to buy our canned goods. In one village, several individuals were even eager to compete for the opportunity. I invited them to come tomorrow for you to finalize the arrangements. Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing this, wore a broad smile. He had initially thought that no one would be interested in such work, yet it had turned out to be remarkably smooth. Which villages did you visit today? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. Shidi village and Wenjiazwang, Wang Ming replied, and Jiang Xiaobai immediately understood why their search for agents had proceeded so smoothly. These villages had witnessed Jiang Xiaobai and his companions selling canned goods and recognized the profitability of such ventures. The real challenge lay in establishing sales channels beyond the confines of the Ma public commune, in the surrounding villages, and even in neighboring counties. Well done. Tomorrow, you shall continue your efforts, starting with the villages where we have previously sold our canned goods and finding someone to assist us, Jiang Xiaobai instructed. Before discussing the logistics of distributing products with Li Siyan, Wang Chao, and Wang Ming. Once their plans were set, he sent them on their way. The lights in the youth courtyard remained aglow well into the night, extinguishing quietly just before dawn. The following morning, as if echoing the previous day, the courtyard resonated with the sounds of enthusiastic reading. The villagers, arriving to assist with the canned goods, observed the group of urban youths studying within the courtyard and found themselves inexplicably infused with a sense of respect. Initially, the villagers had looked down upon Jiang Xiaobai and his companions, city youths who, it seemed, could neither lift nor carry a load. They often complained about the food's taste and the cleanliness of their living conditions. Jiang Xiaobai, especially in his early days, had been particularly critical, as he struggled to adapt to his new surroundings. Fortunately, his polite demeanor and cheerful disposition prevented any conflicts from arising. As the residents of Jianhua village learned that Jiang Xiaobai was earning money through the sale of canned goods, they began to feel a twinge of guilt. If it weren't for the dire poverty of Jianhua village, these young people would not have had to resort to such labor. After all, who would willingly traverse the streets to engage in trade if not driven by necessity? Witnessing the transformation of other villages and the success of the urban youths in selling canned goods, jealousy began to brew among the villagers, culminating in the unrest led by Dogdan. That evening, as heavy rain poured down, the villagers observed Jiang Xiaobai and his companions transporting cans through the storm. This instance marked a significant shift in their perception of the city youths. The sight of perseverance, where not a single person faltered in the face of adversity, left them astounded. Working in the youth courtyard for such generous wages filled Jiang Xiaobai and his peers with gratitude. Yet now, as they watched their fellow youths engrossed in their studies, the villagers felt a newfound respect for those who pursued knowledge. This sentiment, an appreciation for intellect and culture, is one that should resonate with the populace in any era. As Jiang Xiaobai lifted his gaze, he noticed the expressions of admiration and reverence directed at the urban youths. By mid-morning, individuals from Shidi village, Wenjiazwang, and 4 other villages had arrived, each inquiring about the youth courtyard. However, as they beheld the bustling scene, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. Although I had envisioned the scene of the canned goods production facility prior to my arrival, the bustling atmosphere before me was nonetheless astonishing and captivating. You are from other villages, correct? Xiaobai has instructed you to seek him in the house. Please follow me. Li Siyan and his companions have ventured out to recruit sales personnel from new villages, while the villager Li Xiaolu has been assigned by Jiang Xiaobai to greet visitors at the entrance. Accompanied by a group, Li Xiaolu knocked on Jiang Xiaobai's door. Although no words were spoken, an unspoken order had quietly established itself. Come in. Jiang Xiaobai's melodious voice resonated from within. Li Xiaolu exchanged a glance with the others before leading them inside. The initially relaxed demeanor of the group instantly shifted to one of tension, particularly for those who had only sent 2 or 3 representatives from their village. Those who had come to assist in selling canned goods were individuals facing hardships, living in poverty and yearning for a change in their circumstances. while the villagers of Jianhua, who produced the canned goods, were also impoverished and willing to earn work points and wages in the youth courtyard. Few would be inclined to venture out to sell the cans. This reflects the societal structure of the era and the regional disparities between the North and South. It is not only true now, but will also hold in the future. The majority of Northern individuals prefer stability over venturing into business and exploration. Xiaobai, the people have arrived, Li Xiaolu said respectfully, despite being in his 30s, older than Jiang Xiaobai. He addressed him as Xiaobai without any hesitation, displaying a natural ease. Li Xiaolu and Li Laosan share a distant familial connection, with Li Laosan being Li Xiaoyou's fifth cousin. In just a few days, he had managed to integrate into the inner circle of urban youth, gaining Jiang Xiaobai's esteem. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the task of recruiting personnel for selling canned goods. No, this was about establishing sales channels and building sales terminals. Chapter 39. A hero does not question origins. They have arrived. Please take a seat, Jiang Xiaobai said, setting aside the book he was reading and addressing the group. After Li Xiaolu poured a cup of water for each person from a white porcelain jar, he stood quietly in a corner. And Jiang Xiaobai glanced at him without further comment. My name is Jiang Xiaobai, and I am the head of the Youth Canned Goods Initiative. Welcome to the Youth Courtyard. We may soon become like family. I would like each of you to introduce yourselves. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to begin. They looked at one another, with those in the middle waiting for those on the sides to speak first. Having lived in the countryside for so many years, they had never encountered such a situation. I am Luo Taizhu, 27 years old, from Shidi village, and I am unmarried, spoke a man who appeared somewhat weathered, his clothing patched with various sizes of fabric and his hair greasy and unkempt. At 27, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. This man looked to be in his 30s. Moreover, in rural areas during this time, both men and women tended to marry early, at 27. He would likely only have the prospect of marrying someone who had been previously wed. Although the introduction of Luo Taizhu is brief, it nonetheless serves as a starting point. The middle-aged man beside him was about to speak when Luo Taizhu interjected, stating, "Everyone in the village calls me Ergo." The young woman who had come to Jiang Xiaobai's room to learn English could not contain her laughter upon hearing Luo Taizhu's voice, even though she remained engrossed in her studies. It was crucial for Luo Taizhu to clarify his family's situation, as the nature of one's family background is of paramount importance. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement. The relentless march of history cannot be halted, and the world of the future promises to be a golden era. In this age of prosperity, one's origins matter little. What truly counts is the courage to take action, coupled with a touch of fortune, to forge a successful path. After Luo Taizhu concluded his thoughts, the other villagers fell silent. The villagers who had gathered today were not merely struggling financially. More importantly, their family backgrounds were less than favorable. Thus, they believed that seeking change was not a bad idea, as their circumstances could hardly deteriorate further. I am Zhang Ernyo. I am Gu Jiamen. One by one, the remaining villagers introduced themselves. In the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, thousands of small workshops have emerged, some as modest in size as our youth canning factory. While larger factories boast hundreds of employees and generate annual revenues of hundreds of thousands, even millions. Jiang Xiaobai continued, addressing the crowd. I share this to remind everyone that we are not alone. The quality of our birth or family background is insignificant. What truly matters is our willingness to work hard and strive. If we put forth our efforts, a future filled with possibilities awaits. Perhaps one day our canning factory will employ hundreds, with revenues soaring into the tens or even hundreds of thousands, or even millions. In this golden era, let us embrace the future together. Rising from his chair, Jiang Xiaobai inspired the villagers, who had been seated on the heated calm, to stand. Their spirits invigorated as they gazed at him. None had ever tasted such inspiring words, let alone such delectable encouragement, stirring them to action. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai was not merely spinning tales. Selling canned goods would bring in money and transform lives. Moreover, he understood the potential of rural communities, as many remarkable figures have emerged from humble beginnings. Some possess only a primary education, while others have completed middle school. Those who venture to establish businesses after attending university are truly exceptional talents. Yet, even those with merely a middle school education are now contemplating the growth of their enterprises. In this era, origins do not define destiny. One must recognize the reasons behind wealth and success. All who achieve greatness cannot be attributed solely to luck or chance. If there are truly capable individuals among us, Jiang Xiaobai would undoubtedly value their contributions, ensuring a bright future for all. 6 villages, and you have arrived with 9 individuals. Among them, 2 hail from Wenjia village, 2 from Shidi village, and 2 from Gajiago. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, a somber expression suddenly overtook some faces. His words had fortified their determination to venture forth and transform their lives. Yet, now, prompted by Jiang Xiaobai's reminder, they realized that not everyone might remain. Initially, those with a nonchalant attitude towards success and failure, who felt comforted by the presence of a companion on the journey, began to feel the weight of competition. The notion that each village would have only one representative suddenly cast a shadow over their camaraderie, particularly for Zhang Erniu from Shidi village, who had initially brought Luo Taizhu along for the excitement. The revelation of an unexpected rival was disheartening. Zhang Erniu lamented, wishing he could deliver himself a couple of sharp slaps for his impetuousness. Why had he felt the need to drag Luo Taizhu along when he could have traversed the path to Jianhua village alone? Zhang Erniu was filled with regret. Chapter 40. Employee image. Jiang Xiaobai observed the reactions of the crowd with great satisfaction. Yes, this was precisely the response he sought. He welcomed competition, fearing only a lack of competitive spirit. With 6 villages, each would have one distributor responsible for selling youth canned goods, while the additional 3 individuals could opt to stay at the youth courtyard as sales representatives. However, this would entail hardship, requiring daily treks to Jianhua village, as well as visits to neighboring villages, communes, and even other counties to sell cans. Upon finishing his explanation, the crowd exchanged glances. Those from villages with only one representative had no choice but to comply. Yet, in the case of Shidi village, where both Zhang Erniu and Luo Taizhu were present, a decision was imperative. The conditions were evidently laid out before them. Jiang Xiaobai had made it clear that selling cans in the village would be considerably easier, waiting for customers to arrive. This lifestyle mirrored their previous one, with the added benefit of earning money. In contrast, venturing from the youth courtyard to sell cans would be an entirely different endeavor. The distance between the 2 villages was substantial. Walking alone would take over an hour, while meetings would consume 2 hours, not to mention the additional effort required to traverse the town or county to sell cans. This was no trivial task. The burden of hardship loomed large. In the 3 villages with 2 representatives, both Zhang Erniu and Luo Taizhu found themselves at an impasse, uncertain of how to proceed. Reluctant to yield, Jiang Xiaobai watched the scene with intrigue, refraining from intervening, allowing them to reach a decision on their own. Taizhu, you are unmarried. Zhang Erniu swallowed hard, preparing to speak. Brother Erniu, I will stay at the youth courtyard, Luo Taizhu interjected, preempting Zhang Erniu's response. He had learned of this opportunity from Zhang Erniu the previous day and, had he not mentioned it, would have remained unaware. Now, how could he possibly compete with Zhang Erniu? His earlier silence stemmed from the belief that remaining at the youth courtyard would offer him greater opportunities, allowing Zhang Erniu to make the first choice. Although remaining in the youth courtyard to engage in sales may be arduous, there always exists the hope for change. Does it not? Zhang Erniu choked momentarily, astonished that Ro Tegan had readily agreed without him uttering a single word, leaving him with a plethora of prepared remarks unspoken. Jiang Xiaobai, taken aback, cast an additional glance at Ro Tegan, solidifying the arrangement between Zhang Erniu and Ro Tegan. However, the other 4 from the 2 villages nearly erupted into a quarrel, with one outright declaring his refusal to continue, leaving another as the sole victor. The villagers from the other village, though they managed to reach a tenuous agreement, displayed overt dissatisfaction with remaining in the youth courtyard. Jiang Xiaobai surmised that they would likely abandon their posts in a mere couple of days. He beckoned Li Xiaolu to distribute 30 cans of preserved goods to each individual. As previously stated, the cooperative's canned goods are priced at 1 yuan per can, while our urban youth can procure them for 70 cents. For each can sold, you may retain a dime, returning 60 cents to us. For the time being, we shall establish a schedule for 3 days to visit the youth courtyard for settlement and goods collection, and we will adjust the duration based on circumstances. 30 cans for 3 days. If you sell them at the crossroads or devise a strategy, they will undoubtedly sell. Of course, if you sell out early, you may come back sooner, Jiang Xiaobai added. After imprinting their signatures on the agreement, the 6 villagers departed the youth courtyard with 180 cans in hand. Jiang Xiaobai observed their departing figures, marking them as the inaugural batch of agents. He then provided Rotigan and one remaining villager from Wenjia village with 20 cans each to sell. Upon realizing that Jiang Xiaobai genuinely intended for the two to sell the goods, the remaining villager from Wenjia village immediately expressed his refusal. Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed, courteously escorting him outside. Just as Rotigan prepared to leave with the cans, he was called back by Lu Mei, the young woman who had previously laughed in the room. "Tigan, wait a moment. Your hair is so long and greasy. Wash it before you go out. We must maintain the image of our youth canned goods," she stated. Lu Mei, hailing from the northeast, spoke candidly and straightforwardly. Rotigan was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Throughout his life, aside from his mother, no girl had ever shown him such concern. Moreover, she was a young woman from the city. And while urban youth had been dispatched for labor in rural areas for many years, it was rare for a female urban youth to willingly marry into the countryside. Certainly, there were instances of those who had been unwillingly settled in rural areas, but that is a lament of this era, a reflection of humanity's inherent flaws. As his thoughts spiraled, Rotigan contemplated a myriad of notions. "What are you standing there for? Come over." Lu Mei called again, prompting Rotigan to follow her. Jiang Xiaobai cast a lingering glance at Lu Mei, impressed by her concern for the image of their product. Indeed, it is often said that true talent resides among the populace. Few consider the impact of employee image on company products, yet I have one such individual under my purview. Impressive indeed. Jiang Xiaobai disregarded Lu Mei and Rotigan, happily returning indoors to continue his studies. In the evening, Li Siyan and his companions returned, having secured 12 more villages. Jiang Xiaobai engaged in conversation with the three of them for a while and tasked Wang Meng with delivering goods to the newly assigned villages the following day, while Li Siyan and Wang Chao continued their endeavors outside. The inventory of canned goods in the factory warehouse was steadily increasing, and the number of youth canned goods distributors was also on the rise, thanks to the efforts of Li Siyan and his team. Within just a few days, the total had reached 50 villages, with an average of nearly 100 bottles per village, resulting in approximately 5,000 cans sold within a mere fortnight. However, the stock in the warehouse had not diminished. On the contrary, it had more than doubled compared to the previous stock of over 4,000 cans, now totaling around 9,000 cans. The warehouse was becoming increasingly crowded. In response, Jiang Xiaobai sought out Huang Zhongfu, intending to construct 2 additional warehouses in the vacant space at the youth courtyard. Huang Zhongfu pondered for a moment and stated, "I support your initiative to build this warehouse. But there is one caveat. This land belongs to the Jianhua Brigade. If you establish it here, it will be yours for the time being. But if you return to the city, the brigade will undoubtedly reclaim it." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. "No problem. That is to be expected." He did not regard the warehouse as overly significant. The necessity for additional storage arose solely from the lack of space for the canned goods. "Well then, let us proceed with the construction. Should you need anything, just let me know. I have connections with the supply and marketing cooperative in the county. They are from our village, and with a word, I could arrange for some cement and rebar." Huang Zhongfu remarked, having spent years cultivating his network, that he had acquaintances in the neighboring villages, the township, and the county. Chapter 41. Within and beyond the plan, Jiang Xiaobai was astonished by Huang Zhongfu's words. The prospect of obtaining rebar and cement was remarkable. At this time, products were categorized as either planned or unplanned. Unplanned products could be purchased freely, but planned products were subject to quotas and pricing regulations. Not just bags of cement, even a single bag was difficult to procure. Each year, the consumption in each region was meticulously planned and quantified. It was not simply a matter of having money to buy. One required approval documents, and Jiang Xiaobai wondered where he could acquire such documents. If he had approval, why would he need to operate a canned goods factory? Why did Jiang Xiaobai choose to sell canned goods through rural distributors instead of promoting them at the supply and marketing cooperative? He understood that if he approached the cooperative, he would likely be dismissed before he could finish speaking, as he lacked a distribution quota, and the cooperative would not entertain his requests. "All right, if I require anything, I will let you know," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. He intended to construct 2 warehouses without the need for cement or the like. Furthermore, the college entrance examination was approaching, and once completed, he planned to return to the city. The canned goods business was merely a transitional endeavor. Upon his return, he would hand over the matters to Li Xiaolu. "Brother Xiaobai, building a mud house is feasible, but I've heard that some villages in Huaixiang have brick factories. And their bricks are quite inexpensive, only 2 cents each, Li Xiaolu suggested with some uncertainty. Jiang Xiaobai paused, surprised, and inquired, "Which source informed you about the brick factories in Huaixiang?" He was aware of Huyua Township, which is adjacent to Shama Township. "A few days ago, my uncle, Li Laosan, mentioned it." Li Xiaolu said, "Yes, I understand. Let's first inquire and see if we can purchase some bricks. For now, we can find a vacant house in the village to temporarily accommodate the storage." Jiang Xiaobai initially intended to construct 2 storage rooms using earth. At this time, rural areas were generally impoverished, with bricks costing 5 to 6 cents each, and a house requiring thousands of bricks. Most could not afford them. At most, they could buy a couple of hundred for laying the foundation. If conditions permitted, they might procure a bit more for the brick walls, with the exterior showcasing bricks while the interior consisted of earthen cores. Every household was engaged in marrying off daughters and building homes, all utilizing self-made earthen bricks as wall materials. During this time, as summer approached and wheat chaff was being harvested, the weather was warm, making it an opportune moment for brickmaking. Typically, on flat and open roadsides or near ditches, one would dig or transport a pile of clay, mix it with wheat chaff or short straw, add water, and tread barefoot to create a uniform, sticky mud mixture. Wheat chaff served as a binding agent in the earthen bricks. Once the mixture was ready, they would spread wood ash on a flat surface, place the brick mold, and moisten it with a brush along the mold's edges before filling it with the mud mixture. After filling, they would compact it with a mallet, smoothing the surface with a trowel before removing the mold. In some regions, they referred to them as earthen bricks, while in others they called them earthen foundations. However, now that there was a brick factory in the village selling bricks at a low price, Jiang Xiaobai had no qualms about constructing 2 brick houses. "Why look for others? My home has space. I'll just return and clear out 2 rooms for the storage of canned goods," Li Xiaolu declared confidently before turning to leave. Jiang Xiaobai then opened the door and stepped outside, where the prevailing sounds in the courtyard were the clear voices of students reading and the clattering of canned goods, intermixed with the chatter of villagers. The entire yard was bustling with activity. Even the summer cicadas seemed subdued. The next morning, Jiang Xiaobai arose early and went to the glass factory in the county town, where he met Song Weiguo in the office. "Xiaobai, I'm sorry about not being able to assist you with the review materials last time," Song Weiguo said, while pouring water for Jiang Xiaobai. "Brother Song, you were too polite. The review materials were scarce. I hadn't even had the chance to thank you for having Wang Chao remind us about the resumption of the college entrance examination." Jiang Xiaobai replied courteously as they exchanged pleasantries. It was then that Jiang Xiaobai retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket to settle the remaining balance from their previous transaction. After half a month of sales, having sold over 4,000 bottles of canned goods, Jiang Xiaobai's funds had risen to over 2,000 yuan. "Brother Song, I plan to take advantage of the peach harvest to produce more canned goods, so I will need another batch of glass bottles," Jiang Xiaobai expressed, hoping to prepare a new batch of peach cans in time, with sales planned for autumn and winter. Chapter 42. Song Weiguo's plan ordering 20 million glass bottles at once. Song Weiguo offered Jiang Xiaobai a price of 0.15 yuan per bottle, along with a 1,000 yuan deposit. "In 5 days, you can arrange for someone to come and pick them up," he said with a smile as they exited the finance office. In a typical production scenario, crafting 20,000 glass jars would undoubtedly require a week, 7 days in total. However, Song Weiguo understood Jiang Xiaobai's predicament. If the canned peaches could not be produced before the harvest, they would only watch the peaches rot on the mountainside. Therefore, he intended to have a word with the production department to expedite the process. At that moment, the sales department within the factory was the most lucrative division, and a simple request to the production team would surely be honored. "Thank you, Brother Song," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile and a fist salute. "No need for formality between us. However, Xiaobai, what are your plans for this canning enterprise in the future?" Song Weiguo jested lightly before inquiring. "The landscape is shifting," Jiang Xiaobai remarked, glancing upward. "I believe that greater opportunities lie in the city or coastal towns." "Ah, the wind is stirring." Song Weiguo paused momentarily, then casually replied. Yet, internally, he was profoundly shaken, as if the very earth had shifted beneath him. Previously, he viewed Jiang Xiaobai's success as mere happenstance. While he anticipated that things might change in the future, he did not place much significance on it. However, from the few words Jiang Xiaobai had just spoken, Song Weiguo realized that this was no mere fluke. Jiang Xiaobai possessed a keen understanding that surpassed his own. Having attended university and subsequently worked in sales, Song Weiguo had encountered many individuals, and through constant reading and news consumption, he had developed a certain intuition. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai appeared not only well-versed in current affairs, but also seemed to possess a remarkable foresight regarding future trends. This was indeed alarming. Anyone capable of predicting future trajectories was no ordinary individual. Xiaobai, do you have confidence in selling all the canned goods you produce? Song Weiguo asked earnestly. Of course. Jiang Xiaobai replied incredulously, gazing at Song Weiguo as though he were foolish. What would be the point of producing cans if I weren't certain I could sell them? 50,000 jars, and I'll consider a deposit of 1/5 of 1,000 yuan, at 10 fin per jar, Song Weiguo declared, his teeth clenched. Brother Song, are you out of your mind? Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. What has gotten into you? However, he quickly realized that regardless of Song Weiguo's reasons, he must seize this opportunity. Wait, don't thank me yet. I have a request as well. Song Weiguo, unperturbed, continued. No, I'm not helping you for free. Speak. As long as it's within my ability, I would traverse mountains and seas for you, Jiang Xiaobai responded with grandiloquence. In the future, you shall grant me the right of first partnership 3 times in your business endeavors, Song Weiguo stated gravely, genuinely believing in Jiang Xiaobai's potential. 3 times, Jiang Xiaobai repeated, contemplating the significance of this partnership right. Song Weiguo indeed had an eye for talent, believing in him to such an extent that Jiang Xiaobai himself hesitated to hold such high expectations. 2,000 yuan for 100,000 glass jars. Jiang Xiaobai raised 2 fingers, asserting that he must capitalize on this opportunity, for it would be a disservice not to exploit it as a person reborn. Partnering with him 3 times, knowing the future, was an extraordinary advantage. He had gone off to pick up money right behind himself. Song Weiguo gritted his teeth and accepted 1,000 yuan from Jiang Xiaobai, nodding in agreement. You must settle the accounts before the end of the year. No problem. Brother Song, do you not trust me? The moment I have money in hand, I will be the first to deliver it to you, Jiang Xiaobai assured, thumping his chest. Their hands clasped tightly together. Having secured a deal worth over 10,000 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai felt elated and took Song Weiguo to Old Zhang's modest eatery to celebrate with a drink. Xiaobai, what would you like to eat? Old Zhang greeted Jiang Xiaobai with a warm smile upon his entrance. His restaurant usually hosted just a handful of patrons, and he certainly remembered Jiang Xiaobai, particularly due to his generous spending. Old Zhang, make it 10 yuan, and bring me another bottle of wine. Jiang Xiaobai had just acquired 100,000 can bottles, and he was brimming with excitement, slamming a fist on the table in a display of wealth. It truly dazzled Old Zhang. While his usual clientele were relatively well off, none had ever spent money quite like this. 10 yuan for a meal, what could one possibly eat for that? Not only Old Zhang, but even Song Weiguo was taken aback. Although he had been involved in business dealings worth tens of thousands, and had even seen cash in amounts of 100,000, that money had never been his own. It was always to be handed over to the factory's finance department. His own monthly salary was a mere 40 yuan, which was considered quite good. Yet he had never indulged to the extent of spending 10 yuan on a single meal. All right, just this morning, I received a wild rabbit, freshly prepared. I'll stew it for you. And I still have 2 bottles of the sorghum liquor we brought back the other day, Old Zhang said with a cheerful smile, pocketing the 10 yuan Jiang Xiaobai had placed on the table. Good, Old Zhang, just make it happen. Today, I want to enjoy a few drinks with my brother Song. Jiang Xiaobai then introduced the two, and after they exchanged friendly greetings, Old Zhang turned to head to the kitchen, with a twinkle in his eye. Song Weiguo looked at Jiang Xiaobai and remarked, You've done well. How did you find such a place? I've been in the county all day and had no idea someone was secretly running a small eatery. You frequent the state-owned hotels and restaurants in the county. How would you notice such places without mingling among the locals? Jiang Xiaobai teased him. You rascal, Song Weiguo chuckled, though a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He was not the type to bask in the glory of state-owned enterprises with arrogance. Otherwise, he would not have taken a liking to Jiang Xiaobai. It was merely a matter of being influenced by his surroundings without realizing it. After finishing their meal, Jiang Xiaobai wobbled back to Shangma Township on a bus, the swaying motion almost making him queasy. Had it not been for the ticket seller's stern warnings, he might have lost his stomach right there on the bus. Once he disembarked, he promptly retched on the roadside, feeling somewhat better before finally retrieving his bicycle and riding unsteadily back to Jianhua village. Despite feeling physically unwell, Jiang Xiaobai's heart brimmed with excitement. With a target of producing 100,000 canned peaches, there was a possibility of completing the endeavor by the end of next month. If the village accelerated their efforts, they might even manage to finish all 100,000 jars before the peach harvest concluded. With a team of 30 individuals producing an average of 700 jars daily, they could yield 20,000 cans in a month. It was now mid-July, and the peach ripening period would not extend beyond mid-August, leaving just over a month to meet their goal. This meant they needed to produce 100,000 jars within that time frame, which implied a workforce of 150 people, given that 30 workers could only produce 20,000 jars monthly. However, hiring 150 individuals would entail significant expenses. Fortunately, wages could be deferred, as the cans would remain on-site once produced. By September, the rural area would commence autumn harvests, making it unlikely to retain such a large workforce. Yet, by then, the production of the cans would be complete, reducing the need for so many workers. Only a few would be necessary for sales, and if Li Siyan was willing, he could stay on. He was articulate and well-connected with neighboring villages. Additionally, Li Xiaolu could be kept on as well. He was young and eager, addressing Jiang Xiaobai as Brother Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai felt compelled to offer him an opportunity. If these two performed well, he could take them back to the city, though it remained uncertain if they were willing to leave their homes behind. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaobai believed they could adapt. Both individuals possessed ambition, unlike those who lacked drive in rural areas. As he pondered these thoughts, he rode his bicycle unsteadily towards the village, greeting familiar faces along the way. Ordinarily, he would offer a ride to acquaintances, but today he decided against it. Not wanting to risk an accident, Jiang Xiaobai not only contemplated the immediate tasks, but also mused about how to market youth canned peaches during winter. Should he gain admission to university? However, a gentle smile crossed his face as he realized that once he departed, the fate of youth canned peaches would remain uncertain. There was little point in worrying about it. Upon entering the courtyard, he coincidentally encountered Li Siyan emerging from the house. Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's unsteady demeanor, she immediately recognized he had overindulged. She set aside her book and hurried to support him. "Where have you been drinking?" she asked, straining to help him inside. Jiang Xiaobai was already nearing his limit and, upon feeling her support, leaned against her, succumbing to unconsciousness. When he awoke the following morning, a crowd had gathered around his bed, faces alight with excitement. Lu Aigua and Wang Xiaojun were whispering to one another, their chatter filled with anticipation. "What is going on?" Jiang Xiaobai mumbled, still disoriented. "I merely had a bit too much to drink. Why the fuss?" Jiang Xiaobai shook his still-dazed head and smiled at the gathered crowd. "Brother Xiaobai, the notification has arrived. In 2 days, on July 20th, we are to go to the city to participate in the college entrance examination, which lasts for 2 days." Lu Aigua and Wang Xiaojun hurried over, excitement evident on their faces. Wang Xiaojun exclaimed, "Just now, someone from the town came to inform us that it was a notice from the county admissions office." Lu Aigua's face was also filled with exhilaration. Yet a hint of anxiety lingered. "Brother Xiaobai, do you think we can really get into college after just a few days of studying? Time is so fleeting, and our review materials are scarce. I fear we may be getting our hopes up for nothing. My family wrote to me about the examination, and I dared not reply, fearing that if I fail, I won't return to the city. My mother urged me to give it a try, if I manage to get into college. Not only can I return to the city, but upon graduation, I could secure a good position." The other young men from the city voiced their concerns, each sharing their worries. After this period of review, they had gained some perspective on the situation of candidates from other provinces. "All right, everyone, there's no need for worry. Every situation has its duality. We aren't competing with candidates from other provinces. We are competing among ourselves within the province. Each province organizes its own admissions. So our goal is simply to surpass the other candidates from our own province." After offering some words of encouragement, Jiang Xiaobai sent them on their way. At this point, what good would worrying do? Candidates are inherently fragile during such times. Unlike students of later generations, who face frequent examinations and have long since hardened their mental resilience. For them, tests are akin to daily routine. Once he had dismissed the city youths, Jiang Xiaobai called in Li Siyan and Wang Meng. "Let us discuss the recent developments," he said while pouring himself a glass of water. "Currently, all villages in Shama Township have our agents, and some villages in the neighboring Huaizhuang, Nanjing, and Wangqing townships also have our representatives. In total, there are 60 agents, and over the past half-month, we have sold 800 bottles of canned goods. However, after the initial surge in sales, we have begun to see a decline. Still, there is a market for sales in each village. Saturation has not yet been reached. Wang Ming produced a small notebook and began to report to Jiang Xiaobai. After spending some time under Jiang Xiaobai's guidance, even the rustic Wang Ming spoke with newfound eloquence. I devised a plan to unite several villages for a major promotion, standardizing prices to prevent losses for other distributors. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and upon finishing the report, he replied, "In that case, let us temporarily halt the sales plan. Our primary focus now must be on production. I have ordered 100,000 glass jars from the glass factory." Wang Ming was left momentarily speechless, taken aback. 100,000? He stammered, struggling to grasp the magnitude of such a figure. Li Siyan and Wang Chao were equally bewildered. What did 100,000 jars signify? As long as we can complete canning before the peach harvest season concludes, we would have 100,000 jars of youth preserves. At the current price of 0.7 yuan per jar, if we manage to sell them all, the gross profit would amount to an astonishing 70,000 yuan. This figure is astronomical for rural areas at that time. Many had never even dreamt of such wealth, with the greatest aspiration for many being to save a few hundred yuan to afford a simple wedding ceremony. To possess several hundred yuan was already to be considered affluent, and to claim to have several thousand was often met with skepticism. Indeed, we need to transform those 100,000 glass jars into canned peaches before the harvest season passes us by. It is now mid-July, leaving us with only a month to accomplish this task. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. In 1 month, we need to produce 100,000 jars. With our current team of 30, we are averaging 700 jars per day, which means we need to increase our output 5-fold. Wang Ming calculated on his fingers. Yes, we must at least quintuple our production. Furthermore, as the peach harvest season comes to an end, the quality peaches will diminish, leading to a decrease in our daily production. We need to accelerate our output in the early stages, Li Siyan added. Indeed, we need to expand 5-fold, increasing our workforce from 30 to 150. We should search within our village for additional hands, and if we cannot find enough, we may have to look to neighboring villages for those willing to work. We will offer equal pay, although it may take time to establish this, as our current sales channels are insufficient. If we focus entirely on producing peach preserves, our sales efforts will falter. Additionally, we will require several production spaces. Relying solely on the youth courtyard will not suffice. Jiang Xiaobai meticulously outlined the plan, with Li Siyan, Wang Chao, and Wang Ming now serving as the primary leaders of the Youth Preserves Initiative. The other urban youth, upon receiving news of the college entrance examination, had largely disengaged from the canned peach project, focusing their energies on their studies. Li Siyan, you are familiar with the village, so I entrust you with finding production spaces for the youth preserves. Clear out 2 rooms in your home to count as 1 production space. For the other 3, try to find rooms from families currently working with us. If there are no available spaces, then seek out other villagers' homes. Ensure to communicate clearly. We will not be using these spaces for free. We will offer 15 yuan per month, although this payment will only be made after the canned goods are sold. However, once the preserves are produced here, we will certainly honor our word. Xiaobai, rest assured, my home will count as 1. And I can also secure a space at Aunt Lu's house without charge. I will find 2 more families within 3 days and ensure the production spaces are ready, Li Siyan assured, referring to Aunt Lu, whom Jiang Xiaobai was familiar with, having borrowed items from her when he first arrived. Very well, you take charge of these arrangements. Wang Ming will oversee recruitment. Although we need many workers, we must be discerning in our choices. Do not fear offending anyone. It would be far worse to hire someone and then dismiss them. Jiang Xiaobai turned to Wang Ming and instructed him, I trust you, Brother Xiaobai. Wang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Leave the financial matters to Wang Chao, and we must also ensure that the agents in these 60 villages are properly managed. Additionally, you need to periodically return to the city to urge your brother-in-law to expedite the handling of those 100,000 cans. After relaying his instructions, Jiang Xiaobai shifted his attention to Wang Chao and said, No problem, Brother Xiaobai. Rest assured, if necessary, I'll just stay at my brother-in-law's place in the city. Wang Chao responded with a smile. Although his time here had been brief, he had grown fond of this atmosphere. He could also see that Jiang Xiaobai genuinely regarded him as one of his own. Despite the absence of any formal arrangements, he believed that Jiang Xiaobai would ultimately treat him fairly. Thus, he embraced the youth canned goods venture as his own enterprise. In a couple of days, I will be taking the college entrance examination, so you all should prioritize your tasks. When the time comes, the three of you will be responsible for the production workshop. Let us see who can produce faster while maintaining quality, Jiang Xiaobai said with a cheerful demeanor. Once he finished his directives, the three of them busied themselves. Meanwhile, the other young people in the city were diligently making the most of their remaining study time. Although Jiang Xiaobai had entrusted everything to Li Siyan and Wang Meng, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. From time to time, he would set his book aside and step outside to observe the production of the youth canned goods. Xiaolu, let us put the warehouse matters on hold for now. Our funds are quite tight, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, looking at the drenched in sweat Li Xiaolu. Brother Xiaobai, I understand. We need to work hard, right? Producing 100,000 cans in a month. That will stack up like a small mountain. I'll find a few familiar families in the village to store the goods. Li Xiaolu proactively took on the task without needing Jiang Xiaobai to ask. Meanwhile, at Lu Chui's home on the eastern edge of the village, Li Siyan was busy organizing the production workshop. Siyan, come here, Lu Chui called out. Although she had agreed to let Li Siyan use their house for the production workshop, she still appeared somewhat reluctant. What is the matter? Li Siyan wiped the sweat from his forehead, following Lu Chui with a puzzled expression. With so many families in the village, why must you choose our home? Is it not possible to find another place? Contributing a production workshop isn't enough? Besides, others have the means. You're just being selfless, Lu Chui grumbled, her face full of dissatisfaction. You know nothing, old woman. I am now a manager at Youth Canned Goods. Should I not take the initiative to contribute? With so many people in the village, look around. Who else has become a manager here? The production of 100,000 cans is imminent. Just think of the profits when they sell. Do you really think Jiang Xiaobai would treat me poorly? Don't be so petty and lose sight of the bigger picture. Li Siyan chastised Lu Chui, dismissing her concerns as narrow-mindedness. But now the word is that Jiang Xiaobai will be heading off to university soon. What will you do then? Lu Chui took the opportunity to voice her lingering doubts. 100,000 jars of canned goods could be exchanged for over 70,000 in cash. Jiang Xiaobai dismissed the offer nonchalantly, suggesting that if he were to return to the city with her, he would ensure her a life of comfort once he found success. Li Siyan squinted and remarked, "Stop gossiping with the old women of the village." With that, he hurried off to attend to his tasks. Who would want to go to the city with you? Lu Chui muttered under her breath, waiting until her cheeks regained their color before stepping out to lend a hand. Chapter 45. What are your thoughts? Jiang Xiaobai, how is your revision going? Do you feel confident? Li Siyan, having observed Jiang Xiaobai busily engaged in the canning process, could no longer restrain herself. The college entrance examination is imminent. Why aren't you studying diligently? What significance do these matters hold in comparison? She continued. Once you are admitted to university, you can return to the city, where life is infinitely better than in the village. Moreover, gaining admission to university is an entirely different realm compared to selling canned goods in the countryside. I often see how bright you are. So why are you being foolish in this regard? I've nearly completed my revision. I noticed they were overwhelmed, so I came to assist, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Accepting the glass of water Li Siyan handed him and gulping it down before adding, but one must also take a break. Let's head inside. Observing his weariness, Li Siyan felt a pang of sympathy and gently urged him toward the house. Xiaobai, just go inside with comrade Li Siyan. We can handle this, Wang Meng said, casting a knowing wink at Jiang Xiaobai. The entire village had noticed Li Siyan's fondness for him, often teasing the pair. Yes, hurry back and rest. Even comrade Li Siyan is concerned, chimed in villager Zhang Baofeng, speaking with the straightforwardness characteristic of rural folk. Li Siyan blushed at the comment and instinctively released Jiang Xiaobai's hand. Stop the teasing and get back to work. If we fail to produce 100,000 jars, your wages will be at stake, Jiang Xiaobai teased, adopting a stern expression. Then we won't worry about it. We can just take the canned goods home, a villager retorted. Through their time together, they had come to understand Jiang Xiaobai. As long as he was diligent, he was always one to joke around. This city boy was not one to hold a grudge, often engaging in playful banter with them. All right, as you say, Uncle San. When the others receive their wages, you can collect the canned goods, Jiang Xiaobai quipped before finally stepping inside. What are your thoughts? Li Siyan inquired, observing Jiang Xiaobai seated quietly, fanning himself in silence. During this period, many had speculated about the relationship between Li Siyan and Jiang Xiaobai, and while she was aware of the gossip, she merely blushed when teased. She was not particularly vexed when defending herself, and Jiang Xiaobai had also hinted at feelings of inadequacy. Yet, he had never explicitly shared his thoughts with her. "I believe that with a little more effort, you will undoubtedly achieve what Jiang Xiaobai desires," he stated. "That is not what I was asking you," she replied. Li Siyan, in a fit of anger, found herself at a loss for words. "Is it about the canned goods?" I inquired. "You seem to think about those few bottles of canned food all day long. What about everything else?" "Huh, then why are you asking?" Jiang Xiaobai turned around, puzzled, to look at Li Siyan. With a playful glare, Li Siyan lowered her voice, stammering, "It's just what others have said." Although she had not articulated her thoughts clearly, Jiang Xiaobai grasped the underlying meaning. "Oh, they were merely jesting. If it offended you, I sincerely apologize. That was my oversight." Jiang Xiaobai quickly interjected, realizing that he had previously indulged in such banter himself, primarily because the rural matchmaking had become incessant. Indeed, he found it impossible to escape the relentless introductions from various aunts and uncles, all eager to pair him with local girls. Should he feign agreement, it would not be long before a young lady appeared at his doorstep. As a cultured young man from the city, possessing decent looks and a good income, Jiang Xiaobai was quite sought after in the countryside. Thus, when teased about his connection with Li Siyan, he played along to silence the persistent matchmakers. Of course, Li Siyan's beauty was another compelling reason for the jest. However, now that Li Siyan broached the subject, he realized that he had perhaps behaved a bit improperly. "Well, what school are you planning to apply to?" she finally asked after much hesitation. "Me? I intend to apply to the same school as you," he replied, only to sense something amiss when he caught sight of Li Siyan's face, flushed from her ears to her neck. Suddenly, everything became clear. After all, he had arrived in the 21st century and recognized that Li Siyan's inquiries stemmed from their shared thoughts. In truth, she had often taken special care of him, and he could feel her affection. Yet, he hesitated, fearing it might be one of life's great illusions, that she harbored feelings for him. Moreover, with the chaos of life and looming examinations, he wished to avoid burdening her with his concerns. However, Li Siyan's demeanor seemed to convey her feelings quite clearly. Jiang Xiaobai certainly held feelings for her. She was not only beautiful, but also possessed an admirable figure and demeanor. As for her culinary skills, perhaps it mattered to some in this era, but as someone who had returned from the 21st century, he found it inconsequential. After all, how many girls in modern times could truly cook? "Are you looking down on me because of my family's background?" Li Siyan, emboldened by her emotions, looked directly at Jiang Xiaobai, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her lips slightly pouting, exuding a unique charm. "I have a younger sister and brother. Rest assured, if you think poorly of my family, I won't hold it against you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, which only deepened Li Siyan's sense of grievance. Jiang Xiaobai listened to the sound of weeping and finally realized the situation. He quickly embraced Li Siyan, comforting her with gentle words, "Do not cry. It is not your fault, it is mine." Jiang Xiaobai was not a stoic man. He understood what was required of him at such a moment. Li Siyan, still in a state of surprise, found herself in his embrace before she could fully comprehend what was happening. Chapter 46. Writing a letter. Although Li Siyan had scolded him, the two of them had nevertheless reached an understanding regarding their relationship. "What school do you wish to apply to?" "We should aim to attend the same institution. Once the college entrance examination scores are released, if time permits, we can draft a letter of introduction and return home for a visit. By the way, have you been in touch with your family? Do they know you are here?" "My mother wrote to me a few days ago, mentioning that my sister is about to enter high school." After solidifying their bond, Li Siyan continued to chatter incessantly, sharing both trivial and significant matters. In truth, these were thoughts she had long wished to express to Jiang Xiaobai, but their previous relationship had made such conversations feel inappropriate. Listening to her, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly remembered that despite spending considerable time in Jianhua village, he had yet to reach out to his family. This was not entirely his fault. Having been reborn into a foreign family, he had felt little connection. Additionally, being thrust into labor immediately upon his rebirth and subsequently striving to make a living in Jianhua village had consumed his focus. "You've reminded me. I still haven't written to my family," Jiang Xiaobai said as he prepared to find paper and a pen. With a resigned smile, Li Siyan replied. Hurry and write. I have some stamps. I'll go fetch them. With that, she returned to her room to look for the stamps. Jiang Xiaobai spread the paper and pen across the table, but he hesitated, unsure of what to write. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he was composing a letter, and despite the lack of emotional attachment to his family, he felt compelled to express familial affection. It was quite challenging. With a soft murmur, Jiang Xiaobai began to write. Dear Dad and Mom, I am currently engaged in labor at the Jianhua Brigade of the Magong Commune in Jiangxin County. The conditions here are quite good, and I am doing well. How are you and Mom's health? Are my elder sister and brother-in-law still quarreling? What about my second sister's marriage? Is there any progress? And my third sister? Is her relationship progressing well? I might miss the opportunity to meet her future family. How is my elder brother? And my second brother, now in high school? How is he faring in his studies? Jiang Xiaobai endeavored to include mundane family matters to convey his sentiments, demonstrating that he cared for his family. While he could endure the trials of rebirth, he did not wish for his loved ones to feel they had lost their son. The Jiang family consisted of 7 children: eldest sister Jiang Hongmei, second sister Jiang Honglan, third sister Jiang Hongxiang, eldest brother Jiang Zijuan, second brother Jiang Zijian, himself, Jiang Xiaobai, and the youngest sister Jiang Xiaomei. He was the 6th child in the family. The eldest sister was already married with children, while the eldest brother was preparing to take over their father's role at the factory. The second sister had yet to find a suitor. The third sister was in a relationship, the second brother had just entered high school, and the youngest sister was still in elementary school. With 7 children, the household was quite chaotic, and it would be difficult for an outsider to discern who was older or younger. Yet, this was simply the nature of the Jiang family. The eldest sister had already married and had children, while the youngest was still in primary school. This encapsulated the current state of affairs in the Jiang household. As Jiang Xiaobai was penning a letter, in a dilapidated courtyard of Longcheng, Jiang Ba, Jiang Zhenghua, was seated at the entrance, puffing on a pipe. His brow furrowed in deep concern. Beside him, Jiang Mu sighed heavily. I have long said that Zijian should be the one to labor, yet you insisted on sending Xiaobai. Xiaobai is still so young. I cannot fathom how he is faring in that remote valley. I wonder if he is even able to eat. There has been no news thus far, she lamented, her expression clouded with worry. Initially, it was supposed to be Jiang Zijian who would undertake the labor. But since he excelled in his studies and was attending high school, and Jiang Xiaobai was often embroiled in brawls with factory children, Jiang Ba decided to send Xiaobai instead. This reasoning was not without merit. Yet for Jiang Mu, both her sons were equally precious. If one had to go, she would have preferred the elder, as it would offer her some solace. Very well, I shall inquire through connections once more. A group of factory children has gone together for labor. Perhaps he is among them. If not, I shall continue to search, Jiang Zhenghua thought, filled with remorse. Logically, his decision was sound, but emotionally, it felt wrong. I hope Xiaobai is not resentful and unwilling to write, he mused, knowing full well that, given Xiaobai's temperament, this was indeed a possibility. After completing his letter, Jiang Xiaobai entrusted it to Wang Chao, asking him to mail it in the village, and paid it no further mind. As he was about to return indoors, he noticed Lu Mei and Luo Tigan chatting in the shade. Luo Tigan was evidently amusing Lu Mei, who erupted into laughter. I paid you to pursue the ladies. And while everyone else is busy, you seem to have it easy. If it's not during work hours, you can do as you please. But to engage in such frivolities while on the clock is utterly unacceptable. Jiang Xiaobai seethed at the sight, calling out for Wang Meng, who promptly followed him inside. What troubles you, brother Xiaobai? Wang Meng asked cautiously, noticing the displeasure etched on Xiaobai's face. Look outside. What do you think is happening? Jiang Xiaobai retorted, gesturing towards the window in anger. This is not merely Luo Tigan's affair. Everyone will take a cue from him. If he can receive special treatment today, then others will surely shirk their duties tomorrow. We have 100,000 canning jars to produce. 100,000 jars. They must be completed within a month. If everyone neglects their work, relying solely on me, we will never meet the deadline. These jars represent a substantial investment I made thrice over. Not to mention the cost of the jars themselves amounts to over 10,000 yuan. With 150 people and 3 ox-drawn carts borrowed from the brigade, the expenses for food alone will amount to several thousand yuan within a month. Without the jars, where will I find the funds to cover this deficit? Wang Ming glanced at Jiang Xiaobai and instantly comprehended the predicament at hand, his face etched with discomfort, uncertain of how to respond. What on earth is this? What is the situation with Luo Tigan? Jiang Xiaobai, exasperated, shot a look at Wang Meng, realizing that he must have been aware of this matter all along, yet remained silent despite her inquiries. I merely intended to have a casual conversation with Luo Tigan on behalf of Comrade Lu Mei, yet here was Wang Meng, a grown man, stumbling over his words. Appearing equally troubled. Wang Meng, we currently owe the glass factory 10,000 yuan and several thousand to the villagers. This is no trivial matter, Jiang Xiaobai remarked earnestly, locking eyes with Wang Meng. If you are capable, then act. If not, step aside and return to your role as the nice guy. Jiang Xiaobai rose from his chair, slamming his hand on the table and pointing an accusing finger at Wang Meng. We are in a serious situation here. 10,000 yuan is not a trifling sum. With over 150 people producing canned goods, totaling 100,000 bottles, do you think I am merely playing house? I entrusted you with the management of the canning production because I believed in your capabilities. If you feel indispensable, go and liaise with Wang Chao, then get out. Chapter 47. Conflict. Wang Meng was taken aback. Jiang Xiaobai had always exhibited a pleasant demeanor, conversing politely and even joking at times, never displaying such fury. The door to the room was ajar, and Jiang Xiaobai's voice resonated into the courtyard, where an immediate hush fell upon the young crowd. They exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. However, the villagers, relying on the canned goods for their income, understood it was prudent to remain low-key in the face of the boss's ire, lest they incur his wrath. In an instant, the sounds of chatter ceased in the courtyard, leaving only the crisp clinking of glass jars. Li Siyan and Wang Chao exchanged bewildered looks, perplexed by the circumstances. What has happened to Xiaobai? Li Siyan whispered, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded Wang Chao, wondering what could have provoked the usually amiable young man to such an outburst. I have no idea, Wang Chao replied, shaking his head softly. Meanwhile, Lu Mei's laughter echoed in their village, perhaps oblivious or intentionally provocative, adding a jarring note to the once tranquil courtyard. Zhang Yanmei and others emerged from the house, having set aside their books, casting furtive glances at Lu Mei, who was laughing heartily. Despite their silent signals for her to temper her mirth, Lu Mei remained indifferent, her laughter growing even louder and more grating. Earlier, Lu Mei had noticed Jiang Xiaobai's discomfort as he regarded her and Luo Tigan, intending to temper her demeanor. Yet, the ensuing shouts from within the house had shattered her restraint. What is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately putting me in an awkward position? Li Siyan stood outside the house, caught in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. She wished to enter and offer counsel to Jiang Xiaobai, but was at a loss for words. As Jiang Xiaobai listened to the laughter echoing in the courtyard, his expression darkened further. It seemed he had been far too benevolent. Xiaobai, I am not playing games. I have mentioned Luo Tigan. But Lu Mei insists on seeking him out, and I am powerless against her persistence, as she is my fellow villager. Wang Meng, still reeling from the scolding, finally regained his composure and hurriedly attempted to explain. Go, and tell Luo Tigan to get lost. Jiang Xiaobai, with a stern expression, remarked that ever since the news of the college entrance examination emerged, the urban youth had ceased their responsibilities in producing canned goods, instead retreating indoors to study. Even meals were prepared by the villagers. They merely gathered to partake, enjoying a daily fare of meat and vegetables, studying by candlelight until the midnight hour. Did these not entail expenses? The cost of meat, grain, the labor for cooking, lighting, and study materials were all drawn from the funds of the youth's canned goods. Jiang Xiaobai believed that the college entrance examination held significant importance and wholeheartedly supported everyone, having endured the most arduous times together, and felt it was only fair to enjoy the fruits of their labor. However, he had not anticipated that such habits would develop. Just as he began to speak, the voice of Lu Mei rang out in the courtyard. Why should Luo Tigan leave? I do not agree, Lu Mei shouted, silencing the courtyard, causing the working villagers to pause, intrigued by the unfolding drama. The urban youth had turned on each other. This was indeed entertaining. Now, all eyes were on Jiang Xiaobai to see how he would respond. If someone from outside the village could remain to shirk responsibility and earn a wage, why should those from the village not be allowed the same? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, leading Wang Meng out of the house. Finally, someone had spoken up. There was discontent. And while he had not wished for matters to escalate to this point, it seemed many issues were beyond his control. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai emerge, Li Siyan was about to speak when he was interrupted by Jiang Xiaobai's gesture. Lu Mei, on what grounds do you disagree? He asked coldly. fixing her with an unwavering gaze. On what grounds? Simply because this youth canned goods belong to all of us. Each of us has toiled for it. How can you, Lu Mei, dictate its fate alone? Lu Mei retorted fiercely. Moreover, it is acceptable for you and Li Siyan to chat and develop a relationship. But when I do the same, it is deemed inappropriate. How domineering. And you demand Luo Tegan to leave. Why don't you just leave yourself? True to her northeastern roots, Lu Mei's sharp tongue cut through the tension. Very well, since the youth canned goods belong to everyone, let us hold a vote. Those in favor of Luo Tegan leaving, raise your hands, Jiang Xiaobai declared without hesitation. In a flash, Wang Ming was the first to raise his hand. What a jest. A fellow villager is a fellow villager, but matters must be prioritized. Lu Mei might just return to the city after the examination. I, on the other hand, must remain in the countryside, and this youth canned goods is my endeavor. I cannot allow a troublemaker among us. One after another, Lu Aigua, Wang Xiaojun, and then Li Siyan, Zhang Yanmei, and Lu Yuan followed suit, along with a couple of male urban youth and one female educated youth, who appeared torn. It was evident that raising their hands would offend Lu Mei, and they had little desire to create discord over such a trivial matter. Xiaobai, perhaps we should let this go and discuss it amicably, one male urban youth suggested, glancing at Jiang Xiaobai, prepared to intercede. Enough. The majority has spoken. Luo Tegan, depart. Jiang Xiaobai coldly regarded the male urban youth who had spoken and those who had not raised their hands. What are you waiting for? Leave if you are not here for work. Li Laosan approached and delivered a swift kick to Luo Tegan, followed closely by Li Xiaolu, who, cursing vehemently, joined in the fray, throwing punches and delivering kicks at Luo Tegan. A few other villagers from Li Laosan's group also surged forward, relentlessly beating Luo Tegan. What are you doing? I will fight you all. Who gave you the right to hit him? Lu Mei exclaimed, attempting to charge in, but was firmly restrained by Lu Chui. Jiang Xiaobai cast a commendatory glance at Li Laosan, recognizing his understanding of the situation. Lu Mei, feeling powerless, found a momentary sense of relief in the act of beating Luo Tegan. Lu Mei was held tightly, her mouth spewing curses directed at Jiang Xiaobai and the villagers assaulting Luo Tegan. This was Jiang Xiaobai's first encounter with the fierce spirit of northeastern girls. Suddenly, Lu Chui, unable to tolerate Lu Mei's insults towards her man any longer, delivered a sharp slap that silenced her. Lu Mei shot a resentful glare at Jiang Xiaobai. Enough. Get back to work. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and retreated indoors. He hadn't intended for matters to escalate in such a manner, nor did he wish for it to unfold this way. Chapter 48. Ownership issues with the college entrance examination approaching. Jiang Xiaobai found himself reluctant to engage in such chaotic matters that could dampen everyone's spirits. However, once the exams were over, the issues surrounding the youth canned food venture would need to be addressed. Currently, the youth canned food project faced challenges. The initial capital came from 15 young individuals across various cities, each having contributed during its inception. The success of youth canned food owes much to these 15 city youths. Without their initial contributions of 100 yuan each and the collaborative efforts in production and sales, the venture would not exist today. Yet, the enterprise heavily relied on Jiang Xiaobai. Without his leadership, that 100 yuan would have merely been a trivial amount, far from sufficient for even basic sustenance, let alone gourmet meals or fine beverages. Nowadays, with the luxury of rice and flour, they focused diligently on their studies, even daring to provoke Jiang Xiaobai from time to time. The most pressing issue surrounding the youth canned food enterprise was the ambiguity regarding its ownership and rights. Jiang Xiaobai understood the potential dangers of this situation and recognized that it would need resolution sooner or later. However, having weathered numerous storms together, he did not feel the need to dissect the ownership of a single canned food business too meticulously. Even a simple equal division of profits would not trouble him unduly. Yet, he never anticipated the emergence of such problems today. The burden of over 10,000 yuan in debt seemed to rest solely on Jiang Xiaobai's shoulders in the eyes of others, while the benefits were enjoyed by all. It appeared that everyone was comfortably reaping the rewards without acknowledgement of the risks involved. Jiang Xiaobai found this intolerable. Some matters required clear delineation. If this canned food enterprise belonged to everyone, then each individual must contribute. Even if one were not a shareholder, everyone needed to bear the risks and debts. How could they enjoy all the benefits while he alone shouldered the burdens? He felt as though he was working for them, and in truth, he was not even treated as an employee. Workers did not carry the weight of debts. Moreover, he discovered that this group of individuals was remarkably ignorant about many matters. Despite the evident chaos of the day, several of them still refrained from raising their hands in support of themselves. Astonishingly, they contemplated appeasing everyone, avoiding conflict, lacking management skills, and possessing no overarching vision. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, forcibly expelling these thoughts from his mind, and then picked up the study materials placed on the table to immerse himself in his studies. During this time, Li Siyan entered to offer Jiang Xiaobai a few words of comfort, to which he responded with a smile, indicating that he was fine. Although the matter was quelled by Jiang Xiaobai, and it seemed to have passed, the ripples of this incident lingered. Soon, various versions of the story spread throughout the village. Have you heard? The urban youth had an internal conflict and almost came to blows. Hey, did you hear? Jiang Xiaobai got into a fight with someone from another village over a young city woman. I heard that the city girl is exceptionally beautiful and has a crush on some man from outside the village, which displeased Jiang Xiaobai. Don't be ridiculous. I heard it's because that city girl was too timing, and that's what made Jiang Xiaobai furious. They say he really gave that man from Shidi village a good beating. Gossip in rural areas travels swiftly, often lacking the presence of women and their emotional entanglements. Those who disseminate rumors tend to add a female element, perhaps to heighten interest or to create a more legendary narrative. Moreover, the protagonist of this incident indeed involved a woman. As the tale circulated, the focus shifted from the conflict among urban youth to a mere triangle involving 2 men and 1 woman. Upon hearing this, Li Siyan's face flushed with indignation. What nonsense is this? The female lead should be me. When did Lu Mei become the focal point? Jiang Xiaobai couldn't possibly be interested in her. Regardless of how the gossip was spun or how individuals perceived the situation, 2 days swiftly passed. On the morning of July 19th, a group of urban youths rose early to gather their belongings, preparing to travel to the city for the college entrance examination. The exam was set to commence on January 20th, but they needed to set off early to the county before taking a bus to the city. Wang Meng, where's the introduction letter? Did you bring it back? Jiang Xiaobai called out while packing his things. It's back, brother Xiaobai. The introduction letter is here. All 14 of them, none missing. Wang Meng replied, still panting from having run back. The introduction letter, which stated, "This is to introduce the comrade participating in the examination for the ordinary higher vocational school," was something Jiang Xiaobai reflected upon. A relic from his past life, now turned historical. In those times, without such a letter, one would find it nearly impossible to navigate outside. Accommodations, meals, and purchases all required this document. The letters varied in significance depending on the issuing entity, though having one was certainly better than none. With so many individuals heading to the city for the exam, it was unthinkable to sleep on the streets. What if it rained or some other unforeseen event occurred? That would certainly jeopardize their ability to take the exam. Go fetch Li Siyan and Wang Chao, Jiang Xiaobai instructed, turning to place the introduction letter in his bag before addressing Wang Meng. Soon, Wang Meng entered with Li Siyan and Wang Chao. I am going to take the college entrance examination, which will last at least 4 days and at most 5. I will definitely return. During my absence, you can discuss any matters that arise, and if there are decisions that are difficult to make, delay them if possible. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the 3 with concern. Chapter 49. Taking the bus. Wang Meng pushed his bicycle, carrying Jiang Xiaobai's luggage. All right, no need to see us off, just go back. We are not leaving for good, just going to take the exam and we'll be back afterward, Jiang Xiaobai said while waving goodbye to Huang Zhongfu and the others. Go ahead, do your best on the exam, and strive to become university students, Huang Zhongfu responded with a smile, waving his hand. Don't feel too much pressure. If it doesn't work out, there will always be food for you back in Jianhua village. Okay, thank you, we're off now. Jiang Xiaobai waved and turned to set out with the 14 city youths. Although Wang Meng was not taking the exam, he pushed his bicycle, helping to carry their belongings to the town. With so many people, Jiang Xiaobai did not seek any special treatment and walked alongside everyone. Li Siyan was about to approach Jiang Xiaobai to say a few words when she noticed Lu Igua and Wang Xiaojun had already moved closer. Xiaobai, how is your studying going? What do you think are our chances of getting into university? Lu Igua inquired, looking at Jiang Xiaobai. Yes, Xiaobai. Do you think we have a good chance? Wang Xiaojun added, sounding somewhat anxious. I think there is a considerable chance, but according to the newspaper, there are 1 million candidates for the first batch this year. That's an astonishing number, far exceeding the enrollment plan, Lu Igua remarked. Having read this in the newspaper a few days prior, Since they learned about the college entrance exam, Wang Ming and the others would bring back newspapers from town. That's just the first batch. It's probably over 6 million by now. It is said that the total enrollment is only about 200,000 to 300,000. Lu Igua continued. With 6 million applicants and only about 200,000 spots, it means roughly 1 in 30 will get into university. I wonder how many of the 14 city youths from Jianhua village will succeed. Lu Igua felt increasingly despondent as he followed the news, his spirits sinking further. Indeed, if we don't get into university, we will have to find a way back to the city. But even returning to the city won't guarantee jobs. My father's position will certainly be inherited by my elder brother. Wang Xiaojun also felt disheartened, realizing that the more they learned, the more disillusioned they became. It was akin to the disparity between the nation and the world at that time. Later, people would say that if they had known from the start how vast the gap was, it would have been uncertain whether they would have had the courage to pursue their dreams. All right, don't be disheartened. It has been 10 years since the last college entrance examination. So many batches of students are taking the exam together. It would be strange if there weren't many applicants. Although they say they are enrolling around 200,000, if everyone performs well, the authorities will consider expanding the admissions. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. If he recalled correctly, this year's exam had indeed seen an increase in enrollment, though he couldn't remember the exact figure. What do you mean, Xiaobai? Wang Xiaojun began to comprehend Jiang Xiaobai's intentions. What do I mean? What significance do my words hold? If they do carry weight, I would be the first to ensure your admission to university. For now, we must focus on our examinations. Although our revision time has been brief, it is not insignificant within our province. Coupled with our study materials, if we approach the exam diligently, hope may still shine upon us. Jiang Xiaobai cast a dark glance at Wang Xiaojun, recognizing the latter's cleverness. What I mean is, I have intentions of expanding the admissions, starting with my own enrollment. After enduring a few scoldings from Jiang Xiaobai, Wang Xiaojun and Lu Igua felt notably more relaxed. The three of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to the countryside. Today, Shama Township was particularly bustling. Not only the urban youth from Jianhua village had gathered, but many from other townships had also arrived. The college entrance examination represented a pivotal opportunity to alter one's fate and origins, especially for the urban youth of the present. The faces of the young were a tapestry of emotions, excitement, anxiety, trepidation, and exhilaration, as several villages' urban graduates and eligible candidates congregated in Shangma Township. The oldest participants in the exam were no more than 30, still considered youthful, as they harbored dreams for the future. Observing the throngs of people, Jiang Xiaobai felt apprehensive about the journey ahead. The bus would surely be cramped. Soon enough, the bus ambled into view, and Jiang Xiaobai grasped Li Siyan's arm, urging her to squeeze aboard. Taking this bus to the county would take until noon, and they still needed to reach the city to scout the examination venue. Time was of the essence. Hurry up, get on the bus. Jiang Xiaobai called to Lu Igua and the others, pulling Li Siyan along. Don't push. My luggage fell. Watch where you step. Hey, stop pushing. The crowd clamored, yet everyone jostled fiercely. The once formidable ticket lady could only retreat to a corner, venting her frustrations. This group of youths, typically quiet and composed, displayed a surprising vigor in this chaotic moment, fueled by their youthful strength. At this point, seating was a distant dream. Simply managing to stand was a triumph. Bodies pressed together, Jiang Xiaobai held Li Siyan protectively close. Li Siyan remained obediently nestled in his embrace, her cheeks flushed. Given the cramped conditions, there was little room for movement. In an instant, Jiang Xiaobai felt as though he had returned to a former life. Squeezed into a bus or subway, though without anyone clutching soy milk, fried dough sticks, or stuffed pancakes. Chapter 50. The Perilous Journey. Xiaobai? Lu Igua shouted loudly. I'm right here. Everyone, check to see if you've boarded. Jiang Xiaobai responded with equal volume. Just then, the bus lurched forward momentarily before stalling again. Don't push me. Stop shoving. The interior of the bus descended into chaotic disarray. Jiang Xiaobai found himself instinctively leaning forward, and then, with a soft sound, his lips pressed firmly against Li Siyan's. Her adorable, large eyes widened in surprise. She never anticipated losing her first kiss in such a place. Even a secluded grove would have sufficed. Suddenly, the bus jolted, finally starting with a muffled roar, setting off on its journey. The driver, anxious to proceed, could no longer wait. The door had become obstructed, with someone already perched atop the luggage rack. In his years of driving, he had never encountered such a situation, and he felt a twinge of fear. Was this the same polite, clean-cut youth from the city? As the bus lurched forward, Jiang Xiaobai and Li Siyan were involuntarily separated. Li Siyan's face flushed deep crimson, and she instinctively pinched herself below. "Ah, who pinched me? Are you insane?" exclaimed one of Jiang Xiaobai's companions, nearly jumping in surprise. Both Jiang Xiaobai and Li Siyan were momentarily stunned, her face growing even redder as she quickly lowered her head, refraining from any further movement. In that instant, Jiang Xiaobai felt that the crowded journey was not as unbearable as he had imagined. Although they had established their relationship, Li Siyan had been reluctant to hold hands, let alone kiss, which Jiang Xiaobai could understand, given the conservative nature of girls in this era. Nevertheless, she was his girlfriend, and he welcomed the opportunity for a tender moment. "Xiaobai, where's Xiaojun?" Lu Igwa's booming voice called out, searching for everyone, but only Wang Xiaojun remained silent. At that moment, a voice floated down from the bus window above. "I'm right here." Jiang Xiaobai glanced up, feeling reluctant to say anything further. The college entrance examination was of utmost importance to these individuals. The stakes were considerably higher than in later years, where one could still find work on construction sites or take to the sea if they failed. But now, if you didn't succeed in the examination, you were left with no prospects in the countryside. "Be careful, Xiaojun," Jiang Xiaobai called out. "I know, it's quite cool up here." Wang Xiaojun replied before the skylight slammed shut with a thud. A cloud of dust was kicked up, prompting several people to curse loudly. Yet Lu Igwa stared, dumbfounded. At least Li Siyan nestled in Jiang Xiaobai's embrace. What was happening? How did they end up like this? Jiang Xiaobai subtly gestured to the throng around them. Lu Igwa's eyes lit up, and he turned to Zhang Yanmei beside him, saying, "Come here, I'll make room for you." He reached out, attempting to pull her into his arms. "Get away." Zhang Yanmei swatted his hand away. Was he out of his mind? Did he truly believe that Li Siyan had nestled into Jiang Xiaobai's arms simply because it was crowded? Everyone could see Li Siyan's affection for Jiang Xiaobai, especially since she had confided in Zhang Yanmei about their newfound closeness in recent days. So, taking advantage of this situation to be together was one thing, but for him to think he had a chance was utterly absurd. What an absurd situation. Lu Igwa, feeling utterly embarrassed and blushing furiously, turned to glance at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, returning the gaze, remarked, "Though we grew up together, I still hold you in high regard." Impressive. With a subtle gesture, he leaned forward and planted a gentle kiss on Li Siyan's forehead as the bus swayed. He had decided to play a prank on Lu Igwa today. Momentarily stunned, Lu Igwa redirected his attention to Zhang Yanmei, who had also noticed the exchange of glances between him and Jiang Xiaobai. What does this mean? This child has been utterly fooled by Jiang Xiaobai. Why is he looking at me like that? Just as Zhang Yanmei was about to speak, the bus came to a sudden halt, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Lu Igwa, too, was bewildered as Zhang Yanmei's face drew nearer. He wasn't foolish. He understood the implications and was filled with trepidation. "Lu Igwa, you are in deep trouble." Zhang Yanmei felt a sudden warmth on her face. I didn't mean to." Lu Igwa stammered, his fear evident. Without the prior actions, he would have found a way to explain. Typically, Zhang Yanmei was like a big sister, caring and generous towards everyone. In a crowded bus, with its movements being coincidental, it could surely be clarified. But now, Lu Igwa feared that he would be met with Zhang Yanmei's wrath once they disembarked. Zhang Yanmei, remaining silent, shot Lu Igwa a resentful glance before glaring at Jiang Xiaobai. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaobai's prank, the bus's swaying could have been merely a coincidence. However, the implications were entirely different. Jiang Xiaobai, equally bewildered, pondered. What a coincidence. Would you believe me if I claimed it was a misunderstanding? I am equally wronged here. I said nothing. This is all Lu Igwa's folly. Do you believe it? Li Siyan stifled a laugh, reveling in Lu Igwa's predicament. Look at you now, feeling smug. Haven't you gotten yourself into trouble? Just wait until Zhang Jie deals with you after we disembark. The bus rolled slowly toward the county seat. Fortunate that there was little traffic at this hour, otherwise, with so many people, an incident would surely have ensued. The ticket lady found herself unable to sell tickets, deciding to wait until they got off. At that time, she would block the door, demanding a ticket from each passenger, even those perched atop the bus. "If you don't buy a ticket, you can accompany me home." It wasn't that the county had overlooked the situation of the examinees. Rather, There were simply too few buses available at this hour, making it impossible to dispatch additional vehicles. As noon approached, the bus finally reached the county seat, and a throng of people poured out. Jiang Xiaobai noted that the bus seemed to rise slightly higher once everyone had disembarked. With no time for unnecessary words, they quickly counted heads and made their way toward the bus station. The county had indeed considered the upcoming college entrance examination by adding a few more buses, but it was still insufficient compared to the multitude of examinees. Xiaobai, there are still 10 minutes until departure, and I have already secured the tickets, Lu Aiguo exclaimed, panting as he hurried to Jiang Xiaobai, brandishing a stack of bus tickets. Excellent. We have a little time left. Let us grab something to eat, Jiang Xiaobai replied, reaching into his bag to retrieve a scallion pancake, taking a hearty bite before unscrewing his water bottle to take a generous swig. Yesterday, Jiang Xiaobai had arranged for Zhang Yanmei to prepare provisions for the journey today. If time permitted, Jiang Xiaobai could have taken a group of urban youths to Old Zhang's small restaurant for a meal. However, time was of the essence, and there was no way to make it. The other urban youths were also hurrying, quickly pulling out their paper-wrapped scallion pancakes to eat. Not only Jiang Xiaobai and his group, but other urban youths from nearby villages were also seizing the moment to consume their provisions. Yet, the instant Jiang Xiaobai's group unveiled their scallion pancakes, the pace of the others slowed perceptibly. What a delightful aroma! Indeed, it resembled the flavor of scallion pancakes. Before departing for labor, my mother treated me to a meal. Yes, it is the taste of scallion pancakes. The nearby urban youths sniffed the air and turned their gazes toward the source of the enticing scent. However, they were taken aback. What was happening? A dozen individuals were indulging in scallion pancakes. While it was not unusual for someone to enjoy a scallion pancake occasionally, akin to how families might eat dumplings during festive seasons, it was perplexing to witness so many people feasting on scallion pancakes. Was their family so affluent that they could afford to eat dumplings daily? Where did they procure such an abundance of flour? What were they doing? Were they genuinely that wealthy? In earlier years, many places required ration tickets to purchase flour, yet a black market had emerged, allowing individuals to procure goods that typically necessitated tickets, albeit at slightly higher prices. Jiang Xiaobai was not in need of anyone's food. Which village did these urban youths hail from? They seemed remarkably affluent. Unfamiliar with this group, the onlookers were astonished at such extravagance. Were they truly consuming scallion pancakes as their provisions? Such wastefulness. Yet, the aroma was undeniably tempting. The other urban youths gnawed fervently on their cornmeal pancakes, their eyes fixated on the scallion pancakes in Jiang Xiaobai's hands. Each bite seemed to invigorate them as if they were not eating cornmeal pancakes, but rather the delicate scallion pancakes Jiang Xiaobai held. Were these individuals from Jianhua village? Were they not supposed to be buying canned goods? How had they arrived here, also to participate in the college entrance examination? Some urban youths from neighboring villages recognized Jiang Xiaobai. Yes, it was indeed Jianhua village. I have seen that tall fellow before. He even gifted me a can of food. An urban youth affirmed. Jianhua village, selling canned goods. What kind of canned goods? Someone inquired curiously. Just as a young man was about to explain, someone shouted that the vehicle had arrived. Hurry, get on the bus, quickly. Jiang Xiaobai hastily stuffed the unfinished scallion pancake into his bag, calling out as he pulled Li Siyan toward the vehicle. The other reborn youths shared a similar sentiment. What was the point of eating now? If they succeeded in the examination, there would be plenty of opportunities for feasting in the future, and they would enjoy far better meals. Not the hard and unpalatable cornmeal pancakes they were currently consuming. The congestion along the journey is self-evident. As the bus came to a halt in the city, many passengers disembarked, some immediately succumbing to nausea at the roadside. Those feeling unwell hastily sipped water to replenish their lost fluids, while Jiang Xiaobai, ever the caretaker, reminded everyone to stay hydrated. It would be quite unfortunate if any health issues arose before tomorrow's examination. Once the group had somewhat recovered, Jiang Xiaobai led them in search of accommodations. However, suitable lodging was scarce at this hour. Excuse me, ma'am, do you know of any guest houses available for lodging? Jiang Xiaobai inquired of an elderly woman passing by. I am a city youth here to participate in the college entrance examination tomorrow. Ah, I see. You must be here for the exam, she replied, having already been approached by others with the same query. The city guest house is certainly full, and you can forget about the guest house at number 1 high school. You might try the guest house near the Bai Steel factory, close to number 1 high school. Thank you, ma'am. How do we get to the Bai Steel factory near number 1 high school? Jiang Xiaobai asked, Follow this road until you reach the third intersection, turn left, and walk to the end. There's a recycling station on the north side. Then, take a right and go through 3 intersections, she directed. Her instructions were quite clear. Yet Jiang Xiaobai, notoriously directionally challenged, felt bewildered. In his previous life, he had been utterly inept at distinguishing cardinal directions. Luigua, Wang Xiaojun, come over here. He called to his companions. After expressing his gratitude to the elderly woman, the group followed her directions, navigating through twists and turns in search of the Bai steel factory. Along the way, they encountered numerous city youths, some meandering aimlessly, perhaps searching for accommodations or lost. After an hour of searching and inquiring, Jiang Xiaobai and his companions finally arrived at the gates of the Bai steel factory. The size of the factory dwarfed the glass factory in their county by an immeasurable extent. 2 uniformed security personnel approached them, not waiting for the group to draw nearer. "Comrades, what brings you here?" one of the security officers inquired, eyeing the group with curiosity. "Brother, we are sent down youth here to participate in the college entrance examination tomorrow. And we have nowhere to stay," Jiang Xiaobai explained, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering it to the middle-aged officer. This was the hallmark of a large factory, possessing its own security department responsible for maintaining order within the premises. Minor issues could be resolved internally without notifying the police. Chapter 52, Bai Steel Factory. The middle-aged man accepted the cigarettes and lit one, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's explanation. There is indeed a guest house in the factory, but it typically accommodates only employees who have business relations with the factory. Outsiders have never been allowed before. There is no precedent for this. The security officer seemed somewhat troubled. "Brother, could you please assist us by making an exception? We have a letter of introduction. We are not troublemakers. Merely students preparing for the examination tomorrow. We truly cannot find a place to stay. As for us male city youths, we wouldn't mind sleeping on the street for a night, in a place where they were not meant to linger," Jiang Xiaobai remarked. "But, brother, look at our establishment. We even have young ladies here. They are delicate, and some have physical inconveniences." As he spoke, the several young women behind him stared in astonishment at one another, puzzled by Jiang Xiaobai's insight into their situation. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Li Siyan, who shook her head in confusion, questioning, "What are you looking at me for? I have not caused any trouble, and even if I had, I would not disclose it to Jiang Xiaobai. Brother, please lend us your assistance. We will be eternally grateful." Jiang Xiaobai pleaded, his words flowing effortlessly. "All right, young man, cease your entreaties and bring forth your introduction letter. Shortly, you and I shall pay a visit to the director, and you will simply state that you are my relative." Ichuan found himself swayed by Jiang Xiaobai's eloquence. After reviewing the letter of gratitude from Jiang Xiaobai and his companions, he felt assured that as long as they were not ill-intentioned, he could approach the director on their behalf. "Thank you, brother, thank you." The other young individuals hastily expressed their gratitude. It was indeed a time when wealth could not be easily spent. Establishments like the Bai Ironworks Guest House were not primarily driven by profit. They existed merely to accommodate personnel engaged in business dealings, boasting their own hospital and school. Were those also for profit? The office director, engrossed in his work, rose to prepare tea for Jiang Xiaobai and Ichuan upon their entrance. Jiang Xiaobai assessed the director, a gentleman in his 40s, bespectacled and composed. After Ichuan explained the situation, the director pondered briefly before addressing Jiang Xiaobai. "How many individuals do you have in total?" 14, comprising 4 young ladies and 10 young men, Jiang Xiaobai replied, sensing that matters were progressing favorably. "Unfortunately, we may be short on rooms today. We have a reception task, leaving only 5 rooms available. However, they are all double occupancy. If you do not mind a bit of crowding, you could arrange the beds together for 3 individuals to share," the director explained. "Thank you, director. We do not mind being cramped. As long as we have a place to sleep, even the floor would suffice." Jiang Xiaobai quickly expressed his gratitude. "There is no need for formality, young comrades. Rest well and prepare for your examination tomorrow. Each university student represents the future of our nation. As the news states, you are like the sun rising at 7 or 8 in the morning. The future belongs not only to us, but more so to you," the director said with a smile, adjusting his glasses. "Ichuan, please guide these young comrades. Inform Xiao Lu at the guest house that the director has instructed not to charge for the accommodations. We support our youth," he added cheerfully before returning to his work. Jiang Xiaobai bowed deeply to the director before following Ichuan out of the office. For the director, this may have seemed a trivial favor. Yet for Jiang Xiaobai and his companions, it was a significant assistance. With the clock nearing 3 o'clock, the prospect of finding accommodation was growing dire. Failure to secure a place would mean they might spend the night on the streets, jeopardizing their plans to locate the examination venue in advance. To further increase the difficulty for tomorrow's examination, Jiang Xiaobai harbored no doubts that many urban youths would be spending the night on the streets. Either due to a lack of funds for accommodation, an inability to find a lodging place, or other reasons. It goes without saying that in the months of July and August, the weather might bring rain at night. Even without rain, the experience of resting on the pavement as opposed to in a guest house would undoubtedly affect one's state of mind the following day. There were a total of 5 rooms, with 2 designated for 4 girls and the remaining 3 for 10 boys. 2 rooms accommodating 3 individuals each, while 1 room housed 4. The beds were pushed together, and should space prove insufficient, they would resort to sleeping on the floor. Does anyone have any objections? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, surveying the group. No objections. Agreed. The others responded in unison. All right, once we enter the rooms, let us make haste to get organized. We shall gather at our doorstep in 20 minutes to locate our examination rooms at the school. Compared to the contemporary candidates, Jiang Xiaobai possessed a wealth of examination experience. Knowing to scout for the examination venue a day prior was common knowledge among elementary students in later generations. At that moment, many were oblivious to this, having neither experienced nor even heard of such a practice. It had been many years since the first national examination was held. With their luggage in hand, Jiang Xiaobai and his companions followed Ichuan towards the guest house located within the factory premises. Along the way, they encountered several workers returning from shifts, who regarded Jiang Xiaobai and his group with curiosity as they carried their belongings. Ichuan, has the factory hired new staff? Why are so many arriving at once? Are they newly assigned university students? That's unusual. In past years, it was only 1 or 2. They are urban youths preparing for tomorrow's college entrance examination. With nowhere else to stay, hoping to lodge at our factory's guest house, Ichuan replied with a smile. Oh, urban youths, best of luck in your exams. Strive to gain admission to a university, and upon graduation, perhaps you will be assigned to our factory as technicians, the workers remarked, their demeanor shifting to one of pride upon hearing the term urban youths. They straightened their posture and offered encouragement to Jiang Xiaobai and his companions. The gray work uniforms they wore imparted an unspoken sense of pride. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled quietly, choosing not to respond, while the other urban youths cast envious glances, recognizing that workers from state-owned enterprises held a certain prestige at that time. Even if one were to gain admission to a university, if it were an average institution, they would likely still end up working in the factory as technicians. However, possessing a degree would allow one to rise to a leadership position. Yet, when the workers chose to disregard you as a leader, they truly did so. During this period, dismissing a worker from the factory was no trivial matter. Of course, leaders would always retain their status, and one might find oneself facing challenges when it came to reimbursement for medical expenses, among other matters. Not long after, a 3-story building, its foundation adorned with green paint, came into view for Jiang Xiaobai and his companions. Beside it hung a white sign that read Guest House of Bai Steel Factory. It was curious why so many places opted for green paint. Did it convey a sense of freshness? The Supply and Marketing Cooperative had the same aesthetic, as did the guest house. Chapter 53. The guest house. The environment of the guest house at the Bai Steel plant is quite pleasant. Each twin room features spacious single beds, which can comfortably accommodate 3 individuals when pushed together. Though sleeping 4 may feel a bit cramped, it remains feasible. After everyone settled in, they collectively headed to the first high school of the city. At this time, there are numerous high schools in Shandong City, all of which are public institutions. The Bai Steel plant boasts its own high school, which, in terms of educational quality, surpasses even the municipal high schools. Nonetheless, the college entrance examination is held at the first high school, conveniently located about a 20-minute walk from the Bai Steel plant. From a distance, the school appears somewhat dilapidated, with gray brick walls and a black painted iron gate adorned with sharp red spikes. Upon their arrival, the gate was wide open, as many individuals gathered to observe the examination venue, anticipating the imminent college entrance exam. The younger graduating high school students, around 17 or 18 years old, looked quite youthful, while the older urban youths, at 30, appeared nearly as mature as those in their 40s, resembling the fathers of the younger cohort. Despite the age differences, They were all united in purpose, striving towards a common goal, with the urban youths exhibiting a commendable mindset. After all, it had been a decade. The mere opportunity to participate was worth seizing. Pondering the futility of lamenting delays, they dispersed upon entering the school, each seeking their designated examination rooms. Jiang Xiaobai accompanied Li Siyan to locate their examination venue, as well as the restroom and water station, preparatory measures for the forthcoming challenge. By the time everyone reconvened outside the school, dusk had begun to settle, yet a steady stream of examinees continued to arrive. Some even brought bedding, positioning themselves at the entrance, seemingly prepared to spend the night there. The college entrance examination, a decade-long event, weighed heavily on Jiang Xiaobai's mind. He silently reflected on the fact that those who have not experienced it can never truly grasp the significance of this examination for the over 6 million candidates at that time. Over the course of 10 years, countless talented individuals had accumulated, all vying for the chance to leap like a carp over the dragon gate. Although Jiang Xiaobai initially felt confident, he now experienced a tinge of anxiety. His study materials were well organized, and he had the advantage of prior experience from 4 years ago. However, he pondered how many exceptional talents had emerged over the years. When the group returned to the Bai steel plant, night had fallen. Just as they settled into their seats, a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, Jiang Xiaobai discovered Yi Chun standing outside. "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" "Please, come in and take a seat," Jiang Xiaobai urged. "I won't be entering," Yi Chun replied. "I've come to inform you that the director has arranged meals for you at the cafeteria and asked me to escort you there." "Thank you so much. Please extend my gratitude to the director and to you, Brother Yi," Jiang Xiaobai replied, without pretense, accepting the invitation gracefully. After a day of bustling activity, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. The prospect of enjoying a warm meal was certainly appealing. With the college entrance examination looming tomorrow, it was beneficial to rest well today. "All right, quickly gather your companions. I shall lead you there," Yi Chun cheerfully remarked. Jiang Xiaobai called out to the others and followed Yi Chun to the cafeteria of the Bai Iron and Steel Factory. The cafeteria was considerably more impressive than that of the guest house. Inside, workers dined with aluminum lunchboxes, a hallmark of the era. There were rectangular and round aluminum containers, though these two gradually faded from the tide of time. What a vast cafeteria! Can it accommodate so many? How many people can dine here simultaneously? Several urban youths began to converse as they entered. "What is the big deal? The cafeteria at Longqing Iron and Steel Factory is even larger," Luai was scoffed, displaying an air of superiority. "Our factory employs over 10,000 workers. If everyone were to dine at the same time, despite the size, it would be unmanageable. Not to mention whether we could find seating. The serving windows simply couldn't cope," Yi Chun responded, turning to Lu Aigua and inquired. "You mentioned the Longqing Iron and Steel Factory?" "Indeed, the largest factory in Longqing," Lu Aigua replied with a hint of pride. "The Longqing Iron and Steel Factory is currently the largest in the region. Igu, Lu Aigua and I are all children of the Longqing Iron and Steel Factory." Jiang Xiaobai interjected hastily. "Ah, so we are like family. The Bai Iron and Steel Factory and the Longqing Iron and Steel Factory are partners. Here, you may feel at home. Do not hesitate." Yi Chun welcomed Jiang Xiaobai and the others with even more enthusiasm. The cafeteria at Bai Iron and Steel Factory offered quite palatable dishes, and given that Jiang Xiaobai and his companions were genuinely hungry, it was a delightful experience. "In the coming days, just head to Window 1 for your meals. I've already made arrangements. Tomorrow's exam is crucial. Let's aim for everyone to be admitted to university," Yi Chun cheerfully advised as they parted after their meal. Jiang Xiaobai expressed his gratitude profusely, acknowledging the kindness they encountered on this journey, complimentary meals and lodging, albeit not in someone's home, but the willingness to assist was a significant gesture of goodwill, especially during such times. After dining, Jiang Xiaobai and his companions returned to their rooms to rest. With the exam on the morrow, there was little interest in conversation. Jiang Xiaobai retired to bed early. As for the others, whether they could find sleep or were kept awake through the night was beyond his concern. The next morning, Jiang Xiaobai was roused by Lu Aigua. "Brother Xiaobai, rise quickly. Time is of the essence. We must eat and prepare for the examination." Jiang Xiaobai, still in a daze from sleep, turned to glance at the brightening sky outside. During the summer, dawn breaks early, typically around 5 o'clock, but certainly before 6. What is the purpose of rising at such an hour? The examination commences at 8:30 in the morning, after all. Jiang Xiaobai sighed and, without further ado, got out of bed. An early start is still an early start. Chapter 54. The Great Examination, Part 1. When they arrived at the cafeteria for breakfast, the lady serving food in her white coat seemed quite understanding. You all are up rather early, but it's wise to arrive ahead of time, otherwise you might find the seats taken, she cheerfully remarked while dishing out meals. Here, everyone gets an egg to boost your nutrition. Do well on your exams. After serving everyone, she presented a bowl of eggs. Thank you, ma'am. Jiang Xiaobai and his companions expressed their gratitude in unison. Although the youth now earned a decent income and could occasionally afford an egg for nourishment, they were all too aware of the significance of such a simple food item. After breakfast, as they exited the Ba-E steel factory, the sky had fully brightened. Lacking watches, Jiang Xiaobai and his friends were uncertain of the exact time, whether it was still in the 5 o'clock range, approaching 6, or even creeping towards 7. What mattered was that they had ample time. Along the way, Jiang Xiaobai noticed many other candidates hurrying towards the school. Suddenly, the group, which had initially strolled leisurely, unconsciously quickened their pace. Upon arriving at the school gate, they discovered it was still closed, with a throng of anxious students blocking the entrance. Groups of candidates clustered around, and Jiang Xiaobai, thinking they had arrived early, was surprised to see so many others had come even sooner. Of course, those who had spent the night outside the examination venue were not included in this count. This morning, they would be tested on Chinese and political science. After the exams, there would be time for everyone to return to the factory for lunch, with over 2 hours to spare before the afternoon maths exam at 3 o'clock. Jiang Xiaobai addressed the group, noting that the subjects for the first day were the same for both arts and sciences, Chinese and political science in the morning, followed by mathematics in the afternoon. The distinction would arise the next day, with science students taking physics and chemistry, while arts students would face history and geography. At this moment, political science was of utmost importance. Regardless of whether one studied arts or sciences, everyone needed to take this subject. The foreign language exam, scheduled for the following afternoon, would not contribute to the total score and would serve merely as a reference for admissions. Those who had not studied it could opt out. All right, everyone. They responded affirmatively. As the sun gradually ascended, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Just when impatience began to set in, the school gate finally swung open. The crowd surged forward. Some began searching for their examination rooms, while others hurried directly to their assigned locations. Jiang Xiaobai gestured encouragingly towards Li Siyan, not pausing to see if she understood, before making his way to his own examination room. Outside the exam hall, 2 invigilators were checking students to ensure no prohibited materials were being brought in, an age-old practice dating back to the imperial examination system. However, at this hour, the checks were relatively straightforward. As long as one was not carrying any revision notes, entry was permitted. Unlike the future generations, there was no security scanner to thoroughly examine one's body for electronic devices. At this moment, it was not merely the absence of electronic gadgets that was concerning. Many individuals could scarcely find their study materials, let alone conceal anything. The yellowed walls and the antiquated desks and benches surrounded Jiang Xiaobai as he took his seat. Noticing a carving of the character for morning on the table, a smile crept onto his face, for during this period, influenced by the text from the 100 Herb Garden to the 3 Flavor Study House, it was common for students to etch the character morning onto their desks. Soon, the sound of the bell echoed from outside the classroom, signaling the commencement of the examination. As the invigilator issued the command, candidates hastened to put pen to paper. It was Chinese, after all. Even those who lacked confidence could muster some words. Jiang Xiaobai opened the Chinese examination paper, which bore the bold title National Higher Education Entrance Examination Chinese paper. After inscribing his name and other particulars, he delved into the content. The first section required adding punctuation to a passage. Every candidate in the classroom was meticulously engaged in their work. The notion of sleeping was utterly absent. Those who had endured hardship and toil could truly appreciate this hard-won opportunity. It was merely a Chinese examination paper, yet all completed their tasks only when the bell rang. Jiang Xiaobai, content with his performance, submitted his paper, feeling that it was relatively manageable. With a positive mindset, he exited the classroom in search of Li Siyan, disregarding the discussions among others regarding the exam content. The age-old tradition of comparing answers followed the conclusion of the test. Xiaobai, how did you do? Li Siyan approached Jiang Xiaobai, running towards him. Not bad, and you? Jiang Xiaobai replied with a cheerful smile. I think I did fairly well, but I'm uncertain about the outcome. As they conversed, they made their way towards the Bai steel plant, encountering Lu Igua along the way, and the three continued together. Having completed the morning examinations in Chinese and politics, everyone felt confident, believing they had performed admirably. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, reflecting on one of life's great illusions. I did well. Chapter 55. The Major Examination, Part 2. In the afternoon, during the mathematics examination, many were left bewildered upon receiving the test paper, anxiously tugging at their hair in distress. Unlike the serene atmosphere of the morning, a palpable tension filled the air. When the examination bell rang, a man in the same examination hall as Jiang Xiaobai succumbed to despair. Approaching 30, with a scruffy beard, he began to weep openly, tears streaming down his face. His grief was poignant, laden with sorrow. I am 30 years old. I have waited so long for this opportunity, and now it is lost. My life is over. He lamented, his eyes vacant, weeping for the tragedy of his era, for his own plight. Jiang Xiaobai found himself at a loss for words. Although he lived in this time as a young urbanite and had also participated in labor, he had not deeply felt the struggles of those around him, nor of the city youth from a few years prior. Yet in this moment, witnessing the man sobbing inconsolably on the floor, he began to understand. Let us move forward. There will be opportunities ahead. After completing the examination, Jiang Xiaobai approached and firmly helped the man on the ground to his feet. With a simple command to move, he silently assisted the man, who followed Jiang Xiaobai out of the examination hall, his emotions gradually settling. Even men, at times, experience emotional turmoil, yet, once the outburst is over, life must continue. Thank you. My name is Ma Hao, a young urbanite from Qinyuan County. I apologize for the earlier embarrassment. Ma Hao expressed his gratitude to Jiang Xiaobai. Although Jiang Xiaobai had mentioned the possibility of opportunities, Ma Hao regarded it merely as a comforting phrase. Since he was merely a youth yet to reach 20, opportunities may exist for you, but as a 30-year-old man, what chance do I have left? He thought, dismissing the notion but still feeling compelled to thank Jiang Xiaobai for his earlier assistance. Indeed, I am Jiang Xiaobai, a young urbanite from Jianhua village in Jiangxian County. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out, Jiang Xiaobai replied, noticing that the man had regained his composure, before turning to find Li Siyan. Upon returning to the accommodation with Li Siyan, Jiang Xiaobai observed a noticeable decline in everyone's spirits. The great illusions of life seemed to have vanished. Subjects like mathematics and science could be particularly disheartening. One either knows the material or does not. Unlike the arts where a partial understanding might yield some results. Do not lose heart. The college entrance examination does not necessitate perfection. It merely requires that we perform better than others. Consider this. If we struggle with certain questions, surely others do as well. As long as we outperform them, there is hope. We have proactively acquired the self-study series for mathematics, physics, and chemistry, along with excellent review materials. Our study environment is quite conducive, illuminated by electric lights throughout the night. What of the other urban youths? Do they have access to review materials? Can they study at night with proper lighting? Are they afforded the luxury of dedicating their entire day to study? As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the eyes of his peers began to brighten. Indeed, while there were questions they could not answer, it did not imply that others possessed the answers either. Jiang Xiaobai's words revealed their own advantages. Furthermore, had they not noticed that many questions on this year's mathematics exam resembled those found in the self-study series? Surely, they had answered those correctly, thereby elevating their scores above the rest. Let us calm our hearts and strive to the best of our abilities in the examination. Trust me, each of you has a chance to attend university. Jiang Xiaobai encouraged his peers, emphasizing that they must not allow their emotions to sway them. Otherwise, their chances of success could diminish during the exam. Indeed, Brother Xiaobai is right. We do possess certain advantages, Lu Igua remarked. Yes, rather than lamenting our fates, we should seize the time to review, others chimed in. Gradually, they dispersed, emerging from the afternoon's mathematics examination with renewed determination. Patriotism, Xiaojun. You two will not participate in the foreign language examination tomorrow afternoon. After the morning test, let's purchase some pastries to express our gratitude to the security department, the office, and the canteen for their assistance during this time. Lu Igua and Wang Xiaojun have not studied foreign languages and will not attend the examination. After completing the physics and chemistry tests tomorrow morning, the college entrance examination will be considered concluded. All right, I understand. Lu Igua and Wang Xiaojun nodded in agreement. The following morning, after the examination, the liberal arts students fared reasonably well, while those in the sciences faced greater turmoil during the physics and chemistry tests. During the years when urban youth were sent to work, what was chemistry? What materials could one use for experiments? Amidst laughter and tears, the crowd exited the examination hall. And for many, except those aiming for foreign language schools, the college entrance examination had effectively come to an end, leaving the rest to fate. Siyan, how did it go? Judging by your expression, it must have gone well, Jiang Xiaobai said cheerfully to Li Siyan. It was decent. Many of the questions were similar to those in the self-study compendium of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, so we truly gained an advantage, Li Siyan replied with a smile. You still have the foreign language test in the afternoon, right? Do your best, Li Siyan said, hesitating slightly. Jiang Xiaobai paid no mind to her hesitation. After having lunch at the cafeteria of the Bai Iron and Steel Factory, Jiang Xiaobai, along with Lu Mei and another urban youth attending the foreign language school, headed to the school for the exam. Jiang Xiaobai only needed to participate in the written test, while Lu Mei and her companion were also required to take the oral exam. On the way to the school, Lu Mei did not utter a single word to Jiang Xiaobai. Ever since their disagreement over Luo Tigan a few days prior, Lu Mei had not spoken to Jiang Xiaobai again. The disdain in Lu Mei's gaze often revealed a sense of animosity that made it difficult for Jiang Xiaobai to sleep soundly at night. What a treacherous person, Jiang Xiaobai thought to herself, feeling quite troubled by the constant hostility directed at her. Thankfully, the college entrance examination would soon conclude, and it would not be long before everyone went their separate ways. Otherwise, the discomfort would be unbearable. Shaking her head, Jiang Xiaobai resolved not to dwell on such matters. After smoothly completing the written test, Jiang Xiaobai strolled back, preparing to return to the Bai Iron and Steel Factory. Lu Mei and her companion still needed to take the oral exam, so they would be returning later. The school was quiet in the afternoon, with only a few individuals coming in for the examination. Chapter 56. Return to the city. By the time Lu Mei and her companion returned from their oral examination, darkness had fallen. There were no vehicles available for the journey back, so they decided to stay overnight and return in the morning. How did you perform in physics and chemistry? The self-study compendium of mathematics, physics, and chemistry that Xiaobai brought back was truly helpful. Many of the question types were the same, just missing the original questions, Wang Xiaojun exclaimed excitedly in the room. I went with Xiaobai. So you should also thank Lu Gu, Lu Igua added enthusiastically. I'm not sure about the other questions, but I definitely got some of the ones from the self-study compendium correct. What does it matter to you? Do you even know what the self-study compendium is? You couldn't even recognize it when it was right in front of you. Wang Xiaojun, please repeat that. Are you asking for a beating? Come on, make a move. Lu Igua and Wang Xiaojun exchanged playful banter. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled while engaging with the two, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Come in, Jiang Xiaobai called out. Xiaobai, could you step outside for a moment? I need to talk to you. Li Siyan peeked her head in. Oh, brother Xiaobai. Someone is looking for you, Wang Xiaojun said with a mischievous grin. Indeed, brother Xiaobai, hurry along. Be careful, and don't keep comrade Li Siyan waiting. Lu Igua chimed in. Get lost, Jiang Xiaobai playfully scolded, then rose to leave. Since their relationship began, Jiang Xiaobai had always felt a peculiar tension between them. Unsure if it stemmed from their busy schedules or something else. They lacked the overt affection typical of other couples, which was, of course, a significant factor in this era. What is the matter, Siyan? Jiang Xiaobai leaned closer, taking Li Siyan's hand with a smile. Normally, at such moments, Li Siyan would pull her hand away, blushingly scold him. But tonight, she offered no resistance. Allowing him to hold her hand tightly, she turned to him with a serious expression. Xiaobai, there is something I need to discuss with you. What is it? You seem so serious, Jiang Xiaobai asked, curiosity piqued. I won't be going back tomorrow. Li Siyan mustered her courage, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaobai. Not going back. Do you want to explore the city? I can accompany you. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile, thinking it was nothing significant. No, I won't be returning to Jianhua village anymore, Li Siyan said, her eyes dimming yet resolute. Not going back to Jianhua village? Are you joking? If you're not going back, where will you go? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. Back to the city. A few days before the exam, my mother wrote to me, asking me to return and help with some connections. So I've postponed my return to the city. With the imminent college entrance examination, I didn't want to affect your emotions by mentioning it, Li Siyan explained, pulling a letter from her pocket and offering it to Jiang Xiaobai, who did not take it. Upon hearing Li Siyan's words, Jiang Xiaobai recalled that since April this year, the news must have already leaked. He found himself momentarily lost in thought. Noticing his silence after she finished speaking, Li Siyan softly comforted him. I'm sorry. I didn't anticipate this situation. Don't worry, the exams are over now. In just over a month, we'll be able to see each other at school. As Li Siyan spoke, Jiang Xiaobai snapped back to reality and smiled. It's all right. There's no need for apologies. Returning to the city is a good thing. I've dreamed of going back. You should attend to your family matters, and please leave me your address. Once the exam results are out, I'll let you know to come for a health check, and then we'll see each other at school. Yes, just a little over a month. And we'll meet at school. Li Siyan nodded vigorously. Although she didn't want apart from Jiang Xiaobai, she felt compelled to return due to news concerning her father. The matter regarding her father had always been a source of deep anguish within her heart. She recalled her childhood vividly when her father was the very pillar of their home, a time when their house was often filled with the laughter of friends and family. However, without warning, that world came crashing down. Subsequently, her mother had to shoulder the responsibility of raising several children on her own. She would forever remember the warmth of her father's embrace, his smiling face as he expressed gratitude for her existence. For years, she had longed for his return. And now, at last, there was news. Her heart ached to sprout wings and soar back to him at once. Wait a moment. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly recalled something, dashed back to her room, and quickly returned. Here, take this. It's 1,000 yuan. Before embarking on this journey for the exam, Jiang Xiaobai had brought extra money, believing that a struggling household could ease their travels. Over the course of 2 days, aside from the expenses for Luigua to sell pastries and the bus fare, no other costs had arisen. No, I can't accept this, Li Siyan said, momentarily taken aback as she looked at the money, hastily declining. Trust me, take it. When you return to visit your uncles and relatives, it's always beneficial to have something to offer. It's essential to maintain connections. Otherwise, after more than a decade, many may forget that you ever existed. You cannot visit empty-handed. It's customary to bring something along. Li Siyan understood the truth in Jiang Xiaobai's words. Indeed, she would need money for her visit, yet she was reluctant to accept it. Just listen to me and take it. There's a share of the youth fund for you too, Jiang Xiaobai reassured her, offering words of comfort. The issue surrounding the youth fund had become rather pressing, and Jiang Xiaobai intended to address it comprehensively upon her return. All right, I'll take it, Li Siyan finally conceded, gritting her teeth as she accepted the money. The two conversed for a while longer before each returned to their respective rooms. Chapter 57. The slowness of the past. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai checked out and found Ichuan, entrusting him with 2 portions of pastries purchased the previous day, along with a request to deliver one to the office director. The remaining portion had already been given to the cafeteria lady during breakfast. Safe travels, Ichuan bid as he escorted Jiang Xiaobai and her companions to the entrance of the Bai steel plant. Thank you, Yaich. Goodbye. Jiang Xiaobai waved as she and her companions made their way toward the bus station. Throughout the journey, Li Siyan's spirits were low, for once they reached the station, she would have to part ways with Jiang Xiaobai and return to the city. It's all right. It's just a little over a month. We'll meet again in Jincheng. You can pick me up at the station, Jiang Xiaobai consoled her as they walked. Sure. I'll be at the train station to greet you. Just wear a white shirt, and I'll spot you instantly, Li Siyan replied with a wistful gaze. I'll wear a pink floral dress when I go. You should also look for me. I'll hold up a sign with Jiang Xiaobai written on it. Make the writing large. My eyesight isn't great, and I want to be able to see clearly. Soon, they arrived at the bus station, where Luigua led the others to purchase tickets back to the county, while Jiang Xiaobai accompanied Li Siyan to obtain tickets to the provincial city. To Longchen, a ticket is 1 yuan. Many people claim that prices are low during this period. However, income levels are equally modest. Thus, in relative terms, prices do not differ drastically from those in later times. For instance, a bus ticket from Shandong to the provincial capital costs 1 yuan, which at this time represents the daily earnings of many individuals, with a significant number earning even less than that. As society underwent rapid reforms, the price of a ticket soared 70-fold, reaching 70 yuan. Yet, in contrast, people's incomes had also risen considerably, with most individuals capable of earning 70 yuan a day. All right, give me one. Jiang Xiaobai retrieved a yuan from his pocket and handed it through the ticket window. After a brief moment, a ticket was presented. The bus is about to depart. You can find your vehicle in the backyard. The the ticket seller curtly remarked before turning back to converse with her colleagues. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Siyan paid little heed to the ticket seller's demeanor. It was a common occurrence at this time. By the time they located their bus, it was already occupied by several passengers, and the driver was in the midst of starting the engine. The aged bus emitted a sputtering noise, trailing dark smoke behind it. "Xiaobai, I've nearly finished packing my things in Jianhua village. Once you return, could you help me package them and send them to the post office in the town? To the address I provided?" Li Siyan turned to Jiang Xiaobai, offering her instructions. "Of course, I've made a note of it. If you find yourself short on cash when you get back, just call the town's post office. I'll make arrangements for someone to fetch me. And I'll send you the money," he replied. "Don't worry, 1,000 yuan is more than enough. I won't need it all. Now, let us get on the bus." The driver honked the horn again, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to smile. Li Siyan nodded, preparing to board, but suddenly turned back and embraced Jiang Xiaobai tightly. "You must come. I'll be waiting for you," she whispered softly in his ear. Later, a poem titled Once Upon a Time would include the line, "In the past, time moved slowly. Carts, horses, and letters took their time. A lifetime sufficing to love but one." While it sounds romantic, the reality of life in this era reveals a deeper sorrow beyond mere romance. Each farewell, hindered by the inconveniences of communication and transportation, renders future reunions uncertain. "I know, I will definitely come," Jiang Xiaobai assured her with a nod. Beep, beep, beep. The bus issued another urgent sound, prompting the two to release their hold. Li Siyan turned and boarded the bus. As it belched black smoke and rattled away, Jiang Xiaobai stood at the platform, watching her wave vigorously from the window, tears brimming in her eyes as she murmured something. He too waved fervently, silently bidding her farewell. The bus gradually receded from sight until it vanished, the moment seemingly frozen in time. The girl, waving and weeping, called out her goodbyes as the bus moved slowly away, until it was no more. Jiang Xiaobai had never experienced such a feeling. What should have been a fleeting parting struck a profound chord deep within his heart. As Lu Aiguo approached to greet Jiang Xiaobai was jolted back to reality. On the bus returning to the county town, he felt a weight upon his heart, gazing out the window at the ever-changing scenery along the roadside. Gradually, his mood lifted from the heaviness of the atmosphere. By the time they arrived back at Jiangxian County, it was already noon. With time on his hands and no rush, Jiang Xiaobai led the group through winding paths to Old Zhang's modest eatery for a meal. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai arrive with a sizable company, Old Zhang was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a broad smile. "Xiaobai's here. We're short on tables and chairs. Let me borrow some more. Please make yourselves comfortable in the meantime." With a cheerful nod to Jiang Xiaobai, he stepped outside. His little restaurant had only 2 or 3 tables, and he hadn't prepared enough chairs for such a large gathering. Before long, Old Zhang returned with a middle-aged woman, carrying additional tables and chairs. "This is your sister-in-law, and this is Jiang Xiaobai." Old Zhang introduced them briefly before inquiring, "Xiaobai, what would you like to eat?" "Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang, just whip up something simple. Anything will do as long as it's enough to fill our stomachs." "You know best," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a casual smile. "All right." Old Zhang nodded eagerly, his excitement palpable. Jiang Xiaobai was different from the usual patrons, as he was known for his generosity. With so many people, this meal could easily bring in a substantial profit, perhaps even several dozen yuan. While Lu Aiguo and Wang Xiaojun were not surprised to accompany Jiang Xiaobai, the others were abuzz with chatter, astonished that someone would open a small eatery during such times. There was no need for food vouchers, cash sufficed, though the existence of the black market was not lost on them. Old Zhang's culinary skills were commendable, with a few simple dishes paired with fragrant rice. Everyone left the table thoroughly satisfied. The total bill came to 24 yuan, averaging less than 2 yuan per person. Yet, this single meal had consumed what an ordinary middle-class family would typically spend in a month. Chapter 58. Unexpected events. The group returned to Jianhua village well after 4 in the afternoon, following 2 days of grueling college entrance examinations. Given the exhausting journey, Jiang Xiaobai did not require the urban youths to assist with canning production. He instructed everyone to rest while he briefly inspected the canning workshop in the youth courtyard before meandering out, planning to visit the other 4 production sites. "Xiaobai, you're back. How did the exams go?" A passing villager greeted him as he exited the courtyard. "The exams went well. Everyone performed admirably. Those who pass will head off to university. Those who don't will continue with the canning," Jiang Xiaobai replied, a smile brightening his face. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of peace upon returning to Jianhua village. You city kids are sharp. I'm sure you'll all make it to university. When you do, don't forget Jianhua village, the villager advised. I could never forget Jianhua village. It's my second hometown, Jiang Xiaobai remarked as he walked, engaging in cheerful conversation along the way. In the quaint village, nearly every household was familiar with Jiang Xiaobai, even if he himself was unaware of many of their names, addressing them simply as uncle or aunt, which felt rather pleasant. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the picturesque village, he strolled leisurely, surveying his canning enterprise, utterly content. Jianhua village had never produced any notable figures. Historically, it lacked even a respectable landlord. Only a few families seemed to have possessed some wealth, their homes adorned with intricately carved stone lions and floral designs on their doors, exuding an ancient charm that suggested a long history. Jiang Xiaobai mused that perhaps in a few years, these antiques might hold some value. He suddenly recalled that collecting antiques could lead to considerable wealth, but regrettably, he knew little about them. If only he had the knowledge, he could have profited from this. Nevertheless, some families in the countryside still possessed genuine items, and they would not forge counterfeit goods. When time allowed, he considered hunting for a few treasures as mementos. As he pondered, Jiang Xiaobai arrived at Li Siyan's home. Before he even stepped into the courtyard, he heard Li Siyan's enthusiastic voice calling for everyone to exert themselves, aiming to produce 1,000 jars of canned goods that day, with an abundance of food and drink promised for the evening. Hearing Li Siyan's spirited exclamation brought a smile to Jiang Xiaobai's face. Although 5 production workshops could each churn out 750 jars a day, he thought it would be even better to expedite the process. Allowing some extra time would enable him to manage unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering the yard, it took a moment for anyone to notice him. When Li Siyan spotted Jiang Xiaobai, he was momentarily taken aback but quickly approached him, saying, "Xiaobai, you're back from your exams. Why didn't you rest a bit before coming over? I was just about to check if you had returned." "No worries. I'm not tired. How is the production of the canned goods going? Are all 5 workshops operational?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired. "We started yesterday, and we currently have 151 villagers working, 120 from Jianhua village and 30 from neighboring areas. All reliable workers," Li Siyan replied, while pouring Jiang Xiaobai a cup of water. Jiang Xiaobai accepted the cup graciously and drank heartily, consuming nearly half the vessel in one go. He hadn't even entered the house before stepping out again. "All right then. We may not have the funds for wages yet, but we must ensure there's enough for meals. We can't let anyone work on an empty stomach. The revenue is sufficient. 60 sales points can generate around 200 yuan daily, covering our expenses comfortably. So, focus on production. We can discuss other matters tonight. I'll visit the other workshops now," he concluded, rising to take his leave. After inspecting a few more workshops, Jiang Xiaobai proceeded to Li Xiaolu's home, where he checked the storage of the canned goods. Li Xiaolu had cleared 2 rooms, neatly stacking box after box of canned products. The sight of the towering piles of cans brought an even broader smile to Jiang Xiaobai's face. This was all wealth. The following morning, after the college entrance examinations, the urban youth joined the canning production, further enhancing efficiency. "Yanmei, please prepare some mung bean soup to help everyone cool down." Jiang Xiaobai, drenched in sweat, was busy in the production workshop of the youth courtyard. "All right," Zhang Yanmei replied, turning to leave. Jiang Xiaobai wiped the sweat from his brow. The heat was oppressive, especially with the need to boil canning jars for disinfection, intensifying the warmth of the workshop. While there was steam disinfection available, it was far beyond the means of their humble canning workshop, and even if they could afford it, they would need someone to sell it. At that moment, Lu Mei, cradling a box of freshly disinfected canning jars, prepared to deliver them to the adjacent room for canning. Jiang Xiaobai nodded at Lu Mei. Although she was still upset with him, she was diligent in her work, nearly matching the strength of a man. Yet just then, Lu Mei's view was obstructed by the box in her arms, and she stumbled over a piece of firewood on the ground. "Ah!" she screamed, losing control and tumbling forward, heading straight for the large pot of disinfectant. Although the pot was covered, the steam escaping from its sides indicated the intense heat within. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaobai grasped Lu Mei's arm and swiftly pulled her back. However, the box she held crashed into the pot, dislodging the lid and sending the jars tumbling into the boiling water, which erupted in scalding splashes. As he pulled Lu Mei back, Jiang Xiaobai inadvertently turned his back to the pot, and the boiling water splashed onto his back. Dressed lightly for summer, he wore only a thin shirt. With no spare clothes available, the scalding water seeped through his shirt, making contact with his skin. Xiaobai? Xiaobai ji. The others rushed over, alarmed. Lu Mei quickly turned to lift the back of Jiang Xiaobai's shirt. Grimacing in pain, he gritted his teeth and insisted, "I'm fine, you all keep working." He attempted to walk away, but the movement exacerbated the pain, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Lu Mei wished to help him remove his shirt, but he halted her. "Quickly, get some cold water," he called out, and Lu Mei snapped back to reality, just as someone had already brought some. The cool water cascaded down his back. And finally, Jiang Xiaobai felt a moment of relief. Chapter 59. The divine physician Jiang Xiaobai lay on a cool mat inside, his back exposed, covered in 5 or 6 blisters, with large areas of his skin red and swollen. Lu Mei stood helplessly, her eyes glistening with tears. This capable girl from the northeast, who could outwork a man and scold others without flinching, was now at a loss. "It's all right. This is not your fault, and no one wishes for such accidents. Just take your time to recover," Jiang Xiaobai said through gritted teeth, feeling the sharp pangs of pain coursing through his back. Lu Mei gritted her teeth, remaining silent. In the moment of crisis, she had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaobai, with whom she had a conflict, would come to her aid. Despite the severity of her burns, he did not cast blame upon her. It was noteworthy that prior to the college entrance examination, when she merely engaged in conversation with a villager who produced canned goods, Jiang Xiaobai had erupted in a fit of rage. Just a few days ago, during a quarrel involving Luo Tigan and Jiang Xiaobai, her discontent was not driven by any deep affection for Luo Tigan, but rather by youthful pride and a sense of lost dignity. Certainly, there was a modicum of fondness for Luo Tigan. Otherwise, she would not have initiated conversations with him. "Xiaobai, how are you? Brother Xiaobai, are you all right?" As she spoke, Li Laosan, Li Xiaolu, Wang Chao, Wang Meng, and others rushed in through the door, anxiously inquiring about Jiang Xiaobai, who lay on the bamboo mat. They had been absent from the youth courtyard during the incident, but upon receiving news, they hurried over. "I'm fine, just got scalded on my back." "There's no need for such alarm. It will heal in a few days," Jiang Xiaobai reassured them. Nevertheless, the group approached to inspect him, and upon confirming that it was merely a burn, they collectively sighed in relief. Despite Jiang Xiaobai's recent focus on studying for the college entrance examination, the youth's canned goods business continued to operate smoothly, largely due to his presence. As long as Jiang Xiaobai was around, the atmosphere remained stable, and everyone felt motivated. However, should anything happen to him, chaos would ensue. Wages owed to workers and payments due to the glass factory amounted to over 10,000 yuan, an insurmountable sum for them. Yet, with Jiang Xiaobai at the helm, they believed that such matters were trivial for as long as the canned goods were produced. The debt of over 10,000 yuan seemed insignificant. Was 10,000 yuan truly a concern? It was not that they were being reckless. It was simply that under Jiang Xiaobai's guidance, they all reaped tangible benefits. In the past, during festivals, only a few families in Jianhua village could afford to enjoy meat. Previously, when the village held gatherings, all they could do was salivate at the aroma of sorghum liquor wafting from the supply and marketing cooperative. Wishing they had money to buy some, they had watched with envy as other villages earned a daily wage of 50 cents per work point. But now they too could earn the same. Moreover, they could earn money during the slack farming season, a luxury not afforded to other villages. Not to mention, even without wages, many were willing to work just for food and drink. During this time, with no agricultural tasks to undertake, there were no work points to be earned. Yet everyone still needed to eat. "Brother Xiaobai, I will seek out that old man in the village. He has a special herb for treating burns that works exceptionally well," Li Laosan proposed. This elder was the village's barefoot doctor, knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine. Families often turned to him for ailments, and he was usually effective. "Are you certain? Don't bring me something that could lead to an infection," Jiang Xiaobai muttered, aware that while a burn may not seem severe, an infection could spell trouble, especially given the current standards of medical care. Not to worry. In the past, villagers with burns always sought herbs from him. After applying them, they would heal within 3 to 5 days, Li Laosan assured him before heading out to find the old man. "All right, you all can go about your business. I have no pressing matters," Jiang Xiaobai remarked, hastily ushering others away. "Oh, Wang Chao, do take a trip to the county town tomorrow. The delivery date for the first batch of canned goods has arrived." He called out to Wang Chao, who was about to leave. Originally, he intended to go himself, but the present circumstances rendered that impossible. Understood, Brother Xiaobai, Wang Chao replied, departing with Lu Aigua and Wang Xiaojun. Lu Mei, you should accompany them as well. Please assist in gathering Li Siyan's belongings. It would be ideal for Wang Chao and the others to take them to the town for mailing tomorrow. Observing Lu Mei's guilty expression, Jiang Xiaobai felt compelled to assign her a task. All right, but Brother Xiaobai, has Siyan truly returned home? Will she come back? Lu Mei responded promptly, though curiosity tinged her tone. Why do you ask? I just believe that, judging by Siyan's demeanor, her family must be of some significance. You wouldn't want to end up empty-handed, Jiang Xiaobai replied, bemused by Lu Mei's sudden revitalization. You're insufferable, overly self-satisfied, Jiang Xiaobai retorted, feeling exasperated. I save you, and you repay me with ridicule. Such ingratitude. Lu Mei huffed, but as she turned to leave, her demeanor relaxed noticeably. Cursing can be quite liberating, a sign of vitality. An indication that the past, particularly the events leading up to the college entrance examination, was behind them. In no time, Li Siyan returned with an elderly man, who bore a medicinal box woven from rattan. Child, your injuries are quite severe, but fear not, as long as I am here. I assure you that your swelling will subside within 3 days, and you shall return to your former self in 5, the old man declared, his age belied by the vigor in his speech. However, Jiang Xiaobai regarded his claims with skepticism. Such promises seemed rather dubious. 3 days for swelling to diminish and 5 for full recovery? Are you advertising such grandiose claims? Or are you merely boasting? Jiang Xiaobai questioned. Truly, trust me, the old man implored, sensing Jiang Xiaobai's doubts. If it weren't for the fact that my son and brother-in-law work at your canned goods factory, would I hastily rush here with a medicinal box upon hearing of your predicament? I have a reputation as a renowned healer in these parts, after all. Very well. Proceed with the treatment, Jiang Xiaobai relented, albeit with lingering uncertainty. The old man felt a twinge of disbelief, his first encounter with skepticism after decades of practice. However, with his son and brother-in-law employed at the factory, he had no choice but to act swiftly, knowing that if he failed, it could jeopardize their livelihoods. After all, it was Li Siyan who had nudged him into action earlier. Was this what one should expect in return for a favor? The old man felt wronged. Yet he worked swiftly, applying the medicine to Jiang Xiaobai's back. Almost immediately, Jiang Xiaobai felt a cooling sensation spread across his back, and the pain diminished significantly. Chapter 60. The meals at the youth cadre courtyard. This medicine is quite effective. The pain seems to have lessened considerably. Jiang Xiaobai marveled at the old man. This is my unique remedy, which works wonders for burns and scalds, the old man declared with a hint of pride. However, as Jiang Xiaobai observed him closely, the old man did not possess the demeanor of a true healer. Is this prescription passed down through generations? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. I developed it myself. The old man replied proudly. You need not look further. I am indeed a miracle worker. Everyone in the vicinity seeks my aid when faced with illness or misfortune. Well, I thank you, esteemed elder. Let us share a meal here at noon. The fare on our side is rather exceptional. Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile of gratitude. Very well, the old man eagerly agreed, having awaited Jiang Xiaobai's invitation. The village was abuzz with tales that the meat slices from the youth courtyard were more than mere food, with drinks flowing freely. At mealtime, the aroma of stir-fried meat wafted from the courtyard, a scent that could easily travel 10 miles. During such times, a group of children would come running, and if Jiang Xiaobai were present, he would often serve them a bowl of meat from the pot. Thanks to his skills in traditional Chinese medicine, he had never gone hungry. After all, who would leave without a meal after a house call? Yet, times were tough, and occasions for meat and wine had become rare. The last time he had enjoyed meat was during the New Year, when a family member fell ill, and after tending to them, he was given a small portion to celebrate the holiday. The taste, he still remembered vividly, was simply exquisite. The old man's visit was partly motivated by having a family member working at the youth canning factory, hoping to forge a connection for easier care. On the other hand, he was simply craving meat. After all, he was a healer, not a monk, and it was perfectly normal to desire food and drink. Oh, Jiang Xiaobai remarked as he observed the old man momentarily falter. Is this fellow truly a miracle worker? Oldly, please take the esteemed doctor to rest, and fetch a couple of cans for him to quench his thirst. Also, inform the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes for dinner. Regardless of the old man's seemingly unreliable appearance, one must acknowledge his effort in coming to treat him. Understood, Li Siyan replied. And the old man nodded politely at Jiang Xiaobai before exiting with Li Siyan, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai noticed a glimmer at the corner of the old man's mouth as he turned away. Old man, you can turn around now. I have matters to attend to, Li Siyan stated as they stepped outside, speaking casually as they were familiar acquaintances, unlike Jiang Xiaobai, who still felt the need to show respect. Young Li, you ought to refer to him as old man too. Jiang Xiaobai requested that you take me to enjoy some canned goods. The old man remarked, his eyes widening. It seemed that young Li had never thought highly of him and had indeed grown up to be rather cynical. Such a lack of respect for elders. He continued, and if you follow one day, don't expect my help. What is so special about canned yellow peaches? There are plenty of yellow peaches on the mountain. If you wanted to eat them, you could have had your fill long ago. That is not quite the same. I must savor the flavor of canned goods that cost 70 cents a bottle, which is comparable to half a pound of pork. The old man retorted, goodness. Today's youth truly are remarkable. Those yellow peaches once rotted away in the mountains. Yet now it has surprisingly been transformed into canned goods, such that a single jar can be exchanged for half a pound of pork. Very well, I shall take you there, but I must warn you about that, old man. 2 jars will suffice for your consumption, as these are intended for sale, Li Siyan remarked. The old man rolled his eyes, retorting that whether it sold or not was of no concern to him, as it was not his money at stake. Furthermore, Xiaobai has arranged for additional meat dishes to be stir-fried for you in the evening. Should you fill up on canned goods now, you will merely drool over the table laden with meat come nightfall. The old man rolled his eyes back, nearly forgetting this fact. He was there to feast on meat and drink, not to indulge in those canned peaches. If only Li Siyan had stated this earlier, it would have been much simpler. Why mention anything else? After consuming 1 jar of the canned goods, the old man abstained from further consumption, saving space for the evening's meat and drink, and began to stroll about the youth courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Hey, old man, what brings you here? At your age, you've taken to producing canned goods? Someone inquired upon seeing him meandering. Mind your own business, the old man snapped, and once finished with his tirade, he added, Jiang Xiaobai burned himself and summoned me to attend to him. Do you think I would come willingly otherwise? Indeed, that ointment for burns seems quite miraculous, the villager replied, undeterred by the old man's demeanor. Country folk often spoke bluntly, and given the old man's age, such temperaments were to be expected. If one were to treat him with undue politeness, it would indeed feel out of place. You know nothing. I am not only skilled in treating burns, but I possess expertise in other ailments as well. In the surrounding villages, if I claim to be second to none in medical prowess, who would dare assert themselves as the best? The old man proclaimed, eliciting laughter from those nearby. After uttering a few more curses, he wandered off to another location. As the sun began to set, the aroma from the youth courtyard once again wafted throughout the yard and the village. By late afternoon, those who had labored throughout the day were weary, yet the enticing scent of stir-fried meat revived their spirits. A group of rascally children from the village, drawn in by the delicious aroma, lingered outside the courtyard, hesitant to enter. Occasionally, if Jiang Xiaobai happened to notice them, he would fill a bowl with meat for them. If he overlooked them, they would never venture in to ask for food. Though rural life was modest, there were still rules regarding the upbringing of children. With the weather cooling down, Jiang Xiaobai found himself unable to remain in bed. He donned a pair of cloth shoes and stepped outside without a shirt. Whether it was the miraculous effect of the old man's ointment or the severity of the burn being mild, while his back still ached, the pain was now bearable. After a sweltering day, the evening air finally brought relief. As he exited the house, he was greeted by a refreshing breeze. He shivered pleasantly, settling onto the steps of the courtyard and observing the bustling scene within. He called out to those playing outside to send a bowl of meat to the children, and seeing their faces light up with joy as they savored the meat filled Jiang Xiaobai with immense happiness. In truth, happiness can often be quite simple. A bowl of meat from childhood may very well become a cherished memory of bliss for these children in the years to come. During dinner, Jiang Xiaobai requested Li Siyan to pour 2 cups for the old man as a gesture of gratitude. He initially intended to inquire about the formulation of the ointment. However, upon seeing the lavish spread before him, the old man was too preoccupied to consider anything else. By the time they finished their meal, he could hardly articulate his words. His belly round and full, The next morning, Jiang Xiaobai handed over the packaged items prepared by Li Siyan, along with the mailing address left by her, to Wang Chao, instructing him to send them on his way through the village. I estimate it should be about right today. You ride a bicycle, and when the delivery truck arrives, I will arrange for someone to receive the goods, Jiang Xiaobai directed. All right, brother Xiaobai, I'll return as soon as I've picked up the goods. Wang Chao nodded in agreement. Here, take this 100 yuan. Use it to buy something for the old man and spend some time with him before coming back, Jiang Xiaobai said, handing over 10 large bills. Wang Chao stared at the money in Jiang Xiaobai's hand, momentarily taken aback. He had seen such a sum before, but never one that belonged to him. The only time he had held such money was when he used the old man's coffin fund to buy eggs, which ultimately resulted in a loss. Brother Xiaobai, I can't accept this, Wang Chao quickly declined, fully aware of the current predicament of the youth canning factory. With debts of 10,000 yuan to his brother-in-law's glass factory, having paid 8,000 as a deposit, and nearly 1,000 owed in wages to the workers. He was also burdened by the costs of renting a space for production and storage, as well as the daily sustenance for 151 villagers. The factory was currently operating at full capacity, relying solely on 60 sales points, making funds exceedingly tight. Yet, he was astonished that Jiang Xiaobai would still offer him 100 yuan. Trust me, it's not a significant amount. You've been away for quite some time. Buy some wine and meat for the old man. Enjoy a couple of drinks with him, but do not let it interfere with the important matters, Jiang Xiaobai replied cheerfully. Upon seeing Wang Chao still hesitant, his expression darkened as he insisted, I have an injury, do not refuse. Accept it. Wang Chao, upon hearing this, could only tremble as he accepted the money Jiang Xiaobai offered. His mouth opened and closed several times. His voice choked with emotion as he expressed, Thank you, brother Xiaobai. Thank you. Enough with the thanks, we're brothers. If you get too polite, I might have to kick you, Jiang Xiaobai joked, laughter in his voice. Wang Chao chuckled as well. Initially underestimating Jiang Xiaobai's youth, he now felt nothing but admiration, completely in awe. From the very first day, he was struck by the collective determination of the group to receive goods tirelessly through the torrential rain. Later, Jiang Xiaobai's bold decision to order 100,000 canning jars had utterly won him over. Wang Chao had departed when the old man returned. After returning the medicine to Jiang Xiaobai, he lingered in the courtyard, waiting for mealtime. Jiang Xiaobai, ever cheerful, arranged for more dishes. Although the old man did not resemble a divine physician, the ointment proved quite remarkable, as several small blisters had vanished overnight. The swollen area has nearly vanished. Likely as that old man predicted, it should heal within 3 to 5 days. When the elder Wang observed Wang Chao returning home with meat and wine in hand, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Father, I've come back to see you. Wang Chao, catching the glimmer of surprise in his father's eyes, felt a lump in his throat, tears almost welling up. It had only been a month since he last saw his father, yet it seemed as though the old man had aged significantly, his back bent, and his hair grayer. You little rascal, you finally know to come back. What are you buying, wasting money? You've depleted my savings. Although old Wang scolded him, his eyes sparkled with joy and pride. His son had grown up and learned to treat him with kindness. Seeing his son purchase these items, he surmised that Wang Chao must have been earning money alongside that Jiang Xiaobai. These items must have cost at least a dozen yuan. Are you planning to stay for a few days? Old Wang inquired, looking at his son. I'll be leaving this afternoon. I'm here to pick up goods. A batch of 20,000 canned jars has just been produced, Wang Chao replied, pouring a cup of water for his father before sitting down. Well, it's better not to stay at home. It saves me from being annoyed by your presence. Old Wang nodded in agreement. Wang Chao's lips twitched. He understood his father's nature well. Though the old man pretended not to care, he was clearly concerned. During lunch, Wang Chao shared a few drinks with his father, and as the time approached, he stood to leave for the county glass factory to collect the goods. Before departing, he left the remaining 85 yuan with old Wang. I still need your money. Take it back. Old Wang reprimanded. All right, I'm leaving. Mother, if there's anything, just have someone relay the message, Wang Chao said, ignoring his father's grumbling and bidding his mother farewell before stepping outside. That little rascal has turned against me, old Wang's voice echoed behind him. Yet a smile crept across Wang Chao's face. He could read his father's thoughts. It was clear the old man worried about him having no money while away. Despite his scolding, he loved his son deeply, but his pride prevented him from expressing such sentiments openly, wanting to maintain a certain image in his heart. So what if he had turned against the heavens? who would bully him now that he had grown weary, bent, and burdened. It was time for him to rest. If he didn't take a break, he would soon lack the strength to scold anyone. By afternoon, Jianhua village witnessed another long queue. Though this time it was much quicker. With no rain, the liberation trucks delivered the goods almost directly to the village entrance. Along with the 151 villagers working, there were also several city youths and the production team, oxen and carts. In less than 2 hours, the 20,000 can jars were transported into the pre-arranged storage facilities. Currently, the youth canning operation comprised 5 production workshops, each with 2 rooms, and 6 storerooms designated for the finished cans. Shortly after the jars were moved, light rain began to fall. Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of relief. The timing was fortuitous. Otherwise, the mishaps of the last time might have repeated themselves. Little did Jiang Xiaobai anticipate that, from that day forth, the weather seemed to abruptly transition into the rainy season. In the northern regions, the rainy season typically concentrates in July and August, but generally, the rainfall does not persist for long durations. It usually manifests as thunderstorms or intermittent showers, characterized by heavy precipitation but brief occurrences. Rarely does it resemble the misty, drizzly weather of the south. However, this year, a series of days has unfolded with a continuous, hazy drizzle. Chapter 62. An incident occurred. The incessant drizzle over several days has left Jiang Xiaobai somewhat melancholic. A day or two of such weather is manageable, as the abundant yellow peaches harvested and the accumulated firewood can sustain production. However, if this continues for an extended period, it becomes truly unbearable. Not to mention, the raw material, yellow peaches, are on the mountain. With the rain and slippery paths, who would dare venture up to harvest them? Additionally, the firewood needed for sterilizing and cooking the peaches has become damp and unusable due to the rain. If they were currently selling canned goods, it would be of little concern. A delay of a few days could be easily absorbed. Yet, this is precisely the critical period for production. If operations cease for just one day, considering that a production workshop generates 750 jars of canned goods daily, that amounts to a shortfall of 750 jars. At a rate of 70 cents per jar, that equates to a loss of over 600 yuan. The thought of halting production for even a single day causes Jiang Xiaobai great distress. 2,000 yuan is a substantial sum, especially in earlier years. For a middle-class household, an annual income seldom exceeds 1,000 yuan. Thus, a day's production halt equates to the income of a middle-class family over 2 years. Listening to the patter of rain outside the window, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of resignation, leaving everything to fate. She wondered whether Li Siyan had returned home yet. Was her journey still proceeding smoothly? This was an exceedingly inconvenient time. If only there were a telephone to reassure her with a quick call. Pondering this, she realized that it was already the second day. If the rain did not cease by tomorrow, they would have to suspend production. And she could not foresee how long that might last. Would they still be able to produce 100,000 jars of canned goods before the yellow peaches reached their ripening peak? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly noticed the sound of rain had vanished. Could it be that the rain had stopped? Or was it merely a figment of her imagination? Muttering to herself, she turned to gaze out the window. And to her astonishment, the rain had indeed ceased. With the rain's retreat, the sun soon emerged, allowing work to resume. Once the paths dried slightly, Qingyan canned goods began to operate at full capacity once more. Jiang Xiaobai's back injury had healed, so she refrained from joining others on the mountain, opting instead to assist in organizing the storeroom in the courtyard. On that rainy afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a rainbow appeared in the sky, a beautiful spectacle of vibrant colors. However, the villagers of Jianhua were filled with unease. They did not comprehend the reasons behind the rainbow's emergence. An ancient saying persisted in their lore: the appearance of a rainbow foretells ominous events, perhaps even disasters, leading to the need for selling one's children. Jiang Xiaobai admired the rainbow gracing the horizon, yet he felt no inclination to enlighten the villagers of Jianhua about the phenomenon's origins. The rainbow appeared swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly, and as darkness gradually enveloped the sky, Jiang Xiaobai called out to Zhang Yanmei to prepare the evening meal. As was customary, the villagers who had ascended the mountain to gather peaches should soon return, and their arrival would coincide with dinner being ready. All right, Zhang Yanmei responded, turning to summon others to assist with the cooking. Since the completion of the college entrance examination, the task of cooking had reverted to the young women of the city. Jiang Xiaobai, cradling a box of freshly produced canned goods, placed it in the storeroom and wiped the sweat from his brow. Observing the bustling scene of industrious youth in the courtyard filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment. At that moment, a hurried voice shattered Jiang Xiaobai's reverie. Xiaobai, go. He turned to see Lu Aiguo rushing in from outside, his expression fraught with urgency. What is it? What has happened? Jiang Xiaobai's heart sank at the sight of Lu Aiguo, who had gone up the mountain to collect yellow peaches and was responsible for transporting them back. The man's anxious demeanor suggested something was amiss. Wang Xiaojun, he. What has happened to Xiaojun? He fell from a tree. He's bleeding from his mouth. Xiaobai, go. What are we going to do? Lu Aiguo's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Where is he? Jiang Xiaobai's own eyes reddened, and he gripped Lu Aiguo's collar, demanding an answer. They're making a stretcher from branches and carrying him down the mountain, Lu Aiguo replied, his voice barely steady. Without a word, Jiang Xiaobai turned and dashed into the house, flinging open the drawer of the only table within. It contained the entire liquid funds of the youth's canned goods venture. His hand trembled as he fumbled with the key, struggling to insert it. With a forceful tug, he yanked the drawer open and hastily stuffed the money into his pockets without counting. Lu Aiguo, go borrow the production team's cart and bring my blankets, he called, already racing out the door. Yes, Lu Aiguo responded quickly, rushing back inside to gather bedding. Upon spotting Wang Xiaojun, Jiang Xiaobai saw him being carried on a makeshift stretcher crafted from branches, nearing the base of the mountain. Blood covered Wang Xiaojun's face, and his brow was furrowed in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xiaojun, how are you? Jiang Xiaobai asked anxiously. He and Wang Xiaojun were neighbors, having grown up together, and their bond was strong, particularly since Jiang Xiaobai's arrival in this world, where Wang Xiaojun had always looked up to him. I'm fine. I can hold on, Wang Xiaojun replied, though more sweat trickled down his forehead as he spoke. Just then, the old doctor, dragged by Li Siyan, came rushing over, the medical kit in his hands. Old man, quickly, Jiang Xiaobai urged, watching the elder with mounting anxiety. However, the old man could do little, lamenting. What can I do? I'm just a barefoot doctor, not a miracle worker. Get him to the county quickly. We can't waste any time. Jiang Xiaobai interrupted the elder's words, urgency propelling him forward. Lu Aiguo, has the cart from the production team arrived? Li Siyan, Wang Chao, hurry and ride your bicycles to the town to call Song Weiguo. Beseech him to send a vehicle from the factory, Jiang Xiaobai implored anxiously. Yes, Wang Chao and Li Siyan, not daring to delay, swiftly returned to the courtyard to mount their bicycles. The cart, driven hastily by Lu Aiguo, clattered along the road. Be careful, steer the cart cautiously, everyone, tread lightly. Slowly now, a group of people gingerly lifted Wang Xiaojun onto the cart. Li Xiaolu, old man, you two accompany him. The rest return, Jiang Xiaobai instructed. Before leaping onto the cart, old man, have you not always referred to me as that esteemed elder? Now that I am of no use, I have become merely that old man, he grumbled, yet dared not utter more upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, climbing aboard the cart. Li Xiaolu seated himself at the edge, and without further prompting, Lu Aiguo cracked the whip, and the cart trotted towards the countryside. Chapter 63. I can drive the road, still damp from the recent rain, was somewhat treacherous, and Lu Aiguo dared not urge the horses too swiftly, fearing excessive jolting might exacerbate Wang Xiaojun's condition. It took half an hour to reach the town, where Li Siyan and Wang Chao were already waiting. Did you manage to make the call? What is the update? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, leaping off the cart in a flurry of worry. Yes, but the vehicle is currently in the city delivering goods and has yet to return. My brother-in-law said he would wait at the factory, and as soon as the vehicle returns, he will send someone over, Wang Chao replied hastily. Listening to Wang Chao's words, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of helplessness. Such was the nature of this era where communication and transportation were exceedingly inconvenient. Shangma Township lay over 30 kilometers from the county seat, and at this hour, the roads were in poor condition, requiring over an hour to drive. By the time the factory's vehicle arrived and they proceeded to the county, another 2 hours would be consumed on the road. Moreover, the truck that had gone to the city for deliveries could return at any unpredictable hour. As for the township's health clinic, Jiang Xiaobai had not even considered it. Their capabilities were likely no better than that of the old man. Even if the doctors possessed adequate skills, the local clinic lacked the necessary facilities for surgery. Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, gazing at the darkening Shangma Township, and by the light of the moon, he spotted a large object beneath the bus stop sign. To his astonishment, a public bus was parked by the roadside. Ordinarily, this vehicle would have returned to the county by now. "Quick, let us find the bus driver," Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, sprinting ahead in excitement, proving that there is always a glimmer of hope. Upon reaching the bus, he found it empty and left abandoned on the roadside. At that moment, no one feared the prospect of losing the vehicle, not to mention whether one could drive it after stealing it. There were only a few such buses, and where could one take it? As for selling it, who would dare to buy? "Excuse me, madam, where is the bus driver?" Jiang Xiaobai tugged at the door only to discover it was locked and quickly turned to the woman standing at the entrance. "The bus has ceased operations for today. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow." "Madam, I have a patient. Please, just tell me where the driver is." Jiang Xiaobai's eyes were bloodshot. Although he retained a semblance of reason, no one could predict his next move. As for the driver, I was unaware of his whereabouts. But the ticket seller was the daughter of old Zhang from next door, who was likely at home. The moment the elderly woman heard there was a patient, she obediently divulged the information. In this day and age, transportation is inconvenient. Many patients are delayed in reaching the hospital due to illness. Thus, the elderly woman empathized with Jiang Xiaobai's distress. Before she could finish speaking, he dashed into the adjacent courtyard. He found the ticket seller and explained the situation. She was quite understanding. However, the driver had already returned home to a remote mountain village, a distance farther than Jianhua village. Had the driver been present, we would have certainly assisted in driving him. But now, as the ticket seller spoke, Jiang Xiaobai resolved to send someone on a bicycle to fetch the driver. Just as he turned around, he noticed the car keys lying on the table. Were these the keys to the bus? Jiang Xiaobai seized them eagerly. Indeed, before heading home, the driver had entered the house for a brief respite, sipping some water, and had taken the bus keys with him. The ticket seller continued. "Having the keys is of no use if there's no one to drive. Wait a moment, and I will accompany you to fetch the driver." "No need. Having the keys is sufficient. Thank you," Jiang Xiaobai declared, clutching the keys as he rushed outside. "You can't drive. Recklessly operating a vehicle could lead to accidents," the ticket seller exclaimed, hastily following him out. "It's fine, don't worry. Lao San, help lift Xiao Jun onto the bus," Jiang Xiaobai instructed as he opened the bus door. "Young man, listen to me. This is unwise. You can't drive. If an accident occurs, it's not just a single person's issue, and the nation's property would also suffer damage." The ticket seller, with heartfelt concern, would have considered seizing the keys had it not been for the several people surrounding Jiang Xiaobai. "Rest assured, I can drive," he asserted, inserting the keys and starting the bus. In his previous life, he had obtained a driver's license and had experience driving, albeit a smaller vehicle, not a bus of this size. However, given the sparse traffic at this moment, he believed he could manage to get the vehicle moving. Concepts such as parallel parking and reversing were utterly irrelevant in this era. Watching Jiang Xiaobai successfully start the bus, the ticket seller was taken aback. How many people could even start a vehicle, let alone find the keyhole? Could this young man truly drive? The ticket seller muttered to herself. For driving was a prestigious endeavor. The occupation of a driver was akin to that of a gold-collar worker in later times, bearing high wages and status. "Take it slow. Take it slow." A group of individuals hoisted Wang Xiaojun onto the bus, leaving Li Xiaolu to hurry back with the horse-drawn cart, carrying the bicycle. The others boarded the bus, preparing to accompany Jiang Xiaobai to the hospital. He said nothing, appreciating the additional company. Under the astonished gaze of the ticket seller, the bus, belching black smoke, rumbled towards the county. Before driving off, Jiang Xiaobai suggested the ticket seller disembark, but she refused, insisting she needed to keep an eye on him. Jiang Xiaobai said nothing further. If she wished to stay, so be it. The bus sped swiftly towards the county seat, with the road devoid of other vehicles. As long as it didn't veer into the ditch, there was little to fear. In just over an hour's journey, Jiang Xiaobai managed to reach the county town in a mere 40 minutes. Lu Aigua and others were anxiously concerned about Wang Xiaojun's condition, though they felt little in the way of dread. However, the ticketing lady appeared pale and terrified. The speed was excessive. Several times, she feared they might plunge into a ravine. Having been a ticket seller for several years, she had traveled numerous times. Yet this was the first occasion she nearly lost control. Was this what the newspapers described as a foreign roller coaster? Doctor! Before the bus had even come to a complete stop, Lu Aigua leaped out and dashed towards the hospital. He and Wang Xiaojun were childhood friends, and the news of Wang's accident left him frantic. Jiang Xiaobai wiped the sweat from his palms and stumbled as he exited the vehicle, almost falling. Wang Xiaojun was in trouble, and time was of the essence. Yet there were others on the bus. A moment's inattention could have dire consequences for more than just Wang Xiaojun. Xiaojun, hold on. We arrived at the hospital. Doctor, please save him. What is the condition of the patient? He fell from a tree and is bleeding from his mouth. Beyond that, we know little. Before long, Wang Xiaojun was rushed into the emergency room, and Jiang Xiaobai and the others settled onto the floor outside. Chapter 64, Surgical Fees. Bang. A nurse emerged, calling, "Where are the family members? Follow me to settle the fees. The patient's condition is critical. At least 600 yuan is required. If that is impossible, we need a deposit of 100 yuan. Others, hurry back to the village to borrow money. It must be done within 3 days." The young nurse, her eyes glistening, scrutinized Jiang Xiaobai and the others, clearly perceiving them as rural folk. It wasn't that she looked down on them. It was simply that families from the countryside often faced financial hardships. It was rare for anyone to produce 600 yuan on the spot. Even urban families struggled. To casually pull out 200 yuan was a mark of affluence. Hearing the nurse's words, the ticket lady cast a glance at Jiang Xiaobai and his companions, recognizing them as youthful representatives of the village. 100 yuan? If they could muster even a few dozen yuan, that would be commendable. She recalled her own wedding the previous year, where her husband had borrowed 100 yuan from others to make it possible. Had they not been in such a hurry, they might have scraped together a bit more. The nurse's voice softened as she spoke. She had witnessed countless similar situations in the hospital, knowing how many had abandoned treatment due to financial constraints. Money might not be omnipotent, but at times, the absence of it could be utterly debilitating. While money couldn't buy life, it could sometimes prolong it. She had seen too many strong men, brought to tears, kneeling and begging in the hospital due to a lack of funds. "We have money," Jiang Xiaobai declared, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket. "A mix of 100 yuan notes and 10 yuan bills. We'll procure the best medicine. Whatever is necessary, we will obtain it. Should there be a shortfall, I will arrange for more." Within 3 days, if the payment could not be made, the young nurse widened her eyes, suddenly at a loss for words. As the atmosphere shifted dramatically, her once sparkling eyes were now fixated in astonishment upon the money in Jiang Xiaobai's hands. This was entirely different from what she had envisioned. Was she not supposed to plead for a few days' grace to undergo the surgery first? Was she not to express her financial difficulties? That stack of cash must amount to over 1,000, casually drawn from his pocket. Such a sum would typically require considerable time to borrow. And who would even have that much to lend? The ticket seller was equally bewildered. Was this a city youth? Not only could he drive, but he also nonchalantly produced over 1,000 yuan. "Nurse, where do I make the payment?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired. "Oh, follow me. It's this way," the young nurse replied. Still somewhat dazed, Jiang Xiaobai's actions were akin to carrying millions in cash in a later era, perhaps even more astonishing, as in the future, wealth would be more commonplace, with affluent individuals scattered across various counties. Yet, at this moment, in all of Jiangxian County, Jiang Xiaobai was the only one capable of casually producing 1,000 yuan. "What are you all doing?" the ticket seller asked Lu Igua and the others as she watched Jiang Xiaobai and the nurse depart. "We are urban youth from Jianhua village. My brother fell while picking yellow peaches from a tree." Lu Igua expressed his gratitude to the ticket seller. She recognized there was a patient in need and offered assistance without hesitation, disregarding any regulations that might prevent lending a vehicle, and directly led them to find a driver, even accompanying them to the county hospital at night. "Urban youth from Jianhua village," the ticket seller murmured, her curiosity piqued. It seemed unlikely that a group of city youths would have over 1,000 yuan at their disposal. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she stood up, looking at Lu Igua with excitement. "You are from the Youth Canned Food Company, aren't you?" Her family lived in Shama Township and had indeed purchased youth canned food. Having some familiarity with it, realizing it was a venture initiated by the urban youth of Jianhua village. Initially caught off guard, she now recognized them. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Xiaobai. I had heard about the youth canned food and thought these city youths were quite capable, likely earning some money. But I never imagined they would be making such a substantial profit, casually producing over 1,000 yuan," she remarked, extending her hand. Wang Chao, squatting nearby, merely scoffed. "You have no idea of the scale of our youth canned food operation. Once we produce 100,000 bottles, we could easily pull out 10,000 yuan without a second thought." 10,000 yuan? Have you ever seen that amount? I bet you haven't even heard of it," he added, Well, there was an urgent matter at hand, so I borrowed a bit, Lu Igua responded politely, aware of the wisdom in not flaunting their wealth. After all, Jiang Xiaobai had consistently urged them to remain low-key, discreet, and even more discreet. Lu Igua fell silent after speaking, while Wang Xiaojun remained in the operating room, devoid of interest in conversation. Jiang Xiaoyan noticed this as well and chose not to elaborate further. Soon, Jiang Xiaobai returned after settling the payment, nodding at the group before resuming his seat on the floor. Time passed slowly, the light above the operating room door still aglow. Jiang Xiaobai, uncertain of when he stood up, began to wander the corridor, devoid of a watch to gauge the hour. After an indeterminate duration, with a soft click, the light above the surgery door extinguished. Suddenly, a fatigued doctor emerged from the operating room. Before he could utter a word, a throng surrounded him. "Doctor, how did it go? The surgery was successful, right? Doctor, what is the patient's condition?" The doctor replied, "The operation was smooth. The patient's status has stabilized, and there is no immediate danger to life. However, the specific situation will depend on the recovery over the next 3 days." The lead surgeon, a man in his 40s, spoke at length, reiterating the same essential point. The surgery was successful, without life-threatening complications, yet the true prognosis would require observation. Regardless, Jiang Xiaobai exhaled a long sigh of relief. A successful operation was all that mattered. As for assurances of a complete recovery, no doctor would dare to make such promises. The ward housed 5 hospital beds, which, by regulations, should not have been permitted. Yet, the overwhelming number of patients necessitated the addition of beds. "Here's the plan, Igua. You stay behind while I send the others home, and I will return early tomorrow morning," Jiang Xiaobai stated, glancing at Wang Xiaojun, who lay unconscious on the bed. "Xiaobai, I'll stay too," Li Siyan interjected. "Brother Xiaobai, let me stay. My home is nearby, and I can prepare some meals for the patient," Wang Chao also chimed in. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Xiaobai consented to Wang Chao and Lu Igua remaining, then led the others outside to the bus. Chapter 65. Room Change. Xiaobai, you are the ones involved with the youth canned food, correct? On the return journey, the elderly man, who had been restless all night, had fallen asleep, while Li Siyan sat quietly beside him. However, Jiang Xiaoyan, full of energy, incessantly questioned Jiang Xiaobai. "Yes, that's right. What about it? What prompted you to venture into the youth canned food business? Is it profitable now? How much have you earned? Judging by how you looked while paying at the hospital, you must be doing quite well." Jiang Xiaoyan bombarded him with questions, causing Jiang Xiaobai to glance at her with mild irritation. I hadn't realized this ticket seller was so talkative. With so many questions, which one should I answer? Sensing his expression, Jiang Xiaoyan blushed slightly and replied, "I apologize. I was merely curious. I was considering contracting a vehicle for transportation but felt uncertain, so I wanted to ask for your opinion." Jiang Xiaobai, taken aback by her words, looked at her and said, "You're doing well as a ticket seller, with decent wages and benefits. What made you think of venturing into transportation? Some of our leaders in the organization are known to you, and I have heard people say that your youth canning business is quite commendable. I wondered if I could also venture into this field," Jiang Xiaoyan remarked, feeling somewhat bashful. "Personally speaking, this may not be the ideal time for transportation. However, if you are truly eager to pursue it, you might want to wait a bit, perhaps until the end of the year or into next year, when circumstances may change. At that point, it would be feasible for you to contract a vehicle." Jiang Xiaoyan had been a tremendous help this evening, and Jiang Xiaobai sincerely offered her guidance. All right, next spring it is. I hadn't planned on doing anything this year anyway. I still need to find connections to send my husband for driving lessons. And I don't have enough funds at the moment, so I need to prepare for a while," Jiang Xiaoyan replied, her face lighting up at the prospect. Initially, she wasn't planning to engage in business this year. Meeting Jiang Xiaobai had merely prompted her to gauge the waters. After all, she was aware that the youth canning enterprise had been quite successful in its dealings. "Well, if you find yourself short on funds, you can come to Jianhua village and seek my assistance. You can either borrow the money or consider it as my investment," Jiang Xiaobai suggested. "Investment? What does that entail?" Jiang Xiaoyan asked, perplexed. "It's nothing. If the funds fall short later, I can lend you some," Jiang Xiaobai replied, suddenly silent. As the country had yet to embrace the concept of shares, the vehicle halted at Shama Township, and as Jiang Xiaobai stepped out, he handed Jiang Xiaoyan 100 yuan along with the car keys. "We used the bus today, and there's no place to refuel. After you report back to the company tomorrow, take this money to put some fuel in the car." No, You needn't spend your money, Jiang Xiaobai insisted, repeatedly declining the offer. Take it. This matter is neither trivial nor substantial. Purchasing a few items for the leaders will make communication smoother, Jiang Xiaobai insisted, pressing the money into her hands before turning to leave. Jiang Xiaobai stood there, clutching the 100 yuan in disbelief. 100 yuan. Just like that, it was hers. Although her intention that evening was not monetary gain. Yet, having done a good deed and received a reward, who wouldn't be pleased? 100 yuan holds significant purchasing power at this time. Spending 3 or 5 yuan on gifts for the leaders is already quite generous. And the remainder would be entirely hers. Riding her bicycle back to Jianhua village in the dark. It was already midnight when Jiang Xiaobai returned home and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after summoning Li Siyan, Li Xiaolu, and Wang Meng to arrange matters, Jiang Xiaobai rode his bicycle to the township. He then boarded the bus heading to the county town and spotted Jiang Xiaoyan as soon as he got on. Xiaobai, you're going to the county to see Xiao Jun, right? I'll be switching shifts soon, and I'd like to go see him as well. Jiang Xiaoyan said cheerfully, taking a seat beside him after purchasing her ticket. All right, how do you manage your shifts? Is it a 2-shift system? With nothing pressing to attend to, Jiang Xiaobai engaged Jiang Xiaoyan in light conversation. We operate on a 2-shift system. Jiang Xiaoyan, a natural chatterbox, was particularly animated in Jiang Xiaobai's presence. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xiaobai journeyed to the county town, his letter finally arrived at his home in Longcheng. It's Xiaobai's letter. He has finally written. Jiang Jingguo wore a broad smile, while beside him, Mother Jiang, filled with anxiety, implored, quickly, read to me what our son has written. Is he able to eat well? How is he faring? Mother Jiang was an ordinary elderly woman, illiterate. As I observed, Jiang Jingguo began to open the letter, reading each word with care. Once he finished, the elderly couple felt a sense of relief wash over them. Should anyone from the factory be heading to Zhangxian County, please send a bit of grain for Xiaobai, along with warm winter clothing. I will also make a couple of additional outfits to send along, Mother Jiang murmured. The phrase a mother worries for her son, even when he travels 1,000 miles, resonated deeply within her. Though their son had written reassuringly, her heart remained heavy, as he was far from her side. If it weren't for the eldest's upcoming wedding, I would have gone myself, Jiang Jingguo suddenly added. Recently, it seems there are opportunities for returning to the city. I will see if I can leverage some connections to secure a spot for C to return to school. If possible, he could continue his studies, and perhaps even take the college entrance examination, as it has resumed this year. In their courtyard, the elderly couple worried incessantly for their children, while Jiang Xiaobai had arrived in the county town. Before even entering the ward, he heard a cacophony of voices emanating from within, causing him to furrow his brow. Upon pushing open the door, he was taken aback to find several individuals smoking. On the bed lay Wang Xiaojun, already awake and attempting to rise. Jiang Xiaobai quickly urged him to lie back down, inquiring about his condition before sending Wang Chao and Lu Igua to rest. You should lie down for a bit. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Xiaobai stepped out to procure an envelope, placing 200 yuan inside. Upon his return, he sought out Wang Xiaojun's attending physician. Doctor, as Xiaojun has just undergone surgery, he requires a tranquil environment for recovery, and this ward is far too noisy. Might it be possible to transfer him to another room? As he spoke, he placed the envelope on the doctor's desk. What is this, comrade? There are no available rooms. This ward is completely full, Wang Xiaojun replied as he opened the envelope, only to falter the moment he saw its contents. At this time, doctor salaries were not nearly as substantial as they would be in the future, where a chief physician would be courted by pharmaceutical representatives. Back then, all medical supplies had to be provided through pharmaceutical contracts, including medications. Very well. Let us proceed with the transfer. The patient's condition is indeed unsuitable for this standard ward. We can free up a bed in the private room for officials, Wang Xiaojun declared. Sensing Jiang Xiaobai as potential dissatisfaction, he added reassuringly, transfer the patient now, and should a more advanced room become available, I shall arrange it. Soon, 2 nurses assisted Jiang Xiaobai in moving Wang Xiaojun to the private room. It was a double occupancy ward, and in the other bed lay a man in his 30s. Bespectacled and scholarly, engrossed in reading the newspaper. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai and the others enter, he greeted them warmly, introducing himself as Zheng Qingyun. In my childhood, my parents aspired for me to soar to great heights, thus they named me Zheng Qingyun. After helping Wang Xiaojun settle comfortably in bed, Jiang Xiaobai introduced himself with a smile. I am Jiang Xiaobai, with Xiao meaning small and Bai meaning white. Perhaps I was named so because I was fair-skinned at birth. The nearby nurse, amused by Jiang Xiaobai's words, chuckled softly. This is my childhood friend, Wang Xiaojun. We are urban youth from Jianhua Brigade of Shama Commune. Yesterday, Xiaojun fell from a tree while picking peaches. In no time, the two became familiar with each other, with Zheng Qingyun displaying remarkable eloquence. Though residing in a cadre ward, he refrained from disclosing his department within the county, and Jiang Xiaobai did not inquire further. Jiang Xiaobai noticed a stack of newspapers at Zheng Qingyun's bedside and borrowed one. Eager to peruse the news. Although Jianhua village had newspapers, they were often outdated, and many were never delivered to the village. Accessing current events was a challenge since newspapers were the sole means of grasping the political climate of the time. Television broadcasts were a luxury not afforded to them. Zheng Qingyun generously lent the newspapers to Jiang Xiaobai, albeit while muttering the name Jianhua Brigade. A sense of familiarity washed over Zheng Qingyun. The terms urban youth, Jianhua Brigade, and Jiang Xiaobai suddenly sparked recognition. It dawned on him where he had heard of it before. It was him, this remarkably young lad. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaobai, who was engrossed in the newspapers, Zheng Qingyun's expression shifted as he recalled the information that corroborated with his memories. He discerned the causes and even the outcomes behind various events, while others speculated on results based on changes. Jiang Xiaobai possessed prior knowledge of the outcomes and contemplated the reasons behind these transformations. It was a profound experience, akin to peeling away the fog of history to unveil its true essence. Is economic development the main focus? Zheng Qingyun inquired. Indeed, centering on economic development is an inevitable trend for our nation, Jiang Xiaobai affirmed. So, how do we discover economic growth? Zheng Qingyun pressed further. Through reform, of course. Institutional reforms will guide the economy back to a market-driven framework, transitioning from the current state-owned economy to one that embraces diverse ownership models, including private enterprises. The two engaged in a spirited discussion, with one articulating passionately and the other listening intently, unaware that night had fallen outside. It was only when Wang Chao entered the ward with dinner that Jiang Xiaobai realized how dark it had become. Zhenggu, come, join me for a bite. Jiang Xiaobai beckoned, opening the food container. All right then, I want to be polite. But honestly, hearing you speak this afternoon was more enlightening than 10 years of study. Zheng Qingyun remarked with admiration. It's merely theoretical discussion, hardly worth mentioning, Jiang Xiaobai humbly replied. Their exchange, marked by mutual praise, created an atmosphere of harmony. That night, Jiang Xiaobai stayed to keep watch, and the following morning, he went to Wang Chao's home to rest. Old Wang was undeniably warm-hearted, especially now that his son was working under Jiang Xiaobai, who served as the son's superior. Moreover, Wang had heard from his son about the recent events that showcased Jiang's loyalty and sense of duty, leading Wang to regard him highly. In the following days, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Chao took turns caring for Wang Xiaojun, each taking a day. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was early August. Zheng Qingyun had recovered from his illness, yet he stubbornly refused to be discharged from the hospital, eager to engage Jiang Xiaobai in conversation whenever he arrived. On August 3rd, as Jiang Xiaobai strolled into the ward, intending to arrange Wang Xiaojun's discharge, he noticed that Zhang Yanmei and several urban youths were present. What was the occasion? Why had they come now that the canned goods were no longer in production? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. The college entrance exam scores have been released. Those who passed are here for a health checkup, Lu Igua replied excitedly, looking at Jiang Xiaobai. The results are out already? Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at the promptness of the announcement. Yes. Yesterday the county admissions committee came to our Jianhua village to announce the exam results and inform those who had met the cutoff, Lu Igua explained. Each province sets its own cutoff scores, and passing that threshold is just the first step. A medical examination must follow, and only those who pass it can enroll in college. What score did I achieve? Jiang Xiaobai asked. 450 points, which is over 100 points above our province's cutoff of 300, Lu Igua replied with a grin. Indeed, don't doubt it. This was the cutoff for the first college entrance exam since its reinstatement. After a 10-year hiatus, many had lost track of their studies, so achieving this score is commendable. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, not surprised by the outcome as it aligned with his expectations. After all, he had only taken the exam 4 years prior. He paused, then asked, what about the others? How did they fare? In our province, the original cutoff was 330, but it was lowered to 300 after an expansion in admissions. We all passed. Lu Aigua's words were interrupted by Zhang Yanmei, who could not contain her excitement. Xiaobai, do you know? This year, Jianhua Village has achieved a miracle. Out of 15 urban youths, 14 took the college entrance exam, and they all passed. Indeed, Xiaobai. The county admissions committee mentioned that in a couple of days, personnel from the Education Bureau will come to congratulate us, accompanied by reporters from the city. We should prepare ourselves well, Lu Mei added, her face alight with joy. It was indeed a delightful surprise that all 14 students had surpassed the admissions scores for the province. As for the quality of the universities, that was secondary. The essential thing was that they could enroll in college, and as long as their medical exams went smoothly, they would officially become college students. Wonderful, wonderful. Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile, astonished that all had passed. 14 university students. That's impressive. Also, 2 individuals from Jianhua Village have met the cutoff. It seems the ancestors are smiling upon us, someone chimed in. Great. So the medical examination is in order. Xiaojun doesn't need to be discharged. We'll proceed with the checkup directly. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and, with his companions, made his way towards the health checkup area. The ward was suddenly empty, leaving Zheng Qingyun, who was busy packing his belongings in preparation for discharge. Zheng Qingyun stared blankly at the group of Jiang Xiaobai as they departed. What on earth is happening? He had been hospitalized for only a few days, and so much had transpired at the commune. 14 young city dwellers from a single brigade had been accepted into university, and he, who was also responsible for education, was completely unaware of it. 14 candidates had taken the college entrance examination, and all had passed. Though this could be attributed to the expansion of admissions and the lowering of the cutoff scores, it was still quite astonishing. Zheng Qingyun took a moment to regain his composure and resumed packing, preparing for his discharge. When Jiang Xiaobai and his companions arrived at the designated health checkup window, they were surprised to find that the person in charge was Wang Shuahai, Wang Xiaojun's attending physician. Xiaobai, what brings you all here? Wang Shuahai was taken aback. What is the occasion? Considering the timing, Wang Xiaojun should be due for discharge, but does he really require such a large entourage for that? Of course. We're here for the college entrance examination health check. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Such a large group? Wang Shuahai's mouth fell open in astonishment. Yes, all 14 of them, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Thanks to Wang Shuahai's connections, everyone swiftly passed the health check, with the exception of the blood test results, which were still pending. This meant they were now all prospective university students. Lu Aigua and the others were busy completing Wang Xiaojun's discharge paperwork, while Jiang Xiaobai sought out the post office to call Li Siyan. After a couple of rings, the call was answered. Who is calling? Came the voice of a middle-aged man. I'm looking for Li Siyan at number 3 Baihua Alley. Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath and recited the address he had been given before leaving. Li Siyan? Oh, you mean the girl who returned from the labor brigade? The middle-aged man paused for a moment, recalling who Li Siyan was. Yes, that's her. I would appreciate your assistance in locating her, Jiang Xiaobai replied, feeling relieved that he might be able to find her. The man informed him the Li family moved a few days ago. Before leaving, the girl mentioned that if anyone came looking for her, they should leave a phone number, and she would call back in a few days. Do you know where they moved to? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. Leaving a phone number at the county post office seemed rather futile. I'm not sure, but I heard they moved towards the West District. I can inquire with other neighbors for you, the middle-aged man offered, displaying remarkable kindness. Thank you so much, sir. I would appreciate it if you could ask around, and I will call back in a couple of days. Jiang Xiaobai expressed his gratitude profusely. Such was the nature of this era. In later times, one might have thought it not their concern to assist in finding someone. No need for thanks, just hang up. The phone bill is quite expensive, the man remarked before ending the call. At that time, calls were billed both ways, costing several dimes per minute, making it unaffordable for the average person. Never mind, he thought, she could still check her exam scores and would be notified. With that, Jiang Xiaobai paid for the call and exited the post office, feeling a tinge of melancholy at being unable to reach Li Siyan. Jiang Xiaobai's spirits lifted upon encountering Lu Aigua and the others waiting at the hospital entrance. Regardless, both of their scores would suffice for university admission in Jincheng, and they would reunite soon, with only a few days left in August. After all, even with the move, university awaited them. Jiang Xiaobai led the group to Old Zhang's modest eatery, both to celebrate Wang Xiaojun's discharge from the hospital and to commemorate their collective success in gaining university acceptance. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai accompanied by such a sizable group, Old Jiang was as delighted as if he had encountered a deity of wealth, extending his warm hospitality with a beaming smile. Here, Jiang Xiaobai finally experienced the longed-for sensation of being a valued customer. Chapter 68. Political Review. By the time they returned to the village, it was already afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai spotted Wang Ming, lost in thought on the doorstep. Among the group of city youths visiting Jianhua village, only Wang Ming had not participated in the college entrance examination. Had only a few succeeded. It might not have mattered much to him, as he had always been aware of his academic shortcomings. However, the fact that all 14 candidates had surpassed the provincial cutoff score left him feeling quite embarrassed. Perhaps he could have tried as well. Who knows? He might have been able to secure a place in university. The value of a college degree in this era was markedly different from that of future generations. Regretful? Jiang Xiaobai seated himself next to Wang Ming on the threshold and inquired. Startled by Jiang Xiaobai's voice, Wang Ming finally registered his presence. Xiaobai, you're back. Yes. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, understanding Wang Ming's sentiments. Truth be told, he too found it hard to believe that everyone had passed the threshold this time. One could only attribute this remarkable feat to the efficacy of the self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. After the exams, he had estimated that those who utilized this set of materials scored at least 100 points higher than those who did not. 100 points. The admission threshold for Jin Province was only a little over 300, coupled with the unexpected expansion of admissions, which lowered the cutoff by 30 points. It resulted in a remarkable success for Jianhua Village, with all 14 candidates passing. Of course, this was specific to Jin Province, where many candidates had no access to exam preparation materials, receiving late information, leading to poor performance and consequently a lower admission threshold. I have no regrets. Had I participated in the examination, I might not have fared any better, and the embarrassment would have been worse. It's better this way, Wang Ming replied, his voice tinged with despondency. Jiang Xiaobai was unsure how to console the young man, so he gently patted Wang Ming's shoulder and said, just wait. Circumstances are gradually improving. Focus on developing the youth can food business. Perhaps in the future, it will thrive to the extent that university graduates will seek employment with you. Employing university graduates? In this era, a graduate is a prized possession wherever they go. I wouldn't count on them working at a canned food factory, Wang Ming chuckled softly, acknowledging the reality that, even in the 80s or 90s, small to medium-sized private enterprises struggled to attract university graduates. Perhaps, who knows what the future holds? It will undoubtedly surprise us all. All right, let's go and take a look at the other production workshops, Jiang Xiaobai said as he stood up. The others were off to university, while Wang Ming remained to oversee the development of the youth canning project. What the future held was truly uncertain. Okay. Wang Ming shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Given the circumstances, he decided to tread a path with unwavering resolve. 2 days later, the results of the physical examination were released. All 14 youths from different cities who were participating in the college entrance examination had passed. However, passing the physical was not the final step to receiving university admission letters. There remained the crucial political review. Indeed, with the resumption of the college entrance examination, everyone was now relying on their own abilities to gain admission, unlike the previous system where recommendations were made by the brigade or commune. Nonetheless, the political review could not be overlooked. Chapter 69. The Fear of Dogdan. After Jiang Xiaobai and the others submitted their political review materials to the Jianhua Brigade's headquarters, they awaited the official stamp before forwarding them to the commune and then to the county. Just as Lu Aigua, who had delivered the materials, left, Dogdan entered the brigade headquarters. Typically, ordinary urban youths would not dare confront the village officials. While the village accountant may not have been the foremost authority, he was certainly a notable figure within the village, adept at navigating its affairs. He was not someone to be trifled with. Yet Dogdan had never managed to gain the upper hand over the urban youths. From the onset of their conflicts, he refrained from retaliating against the accountant, believing that the urban youths had lost their wits. The idea that they would exchange their rations of meat and white flour for something else left him feeling amused. He thought he could simply watch their misfortunes unfold. Initially, he anticipated that the urban youths would struggle to survive, each facing the prospect of starvation. Yet he was taken aback when Jiang Xiaobai and his companions successfully established the youth canning project. Their venture thrived, and although the exact profits were unknown, their unchanging diet of pork, flour, and rice suggested they had indeed earned a considerable amount. After the urban youths began profiting from the canning enterprise, Dogdan rallied a group to partake in the spoils, only to be met with Jiang Xiaobai's unyielding rebuttal. As if that were not enough. Now this group of urban youths had all gained admission to university. This realization struck fear into Dogdan's heart. If they graduated and returned to the county as leaders, retribution against him would be merely a matter of time. He was aware that this year the county had already welcomed a new university graduate. Since learning of the urban youth's university admissions, he felt the gaze of the villagers upon him was tinged with schadenfreude, and the urban youth's expressions were even more telling. Their smirks, particularly from the one he despised the most, Jiang Xiaobai, made him believe that Jiang was already concocting an elaborate plan for retribution in his mind. Yes, that Jiang Xiaobai appeared amiable, yet he was cunning beneath that facade. Dogdan's imagination ran wild as he entered the brigade headquarters, nearly colliding with Lu Igua, who startled him. This was the future deputy county head. In truth, he had no inkling that the urban youths hardly regarded him as significant. Even if they were assigned back to the county after graduation, a mere slim chance, there was no guarantee they would remember him, let alone seek vengeance. Dogdan, please wait a moment while I attend to some matters. Huang Zhongfu, noticing Dogdan's arrival, casually acknowledged him before rising to leave. He had nearly forgotten that visitors from the county and city might be arriving soon. He needed to have a word with Jiang Xiaobai to ensure they were adequately prepared and to avoid any potential issues. All right, take your time, Dogdan replied, pouring himself a cup of tea and settling down at the table. His gaze fell upon a thick stack of file folders, and recalling Lu Igua's recent departure, his curiosity began to stir. He stood up, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and cautiously opened the file folder. Though his education was limited, he recognized the term political review, immediately grasping the significance of the documents. Indeed, if Huang Zhongfu were cooperative, Dogdan could simply inform him that the village seal should not be placed on the political review materials. Engaging with urban youth all day, Huang's words seemed futile. Just then, Dogdan recalled hearing that leaders from the county and city were scheduled to visit soon. An idea sparked in his mind. He could directly inform the leaders about Jiang Xiaobai and his group's venture into producing canned goods for youth. This revelation offered a way to retaliate against Jiang Xiaobai while simultaneously safeguarding himself from future retribution. Yet, he hesitated, aware that such actions would irrevocably sever his ties with Jiang Xiaobai and likely provoke Huang Zhongfu's anger. Unsure of himself, Dogdan repacked the materials into the folder, lost his appetite for tea, and exited the brigade office. However, as he stepped outside the village committee, he overheard a group of villagers engaged in conversation. Did you know? Our Jianhua village has become quite famous, having produced 14 college students. Who knows, one of them might return as a county chief after graduation. Indeed, just yesterday, while I was at the market, a relative asked if I knew any of those urban youths. They said it's important to maintain good relations, as some of them might become influential figures. Is that true? Another inquired. Absolutely. A relative of mine works in the county and mentioned that we have yet another college student this year. The villagers chatted animatedly, their faces aglow with excitement. Yet Dogdan felt an increasing sense of dread. Aren't they just accountants? We were just discussing those city youths, and it seems they are not ordinary at all. They dare to fight in our village? Listening to the villagers' chatter, Dogdan's expression darkened further. It seemed that anyone bold enough to confront him was deemed extraordinary. Yes, from now on, they surely will be remarkable. Perhaps Jianhua village will benefit from their success, considering they hail from our village. Absolutely. These young individuals are well aware of their potential. The villagers continued their banter. However, Dogdan could no longer bear to listen. Gritting his teeth, he made a resolute decision. Chapter 70. At dawn, we rise and cleanse the courtyard after submitting the political review forms. Jiang Xiaobai and his team devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the production of canned goods. With time pressing and the task formidable, producing 100,000 jars within a month was indeed no simple feat. Xiaobai, where are you? Hurry up and tidy up. At the break of dawn, the voice of Huang Zhongfu resonated through the courtyard. Today, they were to welcome the leaders for an inspection, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to suspend production at the youth canned food factory for the day. There was no alternative. Conducting business during this period was akin to operating in secrecy, fraught with considerable risk. Jiang Xiaobai dared not act too ostentatiously, lest he become a cautionary tale. Surviving the 1980s would ensure a brighter future for his enterprise. And once the legal frameworks of the 1990s were established, he could operate without trepidation. On this day, with the production workshop at the youth courtyard shuttered, Jiang Xiaobai had intended to indulge in a bit more rest. However, he was taken aback by Huang Zhongfu's early arrival. "What time is it?" came Jiang Xiaobai's groggy voice from within the house. "The sun is already high. Hurry up and get out of bed. Usually, when you're making money, you sleep in like a dog and rise at the crack of dawn. Now that production is halted, you're lounging about? Do you have a problem with bringing honor to village chief Jianhua?" Huang Zhongfu, familiar with Jiang Xiaobai's carefree nature, recognized him as a young rascal. Despite his occasional sound judgment and spirited demeanor, he was not without the typical flaws of urban youth, and perhaps even more pronounced. Initially, he could manage a bowl of cornmeal porridge, but now he would rather go hungry than eat anything but rice or noodles. Moreover, every meal necessitated vegetables. Though fluffy and fragrant steamed buns made from white flour were delectable, Jiang Xiaobai simply couldn't stomach them without a side dish. Sometimes, when Huang Zhongfu visited and witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's behavior, he was nearly driven to strike him with his large shoe. All right, I'm getting up," Jiang Xiaobai responded, hastily rising to avoid inciting Huang Zhongfu's ire. In ancient times, when high officials visited, it was customary to sprinkle clean water on the streets and lay down yellow earth. Although Jianhua village could not boast of such lavish preparations, it still required early rising and meticulous tidying. "Li Ergu, what day is it that you're still herding cattle outside?" "Today the cow stays at home." Just as Huang Zhongfu finished sweeping the path, Li Ergu led the production team's old yellow cow, leaving its mark on the freshly cleaned ground, causing Huang Zhongfu's beard to quiver in fury as he unleashed a string of curses. "If the cow doesn't go out, how will it graze?" Li Ergu, somewhat dazed and lacking wits, replied, "What grass? Just feed it to you instead, now scram." Huang Zhongfu retorted once more before Li Ergu finally returned home with the cow. By 11 o'clock, several bicycles led the way, followed by a small car that meandered into Jianhua village. Welcome. Huang Zhongfu was the first to greet the visitors. Riding one of the bicycles was Old One from the commune, a robust man in his 40s with an upright bearing. As the car came to a halt, Old One rushed over to open the door. "Old Zheng, reporter Liu," he greeted each in a booming voice, his military demeanor unmistakable. Good. This comrade is quite commendable," remarked Old Zhou, a plump man with a receding hairline. "This is Old One from our Shama Township commune, a retired soldier with a strong disposition," Old Zheng introduced. Though there was an undeniable sense of discord in the air, Jiang Xiaobai, Wang Xiaojun, and Wang Chao mingled among the crowd. Momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Lao Zheng as their acquaintance, Zheng Qingyun, from the hospital. This was Huang Zhongfu from Jianhua village. Lao Wen was making introductions. Yet Zheng Qingyun was entirely unfamiliar with Huang Zhongfu. "Comrade Huang Zhongfu, I have come specifically to meet you today and to glean some insights from your experiences. I have even brought along a reporter from the city newspaper. You must share your advanced practices," Lao Zhou exclaimed, vigorously shaking Huang Zhongfu's hand. Huang Zhongfu appeared visibly excited. "Have I contributed so significantly? I was unaware. But if the leaders say so, it must be true. With a reporter present, I shall gain notoriety. And Jianhua village will too. When I attend meetings at the commune, won't the other teams envy me?" "Yes, leader. I haven't done much," Huang Zhongfu stammered, his excitement rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. Seizing the opportunity while Lao Zhou conversed with Huang Zhongfu, Zheng Qinghai scanned the crowd and soon fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai. He discreetly nodded and smiled at Jiang. During their time in the hospital, their relationship had blossomed into one of both mentorship and friendship. Jiang Xiaobai smiled back, noting that Zheng Qingyun no longer bore the weight of despair. Instead, he seemed to possess a keen interest in the evolving times. As the group chatted, they walked toward the village, with Lao Zhou waving to the crowd. Among them was the accountant, Dog Dan, who, unlike usual, did not try to curry favor with the leaders, but instead wore a conflicted expression. He clutched tightly to a report he had hastily prepared overnight regarding Jiang Xiaobai and others. Yet, as the moment approached, fear began to creep in. Chapter 71. The three-step learning method. The group soon arrived at the youth courtyard. Esteemed leaders, this is the residence of urban youth. It was originally a landlord's estate and has served as the team's office. With the arrival of numerous urban youth, the villagers could not accommodate everyone, so the team cleared this courtyard to house them. It is now affectionately referred to as the youth courtyard, Huang Zhongfu explained. regaining his composure after so many years as a secretary, adeptly handling the situation. The name Youth Courtyard is delightful, Lao Zhou chuckled. This very table is where the urban youth study. At night, 14 of them gather around this large table, sharing a single candle for their studies. The conditions are indeed quite arduous. Yet the urban youth persevere in their pursuit of knowledge. Huang Zhongfu shifted to his persuasive mode, much of what he said being truthful. Jiang Xiaobai and his companion's success in gaining admission to university was undeniably linked to their diligent efforts. They did indeed study at that table. But rather than a solitary candle, they utilized a 100-watt light bulb. The living conditions of the urban youth were truly dismal. Once Jiang Xiaobai and the others began earning money, their greatest expenses were for food and drink. As for clothing, they arrived as they were. After enduring a summer, they returned in even worse condition. This was primarily due to the scarcity of fabric coupons and the realization that the clothing in this era was largely uniform, especially in the rural areas where everyone dressed similarly. If one were to don extravagant attire, it would raise eyebrows and invite scrutiny, particularly given the precarious social order of the time. Zheng Qingyun was aware that Jiang Xiaobai and his companions were profiting from their youth canning venture. Yet only a fool would reveal such truths, as maintaining harmony among all was preferable. The children faced immense hardships and struggles. Old Zhou turned to shake hands with the urban youths, acknowledging the difficulty of gaining university admission under such circumstances. Suddenly, he directed his gaze at Jiang Xiaobai and the others, inquiring, "What about your study experiences?" Huang Zhongfu signaled to Jiang Xiaobai, who stepped forward and replied, "Though we sleep on earthen beds and consume cornmeal pancakes, we seize every opportunity to study in our spare time." Jiang Xiaobai eloquently articulated, employing a diplomatic tone. As he hailed from the 21st century, despite his lack of direct experience, he was certainly familiar with the concept. A nearby reporter busily jotted down notes. Captivated by the words of Huang Zhongfu and Jiang Xiaobai, envisioning a title for his article, "Urban Youths Engaged in Labor, the Most Precious Wealth of Life." "Fellow student, please share your study methods," he prompted. Jiang Xiaobai summarized their approach as a three-step learning method. The first step is to assess individual circumstances and determine whether one should apply for liberal arts, science, or foreign language programs. For instance, our comrade Lu Mei hails from the Northeast and possesses a strong foundation in foreign languages. Thus, I would recommend she apply to a foreign language institute, leveraging her strengths. The second step involves categorizing all exam questions, focusing initially on the most fundamental types that are relatively straightforward or have a high likelihood of appearing on the exam. I refer to these as easy points and must-answer questions. The third step, building on the previous two, entails a targeted analysis and resolution of more complex questions, fostering collective brainstorming. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the other urban youths were left astounded. Huang Zhongfu's earlier comments about their diligence, studying by candlelight at night, had already left them somewhat dazed. However, there remained a kernel of truth. Had the youth canning venture not been profitable, it would have been indicative of a life they ought to lead. Yet now, Jiang Xiaobai had effortlessly introduced a sophisticated three-step learning method, elevating their discourse. Huang Zhongfu beamed at Jiang Xiaobai, recognizing the young man's quick wit, which undoubtedly contributed to his academic success. "This three-step learning method is excellent and must be disseminated widely," he remarked. Old Zhou was enraptured, understanding why all 14 of them had successfully gained admission. Indeed, there was merit in their study approach. Meanwhile, the reporter diligently noted down the terms three-step learning method and easy points, must-answer questions, preparing to refine his article upon returning. After approximately half an hour of visitation, Old Zhou and his companions prepared to take their leave. Dog Dan, observing Jiang Xiaobai sharing light-hearted banter with Old Zhou and Zheng Qingyun, finally steeled himself and stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Leader, I have something to report." The unexpected interruption rippled through the serene atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Old Zhou furrowed his brow and glanced at Huang Zhongfu. Today's inspection had been exceptionally successful, a thoroughly commendable affair. It was past 11 in the morning, and everyone was in good spirits, exchanging pleasantries. However, just as they were about to depart, this unforeseen incident arose. Clearly, reporting such matters was not part of today's agenda. The sudden emergence of this situation, whether a genuine surprise or a calculated maneuver, was enough to cause him distress. In a flurry of thoughts, Old Zhou contemplated many possibilities. "Let us discuss this another day," Zhang Qingyun interjected darkly, casting a disapproving glance at Huang Zhongfu, implying negligence in handling matters at such a critical time. Among the attendees, Old Zhou held the highest rank as a city leader, and his silence rendered others hesitant to speak, apart from Zhang Qingyun. Listening to Zhang Qingyun's words, Old Zhou felt reassured. It seemed the county was not scheming, and this truly was an accident. Huang Zhongfu regarded Dog Dan with a menacing gaze. It was evident that once the leaders departed, Dog Dan's accounting position would be swiftly terminated, followed by a severe reprimand. Dog Dan was momentarily taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned the leaders to behave. Shouldn't they be wise and discerning? However, there was no time for contemplation. Allowing the leaders to leave without addressing the issue would spell disaster for him. Failing to report Jiang Xiaobai and the others would mean he would be the one in trouble. With determination, Dog Dan clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, producing the prepared materials from his embrace, and once more declared, "Leader, I have urgent matters to report." Chapter 72, Speculation and Profiteering. As Dog Dan spoke again, Zhang Qingyun dared not press further. With so many high-ranking officials present, he could not act too overtly. What was Dog Dan attempting? Had he lost his senses? To report or raise an issue? Who exactly did he intend to implicate? It was unclear, and with such a multitude of prominent leaders gathered, having already suggested postponement, Dog Dan's audacity was remarkable. Such bravery would certainly lead to repercussions once the leaders departed. The villagers began to murmur among themselves. While the nearby reporters' eyes sparkled with excitement, they thrived on captivating stories. The prospect of someone stirring trouble in this remote village piqued their interest. "Comrade, what issue do you wish to address?" Zhang Qingyun asked, suppressing his irritation. As for Old Zhou, he remained silent. The situation at hand was a county matter, one he preferred to avoid. Jiang Xiaobai regarded Dog Dan with a slight frown. What could he possibly have to report? What issues in the village warranted such boldness from him? Knowing full well that he would suffer consequences once the leaders were gone, he still insisted on lodging a complaint. "I wish to address the issues concerning the urban youth led by Jiang Xiaobai, who engage in unscrupulous practices by producing and selling canned goods. This is the material I have prepared for your review, esteemed leader." The moment Duden spoke, the crowd erupted in uproar. Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened, and the other urban youths glared at Duden with eyes brimming with fury, wishing they could devour him whole. Today, with the leaders on site for inspection, they had discreetly halted operations at the canned goods workshop in the knowledgeable courtyard, hoping to keep it under wraps. However, they never anticipated that Duden would expose it. Duden is truly a nefarious character, capable of such betrayal. His true colors had remained hidden until now. He is nothing but a traitor, and I must see to his demise. The villagers were seething with rage, their emotions ignited. The youth canned goods had already been consumed by over 120 villagers. So many individuals worked daily at the youth canned goods factory, earning wages and enjoying meals at the youth courtyard. If Duden were to bring down the youth canned goods operation, where would they find their livelihoods? Thus, Duden's act of reporting was an affront not only to Huang Zhongfu and Jiang Xiaobai and the other urban youths, but had effectively alienated the entire village. Zhang Qingyun's expression also shifted. He had heard of the youth canned goods venture and had even inquired about it. Hence his immediate recognition upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai mention Jianhua village in the hospital. In truth, there were few engaged in business in Zhongshan County at this time. Zhang Qingyun had maintained a neutral stance on the youth canned goods, neither supporting nor opposing, allowing it to develop independently. His neutrality stemmed from having heard about the benefits it had brought to many villagers. However, his lack of support was due to the absence of a clear policy, leaving no one willing to endorse it. After discussing current affairs with Jiang Xiaobai in the hospital days prior, Zhang Qingyun had begun to lean toward Jiang Xiaobai's perspective. Yet, he was taken aback that so soon, someone had brought this matter to light. Huang Zhongfu's face was dark enough to drip water, his fists clenched tightly. Zhang Qingyun glanced at the material Duden had presented, flipping through it. Furthermore, it not only implicated Jiang Xiaobai and the urban youths, but also suggested that Huang Zhongfu might have been complicit, even corrupt. Since he was already set to offend Huang Zhongfu, Duden no longer cared. His expression fluctuated, but the more he pondered, the more he felt it was true. Once the canned goods factory was established, the entire village would work for him. Zhang Qingyun was taken aback, although he had interacted with Jiang Xiaobai. He sensed that this material was likely inflated with exaggerations. It might even be entirely fabricated, Yet since Duden had declared it in front of so many people, he could not simply disregard it. Certain matters required thorough investigation before any decisions could be made. Silence. You will accompany me back to the county. The rest of you disperse, Jiang Xiaobai commanded, pointing at Duden. His decision was resolute. He turned and got into the vehicle, ignoring the clamorous villagers behind him. As long as one discreetly apprehends Huang Zhongfu, Jiang Xiaobai, and other urban youths away from the public eye, there remains a possibility for matters to ease, preventing the villagers from escalating into unrest. A few bicycles trailed behind the departing automobile, and the once tranquil scene erupted into noise once more. What should we do? Will the county disallow our endeavors? Xiaobai, are we not merely speculating? We are simply earning work points. Indeed, Xiaobai, we are utterly uninformed. It is solely your assertion of potential profit that has drawn us here. Xiaobai, will the county truly prevent the youth canning operation from continuing? Will we still be able to return to production? Naturally, there is concern regarding whether the youth canning venture can persist. If it can, they will continue to earn, indulging in meat and wine. Although the urban youths remained silent, their gazes were collectively fixed upon Jiang Xiaobai. Rest assured, upon our return, the youth canning operation will resume. Anyone who wishes to join may do so, and I will shoulder any consequences that arise. Given the current situation, it is better to proceed openly. Let them investigate as they will. One who stands upright has no fear of shadows. Yet, even if one wishes to evade, there is no escape. Should they truly desire to dismantle their own efforts, they could only hastily gather their belongings and flee. Otherwise, ceasing operations now would prove futile. Huang Zhongfu hesitated, his words unspoken. Let us disperse. Those who wish to continue may return to canning. Jiang Xiaobai waved to disperse the crowd, turning to Huang Zhongfu. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Huang Zhongfu waved his hand, sighing as he replied, What trouble have I faced? At my age, I fear no burdens. What concerns me is Jianhua village, which has languished in poverty for so long. Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it now seems poised to revert to despair. Chapter 73. Dispute. Huang Zhongfu's words were tinged with melancholy. His life had been fraught with challenges. Having endured the hardships of wartime existence, nothing compares to the struggle of living in such an era. His sole concern lay with Jianhua village, the place that birthed, nurtured, and raised him, the poorest village in Shama Township, a place where starvation loomed during lean years. After so many years, having finally seen hope, today should have marked the happiest day of his life. He had never felt such elation, not even on his wedding day. He had spent the previous night in restless anticipation, rising early to don his only somewhat faded, patched new attire. He had meticulously cleaned every corner of the village, seeking to showcase the best side of Jianhua village. Yet, he never anticipated that the hope he had just glimpsed would be so ruthlessly extinguished. And by someone from Jianhua village, no less. Had he not seen hope at all, it would have been more bearable, the stark contrast of witnessing hope, only to have it mercilessly shattered, plunged him into despair. In an instant, Huang Zhongfu felt as though he had aged a decade. His once erect posture slumped under the weight of defeat. Jiang Xiaobai called out to Huang Zhongfu's retreating figure, but he did not turn back. Upon returning to the youth courtyard, Jiang Xiaobai found himself surrounded by Li Siyan and the urban youths. In the courtyard, the canning workshop had resumed production, yet it was evident that everyone appeared somewhat distracted. Let us discuss it inside, Jiang Xiaobai suggested, nodding to the group before retreating indoors. Brother Xiaobai, even though production has restarted, some individuals are still hesitant and contemplating leaving. After the news spread, several others from the 4 workshops have also decided to cease their work. Now, only 100 people remain in Jianhua village, and from the 30 workers from neighboring villages, 5 are unwilling to continue, leaving us with a total of 125 workers, Wang Chao reported, his brow furrowed. With such a significant reduction in workforce, it seemed unlikely that they would meet their production targets on time. Disburse salaries to all those who intend to leave, including the 25 individuals preparing to depart. If they are apprehensive about accepting it, inform them that they may collect their wages at any time in the future. However, once they leave, they cannot return. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, it was somewhat reassuring that only 25 were contemplating departure. Jiang Xiaobai could indeed empathize with those wishing to leave. But understanding did not equate to allowing this phenomenon to become the norm within a business. What the enterprise required were individuals who would weather storms alongside it. This marked the first crisis for youth canning, serving as a baptism of sorts. Jiang Xiaobai believed that after this trial, the company would advance further and endure longer. All right, Wang Chao responded, taking the record book and a bundle of cash before heading out. Brother Xiaobai, what do you think we should do now? This scoundrel is too unscrupulous. Even going so far as to complain to the higher-ups, Lu Igua interjected. Brother Xiaobai, do you think this incident could jeopardize our political assessments for college entrance examinations? Lu Yuan suddenly inquired, prompting the others to reflect on his words. For them, the most pressing concern was not whether youth canning could sustain itself, but rather if it would affect their political evaluations for the college entrance exams. Brother Xiaobai, there can't be any issues with the political assessments for the college entrance exams, right? Perhaps you could reach out to Huang Zhongfu to see if he can inquire about it? Another voice suggested. Yes, if worse comes to worst. We can pass the canning factory to the village. If Godan wants it, let him have it. The urban youth began to voice their opinions, their primary worry being the political assessments. The well-being of youth canning had long been relegated to the background. Now, gaining admission to university was their foremost priority. Transfer the youth canning to Godan? Jiang Xiaobai paused, cautiously probing. The group fell silent until eventually one young man spoke up. Let them have it. This is for the greater good, otherwise, none of us will be able to attend university. Yes, let them have it, another young man echoed. No. Youth canning is our labor of love. We cannot simply give it away, Lu Igua firmly opposed. Exactly, we cannot relinquish it. The progress of youth canning is a result of our hard work, painstakingly achieved under Brother Xiaobai's leadership. Even if I do not pursue university, I refuse to let them benefit from our toil, Wang Xiaojun added. Absolutely not. We will persevere. These scoundrels are truly infuriating. And the ones suggesting we surrender youth canning are equally contemptible, Wang Ming exclaimed in indignation. He did not take the college entrance examination, nor does he attend university. The hope of his youth lies solely in canned food. Wang Ming, you speak so lightly. You are not going to university, but we still have that path ahead. Do not impede others. Just now, a male urban youth suggested providing canned food to Dogdan. What did you say? Am I delaying you? With your demeanor. You hardly need anyone else to do so. As Wang Ming spoke, laughter burst forth from the crowd. The male urban youth's face turned crimson in an instant. You. I will end you, he exclaimed, his eyes aflame, rolling up his sleeves to confront Wang Ming. And me? Come on, let us see who ends whom, Wang Ming retorted, throwing a punch at the male urban youth, and soon they were entangled in a scuffle. The other urban youths quickly intervened, and chaos ensued. Bang! The white porcelain jar in Jiang Xiaobai's hands shattered on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaobai glared, his expression dark as he surveyed Wang Ming, the male urban youth, and the others in the room. You've all grown up and learned to fight, have you? Look at how ridiculous you all appear. Dogdan merely reported, and the county has yet to take action, yet you all are in disarray. Truly shameful. Brother Xiaobai, I was wrong. Wang Ming lowered his head, releasing his grip on the male urban youth's collar and retreating to his previous position. The male urban youth adjusted his clothes, remaining silent. As for arguing with Jiang Xiaobai, he lacked the courage at that moment. Although Jiang Xiaobai usually smiled, when angered, no one dared to retort. The last person to do so was spared only because Lu Mei was a girl. Everyone vividly remembered how badly Luo Tegan had been beaten. Chapter 74. Those remaining stand on the left, those exiting stand on the right. Attending university? In my view, you need not pursue that path. To spare the nation's precious resources. Over such trivial matters, why panic? If the sky were to fall, there would be a tall person to support it. I, Jiang Xiaobai, am that tall person. This canned food factory was my proposal, and I led the production efforts. Today, I state unequivocally, if anyone wishes to withdraw from the Youth Canned Food Initiative, you may do so. However, let it be clear that from now on, any matters regarding the youth canned food will be attributed to me. Even if you claim I coerced you into it, that is acceptable, but do not withdraw. If there is any further commotion, I shall break your legs. Jiang Xiaobai turned and called out, Li Laosan. Here, Li Laosan replied promptly. Go outside and summon the strong ones. Anyone who causes a disturbance will have their legs broken. Do you dare? Dare, Li Laosan affirmed, turning to exit. He quickly beckoned two individuals to enter. Both were from farming backgrounds, appearing unassuming yet possessing remarkable strength. The youth canned food shall not be given to anyone else, not even to those who do not attend university, unless it is forcibly taken from my hands. Even if the King of Heaven were to seize my possessions, I would ensure he lost a couple of teeth in the process. Jiang Xiaobai resumed his seat, gazing at the row of urban youths before him, and spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, yet his resolve was particularly firm. The crowd, gazing into Jiang Xiaobai's eyes that glimmered with cold light, fell utterly silent. Now, everyone must make a choice. Those who remain should stand on the left, while those who wish to exit should stand on the right. As Jiang Xiaobai's words echoed, Wang Ming promptly stepped to the left, followed closely by Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua. Wang Ming had no alternative but to choose that path. For Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua had been childhood friends of Jiang Xiaobai, their bond forged through years of shared experiences. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, then joined them on the left, though he had not known Jiang Xiaobai before his assignment to Jianhua village. The brief months spent together had earned him profound respect for Jiang Xiaobai. They had savored the comforts of daily life, pork, rice, and flour, enjoying the luxuries of electricity and warmth. He could not simply abandon them at a time of need. Lu Yuan was not the sort to turn his back. Then Lu Mei smiled and stepped forward as well. Zhang Yinmei watched Lu Mei approach and considered following suit, but ultimately hesitated. In other circumstances, she would have readily exerted herself and endured hardships alongside Jiang Xiaobai. Yet this matter pertained to college entrance exams, an opportunity to alter her destiny. She feared taking risks. Moreover, her family's situation was dire. Both parents were farmers, and she had several younger brothers to support. Graduating from university could enable her to assist her family. Imagining the joy on her parents' faces upon receiving the news of her acceptance, Zhang Yinmei chose not to remain. The others who did not step to the right did so out of fear of retribution, yet their sentiments were clear. All right, I now announce the establishment of the Youth Canned Goods Initiative, comprising 15 urban youths. 9 have opted out, Jiang Xiaobai declared, feeling a pang of sadness. Initially, they had embarked on this venture together, united in purpose, yet now a single individual had managed to disband nearly 2/3 of their group. Jiang Xiaobai's tone softened. Before you head to university, continue to share meals with everyone. On the day of your departure, should finances permit, I will provide each of you with some money for your studies. Regardless of what has transpired, we were once comrades, and I shall not forget that. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the 9 departing youths were momentarily taken aback, enveloped in silence. Memories flooded back, picking peaches for the first time, the elation of completing their first jar of peach preserves, and the 5 yuan clutched tightly in their hands on the inaugural day of selling canned goods. They recalled the determination it took to carry crates of jars through a rainy night, and the fervor of investing their last 100 yuan in a bold gamble. You need not participate in the production of youth canned goods for now. Rest well and prepare for university. I will do my utmost to assist with your political reviews and bear the burden of our initiative, Jiang Xiaobai continued, his voice trembling with emotion. Wang Peng and Debao looked up, their eyes red-rimmed, and began to stutter, Xiaobai, I. Zhang Yinmei observed Jiang Xiaobai, now unable to contain his tears. When she first arrived in Jianhua village, she often struggled to secure a full meal, and Dog Egg had withheld half of their wages. It was Jiang Xiaobai who had stepped forward at the most critical juncture, uniting everyone to embark on the canning endeavor, leading them to the present day. She recalled a few days ago when Jiang Xiaobai brought back 100,000 canned bottles, reveling in his joy to the point of intoxication. Now was the crucial time for production, yet she and the others had abandoned him. Surely, his heart was bleeding at this moment. Brother Xiaobai, we do not need money. There are still over 10,000 debts outside of the youth canned goods. We are uncertain if we can continue with the cans. It's better to use the funds to settle the debts. Indeed, Brother Xiaobai, let the money go towards repaying the debts. We can pursue our studies without it. Yes, Brother Xiaobai, we do not want the money. We apologize for withdrawing. The urban youths voiced their sentiments, refusing the monetary assistance. All right, we shall speak of this later. You may leave for now. Jiang Xiaobai gestured to the departing youths. Soon, only 6 urban youths remained. Wang Ming, Lu Aigua, Wang Xiaojun, Lu Yuan, Zhang Yinmei Lu Mei, and Jiang Xiaobai. I will reiterate, this situation is particularly perilous. If matters were to deteriorate to the worst possible outcome, I am offering you one final chance to withdraw. Think carefully. Rest assured, even if you choose to leave, I will not hold it against you. I am helpless. Dogdan has certainly reported me by name. But you are different, Jiang Xiaobai stated. Lu Yuan's complexion turned ashen. This was no trivial matter. Brother Xiaobai, I will stay, Wang Xiaojun declared. Yes, I am unafraid. Lu Igua asserted confidently. Whatever will be, Lu Mei proclaimed, showcasing her resolute spirit. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent and visibly torn. Go back. I appreciate your intentions. Do not worry, I will not blame you. You still have a bright future ahead, Jiang Xiaobai comforted, patting Lu Yuan's shoulder. Brother Xiaobai. Lu Yuan yearned to declare his desire to remain, yet his voice caught in his throat, unable to escape. Go on, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Lu Yuan bowed deeply to Jiang Xiaobai and the others, then exited the room. Chapter 75, Share Distribution. All right, now it's just the 5 of us remaining. We shall consider Li Siyan as having withdrawn as well. Jiang Xiaobai addressed the 4 individuals left, stating that Li Siyan had been accepted into university and returned to the city. In the event of the worst outcome, she is most likely to escape unscathed. It is now just us 5. The youth canned goods should be restructured. Allow me to propose a distribution method. Feel free to voice any objections. I will hold 60 of the shares in youth canned goods, while each of you 4 will hold 10. Consequently, the profits at the end of each year will be divided according to our shareholdings. Jiang Xiaobai declared straightforwardly, if everyone agrees, we shall sign a contract. With that, Jiang Xiaobai surveyed the group. Does anyone have any objections? No, Brother Xiaobai, I have no objections. Wang Xiaojun was the first to respond. I too have no objections. Lu Igua added. No objections. Both Wang Meng and Lu Mei echoed. It was evident to all how much Jiang Xiaobai had invested in youth canned goods. Without him, the venture would not exist. Thus, it was only just that he held a larger share. The matter is thus settled. Of course, when it comes to external communication, particularly during political scrutiny, you may attribute everything to me, Jiang Xiaobai continued. Brother Xiaobai, I too can bear the responsibility, Wang Xiaojun interjected, but was promptly interrupted by Jiang Xiaobai. No need. I will certainly be targeted. Dog Dan will undoubtedly direct everything at me, so let it be. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively and continued. Moreover, the proportion of shares corresponds to the proportion of debt. If the youth canned food factory cannot sustain itself, the 10,000 yuan in debt must be repaid by everyone according to their shares. Jiang Xiaobai articulated the situation clearly, stating that in business, even among brothers, accounts must be settled explicitly. One must enjoy commensurate benefits while shouldering corresponding risks. There are no free lunches. Understood, they all replied in unison, as the principle was clear to everyone. In fact, compared to those who had exited the venture, their current predicament bore little difference, aside from the potential burden of debt. During political scrutiny, the responsibility would still be placed upon Jiang Xiaobai. However, should he manage to endure, according to the prior development plan, their 10 share could indeed be worth a considerable sum. Yet, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of survival seemed slim. We must steadfastly assert that it was out of desperation for food that we considered the canned peaches from the mountain as a means of sustenance, Jiang Xiaobai earnestly advised, though he harbored little confidence in his companions. After signing the contract, they departed, and Jiang Xiaobai retrieved some stationery from his drawer, intending to write a letter to his parents to assuage their worries. However, upon lifting his pen, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of the unfolding events. Forget it, Jiang Xiaobai sighed. Li Siyan. Jiang Xiaobai called out loudly. Brother Xiaobai, Li Siyan rushed in, adopting the familiar address despite being over 40 and addressing the barely 20-year-old Jiang Xiaobai without any psychological burden. In the event that I am taken away, before any unanticipated news arrives, or before anyone issues a clear directive to halt production, you must continue operations. Jiang Xiaobai instructed Li Siyan, emphasizing that even if all the urban youths were apprehended, surely not all of the 100 or so laboring villagers could be captured. Brother Xiaobai, I've noted that, Li Siyan replied, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. It was prudent to prepare for the worst. Rest assured, Brother Xiaobai, should anything happen to you, I will not spare Dog Dan, Li Siyan declared, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Dog Dan. Why disrupt a good life? It's akin to killing one's parents to deprive them of their livelihood, he lamented. You are the pillar of your family. Your daughter and son are waiting for you. Remember my words. Once the villagers have repaid their debts, use any surplus for yourself. Follow me, Jiang Xiaobai. If I cannot provide you with a better life, I shall compensate you when the opportunity arises. Now go, and please bring Wang Chao to me. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand. Understood, Brother Xiaobai. You can count on me. I've noted everything. Li Siyan's eyes were slightly red. That's enough. Stop acting like a little girl, Jiang Xiaobai gestured, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother Xiaobai, you called for me? Wang Chao lifted the curtain and stepped inside. You should get out of here and hide for a couple of days, Jiang Xiaobai stated bluntly. The youth, Guan Tu, had no means of escape. The other young people in the city, burdened by their studies, were reluctant to flee. The villagers, busy with their work, had no need to run. But Wang Chao was different. He could indeed take refuge for a short while. Here, take this 500 yuan and some ration coupons, along with a few blank stamped introduction letters from Jianhua village. The money isn't much, but you should hold on to it for now, Jiang Xiaobai said, placing the cash, coupons, and letters on the table. The 500 yuan was meant to settle the wages of those villagers departing, and the remaining amount was all that was left. The ration coupons were scarce, so he advised Wang Chao to use them sparingly. The blank introduction letters were something Jiang Xiaobai had arranged for his own convenience on previous outings. They were stamped and ready for use, and now, he generously offered them to Wang Chao. Jiang Xiaobai feigned nonchalance, a smile lingering on his face. Yet tears suddenly welled up in Wang Chao's eyes. Xiaobai, brother Xiaobai, I won't go. Get out, you fool. If you delay any longer, you won't be able to leave at all. Jiang Xiaobai forcibly stuffed the items into Wang Chao's arms, and then gave him a kick out of the room. Chapter 76. News of Song Wei with Li Siyan. I'm sorry, but I may have to break my promise this time, Jiang Xiaobai murmured as he gazed out the window. In the afternoon, there was no news from above. The youth, Guan Tu, continued its production. Early the next morning, Song Weigua entered the courtyard of the youth, marking his first visit to Jianhua village after their long-standing collaboration. Brother Song, what brings you here? Please, have a seat, Jiang Xiaobai said warmly upon seeing him. Aware of the purpose behind Song Weigua's visit, the anxious Song Weigua felt a wave of relief upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor. You seem to be in good spirits, he remarked as he took a seat. What? Do you think that if I weep and kneel to plead with the organization, they will absolve me? Jiang Xiaobai replied while pouring a glass of water for him. Certainly not. Seeing you like this eases my worries considerably. Yesterday, Wang Chao returned home in a panic, as if the world had collapsed, pleading with me to save you. You really have a way with people, Song Weigua commented, genuinely surprised that Wang Chao, who had only followed Jiang Xiaobai for a few months, would beg so earnestly on his behalf. He recalled that Wang Chao had once been surrounded by a few dubious companions when collecting eggs, but whenever trouble arose, he would typically escape without a second thought. What charm do I possess? Has he left? Jiang Xiaobai replied with a bitter smile, uncertain of how to respond. Yes, he left early this morning, Song Weigua stated, having clarified the situation with Wang Chao the previous day. Reflecting on it, he questioned whether he could have acted as Jiang Xiaobai did under similar circumstances. While he could have easily shifted the burden onto others and fled with the money and tickets, Jiang Xiaobai chose to stay and face the challenges. Perhaps that was why Wang Chao had pleaded so desperately for Jiang Xiaobai's safety. Perhaps this is the very reason I chose to take the risk of helping Jiang Xiaobai inquire about matters, venturing early into this remote mountain village. It is good that you have decided to leave. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement. I gathered some information. Last night, the county held an urgent meeting, during which discussions were quite heated. Some leaders argued that the earnings were merely labor points and did not constitute speculation, Song Weigua remarked, casting a curious glance at Jiang Xiaobai, and inquired, Are you related to old Jiang? Not at all. We are merely acquaintances, Jiang Xiaobai replied vaguely, hoping to leave a lingering thought with Song Weigua and prevent any future fallout should circumstances turn dire. At the meeting, old Jiang was quite supportive of you, leveraging significant connections. This is not something that mere acquaintance can explain, Song Weigua pressed further. So what was the final outcome? Jiang Xiaobai evaded the question. Ultimately, the county plans to conduct a thorough investigation into Jianhua village, and a task force will likely be dispatched today. I wanted to inform you in advance to prepare yourself, Song Weigua stated. He had exerted considerable effort to gather this information, forging various connections and incurring some social debts. Such kindness is not to be taken lightly, Brother Song. I will remember this, Jiang Xiaobai said earnestly. Well then, I must take my leave. Should you require assistance regarding the debts at the glass factory, I will help you manage it, Song Weigua declared, draining the last of his tea and rising to depart. I will see you off, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, not wishing to prolong the visit, as the task force could arrive at any moment, and it would be inappropriate to keep guests. After escorting Song Weigua away, Jiang Xiaobai returned to the house. The news brought by Song Weiguo was neither entirely good nor bad. It all depended on the rigor of the forthcoming investigation. Of course, it also hinged on personal fortune. Zheng Xingyun had offered substantial support this time, and it was essential to express gratitude when the opportunity arose. Having completed all necessary arrangements the previous day, Jiang Xiaobai chose not to wait for the investigation team indoors, but instead went to the yard to join others in canning production. Upon his arrival, the initial anxiety among the crowd dissipated, replaced by a sense of calm. As the task force entered the village, Jiang Xiaobai was busily engaged in the canning process, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Xiaobai, something is amiss. The investigation team has arrived." Li Xiaolu rushed into the youth courtyard, panic evident on his face. Just as the words left his lips, members of the investigation team followed closely behind him into the courtyard. "Calm down. What is there to panic about?" Jiang Xiaobai wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped out of the production workshop. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's composed demeanor, the members of the investigation team appeared somewhat astonished. They had never encountered someone so unfazed in their presence. It was indeed a rarity. "Hello, you must be Jiang Xiaobai. Please accompany us for a moment." The leader, a 30-something man wearing black-framed glasses, appeared somewhat aged for his years. "All right," Jiang Xiaobai nodded, preparing to leave with them. "Xiaobai, don't go? You can't go with them." "Xiaobai, don't leave. Who are you? On what grounds do you arrest people?" "Yes, who are you?" The villagers in the production workshop quickly gathered around, creating a ruckus and blocking the path, while some rushed out to summon help. Certainly, they had encountered such situations more than once or twice, responding with composure while explaining to the villagers. They maintained a cordial demeanor, fearing any extreme reactions from the crowd. With so many individuals present, a conflict could arise. Even if they were twice as numerous, the outcome would remain unchanged. Yet, a chill settled within them, as typically, such reactions stemmed from the village's esteemed elders. How could a young man like Jiang Xiaobai garner such support? Was it merely because his initiative with the youth canning project had brought profit to the villagers? Chapter 77. Inspection Team. The staff's explanations proved utterly futile. As more villagers gathered, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of several workers. Whether from fright or heat remained uncertain. "All right, everyone, listen to me," Jiang Xiaobai called out, gradually silencing the crowd. "I am merely cooperating with the investigation. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. You may all return to your affairs." As he spoke, Jiang Xiaobai took the lead, advancing forward, and the crowd parted to create a passage. The staff cautiously followed behind him, fearful that a moment's lapse could lead to unrest, trapping them within Jianhua village. "Xiaobai, we shall await your return." A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd as he stepped out. Jiang Xiaobai turned back, nodding vigorously. "Is there anything further you require from me?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired with a smile. "Could you summon the youth from other cities and the village chief?" The leading man asked tentatively, quickly adding, "Rest assured, we merely wish to understand the situation." "All right, Xiao Lu, go fetch the city youths. Lao San, seek out Huang Zhongfu." Jiang Xiaobai gestured to the two individuals who had been discreetly following him. "Understood, Brother Xiaobai," they replied, turning to depart. Soon, the city youths lined up, followed by Huang Zhongfu. "Are we all present?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. What about Wang Chao?" The leading man inquired again, feeling somewhat guilty for his demands. "Wang Chao has left. He no longer wishes to participate," Jiang Xiaobai responded. "Very well, if he has chosen to depart, that is acceptable." Zhang Yuanshao quickly nodded, not daring to express any dissent. "Brother Xiaobai, shall we proceed?" Zhang Yuanshao continued, momentarily dazed, reflecting, "Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? Everything is fine. Let us go," Jiang Xiaobai affirmed, stepping forward as the group followed suit towards the township. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them. As they distanced themselves from Jianhua village, the expressions of the staff grew increasingly grave. By the time they reached the township, their faces had darkened entirely. "All right, you few, accompany him." Jiang Xiaobai, Huang Zhongfu. "You two get in the car and come with me," Zhang Yuanshao commanded coldly. Both Jiang Xiaobai and Huang Zhongfu remained silent, wordlessly following Zhang Yuanshao into the vehicle. The more Zhang Yuanshao experienced this, the more infuriated he became. Did they not realize how I felt about their betrayal? What was it? Only they possessed the grace to overlook my grievances, while I was expected to remain silent. Jiang Xiaobai, seated in the automobile, was embarking on his journey to the county town. This marked his first time traveling by car since his rebirth, aside from the delivery trucks and buses. Do you know why you were summoned? Zhang Yuanxiao inquired coldly, half turning to address him. Yes, it's because someone reported me, Jiang Xiaobai replied, noticing Huang Zhongfu's silence, prompting him to speak. Observing Zhang Yuanxiao's demeanor, it was evident he lacked magnanimity. He shouldn't retaliate over trivial matters. It's good that you know. Being honest will benefit you. You should have heard the saying, confess to receive leniency, resist to face severity. Leader, I assure you, I will speak the truth, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Good. That's what I like to hear. Just be straightforward. If there is nothing to hide, then there is nothing. Clearly, someone is besmirching my reputation, Jiang Xiaobai continued, his words inciting a tremor in Zhang Yuanxiao's hand, rendering him momentarily speechless. Jiang Xiaobai pressed on. And what about Huang Zhongfu's embezzlement? Who provided him with the funds for such wrongdoing? Silence. Zhang Yuanxiao interjected forcefully, unable to tolerate Jiang Xiaobai's remarks any longer. What nonsense are you spouting? With a darkened expression, Zhang Yuanxiao ignored Jiang Xiaobai for the remainder of the journey, and soon the vehicle arrived at the county town. Upon entering the police station, Jiang Xiaobai and Huang Zhongfu were immediately separated. Thus began a prolonged period of waiting. While not confined to a small cell, their freedom was stripped away. Simultaneously, several investigation teams from Shama Township were interrogating other urban youths. Unlike Jiang Xiaobai's obstinacy, these individuals seemed to have synchronized their narratives, all recounting their experiences with precision. It was Jiang Xiaobai who compelled us to act. Without compliance, we would have faced starvation. What? Jiang Xiaobai sought personal gain. What gain could he possibly have? We were all impoverished, barely surviving from one meal to the next. Leader, do you know how much a work point in Jianhua village is worth? 10 cents. It's unimaginable. The profits of youth canned goods? No. They are still indebted to the county glass factory for over 10,000. If you don't believe it, you can investigate. By the way, leader, you should expedite Jiang Xiaobai's release. Otherwise, when the glass factory comes to collect their debts, he will be nowhere to be found. The youth spoke in unison, having decided to withdraw from youth canned goods, shifting all blame onto Jiang Xiaobai. Regardless, they held a deep respect for him, and not a single one spoke ill of his character. The interrogators, their faces grim, exited the room. These individuals were college students, the future of academia, and without direct orders, they dared not resort to coercion. Chapter 78. Even thieves depart with tears. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door of Zhang Yuanxiao's makeshift office. Come in. Chief, I have returned. I have already conducted inquiries with those urban youths. What were the results? Zhang Yuanxiao asked without looking up. It's difficult to say. Zhang Yuanxiao raised his head, puzzled. What is the situation? It was merely a straightforward inquiry, the outcome uncertain, shrouded in ambiguity. They acknowledged the involvement of Jiang Xiaobai in the youth canned goods venture, attributing their actions to hunger. As for the profitability of the youth canned goods and Huang Zhongfu's embezzlement, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Zhang Yuanxiao furrowed his brow. The villagers had received their share of money, yet it felt inappropriate to mention the trivial amounts Jiang Xiaobai and his companions spent on food and drink. Could one truly allow others to starve? The matter of embezzling collective assets was clear. Huang Zhongfu had signed a contract with Jiang Xiaobai and his peers, securing a year's worth of rations for the urban youth, which did not belong to the village, thus negating any claims of misappropriation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanxiao raised his gaze and inquired, "Is there any other information?" It seemed Jiang Xiaobai had a conflict with another urban youth, Lu Mei. Perhaps this could serve as a potential breakthrough. His subordinates reflected on their investigations into Jiang Xiaobai's character, but none had spoken ill of him. When discussing Jiang Xiaobai, admiration and respect shone in their eyes, a genuine sentiment that could not be feigned. Observations suggested that Lu Mei's relationship with Jiang Xiaobai was likely not as contentious as outsiders presumed, but rather quite amicable. Despite his extensive questioning, he was left with little to report to his superiors. It was time to take a gamble. Bring Lu Mei to the county, Zhang Yuanxiao ordered without hesitation. Understood, sir. What about the other urban youths? Should we continue to detain them? Yes, let us keep them confined a bit longer. We might yet glean unexpected insights, Zhang Yuanxiao replied. Though still youthful, he had handled numerous cases and understood that, following the loss of freedom, anyone's psyche would gradually destabilize over time, leading to potential breakdowns. Understood, sir. His subordinate departed, and Zhang Yuanxiao lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as the smoke enveloped the office. The subsequent matters would rely heavily on Jiang Xiaobai's assistance, and he later regretted seeking his help during a moment of desperation. Their positions had subtly shifted, tilting his mental state. Since bringing Jiang Xiaobai back, he had not visited him in confinement, and now, after more than a day, it was time to check on him. As anticipated, Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor had deteriorated. Although he had mentally prepared for imprisonment, the uncertainty of his fate, whether death or sentencing, was excruciating. The waiting, the anguish of the unknown, was the most tormenting aspect. Zhang Yuanchao stood outside the door, observing Jiang Xiaobai pacing restlessly within, a faint smile emerging on his lips. He had expected a longer endurance, yet it seemed Jiang Xiaobai could barely withstand the pressure. He opened the door and said, "I need to speak with you in the interrogation room." Zhang Yuanchao addressed the officer on duty, saying, "Very well, leader." The officer acknowledged him with a nod and proceeded to unlock the door. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Jiang Xiaobai halted in his tracks and looked up. "You may come out," the officer instructed as he escorted Jiang Xiaobai into the interrogation room. In truth, to call it an interrogation room was rather generous. It consisted merely of 2 stools and a table, with an iron door featuring a small window, reminiscent of the dormitory doors found in later schools, albeit with iron bars over the window. As soon as they exited the room, Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor shifted, and he found himself in a mindset to observe the interrogation room's door. Upon entering, he noticed Zhang Yuanchao seated opposite him. "Please sit." "It is good to see you again," Zhang Yuanchao said with a cheerful demeanor, his calmness now a stark contrast to the previous day's agitation. "Thank you," Jiang Xiaobai replied, nodding as he quickly adjusted his own state of mind. "Now, tell me about your experience with the Youth Can Food Initiative," Zhang Yuanchao inquired, neither warm nor cold in his tone. "In June of this year, I, along with Wang Xiaojun and over a dozen urban youths, actively responded to the nation's call for urban youth to engage in labor and immerse ourselves in the vast rural expanse," Jiang Xiaobai began. "Enough, focus on the key points," interjected the recording officer, unable to contain his impatience. "Get to the crux of the matter." "I was involved in the Youth Can Food project," Jiang Xiaobai confirmed with a nod, offering no further elaboration. "Continue, please," Zhang Yuanchao prompted. "I have nothing more to say." "Is that all? Focus on the key points, please." "The essence is that I participated in the Youth Can Food Initiative, and I acknowledge that," Jiang Xiaobai replied, his expression one of innocence, as if to convey, "You are not allowing me to elaborate." "Very well, Comrade Jiang Xiaobai, please recount the events in detail, including their background and consequences," Zhang Yuanchao suggested. "All right. In June, I, along with Lu Aigua, Wang Xiaojun, and 13 other urban youths, were dispatched for labor to Shanma Commune, Jianhua Brigade. However, I believe the leaders are aware of the dire circumstances in Jianhua Brigade. The entire village was impoverished. It was so destitute that even thieves would leave in tears. A thief with any shred of conscience would bring rice or flour during the festive seasons," Jiang Xiaobai continued, while the recording officer's breathing grew increasingly rapid. "Thieves leaving in tears, yet bringing rice or flour," he muttered incredulously. Chapter 79. Interrogation in the vast expanse of Jianhua, amid a time of profound poverty. We found ourselves in Jianhua village. From the moment we entered the village, I was deeply moved. The homes were bare, impoverished to the core. Jiang Xiaobai had initially been delivering an engaging account, preparing to elaborate further, but his voice began to wane. It was indeed a scene of utter destitution, and witnessing such circumstances instilled fear within me. I feared that one day I might become like them, that I might find myself begging for alms, or worse, starving to death in that very place. Thus, we, a group of 15 young men and women, settled into a small courtyard, embarking on a life of hardship. A cohort of 17 and 18-year-old urban youth striving to take root and toil in such a formidable environment. We drowned our aspirations in labor, seeking to suppress any thoughts of the future or reflections on our lives, for we perceived no future awaiting us. Our lives seemed so transparent, so predictable, that the thought of stagnation was disheartening. Perhaps there was a flicker of unwillingness within us. Yet, perhaps this was simply our fate. I had once believed my life would follow this path until death claimed me. Jiang Xiaobai spoke, and both Zhang Yuanchao and the interrogators remained silent, refraining from interrupting him. They were somewhat familiar with the circumstances he described. Jianhua village was not an isolated case, as many impoverished villages shared a similar plight. Some families truly experience the hardship of having their next meal uncertain, often needing to borrow grain from others when it came time to cook. It was not until a day half a month later, during a work-free day, that I lay resting in a pile of grass when Comrade Wang Xiaojun informed me of a conflict between urban youth and the accountant alongside the villagers. Jiang Xiaobai recounted that day without any alteration, narrating the events as they occurred. To be honest, I felt quite angered at first. Why were we compensated for only half a day's labor? However, upon hearing Huang Zhongfu's explanation, I was taken aback. Indeed, Jianhua village, already struggling at the brink of subsistence, faced a crisis with the sudden influx of 15 young individuals. It was only natural that food supplies would dwindle, effectively reducing our labor credits by half, as the village's provisions were insufficient. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai gathered his emotions, lifted his gaze to Zhang Yuanchao and the other interrogator, and continued, in that instant. I realized that poverty is a disease that requires treatment, and Jianhua village had already reached a critical stage. With that, I took the rations meant for the 15 urban youths and began the arduous task of creating canned food for the youth. One person spoke while two listened, and the emotional atmosphere gradually softened, yet the listeners experienced a different kind of sentiment. Was life difficult? Indeed, it was exceedingly challenging. Through Jiang Xiaobai's narration, they seemed to experience firsthand the existence of merely living day by day. You cannot fathom, he continued, that just days prior, Huang Zhongfu was overjoyed, believing there was hope for Jianhua village. A man in his 50s rose early, retrieving the only shirt he owned that was free of patches, albeit yellowed from wear. This shirt was bought for his son's wedding and had been preserved for special occasions over the past decade. Jiang Xiaobai became animated again as he exclaimed, "The informant accused Huang Zhongfu of embezzlement. I ask you, is there any truth to such claims? Yes, I admit to making canned food for the youth. And that is a fact. To say Huang Zhongfu is corrupt is sheer nonsense." After finishing his statement, Jiang Xiaobai fell silent. It took Zhang Yuanchao and the interrogators a moment to process his words. They exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in resignation. "Please return for now." Zhang Yuanchao called for the officers to take Jiang Xiaobai back. Once he left, it took the two a while to realize that today's interrogation had been entirely led by Jiang Xiaobai. After he finished speaking, they found themselves devoid of any interrogation fervor, even feeling a hint of admiration for Jiang Xiaobai's initiative with the canned food. "Director Zhang, how shall we proceed with the interrogation record?" they inquired. "Simply document the facts. Additionally, arrange for someone to expedite the verification of Huang Zhongfu's situation. If there are no issues, he should be released promptly," Zhang Yuanchao instructed while packing his belongings in preparation to leave. Jiang Xiaobai returned to the cell where he was held. On the morning of the third day since Jiang Xiaobai and the others were taken away, Huang Zhongfu emerged, looking somewhat pale but otherwise unharmed. Meanwhile, the 13 urban youths of Shama Township Commune emerged unscathed from the commune's gates. Once the work arrangements were finalized, Zhang Yuanchao reported back. After the report, the leadership inquired, "What is your group's opinion?" "We believe the charges are unfounded." Zhang Yuanchao nodded, somewhat helpless, realizing he was still under the influence of that scoundrel, now helping to exonerate him. "As for Jiang Xiaobai's actions, I do not consider them speculative or opportunistic. His initial motivation was survival, driven by the hunger in Jianhua village. To date, the youth canned goods venture possesses no assets and has incurred a debt of 10,000 yuan to the county glass factory. Director Zhang implied that this should suffice, suggesting that henceforth, any justification would permit individuals to engage in business and earn profits. Hearing his former superiors speak, Zhang Yuanchao felt the weight of pressure and could only respond, "That is not my intention." However, Jiang Xiaobai does not qualify as speculative, and Huang Zhongfu from Jianhua village has been cleared of any wrongdoing. I trust there is no issue with Huang Zhongfu, but what about Jiang Xiaobai? Does he truly have no problems at all? Lei Dongfa pressed, but he was interrupted mid-sentence by higher authorities. If he does not qualify as speculative, what about capitalists? Does Jiang Xiaobai qualify as one? The leader inquired. The matter of capitalists requires further investigation, as there is currently no definitive conclusion, Zhang Yuanchao replied. Very well. I shall grant you another week for investigation. Bring forth the tenacity you exhibited in solving major cases. The head nodded, then turned to ask, "Does anyone have anything else to discuss? If not, we shall adjourn." Everyone shook their heads, yet Zheng Qingyun, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. "Indeed, 14 urban youths. including Jiang Xiaobai, participated in this year's college entrance examination, all exceeding the required scores. How shall we handle their political review materials? He could only seek assistance. During the previous meeting, Zheng Qingyun fervently supported Jiang Xiaobai and others, ultimately leading to the establishment of a scrutiny group. Observing Zheng Qingyun's silence this time, many assumed he had yielded, yet unexpectedly, he chose to speak now. He was well aware that the political review materials for Jiang Xiaobai and others had arrived, but he had not intended to approve them. Alternatively, he could delay the process, allowing time to pass so that even if they were approved later, they would not gain university admission. Given that Jiang Xiaobai's situation remains unresolved, I believe we cannot grant approval. The state's universities are meant to cultivate talent for the party and nation. We cannot allow capitalists to infiltrate. Li Dongfa, fearing the approval, urgently opposed. Zheng Qingyun, observing Li Dongfa's impatient outburst, smiled subtly. Had you remained silent, it might have gone unnoticed, but now, with the higher-ups yet to speak, your opposition challenges the authority of leadership. Even if you do not wish to agree, it may lead to an unexpected approval. Do not underestimate my youth. I am quite adept. Chapter 81 Inquiry. Zhang Yuanchao appeared somewhat distressed during the meeting, realizing that he had thoroughly offended his former superior. In stark contrast, Zheng Qingyun wore a beaming smile, having achieved all his objectives for the day. Although Jiang Xiaobai had not entirely cleared his name, he was close to doing so. Old Zhang, do you have any plans for lunch? Let us sit together, Zheng Qingyun cheerfully inquired, patting Zhang Yuanchao on the arm. Upon seeing Zheng Qingyun, Zhang Yuanchao managed a wry smile and nodded. One must have allies within the county. Zheng Qingyun, who also bore grudges, was naturally his ally. Especially considering Zheng's youth and recent university graduation, it was conceivable that he might ascend to a higher position one day. Lu Mei had been in the county for several days. Aside from the rather unsatisfactory meals, she had adapted without any significant discomfort. Suddenly, two men clad in Zhongshan suits entered the room. Lu Mei, we are aware of your connection with Jiang Xiaobai. We hope you can be forthcoming. Given how he treated you, there is no need for you to conceal anything, one of the middle-aged men stated directly. I understand what you wish for me to say. However, even if I harbor grievances against him, that is a matter between us. Should I tarnish his reputation simply because of our enmity? What would that make me? Lu Mei retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the two men with a smile. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Consider your actions carefully and reflect upon them. I have encountered many like you. The two committee members departed. Come, let us eat. Jiang Xiaobai's lunch consisted of a single steamed bun and a bowl of corn porridge. He mustered the strength to get out of bed and accepted the meal, carefully avoiding the chipped edge of the bowl as he began to eat. There was no alternative. If he refrained from eating, he would surely be unable to endure. When Zhang Yuanchao returned and received reports about the newcomers, he glanced through the iron bars at Jiang Xiaobai, who lay on the bed, and turned away without entering. As for appealing to higher authorities, that was futile. The notice had mandated a strict investigation. Thus, unless there was a change of heart from above, Jiang Xiaobai would have to rely solely on himself to survive the week. Jiang Xiaobai pondered, what of Lu Mei? The authorities had stated that everyone except Jiang Xiaobai would be released. Zhang Yuanchao, suppressing his anger, looked at Li Dongfa and asked, it has only been 3 days? And do not forget, the 12 other urban youths will also attend university. After graduation, I doubt they will forget their experiences in labor assignments. Li Dongfa stood up from his chair, squinting as he spoke. While it has been declared that all urban youths except Jiang Xiaobai will be released, if Lu Mei could assist in the investigation regarding Jiang Xiaobai, isn't it reasonable for us to seek her cooperation? As for the other 12 graduates, no need for you to remind me. Will they even return after graduation? Even if they did, I would have long since retired. Very well, Director Lei. Zhang Yuanchao retorted, his frustration boiling over into a sardonic laugh. Man acts, heaven observes. It is not that retribution is absent, merely that the time has not yet come. With that, Zhang Yuanchao turned and left, perplexed by the existence of such malevolence in the world. Chapter 82 Blood Plum Blossom. On the 7th day of his captivity, Jiang Xiaobai awoke early to the raucous sounds outside. It seemed that Zhang Yuanchao, the individual who had brought him here, was embroiled in a heated argument with the interrogators who had been questioning him for days. Here we go again, Jiang Xiaobai thought with a bitter smile, his complexion ghastly pale. Meanwhile, Lu Mei was also in a dire state, her body covered in wounds. aside from the unwavering glimmer of defiance in her eyes. She appeared utterly transformed. In truth, whether or not one spoke was inconsequential. Even if Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, he was nearing his breaking point. Today marked the 4th day, and although the fates of Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Mei were uncertain, he was genuinely terrified. 3 days had passed, and not a single word had been uttered. How is Jiang Xiaobai? Lu Mei finally broke her silence on the 4th day. He is far worse off than you. The interrogators conversed casually, hoping Lu Mei would reconsider her stance. However, as they continued their banter, a sudden thud interrupted them. They looked up to find that Lu Mei had vanished from the room. In a flurry, the interrogators scrambled for the keys to the door. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed towards the window. This was the 3rd floor, and at this height, the drop was nearly 10 meters. What would happen should one leap from such a height? Quick, call a doctor, they shouted, witnessing the blood pooling below as panic ensued. Hurry, call an ambulance. The entire floor descended into chaos. At that moment, Zhang Yuanxiao, who had been arguing with his colleagues while interrogating Jiang Xiaobai, received the alarming news. He shot a fierce glare at the two, exclaiming, "Look at the mess you've made. If something happens, none of you will escape the consequences." As he spoke, he dashed outside, leaving the two murmuring, "What does this have to do with us?" They too prepared to assess the situation, but not before calling others over. Jiang Xiaobai watched the departing staff with confusion. What was happening? Why was there no interrogation today? Regardless, he thought, it was undoubtedly a blessing not to be questioned. According to the information relayed by Zhang Yuanxiao's people yesterday, if he could endure this week, he would be released. Yet, it seemed something had occurred outside, as the commotion below escalated. Jiang Xiaobai muttered to himself, and if he were to approach the window, he would see the blood-red plum blossoms slowly dispersing beside the plum tree below, fallen to the ground, crushed into dust, yet their fragrance remains unchanged, proudly greeting the spring amidst the snow, much like Lu Mei in this very moment. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaobai was utterly unaware of Lu Mei's continued captivity or the torment she had endured. As night fell, Zhang Yuanxiao entered with a group of medical personnel. "Am I all right?" Jiang Xiaobai, lying on the stretcher, asked weakly, gazing at Zhang Yuanxiao. "Yes, you are fine," Zhang Yuanxiao replied with a nod, hesitating before adding, "Let us not discuss Lu Mei's situation for now." Jiang Xiaobai's health was in a precarious state. Hearing news about Lu Mei might trigger an emotional upheaval, leading to further complications. "Thank you." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, able to discern the circumstances surrounding the events that had transpired. The tension that had been coiled within him suddenly relaxed, causing his body to succumb to unconsciousness. This state of oblivion lasted for 3 days and nights, and when Jiang Xiaobai finally regained consciousness, it was already August 9th. At that moment, in the village committee of Jianhua, apart from Lu Mei and Jiang Xiaobai, 13 other urban youths had gathered. "These are your university admission letters. Each of you may collect your letter according to the name listed. Congratulations on officially becoming university students. We hope you will report on time." A representative from the county's admissions office addressed the 12 urban youths with a hint of envy. "University students. The prospects ahead are boundless, far beyond our reach. Thank you. Thank you." The group expressed their gratitude as they approached to collect their admission letters. Once everyone had received their letters, Wang Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Leader, what about Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Mei? Where are their letters? When will they return? It has been quite a while. Surely, there must be clarity on the situation by now." "Yes, leader, where are Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Mei? We haven't seen their letters." Others echoed Wang Ming's concerns. "Do you know when they might come back? Where are they? Is it possible for us to visit them?" Wang Ming's questions were met with a weary smile from the admissions staff, who responded, "Students, Lu Mei's letter was taken by someone, but I do not know who." Jiang Xiaobai's political review was delayed, and he is still in communication with the school regarding the outcome. As for their current whereabouts, I genuinely do not know. The staff member emphasized the confidentiality surrounding the matter, noting that while rumors about the youth canning incident had proliferated, specific information had been kept under wraps for several days. With no credible information circulating, wild speculation ran rampant, making it nearly impossible to discern the truth from fiction. The staff member was reluctant to speak out of turn, fearing that any misstep might provoke unrest among the urban youths. "Please, leader, if you could help us inquire, we would be immensely grateful," one youth pleaded. "Yes, please, leader. Help us find out," echoed the others. The admissions staff nodded in acknowledgement of their request before departing on a bicycle, though they had acquiesced to the youth's demands. The staff member knew there was little they could do. Chapter 83. The outcome. Jiang Xiaobai struggled to open his heavy eyelids, emitting a faint, hoarse sound. Water, water. Take it slowly. The nurse, who had been dozing with her chin resting on her hand beside his bed, quickly rose to fetch him a glass of water. She then used a spoon to help him drink. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Xiaobai's awakening, a doctor promptly arrived to conduct a brief examination of his condition. "Doctor, how is my health?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired, his voice slightly clearer. "The recovery is going well. I estimate you will be discharged soon," the doctor replied, somewhat perplexed. "In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a patient inquiring about their own recovery. It feels rather unusual, doesn't it? Isn't there anyone else here?" "I had no choice but to ask myself," Jiang Xiaobai retorted with a forced smile, hinting at his discomfort. The doctor soon departed, leaving behind a nurse. Jiang Xiaobai struggled to sit up, but the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through his body. "Which hospital is this?" he asked. "This is the People's Hospital," the young nurse responded, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of fear. Each room in the premium ward had a dedicated nurse, and she was assigned to Jiang Xiaobai's room. It was only after exiting the operating room that she noticed his delicate features. "How long have I been in the hospital?" Jiang Xiaobai countered her question. 3 days. "Today marks the 4th, she answered. "What about the person who brought me here? Can they be found?" Jiang Xiaobai asked anxiously. Although Zhang Yuanchao had assured him that there was nothing to worry about upon his arrival, he felt compelled to inquire further about the situation. Initially, he was told the investigation would take a week, yet he suddenly found himself in the hospital on the 4th day. What had transpired in between? Could someone in the county have advocated for him? If so, he needed to discover their identity to express his gratitude later. "It seems someone has already informed them." "Someone should arrive shortly," the nurse replied, blinking her eyes. "But you still haven't answered my question. How did you sustain those injuries?" "Then, may I ask you a question first?" Jiang Xiaobai smiled, feeling fortunate to have survived this ordeal, believing that such experiences might lead to future blessings. "All right, go ahead." She responded eagerly. "Why are you so beautiful?" he inquired, recalling countless humorous anecdotes from his past life, though he dared not share them. The nurse's face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to engage Jiang Xiaobai in conversation, she noticed his fatigue. She obediently fell silent, adjusting his blankets and resting her chin on her hand, watching him doze by the bedside. When Jiang Xiaobai awoke to the sounds of commotion, he found Zhang Yuanchao and Zheng Qingyun in the room, carrying fruit and discussing his condition with the doctor who had come earlier. "Thank you," Jiang Xiaobai murmured, struggling to sit up. The nurse quickly rushed to assist him, ensuring he was steady at the edge of the bed. There was no need to elaborate on Zheng Qingyun's contributions, as he had consistently opposed the investigation from the beginning, providing substantial support. While Zhang Yuanchao had initially expressed considerable dissent, he later tended to Jiang Xiaobai's needs and even argued with the committee's interrogators on his behalf. "Xiaobai, just lie back. You can still call me Zhenggu," Zheng Qingyun said, hurrying to provide assistance. "It's fine, Zhenggu, just sit for a moment," Jiang Xiaobai replied, his pallor evident as even this minor action, aided by others, caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "Take it slowly," Zheng Qingyun nodded, settling onto the edge of the bed. The doctor exchanged a glance with the reluctant young nurse, who exited the ward, leaving Jiang Xiaobai and the others behind. "Thank you," Jiang Xiaobai said, turning to Zhang Yuanchao. "During the meeting, to exonerate you from the charges of speculation and profiteering, I had a confrontation with Lei Dongfa, which did not end well." Zheng Qingyun interjected, clarifying the situation for Jiang Xiaobai, as he feared that Jiang Xiaobai might misunderstand and harbor resentment towards Zhang Yuanchao. Now that everything was elucidated, Jiang Xiaobai was still able to absorb the information. However, once he received the news later, he might not be as receptive. "Thank you, Director Zhang." Jiang Xiaobai expressed his gratitude once more. "It's nothing." Zhang Yuanchao waved his hand, his expression somewhat troubled. "The investigation has clarified everything. After this incident, as long as you do not overstep, no one will bring up the charges of speculation and profiteering against you again. If you wish to disband the villagers later, that can wait." Zheng Qingyun patiently explained to Jiang Xiaobai the county's final verdict on the matter. "What about Huang Zhongfu?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired. "It has been confirmed that he returned with Lu Aigua and the other 12 city youths, and their political background checks have been approved. They should have received their university acceptance letters by now, Jiang Xiaobai responded. Well, that is good to hear. Thank you, Brother Jiang, and thank you, Director Jiang. As for my situation, I had anticipated this outcome. Given the magnitude of this incident, I never even dared to think about university, Jiang Xiaobai remarked with relief. Expressing his gratitude. Suddenly, he asked, shouldn't there have been 13 city youths returning? Zheng Qingyun and Zhang Yuanchao exchanged glances. Observing their expressions, Jiang Xiaobai's previously relaxed brow began to furrow once more. Brother Zheng, is something wrong? Jiang Xiaobai asked. In chapter 84, on the day of his 20th birthday, Zheng Qingyun looked at Jiang Xiaobai with a mix of helplessness and resentment. Xiaobai, here is the situation. After you and Huang Zhongfu arrived in the county during the interrogation, someone mentioned a conflict between you and Lu Mei. Consequently, the county intended to use Lu Mei as a breakthrough point. Of course, when you arrived, it was merely routine questioning. Later, old Zhang had managed to secure the return of all the city youths except for you. However, it was unforeseen that Lei Dongfa and his group intervened, insisting that Lu Mei assist in the investigation, Zheng Qingyun explained, causing Jiang Xiaobai's brow to furrow tightly. He was all too familiar with the nature of that group. If Lu Mei fell into their hands, what good could come of it? Did they interrogate Lu Mei? How is she? Jiang Xiaobai asked anxiously. Lu Mei did not divulge what they wanted. She jumped from the third-floor window on the morning you came to the hospital. Zheng Qingyun said, looking at Jiang Xiaobai. What? How is Lu Mei now? What happened to her? Jiang Xiaobai's eyes turned red with emotion. Lu Mei, however, has now taken her own life. As Jiang Xiaobai uttered a stream of profanities, Zheng Qingyun and Zhang Yuanchao felt a profound sense of helplessness. Jiang Xiaobai's reaction exceeded their expectations. She has departed on the very day that marked her 20th birthday. Zheng Qingyun struck the wall with a fierce punch, his heart heavy with sorrow following this tragedy. A vibrant and beautiful young woman, who had just been accepted into university, was destined for a bright future. She should have had a loving husband, delightful children, and a harmonious family. Yet, all of that has been abruptly halted, with time eternally frozen on the day of her 20th birthday. Jiang Xiaobai let out a hoarse cry, filled with an overwhelming sense of hatred. Where is she now? After a moment, she asked, her voice as calm as a still pond, though beneath that tranquility lay a tumultuous storm of emotions. She was brought to the first municipal hospital, but it was too late. Despite efforts to revive her, she passed away and is now in the morgue. Yet to be cremated, Zheng Qingyun continued. Having broached the subject, he felt compelled to share more, reflecting on a time when life seemed undervalued. Zhenggu, could you please inform the other city youths to come to the county? Additionally, I wish to visit the place where Lu Mei jumped. I hope you can assist with that, Jiang Xiaobai finally responded, having gathered her thoughts and expressed two simple requests. It was already more than enough for these two strangers to help her. Rest assured, Xiaobai, the county will certainly provide you city youths with an explanation. I will do my utmost to ensure that, Zheng Qingyun replied, observing her calm demeanor with growing concern. Thank you, Zhenggu, and thank you, Director Jiang. Jiang Xiaobai expressed her gratitude with a nod. Seeing her in such a state, both men were at a loss for words. Zheng Qingyun gently patted her shoulder before he and Zhang Yuanchao exited the room. As Jiang Xiaobai gazed out at the scenery through the window, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Suddenly, the door swung open and a nurse entered. Upon noticing the tears falling from Jiang Xiaobai's eyes, she froze, bewildered. How could someone of her age still be crying? Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xiaobai hastily wiped her tears and said to the nurse, "Please prepare a wheelchair. We need to go out. The wheelchair is available, but your condition is not suitable for that." The nurse began to refuse. "Please, I have something of great importance to attend to," Jiang Xiaobai implored. Seeing the redness in Jiang Xiaobai's eyes, the nurse found herself at a loss for how to deny her. Surely, this must be something of utmost significance. After all, a person who had endured such serious injuries without shedding a tear or crying out in pain, and who could still joke about her own beauty, must possess remarkable strength. Yet, moments ago, she had wept like a child, and the nurse's heart ached for her. "All right, just a moment. I will administer your injection. Then I will take you out," the nurse replied, adding, "Please don't rush. I will be quick." After administering the injection, the nurse donned a coat and wheeled Jiang Xiaobai out of the hospital. "Where are we headed?" the nurse inquired. "Do you see that place with the four-story building?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired. "Of course I can. I'm from the county. How could I not find it? It's not far from here. We shall arrive shortly. The nurse replied as she pushed the wheelchair while speaking. Did you know? On the day you arrived, a woman jumped from a building at our hospital. But her injuries were so severe that we dared not admit her. The nurse casually shared hospital news, attempting to divert Jiang Xiaobai's attention. How was she that day? Jiang Xiaobai asked, her voice trembling. It was impossible to discern where she was injured, the nurse remarked. But I heard that her face was unscathed. She was quite a beautiful girl. As they conversed, they soon reached the entrance. Zhang Yuanchao was waiting at the door and stood up to greet Jiang Xiaobai upon her arrival. Welcome, Xiaobai. Come with me, Zhang Yuanchao said, taking the wheelchair from the nurse and pushing Jiang Xiaobai ahead. Thank you, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement. This is the spot where it happened, Zhang Yuanchao said, stopping beneath a plum tree at the foot of the building. Is this a plum tree? Jiang Xiaobai asked, pointing to the ground where traces of blood remained visible after cleaning. Zhang Yuanchao hesitated briefly before nodding. It seems so. She must have jumped from that window. Jiang Xiaobai indicated the third-floor window across from them. Yes, she leapt from there, Zhang Yuanchao confirmed. It was right below me. Had I been at the window, I might have seen her one last time, Jiang Xiaobai remarked. By that time, it was already the fourth day. Why did she suddenly decide to jump? Did the investigators say anything? Jiang Xiaobai inquired further. The investigation is ongoing. If this incident hadn't escalated so dramatically, I doubt I would have been able to visit the hospital so soon, Jiang Xiaobai continued. Though it was a difficult question, Zhang Yuanchao nodded. If it weren't for Lu Mei causing such a commotion, Jiang Xiaobai certainly wouldn't have gone to the hospital on the fourth day. May I relocate this plum tree? Jiang Xiaobai asked, gesturing toward the tree. Yes, that is certainly permissible, Zhang Yuanchao replied, pulling a document from his bag and handing it to Jiang Xiaobai. This is Lu Mei's university admission letter. You should keep it. Jiang Xiaobai, who had managed to regain her composure, found herself overwhelmed upon seeing Lu Mei's admission letter. What a shame she will never have the opportunity to attend, she said, gripping the letter tightly. After Zhang Yuanchao departed, Jiang Xiaobai lingered at the foot of the building for some time before finally saying, let's go back. All right, the nurse nodded. She had been listening to the conversation between Jiang Xiaobai and Zhang Yuanchao and had begun to piece together the situation. It seemed that the girl who had been brought to the hospital yesterday after jumping was a friend of Jiang Xiaobai's, which explained her keen interest in the topic. Jiang Xiaobai must share a profound bond with that girl. Otherwise, it is difficult to fathom why he wept so bitterly in the hospital room. It is truly a lament. Such a beautiful girl, having gained admission to university, now gone too soon. The young nurse pondered these thoughts as she escorted Jiang Xiaobai back to the hospital. Administer the 4, increase the dosage, he instructed the doctor with resolute determination. I intend to be discharged by morning. The doctor furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Your health is compromised. Doctor, the girl who jumped is my friend. She is currently lying in the morgue at the city hospital, and I must bid her farewell, Jiang Xiaobai declared with unwavering conviction. Taken aback for a moment, the doctor finally responded, I will do my best, but your health is ultimately your responsibility. Soon, an array of 4 bottles adorned Jiang Xiaobai's bedside. Please, increase the flow. I can endure it, he insisted. His pallor evident, yet his resolve unshakable as he addressed the nurse adjusting the infusion rate. If you cannot tolerate it, just let me know, the nurse replied gently, gradually setting the 4 to its maximum level, while Jiang Xiaobai remained silent. I don't need anyone watching over me. Could you do me another favor and find someone at the county glass factory? Jiang Xiaobai requested, also asking for Song Weiguo to be summoned. The nurse accepted Jiang Xiaobai's task, though she hesitated, reminding the nurse in the adjacent room to keep an eye on him. By noon, Song Weiguo arrived at the hospital, carrying a lunchbox after following the nurse. He had already gathered information about Jiang Xiaobai's situation. He had no choice, as his brother-in-law had moved into his home, refusing to leave without news of Jiang Xiaobai. To be honest, he was genuinely impressed by Jiang Xiaobai. His brother-in-law had come home in tears, pleading for his help. Now, it seemed some would rather leap from heights than speak ill of Jiang Xiaobai. At times, he found it perplexing. What was it about Jiang Xiaobai that inspired such unwavering loyalty? Upon reflection, he realized it was not so strange after all, as he too had repeatedly assisted Jiang Xiaobai, without expectation of reward. His brother-in-law Wang Chao was one aspect, but perhaps it was also that he himself was willing to help from the heart. How is your health? Song Weiguo inquired, passing the lunchbox to the nurse. This is chicken soup my mother-in-law made to help you regain your strength. Wang Chao personally slaughtered the chicken. No one could stop him. Wang Chao has returned. Jiang Xiaobai asked. Yes, he sneaked back a couple of days ago, worried about you. He should be here shortly, Song Weiguo replied with a smile. By the way, why did you call for me? It's simple. I wish to borrow a truck from the glass factory, Jiang Xiaobai stated directly, feeling no need for pretense with Song Weiguo. After a moment of contemplation, Song Weiguo nodded. No problem. When do you need it, and for how long? Tonight. I'm uncertain about the duration, but we can pay a fee. No need for payment. I will provide you with a letter of introduction. Just take care of it. And ensure the vehicle remains undamaged, Song Weiguo assured him. Currently, state-owned enterprises are beginning to decline, and the glass factory in the county has minimal orders. Several trucks are idly waiting. Recently, the factory had been contemplating the possibility of selling a few trucks, but it turned out that no other state-owned enterprises were interested. To be precise, several years ago, private individuals were prohibited from purchasing vehicles for transportation. Moreover, currently, there are hardly any private enterprises capable of affording such purchases. Chapter 86. Forever missing one before long, Wang Chao arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai lying on the hospital bed, tears welled uncontrollably in his eyes. Xiaobai, how are you? Wang Chao leaned over the bedside, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai's pale countenance, his heart heavy with sorrow. Beside them, Song Weiguo couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, pondering that if it were him lying in the hospital bed today, it would be quite a different story. It's commendable that your brother-in-law could come. But crying is entirely unnecessary, he remarked. Come on, you're grown. It's rather unseemly to weep. Not unseemly at all, Xiaobai. I, Wang Chao, am seen as nothing but a drifter, unemployed, collecting eggs in the countryside to trade for ration coupons in the city. I've squandered the savings from my father's coffin, and he berates me daily. The neighbors whisper behind my back, convinced that I am incapable of achieving anything, Wang Chao lamented, pointing at Song Weiguo standing nearby. My brother-in-law. Song Weiguo looks down on me. Song Weiguo stood there, bewildered. What have I done? You can vent your grievances, but I have done nothing to merit your disdain. You, Xiaobai, believed in me and brought me into the world of youth canning, allowing me to gain a semblance of dignity. My mother told me that after I left home last time, my father secretly drank half a gin of liquor, laughing as he said, my son has grown up. Wang Chao was overwhelmed with emotion. Some individuals express their feelings with restraint, while others are more exuberant and fervent. Clearly, Wang Chao belonged to the latter. After a considerable time, Wang Chao finally rose, and Song Weiguo took his leave. Wang Chao, accompany your brother-in-law to watch over the vehicle and await our return. Jiang Xiaobai instructed. Of course, Xiaobai. Without inquiring about Jiang Xiaobai's intentions, Wang Chao responded and followed Song Weiguo out. Outside, their conversation echoed. When did I ever look down on you? When did I say that? You didn't say it, but that is how you feel. If you weren't my brother-in-law, what then? You think you're so impressive? As they departed, Jiang Xiaobai lay on the bed, staring blankly out the window, tears occasionally streaming down his face. By the time afternoon faded into dusk, 12 young men from the city finally arrived at the hospital. Xiaobai, how are you? Xiaobai, who did this? I'll make them pay. Xiaobai, how is your health? One after another, they gazed at Jiang Xiaobai on the hospital bed, their emotions igniting fervor amongst them. Lu Mei has left. Jiang Xiaobai's voice was soft, tinged with melancholy. Lu Mei has left. Where did she go? Has she returned to the city? She's about to start university. A few days won't matter, will it? Yes, I've packed Lu Mei's belongings as you instructed. Should I send them to her? Wang Xiaojun and Lu Igor inquired. As Jiang Xiaobai had instructed them to inform the city youths to come to the county and prepare Lu Mei's belongings for transport. She could no longer return to the city, nor attend university. Jiang Xiaobai's voice was hoarse. No longer able to return to the city? Not attending university? Where has she gone? Wang Xiaojun pondered, his tone gradually lowering. The other city youths observed Jiang Xiaobai with growing apprehension. Gone. Unable to return to the city and not attending university? What does this mean? It cannot be true, such a vibrant person. Just a short while ago we were all together, laughing and joking. Lu Mei was in good health. How could she have suddenly vanished? No one dared to entertain such thoughts. 3 days prior, Lu Mei had jumped from the third-floor window, and despite being rushed to the hospital in the city, her life could not be saved. Jiang Xiaobai articulated each word with a clenched jaw, his voice trembling, betraying the suppressed emotion within. It cannot be true, Brother Xiaobai. You must be joking. Yes, Brother Xiaobai, please do not jest. The city youths found it hard to believe Jiang Xiaobai's words were genuine, unwilling to accept the heartbreaking reality. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Xiaobai was not joking. With a thud, the belongings of Lu Mei that Lu Aigua held fell to the ground. In the hospital room, silence enveloped the 14 city youths, including Jiang Xiaobai. The quiet was so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard. Gradually, soft sobs began to emerge. Zhang Yanmei, another female youth, alongside Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua, reflected on their shared experiences in Jianhua village, suffering together, enduring hunger, braving storms while carrying canned goods, and laboring in the sweltering heat of summer canning facilities. They shared hearty drinks, devoured meals together, burned the midnight oil in study, and engaged in playful banter. Amidst their camaraderie, there had been arguments and laughter alike. After the college entrance examination, Li Siyan returned to the city, and they all celebrated her success, delighted for her return. Yet now, the group of 15 city youths was abruptly informed that only 14 remained. One had departed forever, never to be seen again. Brother Xiaobai, why did Lu Mei jump? Brother Xiaobai, what is happening? How could she have taken her own life? The city youths inquired. But Jiang Xiaobai was at a loss for words. Enough. Lu Mei is currently in the morgue of the city's first hospital. She has not yet been cremated. Let us pay her a final visit, Jiang Xiaobai interjected, cutting through the murmurs. Xiaojun, please arrange for her discharge. I have already secured transportation. Aigua, take care of Lu Mei's belongings. Jiang Xiaobai spoke, suppressing his sorrow. Understood, Brother Xiaobai, Wang Xiaojun replied as he turned to leave, knowing that any attempt to persuade Jiang Xiaobai to remain in the hospital would be futile. Before long, Wang Xiaojun returned with a bag of medication and the attending physician, who offered Jiang Xiaobai a few final words of advice before departing without further elaboration. Wang Xiaojun supported Jiang Xiaobai as they, accompanied by a group of urban youth, slowly exited the hospital, the young nurse's face filled with reluctance. Thank you, Brother Song. Jiang Xiaobai expressed his gratitude, holding the car keys towards Song Weigua. You truly can drive. Otherwise, I would have suggested that the driver accompany you, Song Weigua replied, a hint of concern in his voice. Despite Jiang Xiaobai's repeated assurances of his driving capabilities, Song Weigua remained apprehensive. Rest assured, Brother Song, with so many of us, I cannot afford to joke around. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, signaling everyone to get into the vehicle. Wang Xiaojun helped Jiang Xiaobai into the driver's seat before taking his place in the passenger seat. With a smooth motion, Jiang Xiaobai started the engine and turned the truck around, successfully maneuvering the Liberation truck out of the county glass factory. Chapter 87. Yearning for home. By the time they departed, dusk had already settled. The high beams illuminated the road ahead. The Liberation truck swayed gently as it made its way towards the city. Inside the cab, 5 individuals occupied the space, while others sat in the truck bed. The Liberation truck was indeed the only vehicle capable of accommodating such a number. Upon entering the city, it was already past 7 in the evening. Darkness enveloped the city, leaving only a few scattered lights illuminating the streets. Despite the late hour, many commuters were returning home, and the occasional bicycle could be seen. As Jiang Xiaobai and his companions inquired along the way, they arrived at the First People's Hospital of Shandong City. The truck halted outside the hospital, and they disembarked, making their way inside. What brings you here? The on-duty nurse inquired, observing the group. Aside from Jiang Xiaobai, who appeared unwell, the others looked vibrant and lively, hardly resembling the sick. We have a friend who has passed away. She is currently in the morgue. Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath, striving to keep his tone as calm as possible. The morgue is closed now. Perhaps you could return tomorrow. The nurse hesitated, reluctant to escort them to the morgue at such a late hour. It was rumored that entry to the morgue at night was frowned upon, with only the night shift staff daring to venture there. It was generally advised to avoid the morgue during the day, let alone at night. Please, we just wish to see her, Jiang Xiaobai pressed on, sensing the nurse's reluctance. You, Dr. Liu, someone wishes to go to the morgue. Could you take them? The nurse called towards the on-duty doctor. What is the matter? The doctor yawned as he emerged from his office. The nurse reiterated Jiang Xiaobai's request. Dr. Liu, the colleagues in the department say you are the bravest. You should take them, she added. I am indeed the most courageous, but taking people to the morgue at night seems a bit. Dr. Liu chuckled awkwardly, though his bravado was transparent. You can just take us to the entrance. We'll go in ourselves, Jiang Xiaobai stated. Well, that's acceptable. There's an elderly guard inside. Just seek him out, Dr. Lu reluctantly agreed, leading Jiang Xiaobai and his companions towards the morgue. Your health does not seem to be in the best condition, Dr. Lu remarked as he walked alongside Jiang Xiaobai, his demeanor reflecting a lack of boldness, yet his medical expertise was commendable. I am fine. I can endure, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Dr. Lu, may I inquire who was responsible for the resuscitation of Lu Mei? That would be me, Dr. Lu responded, hastily clarifying, I assure you, I did everything within my capacity. But her injuries were grievous. Even divine intervention could not have saved her. Dr. Lu assumed that Jiang Xiaobai and the others were seeking to create trouble, prompting his immediate defense. Dr. Lu, you misunderstand. We harbor no ill intent. We merely wish to ask. Jiang Xiaobai paused momentarily before continuing. Did she leave any parting words before her passing? His voice trembled slightly at the end. The other young intellectuals fell silent, absorbing the weight of his words. Let me think. Did she say anything before she left? Dr. Lu pondered, leading them into the morgue. The elderly gatekeeper widened his eyes in disbelief and rubbed them vigorously. What was happening? Despite his advanced age, he should not be hallucinating. It was well known throughout the hospital that Dr. Lu was timid, seldom venturing to the morgue, even during daylight. Old Zhang, what are you dawdling for? Quickly find the body of Lu Mei, which was delivered a few days ago, Dr. Lu muttered, still lost in thought about Lu Mei's final words, oblivious to the fact that he had already entered the morgue. Soon, Jiang Xiaobai and the others beheld Lu Mei, her features serene and devoid of animosity, as though she had been prepared for her eternal rest. Silence enveloped the room, tears cascading down their faces. I recall now. Lu Mei expressed a desire to return home, to that piece of black earth. She was from the northeast, wasn't she? It is evident that despite her severe injuries, she shed not a single tear, her face adorned with a faint smile, Dr. Lu articulated, visibly moved by the impression Lu Mei had left on him. Home, indeed. A fallen leaf returns to its roots, Jiang Xiaobai solemnly stated. Dr. Lu, we wish to take her with us. Certainly, the leadership has already granted permission, Dr. Lu affirmed. Will you be using a coffin? Inquired the elderly caretaker, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he was eager to benefit from the arrangement. Typically, he facilitated such requests, earning a small profit in the process. Although the era was marked by a planned economy, the coffin trade was not subject to such constraints. Yes, please make arrangements. We are in a hurry, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Rest assured, I will contact them immediately. Coffins are readily available, the caretaker replied confidently. Excellent. We require the finest and most expensive one, Jiang Xiaobai declared, having brought the funds collected by Lu Igua for this purpose. Very well, let us step outside. I shall lock the door, the caretaker said, his face lighting up with delight at Jiang Xiaobai's words. It was at this moment that Dr. Lu felt an unsettling chill, realizing he was, in fact, within the morgue. Jiang Xiaobai and his companions took a few steps before realizing that Dr. Lu had not followed them. Turning back, they discovered that Dr. Lu was struggling, his legs trembling. Dr. Lu, are you not coming with us? The old man inquired anxiously, as he was eager to handle his business affairs. Uncle Zhang, please support me. I'm cramping, Dr. Lu replied, still mindful of his own image. Under normal circumstances, old Zhang would have mocked Dr. Lu, but in his current haste to conduct business, he set aside his teasing and assisted Dr. Lu, leading the group outside. Chapter 88. Sending you home at that moment, the coffin was being transported, and it was brought over shortly thereafter. Before long, old Zhang arrived at the hospital's rear courtyard, pushing a coffin alongside a middle-aged man, panting heavily. All right, how much? Jiang Xiaobai asked. 100 yuan. This is premium locust wood, old Zhang replied. To which Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Here's the money. Let me tell you, this coffin was saved for a special occasion. If it weren't for the pity I feel for this young lady, we wouldn't be selling it for just 100 yuan. Old Zhang rambled on while counting the money. Are you truly sending her home? Dr. Lu hesitated to ask. Such a large coffin makes transportation quite inconvenient. Yes, we are taking her home, back to the northeast. I've arranged for a vehicle, Jiang Xiaobai responded earnestly. Upon hearing his words, both Dr. Lu and old Zhang were left speechless. What a fanciful notion. It was far from the modern convenience of extensive highways. Jiang Xiaobai understood the challenges involved, yet since Lu Mei had expressed her desire to return home, he felt compelled to honor that wish. However, it was summertime, and once the body was removed from the morgue, it would not take long for decomposition to set in. Dr. Lu remarked, Lu Mei has been deceased for 4 days. and it's only because she has remained in the morgue that there have been no issues. But once she is out, with the current July and August heat, she will surely begin to decay quickly. By the time Jiang Xiaobai reaches the northeast, who knows what condition she will be in? Jiang Xiaobai fell silent, recognizing that many regions still practiced burial. He wished to ensure that Lu Mei's parents could see her one last time, but it was evident that this was not the appropriate way to send her back. After contemplating for a moment, he raised his head and said, "Then let us proceed with cremation. We will have her cremated first thing tomorrow morning and then set out to return her home." That night, the group rested in the vehicle, and as dawn broke the next day, everyone awoke. "Once the cremation is complete, I intend to take her home. I must be clear, this journey is fraught with peril. Those willing to accompany me, please come forth. Those who wish to stay can return to the village after the cremation." Jiang Xiaobai addressed the others, acknowledging that Lu Mei's demise bore some shared responsibility among them. Although he initially believed everyone should accompany him, he had since come to realize the potential dangers of the journey. Apart from him and Wang Ming, all others present were about to embark on their university studies. Each individual here is a pillar of our future nation, deserving of a fulfilling life rather than embarking on perilous adventures. "Brother Xiaobai, I shall accompany you. My family is also from northeast China, and it would be reassuring to have a familiar presence," Wang Ming proclaimed. "Brother Xiaobai, I too shall go to bid Lu Mei a final farewell." "I will join as well," Wang Xiaojun and Lu Igua chimed in. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. "I shall go too," echoed Zhang Yanmei, as others expressed their intention to join. "Ladies, it would be prudent for you to stay behind. The journey is fraught with hardship and discomfort," Jiang Xiaobai suggested after a moment's contemplation. But Zhang Yanmei and another female youth from the city were about to speak when Jiang Xiaobai interjected. "You too should heed my advice. Return home. In the future, when travel becomes more convenient, you may visit again." Zhang Yanmei and the other young woman nodded, understanding that Jiang Xiaobai had their best interests at heart. "With the remaining 10, there will be 11 of us to escort Lu Mei home," Jiang Xiaobai organized, as everyone had previously expressed their desire to accompany Lu Mei on her final journey. "Lu Igua, please procure some iron pipes from the recycling station. We shall each need one." "Wang Xiaojun, gather provisions and water from the supply cooperative for our sustenance during the journey." "Wang Ming, secure some bedding. We shall rest on the vehicle." "Understood, Brother Xiaobai," they replied, dispersing to gather the necessary items, while Jiang Xiaobai led the rest in awaiting Lu Mei's cremation. With a creaking sound, they watched Lu Mei being wheeled into the crematorium. Jiang Xiaobai shut his eyes in anguish, his heart a tumult of emotions. "I will take you home," he murmured, embracing the urn as he boarded the vehicle, followed by the other young men from the city. Zhang Yanmei and the other young woman, tears glistening in their eyes, waved goodbye as Jiang Xiaobai and the others departed. The liberation truck swayed along the road, heading towards the northeast. At that moment, the highway was riddled with potholes, and after a day's journey, the group felt nauseated from the constant jostling. Fortunately, no further complications arose, but Jiang Xiaobai, already unwell, struggled to endure. As night fell, they rested in a small town in Hebei province. Armed with a letter of introduction from the Jianhua Brigade, they checked into a guest house. Before disembarking, they transferred all valuable items from the vehicle to the guest house, and after enjoying a warm meal, the group retired early. When they awoke the next morning, ready to depart, they discovered that a tire had been punctured. Jiang Xiaobai suppressed his frustration, arranging for the police to be notified while seeking a place to repair the vehicle. After spending 100 yuan, the repair was completed by noon, during which Lu Igua scrutinized the mechanic intently. "In this entire region, you are the only one capable of repairing tires, yet you claim no responsibility for the puncture?" Jiang Xiaobai found it hard to believe. However, being away from home and with pressing matters at hand, Jiang Xiaobai was reluctant to stir up trouble. "Give him the money," he gritted through his teeth. "Brother Xiaobai," Lu Igua protested reluctantly. "I said, give it to him," Jiang Xiaobai insisted. Lu Igua shot a fierce glare at the elderly mechanic before reluctantly handing over the payment. "Heh, just give it to me. Young people should exercise caution when venturing out. Being overly hot-headed can lead to misfortune." The old man chuckled with a smile, while Wang Ming and Lu Igua, on the verge of confrontation, were restrained only by Jiang Xiaobai's intervention. Chapter 89, Bury him. "Let us go, we're off," Jiang Xiaobai remarked, waving goodbye to the departing mechanic. One by one, the group climbed aboard the liberation truck, which once again began its unsteady journey. Brother Xiaobai. It's undoubtedly that old man who punctured our tire, Luai was stated from the passenger seat, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaobai. I am aware it was that old man, but our utmost priority now is to return Lu Mei home as soon as possible. She must be longing to be back after such a prolonged absence, Jiang Xiaobai replied without looking back. Moreover, while we are out here, it is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fine, I just couldn't tolerate that old man's smirk, Lu Igua continued. Just as the truck jolted to a halt with a thud, Jiang Xiaobai glared at the branch blocking the turn. Everyone, grab your tools and get out of the vehicle. He barked, leaping out first. Come, clear that branch away. Jiang Xiaobai surmised that the branch was likely a result of an encounter with highway robbers. These audacious individuals dared to rob trains, so setting up a roadblock was quite typical. As Lu Igua and the others moved the branch, a group of over 10 villagers brandishing various farming tools surrounded them, with the mechanic from earlier prominently among them. This mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. The mechanic began reciting lines from a script. Take care of them. Jiang Xiaobai charged towards the old man. Had they been dealing with other bandits, he might have sought negotiation. However, facing this old man, action was the only option, especially after they had already been extorted out of 100 yuan. In Jiang Xiaobai's view, they should have been satisfied with that. Yet, after extorting them, the old man had now resorted to outright robbery. If Jiang Xiaobai couldn't subdue him, he wondered how much he would need to pay today to escape. There was no room for weakness. It was time to fight. Bang! Jiang Xiaobai showed no mercy. What is going on? I hadn't even finished my sentence, and they already started fighting. The youths, who had appeared timid just moments before at the lodge, now charged without hesitation. In a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail, with both sides nearly equal in number. Jiang Xiaobai's initial assault quickly sent the villagers fleeing in disarray. The mechanic, realizing the situation, attempted to escape but was swiftly caught by Wang Meng. Dig a pit. Bury him, Jiang Xiaobai commanded, picking up a shovel that had been discarded during the villagers' retreat. The other city youths, momentarily stunned, soon followed suit as Wang Xiaojun, Lu Igua, and Wang Meng joined Jiang Xiaobai in the fray. The mechanic was genuinely terrified. What were these people intending? Why were they resorting to violence without a word? Trembling, the old man suddenly knelt before Jiang Xiaobai, truly frightened by the turn of events. The old man was utterly stunned by Jiang Xiaobai's series of actions. Xiaobai, do you think they won't call for help or alert the authorities? If not, perhaps we should first place him in the coffin. Wang Ming suddenly paused his movements and spoke. Upon hearing these words, the old man was so frightened that he lost control of himself. Please, dear sirs, spare me, he pleaded, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. I have an elderly mother aged 80 at home and a helpless infant below. The old man began to recite his lament once more. As Jiang Xiaobai caught a whiff of the foul odor surrounding him, he ceased his actions. Having initially intended only to intimidate the old man, he never expected such a weak display of courage. How could one with such little bravery dare to commit robbery? He wondered how those who had previously fallen victim to this old man felt upon witnessing his current state. With a swift motion, Jiang Xiaobai flung a shovel of dirt onto the old man. Do not bury me. I was wrong. I implore you, please let me go, the old man cried, prostrating himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Get lost. If we see you on this road again, you'll be buried alive, Jiang Xiaobai warned. All right, I'm going. The old man scrambled away, rolling a short distance before standing up, trembling as he fled. Get in the vehicle. We shall continue our journey, Jiang Xiaobai instructed, discarding the shovel as everyone climbed aboard. Xiaobai, that was exhilarating. Just thinking of the old man's expression makes me want to laugh. I nearly burst out laughing just now. Lu Igua chuckled. With such a person, one must be firm to keep him in check. The liberation truck resumed its journey, unaware of the fright the old man would instill in the other villagers upon his return. Chapter 90. Dayu Village. Not long after, the truck encountered another group of road bullies. This time, both sides exhibited considerable restraint. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's explanation, the adversaries fell silent and even offered some food to Jiang Xiaobai and his companions. The group appeared to embody a sense of camaraderie, reminiscent of the valiant heroes of Liangshan, particularly admiring Jiang Xiaobai's loyalty to his friends. Hey, can I ride with you for a stretch? I know some of the villagers ahead who are setting up checkpoints, and I can give you a heads up, a young man suggested before departing. Jiang Xiaobai readily agreed. After passing through 3 more groups of highwaymen, the young man disembarked. Xiaobai, I don't know the people further ahead. It's all up to you now. Thank you, he said, and Jiang Xiaobai turned to express his gratitude. The young man waved goodbye and began to walk back. Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment and called out, Yugua, heed my advice and steer clear of this line of work. All right, I understand, Xiaobai, the young man, Yin Yugua, replied, though it was unclear if he truly took the advice to heart as he walked away without looking back. Continuing on their journey, Jiang Xiaobai and the others had food and drink in the vehicle, stopping to rest around 9 o'clock that evening. Let us rest in the truck tonight. We shall set off early tomorrow morning, Jiang Xiaobai stated as he halted the vehicle. Being the only one capable of driving, he knew he needed rest to avoid the dangers of fatigue while driving. The group casually consumed some food before lying down to rest in the truck. The next morning, the Liberation truck crossed the border, and upon leaving, the group was greeted by a vast expanse that opened their horizons. At this moment, it was the season when crops flourished abundantly, vast stretches of farmland extending as far as the eye could see. This sight rendered all but Wang Ming momentarily speechless as they gazed upon the fertile black soil beyond the pass. Jiang Xiaobai felt a pang of emotion, realizing why the 3 eastern provinces could be deemed the nation's granary. The summer temperatures were akin to those of Jin province, yet the air here bore a touch more humidity. Lu Mei's hometown was a small county in Longjiang province. They needed to traverse Liaoning and Jilin provinces. Fortunately, the roads in the northeast were far superior to those in the northern provinces, smooth, wide, and allowing for a faster pace. Wang Ming's spirits were also heightened. All right, I'll speed up a bit. When we return after completing our business, we can stop by your home, he declared. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Thank you, brother Xiaobai, Wang Ming replied, his heart lightened by Jiang Xiaobai's words. As they journeyed, Jiang Xiaobai accelerated, and they encountered some highwaymen along the way, those who would not reason and insisted on asserting their dominance. If negotiation failed, they were left with no choice but to resort to force. By the end of the journey, nearly everyone bore injuries, though fortunately, none were grievous. By nightfall, they arrived in Harbin. At this time, Harbin had not yet attained the vastness it would later achieve. As the capital of Longjiang province, it would undergo a fervent expansion. They rested for a night at a guest house and set off the next morning towards the small county where Lu Mei's family resided. The expansive black soil was evident throughout the journey. Departing at 8 a.m., they did not reach Lu Mei's county until 3 p.m., having traveled a full 7 hours from the provincial capital. Upon arriving in the county, further inquiries led to an additional hour's drive, culminating in a journey that spanned 4 days and 3 nights, traversing more than half the country. Covering a distance exceeding 2,000 kilometers, they encountered numerous highwaymen, leaving each of the 11 urban youths with their share of wounds. At long last, they beheld Lu Mei's hometown, Dayutan, an ordinary little mountain village. As the Liberation truck rolled into the village, a throng of children surrounded them. Jiang Xiaobai halted the vehicle, disembarking while cradling the urn. Lu Igua had already ascertained the location of Lu Mei's family. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai felt the weight of the urn as if it were 1,000 pounds. His feet reluctant to move. He was at a loss as to how to convey the tragic reality of a white-haired person delivering news of a black-haired person's demise to the elderly couple. Brother Xiaobai, I have confirmed that Lu Mei's parents are both alive, and there are 2 elder brothers, 1 sister, 1 younger sister, and 1 younger brother, Lu Igua said, holding on to the belongings Lu Mei had left behind. All right, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, taking a deep breath as he slowly approached Lu Mei's home. Behind him, Lu Igua, Wang Xiaojun, and the other urban youths followed suit, each bearing expressions of sorrow. Meanwhile, Lu Mei's parents had received the news. Your third aunt mentioned that someone is driving a truck to your home, claiming to be city youths who were with Mei Mei. Indeed, Aunt San. You must come out and take a look. They are approaching your home. They are driving a large truck. The very kind I mentioned to you before that I saw in the county town. A throng of villagers has gathered around Lu Mei's house, eager to witness the commotion. Quick, someone is coming. A middle-aged woman's voice rang out, and soon she appeared at the door, asking those in the courtyard, have you seen my Mei Mei? I don't know if she is behind or if the beauty has returned. I have not seen her, came the responses. Lu Mei's mother, listening to the murmurs, furrowed her brow slightly but thought little of it, turning back to call for Lu Mei's father from inside the house. Chapter 91. The remains before long, 2 children, a boy and a girl, rushed out from the house. The girl appeared to be around 13, while the boy looked about 16 or 17. They shouted, "Sister is back," as they dashed towards the entrance. "Slow down," Lu Mei's mother admonished. An older man, seemingly in his 50s, emerged from the house. "She is back. So what is all the shouting about? Isn't it just our girl returning?" The middle-aged man remarked, stepping forward before turning back to instruct. "Let me go take a look. You should slaughter our old hen." "But, father, we hardly have any hens that lay eggs," came the protest. "Am I not making myself clear? Just kill it. It will nourish our girl. I know how poor it is in that place. She must have suffered greatly," the man said, a hint of concern etching across his wrinkled face. As he spoke, Jiang Xiaobai and the others entered, accompanied by Lu Mei's younger siblings. "Lu Hai and Lu Xiao. Big brother, where's my sister?" Lu Xiao began, faltering mid-sentence. City youth, Lu Hai, slightly older than Lu Xiao, interjected. "Yes, city youth. I know. No need for you to tell me." "Third brother," Lu Xiao playfully replied, tapping her head. Observing the scene before him, he noticed the man in the courtyard anxiously scanning for Lu Mei's figure behind him. Jiang Xiaobai attempted to call out Lu Mei several times, yet the words failed to escape his lips. With a thud, Jiang Xiaobai knelt, gently placing the urn on the ground. Thud, thud. Behind him, the city youth knelt as well. Witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's actions, Lu Mei's father's expression darkened. The courtyard fell silent, all eyes fixated on Jiang Xiaobai and the small box before him. "What has happened to Lu Mei?" the man asked, his voice tense. At that moment, Lu Mei's mother, who had been preparing to slaughter the hen, halted her actions. She is gone," Jiang Xiaobai finally managed to utter, his voice trembling as he lowered his head. The knife in Lu Mei's mother's hand slipped to the ground with a sharp clatter. The hen, fortunate to escape its fate, flapped its wings and took flight. Impossible. Lu Mei was perfectly fine when she left. How could she be gone? She is so young, Lu Mei's mother exclaimed, rushing forward in a frenzy. Lu Mei's father remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaobai, fixated on the small box before him. Beside them, Lu Hai had begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his eyes swollen and red, tears cascading down his cheeks, while Lu Xiao remained oblivious, her large eyes blinking in confusion. The other villagers in the yard also fell into a heavy silence. "Let us depart for now," one villager finally spoke, prompting the others to leave one by one. Though they relished the spectacle, it was evident that this was not an appropriate moment for idle curiosity. "What has transpired?" Lu Mei's father, having regained his composure, inquired with tear-filled eyes and a trembling voice. In that moment, the once formidable figure was reduced to a heartbroken father mourning the loss of his daughter. "It is my fault," Jiang Xiaobai choked out, struggling to suppress his sorrow as he recounted the events in detail. "Uncle Lu, rest assured, I will not let them escape justice," he vowed with gritted teeth. Lu's mother clutched her daughter's urn tightly, overcome with grief. Lu's father accepted the belongings Jiang Xiaobai offered, including Lu Mei's acceptance letter from university, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. "My dear girl, how could you leave without a word? Did you not wish to see your parents again? I admit, I may have been a bit stern with you, but you were so mischievous as a child. If I hadn't been strict, how could I have managed you? I remember you sitting on the haystack outside, saying you would go to help ease the family's burden, but foolish child, your father could manage without you. You have no idea how much I think of you daily since you left, worrying over your temper, fearing you might quarrel with someone. Your mother mocks me, saying I call your childhood nickname in my sleep, though I deny it with a stern face." Lu's father held tightly to his daughter's belongings, repeatedly murmuring under his breath while grasping Lu Mei's university acceptance letter. The usually stern father now wept like a child. Lu Hai and Lu Xiao were inconsolable beside him. Soon, Lu Mei's two brothers arrived, both married and residing in the village. The other villagers, upon hearing the news, hurried to inform them. Both brothers, honest and simple men, stood stunned at the sight of their sister's belongings and her urn, unable to fathom the reality that their once vivacious sister, who had playfully followed them around as a child, was gone. As dusk settled, the small courtyard echoed only with occasional sobs and Lu's father's murmuring voice. "Father, please rise. Mother, do not cry." Lu Mei's brothers began to comfort him. The villagers brought food, yet none could bring themselves to eat. "Children, please stand. It is not your fault. It is merely that Mei was unfortunate," Lu's father spoke, his voice hoarse. "Get up. Since father has said so, then you should rise," echoed Lu Mei's brothers. Jiang Xiaobai and the others wished to stand, but after kneeling for hours, their legs had long since gone numb. Supporting one another, they stumbled to their feet. A group of individuals entered the room, and Lu Hai turned on the electric light. "Father, the most pressing matter now is to arrange for my sister's funeral. To lay her to rest," spoke Lu Mei's elder brother, as their father remained engulfed in sorrow. As the eldest son of the family, he felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. "Thank you all for bringing Mei Mei back from so far," Lu's father responded. Feeling somewhat uplifted by his eldest's words, he expressed his gratitude to Jiang Xiaobai and the others, acknowledging that his daughter's demise had been influenced by her involvement in canning with them. However, he understood that the dire circumstances in Jianhua village had compelled her to join Jiang Xiaobai, and it would be unjust to place the entirety of the blame upon them now that tragedy had struck. "It is my fault. I have wronged Lu Mei. I had intended to bring her back so that you and your wife could bid her farewell, but fearing time constraints, I opted for cremation instead." Jiang Xiaobai bowed deeply to the elderly couple and explained, "Do not blame yourself. You are all good children." Lu's father shook his head, recognizing the evident scars on Jiang Xiaobai and the others. The journey from Jin province to the northeast had undoubtedly been fraught with peril, compounded by the challenges of borrowing a vehicle and refueling, making it clear how arduous their trek had been. "Let me contribute 50 yuan towards my sister's funeral expenses," the elder brother offered. "I will also contribute 50 yuan for her funeral," the second brother chimed in. Even for those relatively affluent in the northeast, 50 yuan represented a significant expense. "All right, my brother and I will each provide 50 yuan. We shall keep our household funds for our younger siblings' education." The elder brother nodded in agreement. "No need, we brought money," Jiang Xiaobai interjected, as Lu Aigua produced a thick wad of cash from his pocket. "We have already purchased the coffin. Here is 300 yuan for the funeral arrangements." Jiang Xiaobai counted out the money and handed it to Lu's father. "No, you should keep the money." Lu's father waved his hand in refusal. "Uncle Lu, with Lu Mei gone, we shall be your children from now on. I will send money each month for the education of your younger siblings. You must accept this, or we will feel uneasy," Jiang Xiaobai insisted, forcefully placing the money into Lu's father's hands. "That is too much. I only need 100 yuan for the funeral," Lu's father protested. "Please take it. The excess can be used for the education of your younger siblings." Jiang Xiaobai remained resolute in his insistence. The following morning, a mourning pavilion was erected outside the courtyard, and Jiang Xiaobai personally arranged Lu Mei's portrait in the center. The mournful notes of the suona echoed, stirring the grief within the hearts of those present. Clad in white mourning attire, Jiang Xiaobai stood before the pavilion as the fragrant sandalwood incense wisped upwards, obscuring Lu Mei's likeness. With a shovel in hand, Jiang Xiaobai began to scoop earth, casting it into the grave, slowly covering the gilded coffin. It is said that an ordinary person experiences 3 deaths throughout their lifetime. The first is the physical death. The second occurs during the funeral, when friends and family mourn and grieve, marking your complete disappearance from this world, remembered only occasionally by your loved ones. During holidays and festivals, they may visit your grave to pay their respects. The third death comes with the passing of your friends and family, after which you truly vanish, as no one remains to remember you. By this reckoning, Lu Mei has already experienced her second death. Jiang Xiaobai, with tears welling in his eyes, finally let them fall upon the grave as he completed the final shovel of earth. After bidding farewell to Lu Mei's parents, Jiang Xiaobai and his companions embarked on their journey home. Initially, Jiang Xiaobai had planned to ensure Wang Meng returned home since they had come to northeast China. However, the funeral had consumed a fair amount of time, and Wang Xiaojun, Lu Aigua, and the others were set to start school soon and needed to return to gather their belongings, leaving them short on time. "Wang Meng, when you have the chance, I will arrange for someone to issue you an introduction letter, so you can come back," Jiang Xiaobai said apologetically. "That's all right, brother Xiaobai. I can return whenever there's time," Wang Meng replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. After returning the vehicle at the county glass factory, the group boarded a bus back to Jianhua village. "Yinmei, how has the cooking been? Make sure to prepare a good meal. You once have the chance to cook for us again," Jiang Xiaobai remarked, noting how quickly time passed since they arrived, and now it was already August 23rd. Lu Aigua and Wang Xiaojun were set to start school around August 25th, and they would depart tomorrow, making today their last day in Jianhua village. "Don't worry, brother Xiaobai. When I have winter vacation, I'll return to cook for you all again, or if you find time to visit my school, I'll cook for you then, Zhang Yinmei said cheerfully. All right, I shall remember your words, and I will definitely visit your school, Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile. Despite the numerous matters at hand during this period, Jiang Xiaobai was astonished by Li Laosan's performance. While the inspection team was conducting investigations, and he was in northeast China escorting Liu Mei home, Jiang Xiaobai had little time or inclination to oversee youth canned goods. Before being taken away by the inspection team, he had merely instructed Li Laosan to focus on production and expedite the creation of 100,000 bottles of youth canned goods. Yet, he did not genuinely expect Li Laosan to deliver, knowing that once he was taken away, the remaining staff would surely be anxious. To his surprise, Li Laosan managed to stabilize the situation, and now nearly 100,000 bottles of youth canned goods were produced, with just over 10,000 bottles remaining. This outcome was far beyond Jiang Xiaobai's expectations. Xiaojun, go check if the wine has arrived. Tonight, we celebrate. We must indulge until we are thoroughly inebriated, Jiang Xiaobai said, turning to Wang Xiaojun with a grin. Will do, brother Xiaobai. Igua, have you secured that pig's head meat you promised? If we can't have it tonight, just wait and see how I will deal with you. The gifts have long been delivered. Xiaobai, you can rest assured about my capabilities, Lu Igua proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Get lost, Xiaobai, you are the one I trust the least, interjected Wang Meng from the side. Try saying that again. I could say it 10 times. If you're not convinced, let us settle it. Lu Igua and Wang Meng began to playfully tussle. The entire youth courtyard radiated with joy and the exuberance of youth. Jiang Xiaobai watched this scene with a smile, reflecting on the passage of time and the vibrancy of life. As dusk descended, the gathering at the youth courtyard grew larger. The village chief, Huang Zhongfu, and all the city youths, as well as everyone from the youth canned food production workshop, filled over 10 tables. Lao San, quickly check if everyone has arrived. If anyone is missing, send someone to fetch them. If someone truly cannot make it, let us send them some dishes, Jiang Xiaobai called to Li Laosan. Xiaobai, nearly everyone is here. No one is unable to come. With such a lavish feast, who would miss it? Everyone is bringing their families, Li Laosan replied cheerfully, knowing that once Jiang Xiaobai overcame this trial, his spring would arrive. Chapter 93. 3 cups of wine. The lights of the youth courtyard illuminated brightly, and the dishes were served, 4 hot and 4 cold dishes at each table. With over 10 tables crammed into the courtyard, it was bustling with people. Children gazed longingly at the food, saliva pooling in their mouths, while adults gently restrained them from reaching out to grab a bite. Although Jianhua village was impoverished, it upheld its traditions. Jiang Xiaobai stood up with a smile and announced, tonight's feast is twofold. Firstly, to honor the 12 city youths who have been accepted into university and will depart tomorrow. Secondly, to reward and express gratitude to everyone for their hard work during this time. He then invited Lao Huang to propose the first toast. As Jiang Xiaobai began to clap, a wave of applause erupted in the courtyard. Huang Zhongfu, without hesitation, stood up, gesturing before speaking. I wish to say to these 12 city youths who are leaving Jianhua village will always be your home, and you are welcome to return anytime. Cheers. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp, choosing not to mention the matter of dog egg in this setting, yet it lingered in his thoughts. We will never forget Jianhua village. Cheers. We will certainly make it a point to visit home often. Cheers. Lu Igua and the others echoed, lifting their glasses and downing their drinks. For the second round, let our Xiaobai propose the toast, Huang Zhongfu joked. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and stood up, saying, as Lao Huang has welcomed you all to return any time, I too extend a warm welcome. However, I wish to convey my heartfelt blessings as you embark towards broader horizons for a brighter future. Cheers. He raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Thank you, Xiaobai, I've taken note of that, came the responses from the crowd as they consumed their second cup. For the third cup, let Li Laosan propose the toast. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled as he settled back down. Li Laosan stood up with a certain excitement, fully comprehending Jiang Xiaobai's intentions. In this context, for him to propose a toast signified that his efforts had genuinely garnered Jiang Xiaobai's esteem. Thank you, brother Xiaobai, Li Laosan expressed his gratitude, before turning to the crowd and saying, I appreciate everyone's contributions during this time, which have enabled Youth Can to achieve remarkable success. Let us raise our glasses to 90,000 cans. After 3 rounds of drinks, the gathering began to indulge freely in food and drink. The atmosphere was joyous, and by the time the guests departed, it was around 10 p.m., with many needing assistance to leave. Jiang Xiaobai returned to his room, sipped a cup of hot tea to ease the effects of the alcohol, then opened his drawer to retrieve all his money, counting a remaining sum of 700 yuan. He set aside 300 yuan in the drawer and locked it, pocketing the remaining 400 yuan before heading next door. Brother Xiaobai, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. Wang Xiaojun, Lu Aigua, and Wang Ming welcomed him as he entered their room. Wang Ming, please summon all the urban youth, Jiang Xiaobai instructed. Wang Ming exited, while Jiang Xiaobai turned to Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua, saying, when you return home after your studies, please convey to my parents that I am doing well here. Though I did not pass the university entrance exam, so they need not worry. That's not fair, Brother Xiaobai, Wang Xiaojun interjected, somewhat disgruntled. Enough. No need to elaborate. I am well aware. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, other urban youths entered the room. Please, take a seat. Jiang Xiaobai gestured for everyone to sit before he continued. Make sure to pack your belongings. Whatever you can carry, take with you. For those who cannot, please leave your addresses, and I will send your items accordingly. Understood, Brother Xiaobai, they all responded. As you are all aware, the sales of youth canned have not been abundant lately, and I have limited funds, Jiang Xiaobai said, pulling out some cash from his pocket. Here's 200 yuan for each of you, to purchase some essentials for university or send home. Brother Xiaobai, that's really unnecessary. We still owe the glass factory 10,000 yuan. They protested. Brother Xiaobai, we are heading to university, they added, but Jiang Xiaobai cut them off, insisting, do not refuse. I am aware of your family situations. Since you call me Brother Xiaobai, I cannot turn a blind eye to your needs. Here, take 200 each. As he began to distribute the money, the urban youths felt their eyes welling with tears. The sight of Jiang Xiaobai offering them money late at night before their departure was a moment they would never forget. All right, get some rest. You need to catch the bus early tomorrow. I have arranged for a truck to take you to the county, which will make it easier with all your belongings. After finishing the distribution, Jiang Xiaobai reminded them and returned to his room. Just as he was about to sleep, Lu Aigua and Wang Xiaojun pushed the door open and entered. What is the matter? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. Brother Xiaobai, after some deliberation, we have decided to relinquish our 10 stake in the Youth Canned Food Company. We are heading to school and do not wish to profit without contributing. It weighs on our conscience, remarked Wang Xiaojun, to which Lu Aigua nodded in agreement. The share allocation had been established long ago. Our initial investment was in the form of provisions, and it is only fair that we enjoy dividends in return, Xiaobai gestured dismissively. No, Brother Xiaobai. It truly would be inappropriate for us to accept, Lu Aigua and Wang Xiaojun asserted resolutely. Have you made up your minds? Despite the current debts of Youth Canned Food, there are over 90,000 cans in stock, and once sold, it could yield tens of thousands in revenue. A 10 share could bring in several thousand in dividends. This is not a trivial sum, Xiaobai said, looking at the two with earnestness. We have made up our minds. We do not want it. No, they replied firmly. Very well, I shall reclaim it then. I will head back and rest. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Please remember to send my regards to my parents. Xiaobai nodded, not wishing to press the matter further. Initially, the share distribution of Youth Canned Food had allocated 60 to Xiaobai, with Lu Mei, Wang Xiaojun, Lu Aigua, and Wang Ming each holding 10. Now, with Wang Xiaojun and Lu Aigua foregoing their shares, and Lu Mei having passed away, Xiaobai now holds 90 of the company, with the remaining 10 belonging to Wang Ming. Naturally, Xiaobai intends to send the annual dividends from Lu Mei's shares to her family, while also allocating a portion to Li Siyan and Wang Chao. Chapter 94. Planning the following morning, as dawn broke. The liberation truck from the glass factory arrived at the entrance of Jianhua village. Come on, I wish you all a safe journey and success in your studies, Xiaobai said, smiling at everyone. Brother Xiaobai, Wang Xiaojun approached for an embrace before turning to board the vehicle. Brother Xiaobai, Lu Aigua also hugged him, reflecting on how, during their time as factory youths in Longqing, they merely drifted along under Xiaobai's guidance, often embroiled in fights and mischief. However, during their years as city youths, he truly learned much from Xiaobai and developed a deep admiration for him, cherishing the shared trials they endured together. One by one, they came forward to embrace Xiaobai before boarding the truck, the melancholy of parting weighing heavily upon them. Farewell. Xiaobai waved as he watched the liberation truck fade into the distance. For some, this departure might signify a final farewell in this lifetime. Once the group had departed, Xiaobai called Li Siyan, Wang Ming, and Wang Chao into the house. I wish to announce that the past is now behind us. I hereby declare the official establishment of the Youth Canned Food Factory. Xiaobai spoke earnestly to the three, asserting that the company should now be on the right path. Applause erupted within the room. I currently hold 80 of the shares in Youth Canned Food, while Wang Ming possesses 10, and Lu Mei holds the remaining 10. My intention is that Lu Mei's share remains unchanged, and we will distribute the annual dividends to her family. Furthermore, I will allocate 10 of my 80 share, granting 5 each to Li Siyan and Wang Chao. Do not be disheartened by the modesty of your shares. Jiang Xiaobai addressed the three individuals. Wang Ming's 10 shares are a testament to his early commitment to our entrepreneurial venture. If you both perform diligently, I shall adjust your shares based on the actual circumstances in the future. Thank you, Brother Xiaobai, Li Siyan and Wang Chao exclaimed, rising promptly in appreciation. Bear in mind that possessing shares entails not only enjoying dividends, but also assuming liabilities in proportion to your shares. Naturally, there are other risks involved, and you are well aware of the recent events. There is no need for further elaboration. We understand, Brother Xiaobai, Wang Chao and Li Siyan responded in unison. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements. I will appoint myself as the director of the Youth Canned Food Factory, with Li Siyan as the production workshop supervisor, primarily overseeing production and warehouse management. Wang Ming will serve as the sales manager, responsible for sales, while Wang Chao will be the assistant sales manager and concurrently the accountant for the Youth Canned Food Factory. This marked Jiang Xiaobai's first clear delineation of profit sharing at the Youth Canned Food Factory. Ordinarily, Wang Chao would be better suited for the sales role than Wang Ming. However, should Wang Chao take on sales, he would be unable to fulfill the accounting duties, necessitating this arrangement for the time being. Once we acquire a qualified accountant, we can reevaluate the division of labor. Though small, our operation is complete in its functions. You should sift through the villagers to scout for talent to form your own team. The harvest season is imminent. By then, production tasks will be nearing completion, and our primary focus will shift to sales. Sales will be of utmost importance to the Youth Canned Food Factory moving forward. Rest assured, Brother Xiaobai, I will not disappoint you, Wang Ming pledged, thumping his chest confidently. Li Siyan, you must also spearhead the development of innovative products. While canned yellow peaches will undoubtedly be unavailable in winter, we ought to explore the potential for canned pears and oranges. During our research, we must assess the availability of raw materials, the convenience of transportation, and the feasibility of centralized procurement, as these are crucial factors. Once the harvest concludes, we will enter a lengthy winter. Although our focus will be on sales, we cannot afford to cease production entirely. Moreover, we must address the issue of raw materials for canned yellow peaches. Although there are numerous yellow peach trees on the mountain, they will not suffice to support our expanded production next year. We need to identify new sources of raw materials to enhance our production scale. Initially, I had intended to complete the yellow peach canning this year before pursuing university studies, treating it merely as a temporary endeavor. However, with my university plans thwarted, I find myself bound to remain here for at least another year. Nonetheless, the canned food market remains robust, with at least a decade of promise. The costs of raw materials and transportation will inevitably elevate our overall expenses. As costs rise, our profits are bound to dwindle. To maintain profitability, we must consider a slight increase in prices. Yet, if prices rise too much compared to the canned goods supplied by the cooperative, our competitiveness may suffer. Thus, maintaining our competitive edge is a matter for all of us to ponder. As Jiang Xiaobai articulated these points, Wang Chao and the others diligently began jotting down notes. Similarly, our canning factory cannot remain perpetually within the confines of the youth courtyard. This winter, we must endeavor to establish a new facility, consolidating several production workshops and warehouses into one. Concurrently, the youth canning will also be officially registered. Additionally, we should strengthen our collaboration with the glass factory. Their declining business has led to idle trucks. Although private sales are prohibited, could we not consider renting them for transportation and commerce? We must learn to be adaptable. If you dare to dream, you can undoubtedly achieve it. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, Li Siyan, Wang Chao, and Wang Ming nodded incessantly, their gazes toward him filled with admiration. These matters had never crossed their minds. Their focus had solely been on improving the current operations of the youth canning. The notion of expanding its scale was entirely foreign to them. Li Siyan, you are primarily responsible for production. When you find the time, Please devise a piece rate wage scheme based on the fundamental canning production process, so that we may implement it for compensation according to each individual's daily output. From morning until dinner, Jiang Xiaobai articulated the myriad challenges facing the youth canning to Li Siyan and the others. Whether they grasped it or not was of little concern to him. The priority was to ensure they had a broader perspective and not confine themselves to their immediate surroundings. Chapter 95. Connections. The production of the youth canning approached its conclusion, with the goal of producing 100,000 cans nearly fulfilled. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai, accompanied by Wang Chao, returned to the city once more. Lu Mei had passed away, and while the funeral had concluded, it did not signify the end of the matter. Go Dan had been completely dismissed from the village and ostracized by the community, leaving him nearly at his wit's end. Meanwhile, the mastermind Lei Dongfa and his accomplices continued to thrive. Zhenggu, what is the county's course of action? Jiang Xiaobai summoned Zheng Qingyan to dine at Lao Zhang's modest eatery. Several individuals had received disciplinary actions, and Lei Dongfa had issued a self-criticism. Zheng Qingyan's expression was somewhat grim. Nothing has been done? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, his demeanor darkening. None. Zheng Qingyan nodded with difficulty. Well, I had no expectations of others. Jiang Xiaobai replied, unfazed. Jiang Xiaobai, heed my advice. Do not stir the pot. Zheng Qingyan cautioned, observing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor. Rest assured, I know my boundaries. Jiang Xiaobai assured him. After their meal, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Chao returned to Wang Chao's residence. Do you know anyone in the city? Jiang Xiaobai asked, closing the door behind him and regarding Wang Chao. Indeed, during my time exchanging eggs in the city, I encountered all walks of life, Wang Chao replied with a nod. Very well. Seek out a reliable individual to inquire about Lei Dongfa and his associates, including their origins, workplace relationships, and social connections, as well as any neighborhood disputes. Jiang Xiaobai said with a cold smile. Ensure the inquiries are thorough, and do not hesitate to spend money if necessary. Understood, I will go at once. Wang Chao was acutely aware of Jiang Xiaobai's intentions. Jiang Xiaobai had another meeting with Song Weigua to gather information regarding Lei Dongfa's situation in the county. 2 days later, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Chao were in a room, poring over the collected materials concerning Lei Dongfa and several committee interrogators. Lei Dongfa, a 50-year-old man, was the head of a household comprising 7 members, including 5 children of both genders, the eldest of whom was already employed, while the younger ones were still in elementary school. His current wife was one he married later, and their youngest son was born to her. Having organized the family background, they turned their attention to Lei Dongfa's work situation. Jiang Xiaobai clenched his teeth as he finished reading, then slammed his fist onto the table. Is all of this true? He inquired. Indeed, it is true. Lei Dongfa's relations with his neighbors are far from cordial, and such matters are easily ascertained. Many of these issues are common knowledge throughout the county, came the reply. Over the years, Lei Dongfa has wronged many, and numerous individuals harbor intense animosity towards him. Yet they feel powerless to act against such a man. He truly deserves whatever fate befalls him, Jiang Xiaobai said with palpable resentment. The primary focus of their investigation centered around Lei Dongfa's current wife, Wang Yuhong. It was said that Lei Dongfa had resorted to despicable means, leading to the complete ruin of Wang Yuhong's family, ultimately coercing her into marriage out of sheer desperation. Many people share this sentiment. However, after so many years of marriage and having borne him a son, it raises questions, Wang Chao pondered aloud. Nonetheless, it is crucial to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding that time. We should arrange for some reliable individuals to pose as an undercover team, connecting with these victims to lodge complaints, write denunciations, and compose nursery rhymes for children to sing in the streets. The same should occur in the city. Amplifying the notoriety of Lei Dongfa and those interrogators, Jiang Xiaobai articulated. Wang Chao chuckled. Brother Xiaobai, you're not merely seeking to amplify Lei Dongfa's reputation. You intend to tarnish it entirely. It hardly needs our efforts to tarnish his reputation. It is already beyond redemption. Our aim is simply to escalate the situation. And I wonder if the county will dare to shield him any longer, Jiang Xiaobai retorted coldly, asserting that only by forcing Lei Dongfa out of Jiangxian County would they find their opportunity. If one person writes a denunciation, it may go unnoticed. What about 2, 5, 10, 20? Very well, Brother Xiaobai. Wang Chao nodded in agreement and departed. Upon returning home from work, Lei Dongfa was greeted by his wife, Wang Yumei, who was 10 years his junior and busy preparing dinner. Upon seeing him return, she trembled slightly and approached to take the bag from his hands. "You're back," Wang Yume said softly. With a scowl, Lei Dongfa glanced at her, narrowing his eyes, and asked, "What? Do you relish the thought of my failure?" "No, no," Wang Yume stammered, her body shaking even more violently. With a sharp slap, Lei Dongfa struck her. Tears of humiliation welled in Wang Yume's eyes. Meanwhile, in Jiangxin County, families who had suffered under Lei Dongfa's tyranny were greeted by two men dressed in white shirts and ties, claiming to be part of the undercover team. Hope began to rekindle on the faces of those households once more. "Brother, we are already aware of his situation. However, at present, there is no report letter, making it difficult for us to initiate an investigation. You may write it, rest assured, as long as someone comes forward to accuse him. We will not let him off easily." Chapter 96. The deluge of report letters. Lei Dongfa, a notorious villain, wreaks havoc, leaving hearts heavy with sorrow and eyes brimming with tears. His plight, a tale of woe, resonates among children and students alike, sung in playful verses. A multitude of candies has been distributed, and gradually, more and more students begin to chant these verses. Lei Dongfa, with his head bowed and a mask on during the sweltering summer, his eyes reddened with fury, questioning who is orchestrating this against him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai stands at a distance near the garbage dump in the eastern part of Jiangxin County, catching sight of Lei Dongfa's estranged wife, Wang Yume, and her ex-husband, Baizi, a man rummaging through refuse. "What has become of him?" Jiang Xiaobai inquires, turning to Wang Chao. "He seems to have completely given up. Yet many beggars are still wary of him," Wang Chao replies. "Well, let us offer him some money and share a few tidbits of information. If it comes to fruition, splendid. If not, we shall devise another plan." Jiang Xiaobai nods in agreement. "All right, brother Xiaobai." The two do not approach Baizi for a conversation, merely casting a glance from afar. Certain matters cannot be confronted directly. One must instead subtly guide the situation. "Lei Dongfa, what on earth are you doing?" The leader pounded the table and glared at Lei Dongfa in fury. "I do not know who is behind this. I am wronged," Lei Dongfa protested, genuinely eager to uncover the truth. "Enough. Do you dare claim that the allegations circulating outside are entirely baseless and have nothing to do with you? You are still wronged." The leader slammed the table, pointing at Lei Dongfa. "Each incident is well documented, and any discerning individual can see that these are not mere rumors, but stark reality. If it were just a few isolated incidents, perhaps they could be downplayed. However, the uproar surrounding Lei Dongfa is rampant, and the rhymes echo throughout the streets. The report letters are falling like snowflakes. Now, no one dares to stand up for him, and they keep their distance, fearing repercussions. I only acted out of concern for my work. This concerns you and everyone present," Lei Dongfa lamented. Yet, as the words escaped his lips, he sensed an ominous shift and regretted his statement. Indeed, the moment the others heard Lei Dongfa's words, their gazes toward him transformed, and the leader forcefully struck the table. "Enough, Lei Dongfa. You should return and reflect on your misdeeds." Lei Dongfa opened his mouth, nodded, and exited the conference room. Now, he was teetering on the brink of madness. "We cannot allow this to continue. Prompt action is required," Zhang Qingyun remarked as soon as Lei Dongfa left. Although uncertain, he felt a strong intuition that this was indeed the doing of Jiang Xiaobai. "Indeed, this Lei Dongfa is utterly outrageous. I received a report letter long ago, initially thinking it was mere slander, but it appears now that the evidence is irrefutable." Lei Dongfa, typically assertive in his endeavors, never anticipated committing such a grave error. The leader, deep in contemplation, was not necessarily inclined to protect Lei. Rather, he recognized that this incident was evidently orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. With so many individuals involved, including Tong Yao, the means employed instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The tactics employed against Lei were clearly designed to undermine him. And if he were to acquiesce to their wishes, who would be targeted next? Would it be someone else present, or even himself? There was no room for hesitation. Should they delay their actions, it was plausible that higher authorities would dispatch someone to intervene. At that point, if Lei were to lash out, it would tip the scales dangerously. Zhang Qingyun placed the final weight on the leader's heart, prompting a decisive nod of agreement. "Very well, since we are all here, let us convene an on-site meeting to deliberate on the handling of Comrade Lei Dongfa. Those in favor of a strict resolution, please raise your hands." As he spoke, the leader raised his own hand. With the decision made, there was no need for further hesitation. Swift action was always advantageous. I concur. Jiang Xiaobai was the second to raise his hand, followed by others. In the early autumn, the resolution regarding Lei Dongfa was unanimously passed. Upon returning home, Lei Dongfa had barely set down his belongings when he was met with an announcement of the decision, along with a subtle suggestion to temporarily vacate Jiangxian County to avoid the brewing storm. Upon hearing this, he collapsed onto the floor. He was well aware that he needed to leave Jiangxian. Once the news spread, he could very well be targeted by those who sought his downfall. Quickly, gather your things. We must leave tonight. After a moment, Lei Dongfa regained his composure, hastily rising to gather his belongings. However, as soon as Wang Yumei spoke, Lei Dongfa struck her across the face. Hurry and pack. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Jiang Xiaobai had been closely monitoring the unfolding events and soon received word. Keep a close watch on which train ticket he purchases. Inform Baozi immediately, so he is prepared. After a brief silence, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and instructed Wang Chao. By the way, relay the information about the other 4 to the victims as well. We cannot allow them to escape to the countryside. Understood, Brother Xiaobai. I'll take care of it right away. Wang Chao nodded and exited. Jiang Xiaobai muttered softly, Lume, keep your eyes peeled. Chapter 97. The end. Baozi observed the masked individual before him, his eyes shimmering with an unknown brilliance. Thank you, he spoke, his voice hoarse from disuse. That evening, Lei Dongfa, along with his family, emerged from a different residence, cautiously making their way to the train station. After a safe journey to the platform, Lei Dongfa finally exhaled in relief. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, just as he boarded the train, a disheveled man, bulging with concealed items, also entered the same carriage, not far from him. The thunderous train set off, and seated in the sleeper compartment, Lei Dongfa felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He turned his gaze towards his wife, Wang Yumei, who appeared to be lost in thought. However, with the carriage still bustling with passengers, he decided to wait until the lights went out before speaking. Not far away, Baozi shed tears, for he had finally been granted an opportunity he had long awaited. On this auspicious day, he resolved to exact revenge, even if it cost him his life. Yet, he recalled the words of the masked man, warning him of potential bandits aboard the train. If he were to act during such turmoil, his chances of success would increase, and it would facilitate his escape afterward. He envisioned finding a place where no one knew him, allowing him to hide for a while before starting anew. As time trickled by, the lights in the train compartment extinguished, plunging the atmosphere into chaos. Shouts erupted as passengers fled, seeking refuge back in their compartments. Just as Lei Dongfa was about to vent to Wang Yumei, he overheard the commotion outside. Cursed be the misfortune, he muttered darkly. Having ventured outside before, he was familiar with the situation. He had even encountered it firsthand. He knew the best course of action was to feign sleep, as robbers typically sought only to steal valuables without harming lives. Stay silent, Lei Dongfa whispered, then closed his eyes. Baozi, hearing the ruckus outside, sensed that the moment had arrived. He exited his compartment and began knocking on doors, one by one. When he reached the door of Lei Dongfa's compartment, he knocked lightly before entering. Lei Dongfa heard the door open and held his breath. Baozi pulled out a flashlight, illuminating Lei Dongfa and the still closed eyes of Wang Yumei. The hand concealed within her clothing did not escape Baozi's keen observation. His demeanor remained unusually calm. After ensuring Lei Dongfa's breath was steady, Baozi quietly departed, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to disembark. Once the train resumed its journey, screams erupted within the carriage. That night, over 10 train robbers, reveling in their spoils, were apprehended. Wang Yumei could not identify them, claiming that she had been too frightened to open her eyes. Subsequently, all the robbers received severe sentences for their crimes. However, that was a tale for another time. By that afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai had already returned to Jianhua village. It was a few days later that he received the news of Lei Dongfa's demise. Upon hearing the news, he stood for a long while beneath the plum tree he had transplanted from the county, softly uttering, "Rest in peace. Brother Xiaobai. We have produced all 100,000 jars of canned goods," Li Siyan called out, breathless as he approached Jiang Xiaobai. "Production is complete." Jiang Xiaobai turned and inquired, "Is everything finished?" "Yes, indeed. 100,000 jars of canned goods, Brother Xiaobai. My current production task is now complete," Li Siyan exclaimed with excitement. "All right, let's prepare a feast this evening to reward everyone. Starting tomorrow, we will officially shift our focus to sales. Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a smile. After much haste and effort, they had managed to produce 100,000 jars of canned peaches just before the harvest season concluded. With these 100,000 jars, they had acquired their initial capital. Meanwhile, outside the Jincheng train station, Li Siyan had been waiting for 3 days. Some of the station staff had taken notice of this girl. Today was the final day. School would commence tomorrow. How could she not have arrived as promised? If she did not show up, she would have no choice but to write to the village for answers. Li Siyan mumbled to herself, "Had I known, I wouldn't have rushed back." She had returned to assist her father, only to discover that the matter was merely a rumor. The actual work had yet to commence. Furthermore, her family had moved, and upon her return, she learned that someone had been seeking her, inquiring through others. It was evident to her that it was Jiang Xiaobai. As dusk fell, she turned away from the train station and returned home, where she took out a piece of paper to prepare a letter inquiring about the situation in Jianhua village. Chapter 98. Sales Plan. That evening, Jiang Xiaobai hosted a celebration at the youth courtyard to honor the completion of the production task of 100,000 jars of canned peaches. The following morning, he summoned Li Siyan, Wang Meng, and Wang Chao to his room. He unfurled a map of Shandong City. "Look here," he pointed at the map. "Shandong City comprises 10 counties, 2 districts, 140 townships, and 500 villages, with a population nearing 3 million. Jiang Xiaobai began to explain. Having discovered this data while searching for review materials at a scrap collection station, which he had brought back. What does this mean? It signifies that to sell our 100,000 jars of canned peaches, we need only to sell 3 jars in each village. With an average of 30 individuals in a village, if just one purchases our canned goods, we can easily reach our target." He contemplated for a moment and continued. "Our sales strategy for these 100,000 jars will primarily focus on the Shandong City region. We can select a few individuals to accompany us in the sales efforts. However, we must limit the number of personnel to avoid disrupting the autumn harvest in the village, which could lead to further complications. Concurrently, we will seize the autumn harvest period to recover some capital and expand our sales network. Once the harvest concludes, we will invest in building a factory and developing new canned product varieties." As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, Li Siyan and the others diligently took notes like eager students. Wang Meng and Wang Chao fared better, having completed their middle and high school education, while Li Siyan had only attended elementary school. Occasionally, in the evenings, one could see Li Siyan studying from textbooks. Observing his determination, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in approval. A lack of formal education was not a hindrance as long as one was willing to learn and put in the effort, for such dedication could lead to remarkable achievements. Regarding sales, we adopt 2 approaches: establishing our own sales points and directly selling in the villages. However, our primary focus remains on creating fixed sales points, enlisting individuals in each village and township to assist us in this endeavor. Jiang Xiaobai spoke slowly, revealing that while he was not opposed to direct sales, the cost and profit margins of canned goods simply could not support a large sales force. As for the transportation of the cans, I will find a way to rent 1 or 2 idle trucks from the county glass factory to serve as our transport vehicles. We can also hire their drivers to help with logistics during weekends when they are not working. Although Jiang Xiaobai himself could drive, it would be impractical for him to spend every day transporting goods. "All right, does anyone have anything to say?" After finishing, Jiang Xiaobai allowed a moment for everyone to absorb the information before asking. No, the 3 replied. "Good, then I'll make arrangements. This afternoon, Wang Chao and I will head into town to secure the trucks, while Li Siyan and Wang Meng will focus on recruiting sales personnel at home. We are primarily looking for individuals who can endure hardship, are not living well, yet possess the courage to take on this challenge. We should aim for around 20 people, and we should not limit ourselves to those in Jianhua. Villagers from other areas producing canned goods are also welcome. You too, if you find someone suitable, discreetly inquire about their willingness. Do not pressure anyone. Make it clear that this endeavor will be exceedingly difficult, and they must be prepared for hardship." "Understood, Xiaobai Gu," responded Li Siyan and Wang Meng. "All right, it's about time. Lunch is ready. Once we finish eating, we will get to work." As Jiang Xiaobai stood up, he realized that the morning had slipped away unnoticed. Wang Chao, Wang Meng, and Li Siyan were truly receiving hands-on guidance from him. After lunch, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Chao rode their bicycles towards the countryside. Just outside the village, they spotted several children carrying bags, busy with their errands. "Xiao Shuai Bei Bei, where are you coming from?" Jiang Xiaobai called out. Uncle Xiaobai, Uncle Xiaobai. The children gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration and curiosity as they looked at the bicycles. Although Jiang Xiaobai was only slightly older than them, their parents treated him as a peer, hence the children addressed him as uncle. Uncle Xiaobai, school starts tomorrow. We are heading to the high school in the township, said Bei Bei, the second daughter of Li Siyan, who was quite familiar with Jiang Xiaobai and spoke cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly remembered that today was August 31st. The time he had agreed upon with Li Siyan had already passed, and since her return to the city, they had lost contact. With the recent busyness, he had completely forgotten about this matter. It would be a suitable time to head to the township and give Siyuan a call, although it was likely he would still be unable to reach her until her letter arrived with her new address. Uncle Xiaobai, we're leaving now, Bei Bei said, noticing Jiang Xiaobai lost in thought, tugging at his sleeve. Wait a moment, let me help you with your things. I'll give you a ride. Jiang Xiaobai called out to the group of children. As the children set off for school, their parents typically do not intervene. The journey from the village to the town spans several dozen miles, necessitating that the children carry their belongings independently. Those who pack lightly might only bring a blanket, while others, burdened with greater loads, even transport grain designated for the school. At this juncture, attending school does not entail paying a meal fee, but rather contributing grain. No need, Uncle Xiaobai, we can manage ourselves. You go about your business, they insisted. Thank you, Uncle Xiaobai, but truly, we are capable, they reiterated, accustomed to carrying their own supplies each time they ventured to school. Enough. You will heed my advice and place your items here, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, his tone leaving no room for dissent as he accepted the children's belongings. Wang Chao also assisted in loading the items onto his bicycle. The grain was placed on the bike, while a lightweight blanket was held closely. Jiang Xiaobai secured everything with a length of rope before pushing the bicycle onward alongside the children. Thank you, Uncle Xiaobai, the children expressed in unison. What else with the thanks? No need for formality with me. It's quite fortuitous that we crossed paths. From now on, after school, come to the youth courtyard to learn how to ride a bicycle. When school resumes, I'll lend you bikes to ride to class, Jiang Xiaobai cheerfully announced. The children, at this moment, were far more dutiful and sensible than many of their pampered counterparts in later generations. Really? Uncle Xiaobai, can we ride bicycles? A chorus of astonished voices exclaimed, their mouths agape at the prospect of riding a bicycle for themselves. I assure you, it's true. I'll speak with your father. And in my absence, you'll seek him out when you need to ride, Jiang Xiaobai said, casting a warm smile at Li Bei Bei. Thank you, Uncle Xiaobai. The excited children chimed. All right, focus on your studies. The college entrance examination has resumed. If you get into university, I'll gift each of you a bicycle. Jiang Xiaobai remarked casually, unaware of how this promise would alter the destinies of many. Chapter 99. Obtaining the address as they conversed. The group arrived at Shama Township Middle School, which accommodates both junior and senior high school students. The teacher on duty at the entrance was taken aback upon seeing the bicycles Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Chao were pushing. What kind of family are you from? 2 bicycles? There can't be many in all of Shama Township, he remarked. Students, bicycles are quite valuable, and the school cannot guarantee their safety. It would be better for you to inform your families to come retrieve them, the teacher advised. Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Chao, being relatively young and resembling typical high school students, were further distinguished by the wide age range of students attending school at that time. No, sir, we are not students. We are merely providing a ride partway, Jiang Xiaobai quickly clarified, after placing the items down and bidding farewell to Bei Bei and the other children. Jiang Xiaobai proceeded to the post office. He dialed the number left by Li Siyan, recalling that the gentleman had offered to inquire about Li Siyan's new address after her relocation. Hello, who are you looking for? Came the voice of a middle-aged man. Brother, I'm the one looking for Li Siyan. Do you remember me? Last time, I asked you to help me find her new address, Jiang Xiaobai said cheerfully. Oh, I recall now. Just a couple of days ago, that girl from the Li family came by and left her address. Give me a moment to find it for you, replied the middle-aged man. Thank you, brother. I'm sorry to trouble you, Jiang Xiaobai said, as he heard the sound of papers rustling on the other end of the line. I found it. Number 23, Beima Hutong. You can send your letters there, the man informed him. Thank you, brother, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Don't mention it. I have another call coming in. I must hang up. Without waiting for Jiang Xiaobai to finish, the man ended the call. Number 23, Beima Hutong. Jiang Xiaobai silently repeated the address in his mind before he paid for the call and stepped outside with Wang Chao to wait for the bus. "Did you find your sister-in-law's address?" Wang Chao casually inquired, noticing that the bus had yet to arrive. "Yes, I found it, but I'm sure this time she won't show up," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a wry smile. "That's all right, brother. You can visit your sister-in-law whenever you have the time. It's just that after she graduates, I wonder if she'll be able to come to Jiangxian County," Wang Chao said. "With the graduation allocation, it's unlikely she'll work in Jiangxian," Jiang Xiaobai remarked casually. "What will you do with your sister-in-law then?" Wang Chao asked. "When our business expands to Jincheng, we'll set up our headquarters there," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. "How is that even possible?" "Xiaobai, please don't jest," Wang Chao shook his head, expressing disbelief at Jiang Xiaobai's ambition. "Just wait and see," Jiang Xiaobai said, saying no more, but the glint in his eyes caused a stir in Wang Chao's heart. Xiaobai was not joking. He genuinely believed this. "Stop thinking about it. The bus is here. Let us go," Jiang Xiaobai said, patting Wang Chao on the shoulder. "Is it you two? What brings you to the county?" They encountered an acquaintance, Jiang Xiaoyan, as they boarded the bus. "Yes. We're heading to the county to take care of some matters." "Sister Jiang, how's the situation with the chartered vehicle?" Jiang Xiaobai asked as he settled into a seat, smiling at Jiang Xiaoyan. "Ah, brother, this matter is quite troublesome. The unit says that vehicles cannot be subcontracted. My husband is close to finishing his driving lessons. But with so much money spent and no results, we'll have to tighten our belts," Jiang Xiaoyan said, frowning. "Is he close to getting his license?" Jiang Xiaobai asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes, it's only possible due to connections," but the driving instructor Jiang Xiaobai reminded her. "Right. The instructor said that my husband has a natural talent for driving and is learning quickly," Jiang Xiaoyan said, her spirits lifting momentarily. But then her expression soured again as she lamented, "But it won't matter if he doesn't get the license. We'll still lose a significant amount of money." "Well, don't rush it. If he does get his license, come back to me for help. I won't let you down," Jiang Xiaobai suggested thoughtfully. Nowadays, those who can drive, especially large vehicles, are truly valuable. As the commercial landscape gradually opens up, the influx of various vehicles indicates that drivers will remain in high demand for a considerable time, leaving them with little concern for job opportunities. "Is that truly the case?" Jiang Xiaoyan inquired, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Xiaobai. "Absolutely," Jiang Xiaobai affirmed with a nod, noting that hiring a driver for the county glass factory to transport goods over the weekend would adequately meet current logistical needs. "However, wouldn't it be even better to have a dedicated driver?" Thank you, Xiaobai. When you return from the county, I shall treat you both to a meal," Jiang Xiaoyan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. By the time they reached the county, the sun was already low in the sky, painting the heavens in hues of crimson. "Come, I'll purchase some items and then head to your home. Please inform your brother-in-law at the county glass factory to return home tonight," Jiang Xiaobai cheerfully suggested. "No need to buy anything, Xiaobai. You always bring something," Wang Chao remarked. "Get lost. I'm buying for the old man. It's none of your concern," Jiang Xiaobai retorted playfully before turning to head to the supply and marketing cooperative. After procuring over a pound of meat and a couple of bottles of wine, Jiang Xiaobai walked towards Wang Chao's house, basking in the glow of the setting sun. Aunt Jiang, I've brought meat. Please prepare 2 delectable dishes for dinner," he called out as he entered. "Xiaobai is here. Come in quickly. I've been yearning for your company," Aunt Jiang replied cheerfully as she emerged from the house. Jiang Xiaobai enjoyed a warm rapport with Wang Chao's family, with Aunt Jiang and old Wang treating him with more affection than their own son, which sometimes left Wang Chao feeling a tinge of jealousy. "Is old Wang not home? Is he working today?" Jiang Xiaobai asked as he handed the meat to Aunt Jiang while stepping inside. "He is not at home. Help yourself to some water while I prepare your meal," Aunt Jiang said without hesitation before heading off to the kitchen. Later that evening, Wang Chao and Song Weiguo returned home to find Jiang Xiaobai sprawled out on the bed, sound asleep. "Is this your home, Wang Chao?" "I feel as though we are the guests," Song Weiguo remarked, turning to Wang Chao. "Xiaobai is tired. Let him rest for a while," Wang Chao admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Song Weiguo. "All right, you are all kind souls," Song Weiguo replied, somewhat taken aback, realizing that Jiang Xiaobai had completely charmed him. Upon hearing their conversation, Jiang Xiaobai stirred and sat up. "Song Gu is here. Please, have a seat," he welcomed. "Am I required to be welcomed in my own mother-in-law's home?" Song Weiguo replied with a frown, feeling as if he were treated like a stranger by his own son-in-law. "Is there something you need from me?" he asked. "Indeed, a significant matter, a mutually beneficial opportunity," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a grin as he jumped off the bed. "A major matter? I doubt it's anything good," Song Weiguo scoffed, rolling his eyes, for every time Jiang Xiaobai sought him out, it was rarely for anything straightforward. "What are you saying? Treat Xiaobai with respect," Aunt Zhang chimed in as she entered, having overheard the last remark, giving Song Weiguo a stern look. "It's nothing, Aunt. I don't mind," Jiang Xiaobai reassured her with a smile. Song Weiguo rolled his eyes again. "You claim not to mind." After a hearty meal and drinks, the trio of Jiang Xiaobai, Song Weiguo, and Wang Chao finally settled down with tea. "Now, do tell, what is it that you seek from me?" Song Weiguo inquired. "Sir, I wish to procure 2 liberation trucks from your factory. Our canned goods have been fully produced, and our business must expand throughout the entire Shandong city. Without vehicles for transportation, we simply cannot meet the demands of our operations." Jiang Xiaobai spoke slowly, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Song Weiguo. "Impossible. Not only do you lack the funds to purchase the trucks, but even if you did, our factory would never sell vehicles to private individuals." Song Weiguo rejected outright, without a second thought. "Brother Song, please refrain from hastily dismissing my request. I am not seeking to buy, even if I could afford it. I would not invest a large sum of money in a vehicle at this time," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a calm demeanor and a smile. "Not buying? Are you jesting with me? You want vehicles without payment? Have you lost your mind, dreaming of unattainable things?" Song Weiguo exclaimed, bewildered. "Indeed, I do not wish to purchase. We propose to rent. The trucks would remain your property, and we would compensate you for their use," Jiang Xiaobai articulated with measured clarity. "Renting? This notion is rather novel." Song Weiguo pondered, intrigued by the proposition. "However, you must understand that the county glass factory is not solely under my authority. I will need to report this to the factory director and discuss it in a meeting." After some consideration, Song Weiguo acknowledged the potential of this fresh approach. "Very well. I will look into it, Brother Song. I shall await your news at home," Jiang Xiaobai replied, then hesitated momentarily before adding, "Brother Song, our canning factory has privately transitioned to a shareholding structure. Would you be interested in acquiring a stake?" Song Weiguo had tirelessly engaged in matters concerning the youth canning factory, despite the previous agreement between the two. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai felt somewhat reluctant to impose upon him continually. However, if Song Weiguo were to invest, the dynamics would change, as he would then be working towards his own interests. "Shareholding?" Song Weiguo exclaimed in astonishment, as the concept was still foreign to him. The notion of shares would not become widely recognized until after the nationwide liberalization of industry and commerce. "Indeed, we have formed a shareholding structure. I possess 70 of the shares, Lu Mei holds 10, Wang Ming also has 10, while Wang Chao and Li Laosan each possess 5. Lu Mei's shares are merely retained for her family's dividends. They hold no voting rights and are not considered shareholders." Jiang Xiaobai explained the ownership structure of the youth canning factory. "If you are interested in investing, I can transfer 5 of my personal shares to you, valuing the youth canning factory at 70,000 yuan. Thus, the 5 stake would be worth 3,500 yuan. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Song Weiguo nearly choked in disbelief. "A valuation of 70,000 yuan? How dare you utter such a figure? Who provided you with this estimation? How can you assert such a valuation? 70,000. A more realistic figure would be around 10,000 yuan. Of course, we are acquaintances. You have assisted the youth canning factory in various ways. Hence, I will offer you a discount, 5 for 1, 750 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai responded. Jiang Xiaobai, unperturbed by Song Weiguo's gaze, curled his lips and continued, "What are you staring at? I am worth a mere 70,000 yuan as well. I would like to invest. But alas, I lack the funds." Song Weiguo pondered for a moment and realized that, deep down, he actually agreed with Jiang Xiaobai's calculations. Selling those 100,000 cans would indeed yield 70,000 yuan. Though the youth can food factory still bore some external debt, Jiang Xiaobai remained at the helm. Once the factory established a foothold in Shandong City, the prospects would surely exceed a mere 70,000 yuan. Moreover, Jiang Xiaobai himself was worth that much. Not to mention, he was offering Jiang Xiaobai shares at half price, only 1,750 yuan for 5%. It was as if selling those 100,000 cans would allow him to recoup his investment while also securing 5% ownership. However, He truly found himself devoid of funds. His family savings barely reached 300 yuan. One should not underestimate 300 yuan. At this time, it was a considerable sum, especially when Jiang Xiaobai and his 14 fellow youths earned only 100 yuan a year. In his routine life, Song Weiguo often felt affluent, but now he was acutely aware of his own poverty. Just write me an IOU. Repay me when you have the means. Jiang Xiaobai casually tore a piece of paper from the table and tossed it in front of Song Weiguo. Suddenly, Song Weiguo felt a flicker of understanding, comprehending why his brother-in-law, Wang Chao, was so utterly devoted to Jiang Xiaobai. He grasped why Lu Mining chose to take her own life rather than betray Jiang Xiaobai when the factory faced trouble. That's 1,750 yuan. Though a loan from Jiang Xiaobai represented shares, a clear indication that the youth canned food factory was destined for profitability. All right, enough with the hesitations. I'll lend it to you, but it must be repaid, Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a teasing smile. Very well, Song Weiguo replied, suddenly bursting into laughter as he accepted the paper from Jiang Xiaobai and penned the IOU. From now on, you too shall be a shareholder of the Youth Canned Food Factory. As for the vehicle matters, I trust you will take care of them and earn for yourself, Jiang Xiaobai nonchalantly stated. Chapter 101. The agreement. That evening, upon returning home, Song Weiguo found his wife, Wang Jiao, still awake. You're back. Did Jiang Xiaobai have something to discuss with you? She inquired, gesturing towards the children's room and leading him to the living room. My dear wife, today I experienced the allure of Jiang Xiaobai, Song Weiguo said with a hint of awe. What happened? Wang Jiao asked, intrigued. He inquired whether I would invest. I expressed my willingness, and then I recounted the entire process to her. With 5% ownership, selling 100,000 cans would net us 3,500 yuan. Moreover, considering future growth, without a moment's hesitation, he tore a piece of paper from the table and tossed it my way, instructing me to write an IOU, thus securing my shares. At a loss for words, Song Weiguo found himself awestruck by Jiang Xiaobai's decisiveness. 3,500 yuan worth of shares were something he had saved for years, yet he had only managed to accumulate 300 yuan. Indeed, it's no wonder that Xiao Chao is so unwaveringly loyal to him. Wang Jiao suddenly recalled that Xiao Chao also possessed a 5-share. However, she had not heard of any promissory notes being issued. It must have been a gift, for Jiang Xiaobai would never neglect those close to him. You are aware of the late Lu Mei, right? Jiang Xiaobai even retained her shares, ensuring that her family receives the entirety of the annual dividends. Song Weiguo expressed his sentiments, acknowledging that it is not merely Jiang Xiaobai. Every entrepreneur in this era possesses a unique charm that attracts a dedicated entourage willing to strive alongside them. As the couple conversed, their voices gradually lowered. The following morning, as soon as Song Weiguo arrived at work, he proceeded directly to the factory manager's office. He refined Jiang Xiaobai's proposal and presented it to the manager. Upon hearing it, the manager immediately consented, reasoning that the trucks were idly standing by, making it a fortuitous arrangement. Thus, the factory would gain additional funding. Very well. I shall inform Jiang Xiaobai to come over. Let us have lunch together and finalize the contract. With the matter resolved, Song Weiguo felt a surge of joy, for this signified that the sales plan for youth canned goods in the Shandong region was now devoid of any hardware deficiencies. At noon that day, Jiang Xiaobai met with the manager of the county glass factory, an individual nearing 60, exuding the distinctive aura of an elder statesman of this era. Although his attire was not new, it was impeccably presented. This is our manager Lu. Manager Lu, allow me to introduce Jiang Xiaobai, Song Weiguo stated. A promising young talent. Manager Lu complimented. You flatter me, Manager Lu, Jiang Xiaobai replied graciously as they settled into the small cafeteria of the glass factory. To be frank, the glass factory's performance has been particularly poor lately, and it has left me quite distressed. Hence, I wholeheartedly support your collaboration with the county glass factory and am deeply grateful to you, Manager Lu began, sharing his journey from apprentice to factory manager. Having dedicated his life to the glass factory with profound affection, the factory's difficulties weighed heavily on him, which is why he had been somewhat ambivalent regarding the partnership with Jiang Xiaobai. Without his consent, many matters would have been unfeasible, even with Song Weiguo's efforts. Thank you, Manager Lu, for providing us with a lifeline. Initially, we were merely 15 urban youths who borrowed a meager 100 yuan for supplies from the village. We truly had no choice. Without taking risks, survival seemed impossible, Jiang Xiaobai confided earnestly. Yes, I have heard about the recent challenges. It is indeed not easy. Manager Lu nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate your understanding, Manager Lu. I have one more request to make, Jiang Xiaobai said. Please, do not hesitate to speak. As long as it does not violate principles or morals, I will assist you. Manager Lu replied affirmatively. Although we have rented the trucks, I am the only one capable of driving. I was wondering if we could negotiate with our factory's drivers to assist us with transportation over the weekends when they are off duty. We would certainly compensate them well, offering the highest wage available to each, Jiang Xiaobai proposed. Jiang Xiaobai spoke directly, contemplating the idea of undermining the county's glass factory without a moment's hesitation. He realized it was utterly unfeasible. At that moment, no worker would willingly resign from their job, regardless of the salary offered. With a firm slap on his thigh, Director Lu exclaimed, "This is a fortuitous opportunity. They won't be working this weekend. They are inherently free. Besides, our enterprises do not compete. Rather, they complement each other. They can earn some extra income, an opportunity that is exceptionally rare. They would be eager for this chance. Come, let me express my gratitude on their behalf and raise a toast to you." As he spoke, Director Lu lifted his glass, clinked it with Jiang Xiaobai's, and drank it all in one go. "Thank you, Director Lu," Jiang Xiaobai replied, also downing his drink. This notion wasn't original to him. It had been employed frequently during the rise of township enterprises in the future. Although state-owned enterprises were beginning to decline, they still possessed a wealth of talent, and the township enterprises struggled to attract skilled individuals. Many of the talented individuals within the state-owned enterprises were reluctant to leave their positions for the township enterprises. Consequently, the owners of the township enterprises deliberated for a week and decided to offer high salaries to recruit technicians and engineers to work on weekends. These individuals became known as Sunday technicians or weekend engineers, essentially part-time workers. Jiang Xiaobai rented 2 trucks from the youth canning factory for a monthly fee of 500 yuan for both vehicles. Watching Jiang Xiaobai drive one truck while the factory dispatched a driver to accompany the other, he set off with great enthusiasm. Director Lu stood at the canteen entrance, gazing at the 2 increasingly distant liberation trucks, lost in thought for a long while before suddenly asking, "Weigua, do you think our factory can regain its former glory?" Today, he had reluctantly rented out the idle trucks to Jiang Xiaobai, and honestly, it pained him. He could never forget the peak days of the county glass factory, when several liberation trucks would come and go, and purchasing agents would have to queue in the sales department. Now, the sales department was desolate, and the liberation trucks had to be rented out. Truth be told, he felt a heaviness in his heart. "Do not worry, Director Lu, this is merely temporary. With your leadership, our factory will undoubtedly thrive once more," Song Weigua said with a smile. "All right, you are quite the charmer, but let us hope for the best," Lu replied, moving ahead. As Song Weigua watched Lu's retreating figure against the backdrop of the setting sun, he couldn't help but notice that the director's back seemed slightly hunched. Chapter 102. 4 counties. The rumbling sound of massive truck engines filled the air as 2 military green liberation trucks slowly drove into Jianhua village. Instantly, they attracted the attention of villagers of all ages, with children running alongside the vehicles, eager to approach as soon as they came to a halt. One mischievous child even tilted his head and attempted to bite the truck's tire. Jiang Xiaobai stepped out of the vehicle, a smile on his face as he observed the scene, choosing not to intervene. "If you want to bite it, go ahead. If you manage to damage it, I'll consider myself defeated." "Brother Xiaobai, can you still drive? What type of vehicle is this, Xiaobai?" The villagers gathered around as Jiang Xiaobai stepped out of the car, their voices overlapping in curiosity. The Liberation Model 10 has an unladen weight of 3,900 kilograms, equipped with a 4-stroke 6-cylinder engine that boasts a maximum power of 71 and a top speed of 65 kilometers per hour, with a load capacity of 4 tons. Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed, uttering a string of sophisticated terms that left many bewildered. Upon hearing his words, a parent swiftly pulled back their child, who was gnawing on the tire, delivering a firm smack to the rear of the boy clad in split-crotch pants. "Let go of me. Just let me take a bite," the boy protested, showing no signs of tears as he squirmed in resistance. "You dare to eat anything. If you ruin that, I won't be able to afford to sell you," his mother scolded, delivering her reprimand while trying to rein him in. "Hurry back. Don't damage Uncle Xiaobai's precious vehicle. Little pup, get down here at once." "Do you need a lesson?" Parents hastily called their children back. "It's all right. This vehicle is sturdy. The military uses them," Jiang Xiaobai reassured with a smile. That may be so, but what if something happens? The parents persisted, ushering their children away. Master, it's getting late. How about you stay the night in our village? And I'll arrange for someone to take you back to the city in the morning? Jiang Xiaobai suggested to the driver of the second vehicle, who happened to be the same one who had delivered canned goods to them previously. All right, staying a night sounds good. Su Lin agreed, not one to be rude. As it was already late, and the last bus to the county town had long departed. During dinner, Jiang Xiaobai discussed the prospect of driving over the weekend. As soon as Su Lin heard that the pay would equal that of his job at the glass factory for just 2 days of work, he immediately agreed, expressing his gratitude profusely. Earning 40 yuan a month at the county glass factory was considered a high wage for a specialized worker. To think he could earn another 40 yuan over the weekend was akin to striking gold. A monthly income of 80 yuan was unheard of for him. As for sacrificing weekends, that was trivial. Countless individuals were battling just to make ends meet. All right then, tomorrow is a perfect time for you to accompany us. Jiang Xiaobai confirmed with a nod, feeling at ease with the commitment. Sure, Xiaobai, Su Lin replied, appreciating the opportunity. By the way, Wang Ming, how is the arrangement for the sales personnel coming along? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. We have recruited enough, a total of 20 individuals, all under 30 years of age. And quite astute, Wang Ming responded. Excellent. We will divide them into 4 sales teams: Jiangxian County, Tonglu County, Jiangxi County, and Wuzhong County. Let us commence with these 4 counties. Jiangxian County is adjacent to Tonglu County. Therefore, we shall establish a canned goods warehouse in Jiangxian for convenient distribution. As Jiangxi County and Wuzhong County are comparatively close, we will rent a canned goods factory warehouse in Jiangxi County. After our meal, several individuals sipped tea while Jiang Xiaobai organized the plans. The tea, of course, was not of fine quality, merely some remnants of tea leaves. I am responsible for Tonglu County, Li Siyan for Jiangxian County, Wang Chao for Jiangxi County, and Wang Ming for Wuzhong County. Li Siyan, since you live nearby, do check in often to oversee matters at home, and do not forget the research and development tasks entrusted to you. It is imperative to explore new varieties of canned goods. Once we have established ourselves in these 4 counties, we will proceed to others. In the towns, we must seek to establish local agents. If we secure agents in the towns, we need not worry about building rural representation. Jiang Xiaobai spoke slowly, as his ambition was to create the most basic level of agents, reaching every village. However, he had contemplated that achieving this goal at the current stage was utterly implausible. The delivery channels for the youth canned goods were insufficient, and there was neither the time nor the energy to manage at the village level. He even found it challenging to maintain control over the town agents. In the future, the sales agents for the youth canned goods ought to be organized by county, or even by city, 1 agent per city, and as we expand into neighboring provinces, we may even establish provincial-level agents. Once the market is well established, we can gradually develop grassroots channels to liberate ourselves from the agent's control. The growth of a business necessitates a trajectory from small to large, and then from large to small. It is an essential path for corporate development and rapid expansion. All right, Xiaobai, I understand, Li Siyan nodded. Got it, Xiaobai, Wang Chao, and Wang Ming echoed in agreement. Very well, for now, our temporary contact will be at the sales department office of the county glass factory. Once we settle in each county, we will update our contact information, Jiang Xiaobai affirmed. The inconvenience of communication is indeed a limiting factor for the development of businesses at this time. All right then, if there is nothing else, let us disperse, Jiang Xiaobai declared as he stood up and exited the youth courtyard, heading towards the residence of Huang Zhongfu. Upon arriving at Huang Zhongfu's doorstep, the barking of a dog greeted him. Who is it? Huang Zhongfu's voice called from within the yard. Xiaobai, I need to speak with you, Jiang Xiaobai shouted back. Xiaobai, come in. Huang Zhongfu opened the door and welcomed Jiang Xiaobai inside, offering him a drink. Have some water. What is it that you wish to discuss? Huang Zhongfu inquired. Tomorrow, we shall commence the sale of the youth canned goods. Wang Ming and I will not be going to work, and I will return the grain money borrowed by the youth to the village, Jiang Xiaobai explained, revealing that the 100 yuan was an advance payment for grain from the brigade. Now that the youth had left and were no longer working, it was only right to return the grain money to the village. Chapter 103. Departure. After handing Huang Zhongfu 100 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai continued speaking. Isn't it about time we take a moment to repair the roads in our village? The condition of the roads is utterly deplorable. The villagers cannot step outside when it rains, as they are inundated with mud and water. These roads were constructed long ago, as Jiang Xiaobai casually remarked, while Huang Zhongfu remained silent, observing Jiang Xiaobai with a beaming smile. The latter felt a bit embarrassed and eventually spoke up. I heard that you brought back 2 liberation trucks to the village this afternoon. Yes, I rented them from the glass factory in the county. We are preparing to sell canned goods. After all, it is essential to ensure proper transportation throughout the entire range of Shandong City, Huang Zhongfu replied. Jiang Xiaobai continued, indeed, I have a personal interest in road repairs. However, it is a noble endeavor that benefits the entire village. Since time immemorial, the act of constructing bridges and roads has been recognized as a great virtue. Jiang Xiaobai candidly acknowledged that the 20-mile stretch from Shama Township to Jianhua village becomes increasingly treacherous as one approaches Jianhua. On his return journey today, he drove with utmost caution. Thankfully, the weather was favorable. During the rainy season in summer, a few consecutive days of rain would pose significant challenges for transportation. While this reasoning was sound, Huang Zhongfu nodded in agreement, saying, however, repairing roads is a major undertaking. It is entirely impossible to repair them in their entirety. Not only can we in Jianhua village not afford it, but even the Shama Township commune cannot manage such an expense. At most, we can only make some repairs in the areas that are severely damaged. Well, any repairs are better than nothing, Jiang Xiaobai replied eagerly, knowing that autumn is fast approaching. It would be commendable to at least patch up the roads. But don't rush to thank me just yet. You'll need to cover the meal expenses. The collective fund is quite limited and cannot support this endeavor, Huang Zhongfu quickly interjected. Feeding about 180 people working on the roads would incur substantial costs. As for wages, that is out of the question. We can merely keep a record, as the village's funds are quite limited. That poses no problem. I am also a resident of Jianhua village. Although my work with the canned goods keeps me busy, I can certainly manage the meals for everyone, Jiang Xiaobai readily agreed. As this was a request he had proposed himself, even if Huang Zhongfu had not mentioned it. It was quite fitting that the portion of the meal fund could be redirected now that can production had mostly come to a halt. You know, throughout all of Jianhua village, no, even within the entire Shama commune, there is no one who would dare to speak as boldly as you do, Huang Zhongfu said with a smile and a shake of his head. While I can contribute financially, I lack the time. Only you would have the audacity to make such a statement. I am merely putting on a brave front, as I still owe nearly 10,000 yuan to the county glass factory, not to mention the outstanding wages for over 100 villagers. If it weren't for the road repairs, those 100,000 cans of goods would be stuck in the factory's storage. And I wouldn't even bring up the topic of road repairs. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, unwilling to let others perceive him as a wealthy benefactor. After conversing for a while, the discussion shifted to the matter of Go Dan. Rest assured, I will not let that scoundrel escape. He can no longer live in Jianhua village, as he is detested by all. He hides in his home, too afraid to venture outside, Huang Zhongfu said with a look of animosity. Initially, he had considered mentoring Go Dan to take over his position, but he never anticipated that Go Dan would betray him so treacherously. Let him remain in the village. There's no need to chase him away. I'll buy some candy to distribute to the village children, ensuring that he is met with the consequences of his actions the moment he steps outside, Jiang Xiaobai mused. Not tormenting him for a lifetime leaves a disquiet in my heart. Had it not been for the report by Dog Egg, Lume would not have taken her own life. By now, she would have already embarked on her university journey. At this moment, he too should be in Jincheng, embracing Li Siyan as they pursue their studies together. Huang Zhongfu nodded slightly. After some conversation, Jiang Xiaobai rose to bid farewell and returned to the educated youth courtyard. Upon entering his room and preparing to rest, he suddenly retrieved pen and paper from the drawer. Dear Jiang Xiaobai, he wrote 3 words, only to hastily strike them out. Comrade Siyan, he rewrote, then crossed it out again. Siyan, it has been 2 months since we parted, and I miss you dearly. First and foremost, I must apologize. I'm sorry for not keeping my promise. During your absence, so much has transpired, it is hard to articulate. Lume has passed away. This time, Jiang Xiaobai was finally able to write without interruption. How is your family? How have matters regarding your father progressed? I am truly sorry. Forgive me for not being by your side. Do you have enough money? I obtained your new address from the elder at the post office in Baiwa Hutong. Lastly, do not worry about me. I am doing quite well in Jianhua village, indeed very well. I hope you take care of your health and study diligently at university. I aspire to reunite with you in Jincheng at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Xiaobai, September 1st, 1978. After finishing the letter, Jiang Xiaobai folded it neatly and placed it in an envelope, intending to mail it when passing through the village the next day. As he lay in bed, the night had deepened, and he found himself restless, unable to sleep. Gazing through the window at the luminous moonlight, Jiang Xiaobai felt as though these days had been but a dream. Even though he had only been in this world for less than half a year, he rarely reflected on his past life, as if he truly belonged to this era. The chirping of insects filled the air, and Jiang Xiaobai could not recall when he finally drifted off to sleep. When he awoke again, dawn had yet to break. Outside, the sound of Wang Chao knocking on the door echoed. "Xiaobai, it's time. We've loaded the truck and are just waiting for you to finish your meal before we depart." "All right, I'll get up now," Jiang Xiaobai replied. They needed to set off early today, as their group still had to locate the warehouse in the county to unload the cargo. Wang Chao and Wang Meng needed to go to Jiangxi County for the same purpose. Otherwise, the canned goods would have to spend the night in the truck. Thus, they prepared to leave at the crack of dawn. Creaking, Jiang Xiaobai put on his clothes and opened the door, only to see the headlights of the Liberation truck illuminating the yard. Two beams of yellowish light pierced the darkness before dawn. "Brother Xiaobai, the cans have all been loaded. As per your instructions, each truck carries 5,000 bottles," Wang Chao said, smoking a cigarette, his expression fluctuating. "Good," Jiang Xiaobai nodded, circling the Liberation truck to inspect it briefly. "Let us go eat. We'll depart right after." Jiang Xiaobai remarked that a single Liberation truck could certainly hold more than 5,000 cans, but overloading would increase the risk of damage on poor road conditions. Their current transport methods were far from those of the future, relying solely on rudimentary techniques, packaging, and isolation to mitigate breakage.